This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. During the Spring Festival holiday, influenza outbreaks are frequent. Please wash your hands frequently, ventilate your homes often, and take precautions against the flu, starting with small things. The New Year's Eve fireworks display, originally scheduled for February 4th, 3000, at People's Square, has been cancelled. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. All citizens, starting today, are to stay home, reduce outings, and avoid crowded places. A sharp, piercing crackling sound rang out, the channels malfunctioned, and the broadcast was interrupted. In its place came the soft, soothing voice of a young person. Let time flow by, I only care about you, willingly basking in your presence. In a square, ordinary 3-story self-built house. A slender, handsome young man, sleeves rolled up, wearing a pale yellow floral apron, stood before the stove in the second-floor kitchen. A small iron pot sat atop the induction cooker, its flame blazing, half full of water bubbling gently. The young man, his expression gentle and his movements slow, held a wooden spoon and scooped half a spoonful of brown sugar from a jar, adding it to the water and stirring lightly. Life is short. To have a true friend is enough. Even losing the strength of life is not a pity, so I. The brown sugar dissolved, turning the water a reddish brown. The young man turned, his eyes crinkling, and asked softly, Little Bow, would you like peanut-filled glutinous rice balls or sesame-filled ones? A 3-year-old child sat at the table behind the young man, crayons in hand, doodling on a calendar. Hearing his father speak to him, the little boy looked up at the ceiling, thought seriously for a moment, and said, I want to eat them all. Which one do you want more? The little boy hesitated, poking at his finger, pointing to the last drop, whoever it lands on is. Quick, the water's about to boil dry. That's it. Sesame filling. Then I cook you 2 sesame filling ones, and 1 peanut filling one, okay? Okay, thank you, Daddy. The little boy nodded vigorously, then asked, Daddy, why are we eating glutinous rice balls today? Turning back, he squeezed 2 rock-hard frozen glutinous rice balls from the packaging, tossed them into the pot, and patiently answered, because today is the Lantern Festival, the 15th day of the first lunar month. What about Daddy? Isn't Daddy coming back to celebrate with us? Daddy? The young man paused. Daddy's away on a business trip. When will Daddy come back? Will he have glutinous rice balls while he's away? Of course. When he comes back, Daddy will cook some more for him. Okay. Steaming vapor drifted from the kitchen into the dining room. The young man, his back to the table, held a wooden spoon, intently stirring the plump, white glutinous rice balls in the pot. The little boy, holding a crayon, looked down at his unfinished artwork. He was drawing fireworks. First, he filled the entire sheet of paper with black crayon, then used other colors to draw the fireworks. Red, green, yellow, and... what other colors are there? The little baby looked up through the gaps in the kitchen blinds at the dark night sky outside, lost in thought. Today is February 19th, 3000, the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. His name is Lin Xiaobao. His father's name is Lin Zhao, a kindergarten teacher. His great-uncle's name is Fu Cheng, who owns a car repair shop. They live at number 3 Xingfu Street, Xinqing District, a small town. Their phone number is 2792. His father and great-uncle had agreed to take him to People's Square to watch the fireworks on New Year's Eve. They did go. His great-uncle drove a pickup truck. His father sat in the passenger seat, and he sat in a child safety seat in the back. The road was congested, the streets were bustling, red lanterns were hung everywhere, and New Year's songs were playing. Just as they were about to reach the square, a fight suddenly broke out. Many people gathered together, crowding around. They were arguing, shouting, and fighting, and red splattered, flying past the car windows. Before he could see clearly, his father unbuckled his seatbelt, lunged into the back seat, and covered his eyes. His great-uncle cursed, jerked the steering wheel, and slammed on the gas. He saw nothing, but his father and great-uncle took him home. Great-uncle rushed upstairs, and locked all the doors and windows. His father hugged him, and told him that the red stuff he saw was probably watermelon juice or ketchup. He wanted some too, but his father said he couldn't drink watermelon juice in winter, it would give him diarrhea, and he couldn't eat ketchup alone because there were no fries to go with it. Okay. From that day on, their lives changed dramatically. The next day, Lunar New Year's Day, his father and great-uncle didn't take him out to visit relatives. The neighbors, grandfathers, uncles, and aunts all kept their doors tightly locked. The third day, A roar like that of a tiger or lion came from the street. His father and great-uncle drew the curtains, preventing him from looking outside. On the fourth day, his favorite cartoon, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, was taken off the air and replaced with news programs he couldn't understand. On the fifth day, his great-uncle went on an adventure in his pickup truck, bringing back 3 bags of flour, 5 bags of rice, and 2 bags of vegetables. The sixth day, the seventh day. Lin Xiaobao counted on his fingers. He only had 10 fingers, beyond 10, he couldn't count. Suddenly, Lin Xiaobao had a flash of inspiration. He lowered his head, rested his forehead on the edge of the table, rubbed his short legs together, kicked off his little cotton shoes, and pointed to his big toe hidden in his fuzzy sock. 11. On the 11th day, his great-uncle went on another adventure. He still hadn't returned. He and his father missed his great-uncle very much. Just then, the glutinous rice balls were cooked. Lin Xiaobao lowered his head and pressed the switch on the induction cooker. "Xiaobao, put your things away, we're going to eat." "Okay." Lin Xiaobao obediently replied, closing the calendar, putting the crayons back in their box, and finally raising his little hand to his father. Lin Zhao took off his apron, walked over, and reached under his arms to lift him out of the high chair. He looked down, stared intently, and paused for a moment. "Where are your shoes?" Lin Xiaobao smiled shyly, trying to change the subject. "Daddy, I can count to 11 now." Lin Zhao smiled gently and asked cooperatively, "Really? That's amazing." "Of course." Lin Xiaobao puffed out his little chest. Lin Zhao placed Lin Xiaobao in the high chair, squatted down, and reached out to pick up his little cotton shoes that he had kicked under the table. Lin Xiaobao took the shoes and put them on himself. "Go wash your hands." "Okay." Lin Xiaobao slid off the chair, skipped into the bathroom, stood on her little stool, turned on the tap, and carefully rubbed her hands. Lin Zhao turned around and went back to the kitchen to bring out dinner. There wasn't a small amount of food left over, but it wasn't much either. They still had to eat sparingly. So Lin Zhao used only a fist-sized potato, half a carrot, a piece of sausage, and half a cup of rice to make a pot of fragrant braised rice. The potato and carrot were brought back by Fu Chung from his last trip. The sausage was made by a shop at the market before the Spring Festival, after Fu Chung bought dozens of kilograms of pork leg meat. Lin Zhao first fried the sausage to bring out its natural aroma and oil, then added the diced potato and carrot and stir-fried them together. Finally, she added half a spoonful of light soy sauce for flavor. These few ingredients were enough to make the rice glossy and separate. Today is the Lantern Festival, and Lin Zhao, following a 1,000-year-old tradition, cooked 6 glutinous rice balls for good luck. Lin Xiaobao washed his hands, jumped off the stool, walked to his father, and held up his little hands for inspection. Lin Zhao glanced at them, picked him up, put him back in his high chair, and put a pale yellow floral bib on him, matching the pattern of his own apron. He first served Lin Xiaobao half a bowl of rice, placed it in front of him, and instructed, "It's a little hot, blow on it before eating." "Okay." Lin Xiaobao didn't need to be fed. Holding the bowl with his left hand and the spoon with his right, he scooped up a spoonful of rice, blew on it twice, and put it in his mouth. Whoosh, so delicious. "Daddy's so amazing." "Eat slowly, don't rush." Lin Zhao pulled out a high chair, sat down beside him, and began to eat. The potatoes were soft and tender, the carrots were tender, and the sausage was fragrant, sweet, and chewy. The rice absorbed the aroma of all the ingredients. One bite was incredibly satisfying. He just didn't know. Where was Fu Chung now? Had he eaten? What was he eating? Lin Zhao sighed, lowered his eyes, and put down his spoon. Fu Chung had been gone for almost 5 days. He couldn't get a signal when he called. He didn't know. "Dad, I want another bowl." "Huh?" Lin Zhao snapped out of his reverie, turning to face Lin Xiaobao's empty bowl held high. "Okay." He served Lin Xiaobao a bowl of rice, then lowered his head, gripped the spoon tightly again, and stuffed a large mouthful of rice into his own mouth. He chewed hard, then swallowed forcefully. The situation was special now. He had neither the time nor the energy to sigh and complain. Eating well, and taking good care of himself were the most important things. After finishing their meal, the father and son washed the dishes together. The TV had stopped working a few days ago, just showing static. Even when it did work occasionally, there weren't any cartoons Lin Xiaobao liked. Lin Zhao had no choice but to help Lin Xiaobao finish drawing, completing the fireworks drawing they hadn't finished before dinner. "Dad, what other colors do fireworks come in?" "And gold, blue, orange." Dad and Uncle took you to see them last year. But I've forgotten. Lin Xiaobao asked softly, when can we go out to see fireworks again? Not now. If you want to see fireworks. Lin Zhao propped his head up, thinking for a moment. Last spring festival, we watched fireworks in the square, and Uncle filmed it with a DV camera. Shall we watch the fireworks on the DVD? Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up. Okay. Then let's take a shower first, a nice hot shower, change into clean pajamas, and watch the fireworks in bed. How about that? Great. Lin Xiaobao was incredibly excited. Let's go! Lin Zhao took his little hand and led him up to the third floor to the bathroom. The two of them hadn't been out before, and the house wasn't dirty. Lin Zhao filled a basin halfway with warm water, quickly wiped Lin Xiaobao down, and changed him into a green dinosaur plush pajama. He carried Lin Xiaobao to bed, covered him with a blanket, and waited on the bed while he ran into the bathroom, looking back several times, and quickly took a shower. In less than 5 minutes, he came out wearing the same dinosaur pajamas. Xiaobao, are you ready? I'm ready. Lin Xiaobao couldn't wait. Is Daddy ready? Daddy is getting ready. There was a television in Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng's room. Lin Zhao squatted down next to the TV cabinet in front of the bed, opened a drawer, rummaged through a pile of burned discs, and found the one from last year's Spring Festival. Their power wasn't out yet, just no signal. The DVD player still worked. He pressed the switch, put the disc in, and started playing. Little dinosaur wiggled its bottom and moved to the side. Daddy, come quick. Coming. Lin Zhao got into bed, snuggled under the covers, and hugged Lin Xiaobao. The father and son sat together, leaning against the pillows. Lin Zhao's cheek was pressed against Lin Xiaobao's chubby little face, and the two were engrossed in watching TV. The video started playing, the camera shaking. A man's rugged, resolute face suddenly appeared on the screen. Lin Xiaobao pointed at the screen. Daddy. Lin Zhao held his small hand and replied gently, yes, Daddy. The man was tall, with a buzz cut, wearing only a worn black tank top in the dead of winter, revealing his broad shoulders and muscular arms. He looked quite fierce. He frowned, his expression gloomy, his gaze deep, fiddling with the digital camcorder back and forth. The small camcorder in his hands was like a toy. The next moment, the man spoke, but what came out was, Wife, I don't know how to use the new DV camera. Wife, my educated wife, come help me. Son, come here and show Daddy. Is this the start of recording? Wife, son, why aren't you talking to me? Lin Zhao's voice came from off camera. I'm working on my lesson plan. Your son's in the bathroom. Don't bother us. Lin Zhao, always fearless in his presence, spoke louder and more aggressively than before. Oh, the man mumbled in response. He finished his work, picked up the camera, and quietly began filming their home. This was the bedroom, this was the study, this was the living room. The TV in the living room was still on, playing Lin Xiaobao's favorite cartoon. As the man zoomed in, he said, My son loves this, but he's pooping, using the toilet. My wife said I should speak politely. I'm filming this for him to see. I'm such a good dad. Halfway through filming the cartoon, Lin Xiaobao's cries came from the bathroom. Daddy. Daddy. Coming. The man was about to head over with his camera, when he suddenly remembered something and quickly put it down. His son was in the bathroom. He couldn't film. In front of the television, 3-year-old Lin Xiaobao shyly turned around and snuggled into his father's arms. When will the fireworks start? Where are the fireworks? He wanted to see the fireworks, not watch himself in the bathroom. Lin Zhao asked knowingly, Want to fast forward? Lin Xiaobao shook his head, no. He turned back, covering his face with his hands, cautiously peeking through his fingers. Okay, a peek is fine. And so, Fu Cheng filmed their house inside and out. It wasn't until evening, when the sun had set, that the family of 3 prepared to watch the fireworks. Before leaving, Fu Cheng was still filming with his DV camera. My beloved son Lin Xiaobao. Adorable, incredibly adorable. My most beloved wife Xia Zhao. A little sweet date, so incredibly adorable. I'm a mechanic, I'm not educated, I can't describe it. Now we're going to see the fireworks. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao stood helplessly in front of him, foreheads pressed against the camera, saying in unison, Brother Chung/Daddy, stop filming, let's go. Fair, round faces, pursed red lips, and big, round, dark eyes blinking rapidly, Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao looked like they were carved from the same mold. The camera shook twice, clearly, Fu Cheng was captivated. Okay, let's go. Finally, The family of 3 on TV was going to see the fireworks, but just then, Lin Xiaobao on the bed closed his eyes, tilted his head, and collapsed. Daddy's rambling was just too much. He couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Zhao stepped forward and checked his breath with a finger. He was asleep. Lin Zhao chuckled softly, not waking him, but silently turning off the TV and overhead light and pulling him into bed. Go to sleep then. Lin Zhao lay down beside Lin Xiaobao, patting his little chest through the blanket. Sleep, after a good sleep, Daddy will be home. Fu Cheng will go home. Patting him, Lin Zhao herself fell asleep. The world was pitch black and silent. The clock on the wall ticked away, the second and minute hands going round and round, the hour hand ticking away. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of car tires screeching against the pavement suddenly came from outside the window. Lin Zhao was awakened, rubbing his eyes groggily, sitting up in bed and looking around. What's going on? What's that sound? The familiar sound grew more urgent, faster, and closer. Lin Zhao suddenly woke up, threw off the covers, and without even putting on her shoes, ran downstairs like a little bird. Brother Cheng. Chapter 2. The blinding high beams tore through the darkness, and the screeching sound of brakes shattered the silence. Bang! A deafening crash. Lin Zhao ran to the first-floor garage, bent down, grabbed the bottom of the roller shutter door with both hands, gritted his teeth, and with all his might, swung it upwards. The shutter opened. A massive, imposing, all-black pickup truck, like a beast charging, roared towards him, bringing a storm of blood and gore. The high beams dazzled Lin Zhao's clear, bright eyes, and the gust of wind whipped the hair that fell across his forehead. Lin Zhao didn't flinch. Instead, he ran forward 2 steps, waving vigorously at the truck. Brother Cheng, over here. The man in the driver's seat had clearly seen him too, one hand firmly on the steering wheel, the other expertly maneuvering. Changing lights, shifting gears, slowing down, turning, all in one fluid motion. The pickup truck drifted smoothly to a stop in front of Lin Zhao, less than an arm's length away. The distance was perfect. The door could open without hitting Lin Zhao. Whether Lin Zhao wanted to get in or the man wanted to get out, it was very convenient. It was practically muscle memory for him. The behemoth returned home, bowing down before its lover. Lin Zhao rushed forward, gently knocking on the car window, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Brother Cheng? Brother Cheng. You're finally back. Xiao Bao and I missed you so much. We were just watching the DVD you filmed. I was thinking that when I woke up from a nap you'd be back, and you really are. Are you hungry? Today is the Lantern Festival, and according to ancient tradition, we eat tangyuan, sweet rice balls. It shouldn't be past midnight yet. Come on down, I cook you some tangyuan. Lin Zhao said, reaching for the car door handle. Fu Cheng, stop acting cool, get out of the car. Should I ask you to? Brother Cheng, please get out. Honey, please get out. But the car door was locked, it wouldn't open. Lin Zhao was speaking so enthusiastically, but the person inside didn't respond at all. He looked up, puzzled, at the car. The car window was rolled up to the top, covered with privacy film, making it impossible to see inside. Lin Zhao instinctively felt something was wrong, his hand slowly loosening its grip on the car door, his voice calming down. Fu Cheng, why aren't you saying anything? Get out of the car, don't scare me. Inside the pickup truck, out of Lin Zhao's sight. A tall man sat leaning back in the driver's seat, head tilted back, eyes closed, Adam's apple bobbing. He was wearing the same black tank top as in the DD video, his shoulders and chest still broad, his arm muscles still strong. But in the cold winter night, large beads of sweat slid down his buzz-cut forehead and shoulders. And on his right arm, there were 3 long wounds. They didn't look like cuts or slashes, but rather like scratches from the sharp claws of a wild animal. It was as if he was enduring something with all his might, or as if he was desperately fighting against something. Fu Cheng gritted his teeth, remaining silent and motionless. Until Lin Zhao, outside the car window, became truly anxious. He pounded on the window and shouted, Fu Cheng, is that you? Don't scare me. Speak up. What happened? Open the door. Are you Fu Cheng? Who are you? Why are you in my husband's car? Where is my husband? Where did you take him? You're not going to talk, are you? I'm going to smash the window. You just wait. Lin Zhao threatened, as he turned to find a suitable weapon. The next second, the car window rolled down slightly, and a voice Lin Zhao knew all too well came from inside. Xiao Zhao, it's me. The man was breathing heavily, his 4 short words low and hoarse, as if he had used up all his strength. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he quickly lunged back. The window had only rolled down 3 centimeters, and the pickup truck's chassis was high. Lin Zhao stood on tiptoe, but he still couldn't see what was happening inside the car. But as long as he could hear the familiar voice, he felt relieved. Fu Chung. You scared me to death. I thought a bad guy had hurt you by driving your car. It's okay. The man forced himself to stay calm, leaning back in his seat. I'm fine. I kept calling you. Why didn't you answer? Fu Chung paused. We haven't matched up yet. Matching up? Oh! Lin Zhao remembered. The situation was special now, and for safety reasons, Fu Chung only took his car keys with him when he left home. He didn't take any house keys. He was afraid of losing them, and someone finding them. They had agreed that Lin Zhao would open the door for Fu Chung when he returned. They needed to match up the code to confirm it was him before letting him in. Lin Zhao was too excited and forgot for a moment. Lin Zhao looked up. Then let me ask you, what's my name? Xiao Zhao. Fu Chung smiled, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Little sweet date. Your full name. Lin Zhao. What's our son's name? This time, tell me his nickname. Lin Xiaobao. Lin Zhao nodded. It's definitely you. Come on out. Fu Chung paused. Drive the car in first. Okay. Lin Zhao stepped back, making way for him. Fu Chung leaned back in the driver's seat, exchanged a few words with Lin Zhao, and his previously ashen face regained color, his dull eyes brightening. He let out a long sigh, gripped the steering wheel, and was about to start the engine when he suddenly felt the wound on his right arm flare up. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the painful groan that had been choked back. His wife and son were waiting for him at home. He had driven hundreds of kilometers home. He was right at his doorstep. There was no way he couldn't drive in within a few hundred meters. Fu Chung clenched his teeth tightly, raised his left hand, and grabbed the wound on his arm. The scabbed wound reopened, bleeding profusely. Fu Chung grabbed a pink towel from the passenger seat and hastily wiped away the blood. The towel, washed and neatly folded by Lin Zhao, was there to wipe away rainwater, water droplets, and even spilled milk tea on the seat. Now, of course, it could also be used to treat his wound. Lin Zhao waited nearby, and seeing that he hadn't moved for a while, she was about to go over. The next second, Fu Chung put down the towel, started the engine, and shifted gears. The pickup truck moved steadily forward and entered the garage. Lin Zhao pursed her lips, suppressing her unease. After the car was completely inside the garage, she jogged over and lowered the roller shutter. She sensed that Fu Chung was hiding something from her. Perhaps he was injured, or perhaps he was starving. But whatever the reason, closing the door was the most important thing. Safety was paramount. On the other side, the car came to a stop. Fu Chung let out a sigh of relief, leaned back in his seat, and placed his hand on the car door handle. His reason told him he couldn't get out of the car, he shouldn't get out. But his emotions, a soft click. The car door, he had locked himself, he had opened again. Fu Chung picked up a towel again, wiped the sweat and dust from his body, and then grabbed a brand new black coat, putting it on. That way, it wouldn't be noticeable. That way, he could go see his wife and son. Fu Chung opened the car door and got out silently. Lin Zhao, with his back to him, squatted in front of the roller shutter, intently fiddling with it. This lock keeps getting stuck. Brother Chung, come and help me see if it's locked properly. Before he could finish speaking, Fu Chung stepped forward, hugged Lin Zhao from behind, and lifted him up from the ground. Lin Zhao wasn't surprised or struggled. She obediently turned around, opened her arms, and hugged Fu Chang's shoulders and back, burying her face in his broad chest, nuzzling him gently. Like a kitten washing its face. Brother Chung, why were you gone for so long this time? Where did you go? Is the situation outside all right? Actually, we still have plenty of food at home. I'm cooking sparingly, so it should last a long time. So you shouldn't go out for a while, right? Xiaobao and I are a little scared being home alone. Fu Chung didn't say a word, only tightening his arms around Lin Zhao's waist. Lin Zhao looked up at him intently, blinking her eyes. Fu Chung lowered his head, avoiding her gaze, resting his head on her shoulder. His face and breath were unusually cold. The moment they touched, Lin Zhao felt a chill run down her spine. Fu Chung lowered his eyes, his gaze passing over Lin Zhao's waist and landing on his bare feet. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" Only then did Lin Zhao belatedly realize what was happening. He clung to Fu Chang's neck, jumped up, and stepped barefoot into his leather boots. Fu Cheng understood, opened his broad hands, and supported Lin Zhao's waist, helping him steady himself. Lin Zhao clung to Fu Cheng, grinning from ear to ear, looking at him with unbridled confidence. I forgot. You're still wearing your pajamas. I forgot too. Fu Cheng instinctively reached to take off his coat and give it to him, but after unbuttoning one button, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. No, I can't, I mustn't. Lin Zhao looked at him, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing. Fu Cheng loosened his grip slightly. Go upstairs and put on your shoes and coat. Lin Zhao looked at his clothes, tilted his head, and asked suspiciously, Were you wearing this when you went out? Do you even own this? I didn't buy you this, did I? Fu Cheng explained without changing his expression. The one I wore outside got dirty, so I bought another one. Really? Lin Zhao skillfully reached out to touch his collar. How much did it cost? Let me check the fabric. Before he could finish speaking, Fu Cheng grabbed his hand. Before Lin Zhao could speak again, Fu Cheng lifted his legs and picked him up. Go upstairs and put on your clothes. This set of pajamas is very warm. I'm not cold. Go. The family of 3 lived in a self-built house, 3 stories high. The first floor was Fu Cheng's auto repair shop and garage. The second floor had the living room, kitchen, and dining room. The third floor was the bedroom. Fu Cheng carried Lin Zhao to the third floor. He stopped at the top of the stairs, supporting Lin Zhao with one hand, and used the other to take Lin Zhao's cotton shoes from the shoe cabinet and place them on the floor. After Lin Zhao put on the shoes, Fu Cheng didn't carry him further inside, but simply patted his bottom. Go inside and put on my military overcoat. Lin Zhao felt increasingly strange, opening his arms to him and looking at him questioningly. You carried me all the way here. Aren't you going to carry me inside? Fu Cheng looked away and said softly, You're dirty, so we won't go inside. Chapter 3. Strange, so strange. Under Fu Cheng's insistence, Lin Zhao walked towards the bedroom alone. In the hallway, the incandescent bulbs flickered slightly due to unstable electricity. Lin Zhao reached the bedroom door, one hand on it, and instinctively turned to look at Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng stood there, arms crossed, legs apart, like a gatekeeper, refusing to cross the line. But the more he acted this way, the more Lin Zhao felt something was wrong. No, 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 no. Fu Cheng would never wear such a difficult-to-care-for wool coat. Fu Cheng would never leave his clothes outside, and Fu Cheng would never use such a self-conscious and embarrassed tone to say he was dirty. When Fu Cheng returned home and saw him, he would never be satisfied with just a simple hug. Fu Cheng would hug him, but it would be with all his might, to pull him completely into his arms, a storm of embrace. Fu Cheng would kiss him, would caress him, would bite him. He would hold him close, whispering sweet nothings, their tenderness lasting all night. Tonight, Fu Cheng was really strange. What was he suppressing? Thinking this, Lin Zhao's expression grew increasingly serious, his gaze more and more puzzled. Meeting Lin Zhao's questioning gaze, Fu Cheng clearly felt guilty, lowering his eyes to avoid eye contact. He simply raised his hand and gestured to Lin Zhao. Go inside and get dressed quickly. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, made up his mind, pushed open the door, and strode inside. If he didn't wear a coat, Fu Cheng definitely wouldn't let it go. Put it on first, and then leave immediately. The clock on the wall continued to tick. Lin Zhao glanced around, using the light filtering in from the corridor. It was 1:13 a.m. Lin Xiaobao was fast asleep, clutching his pillow, lying on the bed, humming in his sleep. Daddy, I want to eat strawberry-filled glutinous rice balls. Big Daddy, make me a toy car that runs. Humph. Lin Zhao sighed softly, not wanting to wake him, so he didn't turn on the light. He groped his way to the bedside, tucked Lin Xiaobao in, then went to the wardrobe and took out Fu Cheng's military overcoat. He did all this in less than a minute. Lin Zhao grabbed the overcoat and hurriedly ran out of the room. Thankfully, Fu Cheng was still waiting for him. Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and jogged over. Fu Cheng took the overcoat from him and unfolded it behind him. Xiaozao hands. Lin Zhao glanced back, raised both hands, and put them into the sleeves. Fu Cheng was very tall, 190 centimeters, a full head taller than Lin Zhao. His coat made Lin Zhao look like a small iron barrel. Fu Cheng pulled the coat forward with both hands, carefully buttoning it up from bottom to top. Lin Zhao asked softly, Brother Cheng, are you hungry? I cook you noodles or glutinous rice balls, okay? No, I'm not hungry. Fu Cheng gently touched Lin Zhao's cheek, helping him lift his head, and buttoned up the last button. There are still things in the car. I go down and bring them up. Come down with me and take a look. Can't we move them tomorrow? No. Fu Chung was unusually firm, not buying Lin Zhao's pleading. Okay. After putting on the coat, Lin Zhao followed Fu Chung back downstairs. The pickup truck was parked in the garage, its back bed covered by a huge black tarpaulin, completely concealing the contents. Fu Chung told Lin Zhao to stand beside him, then walked over, unfastened the buckle, and pulled hard. The tarpaulin fell, revealing a fortress of rice stacked on top of Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao couldn't believe it, her eyes widened, and she unconsciously took 2 steps forward. She saw bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, stacked together by Fu Chung like bricks, in a staggered, overlapping pattern. The bumpy ride on the road had made the bags of rice even more tightly packed together. Lin Zhao glanced at it quickly, and made a rough estimate. There were at least 50 bags of rice here. And the packaging wasn't all the same. It was clear that Fu Chung had traveled to many places to gather this grain. Lin Zhao snapped out of her daze, startled, and turned to Fu Chung. Why did you buy so much? Is it chaotic outside? It's alright, don't be afraid. Fu Chung opened the back panel, pulled down the top bag of rice, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Lin Zhao quickly stepped forward to help him steady himself. Is there a lot of that outside? She couldn't bring herself to say those 2 words. Not too much. Fu Chung hoisted the rice bag onto his left shoulder, then turned to carry the other bag. Then, stock up a bit more, so you and Xiao Bao won't have to go out anymore. Fu Chung lifted the 2 bags of rice, supporting them with his hands, gently weighing them, adjusting their position, and walked upstairs without changing his expression. Lin Zhao gritted her teeth, struggled to lift a bag of rice, and followed him. Then you could have just left them downstairs. Why carry them upstairs? It's convenient for you and Xiao Bao to cook. You won't have to go downstairs. Fu Chung walked briskly up the stairs, 1 step at a time. Don't flaunt your wealth. It'd be safer for you upstairs. He turned and saw Lin Zhao carrying a bag of rice, his face darkening. Xiao Zhao, put it down, I carry it. No, I want to help you. Hee-ho. Lin Zhao wrapped his arms around the bag, feeling it slide down his chest. He stopped at the top of the stairs, lifted his leg to prop it up, and leaned back. So much rice, how long will it take you to carry it all by yourself? We make 2 trips tonight, and we talk about the rest later. Later. He had no later. Fu Chung paused, then said seriously, finish it tonight. Huh? Lin Zhao was surprised, his eyes widening even more. Fu Chung quickened his pace, carrying both bags of rice to the 3rd floor in one go. He turned back, took the bags from Lin Zhao, and easily lifted them up by the corners. Fu Chung pushed open the door to the children's room, and neatly placed 3 bags of rice under Lin Xiaobao's rarely used crib. Fu Chung glanced at the empty space next to him and estimated, I can fit 2 more bags. Lin Zhao was even more surprised, staring blankly at him. Brother Chung. Fu Chung walked past him and squeezed his hand. I go downstairs and carry them. Don't run around with me, it's too tiring. Fu Chung. Lin Zhao wanted to say something more, but Fu Chung had already gone downstairs. Up and down, back and forth. Fu Chung was like a tireless perpetual motion machine, carrying 2 bags of rice each trip after trip, carrying all 50 bags of rice upstairs. He hid the rice under the bed, in the cupboard, and under the table. With nowhere left to hide, he even considered prying up the floor tiles to hide the grain inside. Lin Zhao, following behind Fu Chung, noticed his obvious distress and rushed forward, grabbing his arm and calling out, Brother Chung. Fu Chung jolted, meeting Lin Zhao's worried gaze. He rubbed his forehead, regaining his composure. Right, we can't pry up the tiles, you and Xiao Bao might trip. He put down the hammer and crowbar, stood up, took Lin Zhao's hand, and led her downstairs again. Xiao Zhao, besides the rice, I also brought back some vegetables and fruits. Fu Chung, what happened? What's wrong with you tonight? Fu Chung didn't answer, only leading Lin Zhao forward. Countless times, the 2 arrived at the garage. The rice that had once formed a wall on the back of the truck was now empty, replaced by vegetables and fruits in blue plastic crates and woven bags. Fu Chung unloaded the items one by one. These 2 bags are potatoes, these 2 bags are cabbage, and there are also carrots and onions. The burlap sacks are full of vegetables that keep well, so we can eat them slowly. There are also soybeans and mung beans, which can be used to make soup or sprouted. This box is lettuce, this box is mushrooms, and there are tomatoes. The ones in the boxes don't keep well, so you and Xiao Bao should eat them quickly. But I kept the roots on the lettuce and mushrooms, so they should last a while. We could also dig up the tomato seeds and try planting them in flower pots. I also bought several boxes of fruit. Apples, oranges, and grapefruits keep well, so I bought a lot. There are also 2 bunches of bananas. You and Xiaobao should eat them quickly. This banana is bruised, so don't eat it, I eat it. Fu Cheng brought back a lot of things, piled up in the truck like a small mountain, and spread out on the ground like a vast ocean. While Fu Cheng was unloading, Lin Zhao stood beside him, watching him intently. He didn't care how much food Fu Cheng brought back. What he cared about was Fu Cheng's words. Every word Fu Cheng spoke was about arranging his and Xiaobao's future. Every sentence only mentioned you and Xiaobao, and there was no mention of himself in any of it. Every sentence sounded like a farewell. Lin Zhao stood beside him, staring intently at Fu Cheng, his body trembling slightly beneath his military overcoat, his hands unconsciously clenching in his sleeves. What was going on? Why did Fu Cheng exclude himself when arranging their family's future? Fu Cheng seemed to sense something, his back to Lin Zhao, and paused in his unloading. But he didn't dare turn around, quickly regaining his composure, and walked around to the other side of the truck, opening the back seat door. The back seats were also crammed full. Needless to say, the pickup truck was definitely overloaded. There are eggs here. I bought them directly from the chicken farm. You and Xiaobao can eat 1 a day to ensure you get enough nutrition. I also bought 2 live chickens, but they flew away on the way, and I couldn't catch them. There's pork too. The weather isn't hot now, but we still need to put it in the freezer. We don't know when the power will go out, so there's definitely no time to cure the pork now. You and Xiaobao should eat it quickly. The rest are some daily necessities: shampoo, shower gel, toilet paper, and Chumji? Lin Zhao called softly, interrupting him. Through the pickup truck, Fu Cheng unloaded everything, paused, and continued, "This is all the food we have, enough for you and Xiaobao for a year or 2. Those things outside. They look almost like humans, just transformed humans, but they have no brains and bite anyone they see. If you get scratched or bitten, you become like them in a few days." Fu Cheng. Lin Zhao's heart sank. As if sensing something, she raised her voice and called him again. Fu Cheng turned his head away, hastily wiping his face, his voice growing even lower. "Just like our first date, when I deliberately played a trick and took you to see a zombie movie. You were so scared you didn't dare watch, you just kept burrowing into my arms. Xiao Zhao, I know you're scared, but..." Before he could finish, Lin Zhao dropped what he was holding and rushed forward. Like a hunting kitten, he pounced, grabbed Fu Cheng's clothes, and pulled him in front of him. Fu Cheng called out, "Xiao Zhao." Lin Zhao bit his lip, remaining silent, his gaze resolute. He forcefully slapped Fu Cheng's hand away and unbuttoned his coat. He had long disliked this coat. He had long wanted to rip it off Fu Cheng. He had long. The next moment, Lin Zhao abruptly ripped open Fu Cheng's coat. Because of the excessive force, the seam snapped, buttons popped off, and fell to the ground. Fu Cheng gave up resisting, standing before him, obediently lowering his head, "Xiao Zhao." The next moment, Fu Cheng's right arm, scratched by a zombie, was clearly visible to Lin Zhao. 3 deep scratches, revealing bone. Because Fu Cheng had been moving things and raising his arm, the wounds hadn't scabbed over. Blood gushed out, sticking to the fabric. No wonder. No wonder Fu Cheng wore a black coat. No wonder Fu Cheng refused to take it off even at the cost of his life. No wonder. Lin Zhao clutched Fu Cheng's clothes tightly, his face deathly pale, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Why hadn't he thought of it sooner? Why hadn't he noticed sooner? How could he have listened to Fu Cheng and let him keep moving things? He should have done it sooner. He should have realized something was wrong sooner. He should have. Fu Cheng lowered his head, looking at Lin Zhao's face, and finally softened his tone, calling out softly, "Xiao Zhao, don't be sad, I'm fine." Just as Lin Zhao was stunned, a soft thud sounded. It seemed something had fallen from Fu Cheng's arms, landed on the ground, and rolled away. The next instant, Lin Zhao looked up, and his eyes instantly reddened. It was a piece of chocolate candy wrapped in tin foil. Chapter 4. Darkness, blood. Screams, struggles. Lin Zhao lay flat on the bed, his brows furrowed, his eyes tightly closed. Zombie movies he watched years ago flooded his mind at this moment. A chaotic world filled with the smoke of battle, bits of flesh and skin fluttering in the wind. A tattered, infected zombie staggered towards him. A gaping maw, sharp fangs. One bite, and blood and flesh splattered. Ah! Lin Zhao instinctively gripped the sheets beneath him, his head shaking wildly, struggling violently. No, don't bite me. My blood doesn't taste good, my flesh doesn't taste good either. The next moment, the zombie in his dream raised its head, revealing Fu Cheng's appearance. A rugged, resolute face, wolf-like sharp eyes, a powerful and ferocious aura. Fu Cheng's hands gripped his shoulders, like iron clamps, squeezing painfully. Fu Cheng raised his head, grinned, revealing bloodied lips and teeth, and flicked his tongue, sweeping it across his canines before giving him a sinister smile. It was Fu Cheng, his lover. Lin Zhao looked at him, slowly loosening his grip, his struggling movements gradually ceasing. Fine, a bite from Fu Cheng won't hurt. Lin Zhao gave up struggling, closed his eyes, and let Fu Cheng pull him closer, letting himself sink deeper into a dream. The next second, a cool, damp towel was pressed against his forehead. Lin Zhao suddenly woke up, sprawling from the bed. Ah! In the winter heat, Lin Zhao was drenched in cold sweat, almost completely soaking his fleece pajamas. He looked as if he had crawled out of water, soaking wet and drenched in sweat. Lin Zhao rubbed her eyes, perked up, and looked around. By this time, it was already bright daylight, and sunlight streamed through the curtains. The clock on the wall clearly pointed to 10, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Daddy? A familiar voice came from beside him, and Lin Zhao looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Lin Xiaobao, who had put on his coat himself, sitting obediently beside him, holding his little lazy sheep towel, with his toy blocks scattered on the floor. Lin Zhao snapped out of her daze, and quickly asked, Xiaobao, when did you wake up? Lin Xiaobao puffed out her little chest, tilted her head back, and confidently announced, I woke up at 8. Sorry, Daddy overslept. Lin Zhao sniffed. Are you hungry? Daddy will cook you some noodles. No need. Lin Xiaobao said, Grandpa Zhang gave me a chicken leg. Grandpa Zhang? Lin Zhao was startled. You opened the door for Grandpa Zhang? No. Lin Xiaobao shook her head. Daddy and I made a pinky promise that I wouldn't open the door for anyone, no one at all. I remember. Then, I was at home when Grandpa Zhang knocked on the window and asked me what I wanted for breakfast. I said Daddy hadn't gotten up yet, and I hadn't eaten. Grandpa Zhang then put a chicken leg on the windowsill and told me to take it myself. Oh, I see. Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa Zhang's real name was Zhang Jianjun. He lived next door and ran a small shop to make a living. He also grew some vegetables and raised a chicken in his yard. He had no children and adored Lin Xiaobao, always taking good care of him and often giving him shrimp chips and candy. After the tragedy, everyone on the street locked their doors and windows tightly, afraid to contact anyone outside. Lin had considered asking him several times what he needed. But then she thought, Grandpa Zhang has vegetables and meat at home. Going to the old man abruptly would make him seem like he had ulterior motives, coveting the old man's belongings, and might frighten him. So she decided against it. Unexpectedly, Grandpa Zhang came to Lin Xiaobao on his own initiative. Self-built houses are always very close together. Grandpa Zhang could easily place his things on the windowsill on the first floor of their house, if he stretched out his arms slightly. Lin Zhao pursed her lips and patted Lin Xiaobao's head. Did you say thank you to Grandpa Zhang? Of course I did. Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously. Dad, I was so hungry, so I ate a little chicken leg first. But I still saved some for you. Lin Zhao smiled. It's okay if you ate it all, Dad can cook something else. No. Lin Xiaobao said seriously. Big Dad said to save some for Dad. Big Dad? Lin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. He's back? Yes, Big Dad helped me cut the chicken leg in half and told me to save one half for Dad. Hearing this, Lin Zhao hurriedly threw off the covers and got out of bed. Lin Xiaobao continued, but Daddy's so strange. He never sleeps with us. When I talk to Grandpa Zhang, he hides to the side and won't come out, saying he's playing hide and seek and doesn't want anyone to see him. Daddy just got back, and he's already going out on an adventure again. I asked him to play with my toy cars, but he won't play with me, saying he's going out to fight monsters. Daddy also told me not to tell Daddy he's gone. Lin Xiaobao counted on her fingers, carefully listing all the strange things about Daddy. Lin Zhao had no heart to listen anymore. He left with the words, Xiaobao, wait for Dad in the room, pushed open the door, and rushed out. He thought it was a dream. He thought everything that happened last night was just a nightmare, but it was real. Fu Cheng really did come home last night, bringing back a lot of supplies. Later, he noticed something was wrong with Fu Cheng. He had an injury on his arm. Then, he didn't know if he couldn't handle it, or if Fu Cheng had knocked him unconscious. His vision went black, and he passed out. Anyway, he lost consciousness, trapped in a nightmare, and Fu Cheng took him back to bed. Until just now, Xiaobao woke him up. Lin Zhao ran out of the room and rushed downstairs. While he slept, Fu Cheng had organized all the supplies overnight. Rice, vegetables, fruit, and the pickup truck. The pickup truck sat quietly in the garage, clean inside and out. The water stains were still wet, and the air was filled with a fresh scent of citrus detergent. So, Fu Cheng even took the time to wash the car. Next time Lin Zhao needed the car, he could use it directly. Fu Cheng, that madman. Mad dog. Lin Zhao only glanced at it briefly before walking around the pickup truck and running to the roller shutter door. He crouched down, took out the keys, and was about to open the door. The next second, he sensed something was wrong. Lin Zhao raised his hand in disbelief, examining it closely. There were more keys. Fu Cheng had hung the car keys and door keys together and left them for him. The chocolate candy was also used as a keychain and hung there. There was a little oil stain on the keyhole at the bottom of the roller shutter door. Last night, he complained that the roller shutter door lock was sticky, so Fu Cheng poured some engine oil into the keyhole to make it easier for him to get in and out in the future. Fu Cheng knew Lin Zhao would run downstairs after waking up, so he wasn't worried about Lin Zhao not finding the car keys or not getting the chocolate. Fu Cheng had everything arranged. His only concern was that Lin Zhao would be hindered by the rusty lock when opening and closing the door, wasting unnecessary effort and suffering. What was going on in Fu Cheng's mind? He was about to become a zombie, and he still had the mind to will the lock? Lin Zhao was shocked and momentarily stunned, instinctively trying to poke the key into the lock. Click, the roller shutter door opened. Lin Zhao reacted, opened the door, ran outside, and shouted, "Fu Cheng!" Their three-story house was located on a street called Happiness Street, surrounded by self-built houses. This garage roller shutter door could be considered their back door. From the back door, there were no other houses, only a small road, a drainage ditch, and a high stone wall. "Fu Cheng! Fu Cheng!" Lin Zhao called out twice more, his voice hoarse. But the sun was blazing, and the wind howled. There wasn't a sound from anywhere else. The house, usually filled with neighbors, was completely silent. Fu Cheng, who used to always respond to his calls, was nowhere to be seen. Lin Zhao looked up and around, feeling the sunlight swirling overhead and the cold wind enveloping him. The silence was eerily quiet, as if he were the only person left in the world. A strong sense of unease welled up inside him. Lin Zhao panicked, unconsciously clenching his fists, frequently turning back to look towards the shuttered door, frantically searching for a solution. Fu Cheng is probably gone. He was scratched by a zombie, infected with the zombie virus, and is about to turn into a zombie himself. Fu Cheng didn't want to implicate him and Xiaobao, so he arranged everything at home and left. He deliberately hid, no one could find him. Go back, let it be. Like in the movies, he would live on alone with a child, carrying his lover's last wish. No, no! Lin Zhao suddenly snapped back to reality, raising his hand and slapping his cheek. No! Don't! It can't be! He doesn't want to act in a movie. He doesn't want to act in a tragic story. He doesn't want to lose Fu Cheng. He's not the protagonist in a movie. He wants to be with Fu Cheng. The three of them have to be together. Even if they become zombies, they will be together. Fu Cheng? Fu Cheng! Lin Zhao looked up, his eyes reddening, his voice trembling with tears. Come out! I know you didn't leave. You're definitely still nearby. Fu Cheng cares so much about him, and Xiaobao, he definitely wouldn't just leave. He must still be hiding somewhere near their home, secretly protecting them. I'm telling you to come out right now. I count to 3, and if you don't come out, I'll... Lin Zhao looked around, ran back to the garage, and grabbed a sledgehammer. I smash your motorcycle. A small threat, completely ineffective. I smash all those DVDs you made. A medium threat, equally ineffective. Finally, Lin Zhao pursed his lips, his gaze resolute, and made up his mind. I remarry, taking Lin Xiaobao with me. Fu Cheng, I had enough of you. So rough-looking, and so rough as nails. I want to remarry a gentle, refined man with delicate skin, and have Xiaobao call him Big Daddy, and I call him. Before he could finish speaking, a tall, fierce figure leaped up, vaulted over the wall, pounced, covered Lin Zhao's mouth, grabbed him, and tumbled into the garage. The man's anxious voice rang in Lin Zhao's ears. Don't shout. You attracted the zombies. After saying this, Fu Cheng got up to leave. Lin Zhao lunged forward, grabbed the roller shutter, and yanked hard. With a bang, the roller shutter slammed shut. Lin Zhao leaned against the door, blocking Fu Cheng's path, his chest heaving. He was determined not to give way. He had seen zombie movies. He knew, of course, that zombies could hear sounds and would be attracted by them. He had seen it too, of course. His shouts had attracted 2 or 3 zombies, who were staggering towards him. He had done it on purpose, deliberately luring Fu Cheng out. Look, Fu Cheng's here. Lin Zhao spread his arms, blocking the doorway, his chin slightly raised, staring intently at him. Fu Cheng had nowhere to go. Meeting Lin Zhao's confident gaze, he finally realized what was happening. He'd been tricked by Xiao Zhao. Lin Zhao looked at Fu Cheng and noticed his complexion was even more ashen than last night, his eyes even more bloodshot. Fu Cheng looked back at Lin Zhao, seeing him in his pajamas, barefoot, exactly the same as last night, still hadn't learned his lesson. His gaze darkened further. The two stared at each other silently, neither speaking. In the stalemate, the zombies that Lin Zhao had attracted had already reached the doorway. With the sound gone, they lost their way, dragging their feet, sniffing here and there, wandering aimlessly. Lin Zhao locked the roller shutter, gripped the key in his hand, and slowly stood up. He walked to the shelf in the garage, opened a roll of firecrackers, and took one. It was Chinese New Year not long ago, and of course, firecrackers were a must. Fu Cheng had bought several strings of red firecrackers. Lin Zhao, holding the firecracker and lighter, climbed up the shelf and stood in front of the small, high window in the garage. He opened the window, lit the firecracker, and threw it out. The firecracker exploded outside the wall with a loud bang. Several zombies were attracted by the sound again and turned away. Lin Zhao wasn't stupid. Before shouting, he had already thought of a solution. He wasn't afraid of zombies lingering nearby, nor was he afraid that Fu Cheng would run out again while he wasn't looking. He had the house key. If Fu Cheng wanted to leave, he would have to break down the door. Fu Cheng couldn't bear to. He couldn't bear to leave his wife and son in such a dangerous place. Lin Zhao watched the zombie leave, closed and fastened the window shutters, and jumped down from the shelf. Fu Cheng walked behind him, opened his arms, and carefully protected him. Lin Zhao stumbled a couple of steps, caught by Fu Cheng, turned around and saw him, instantly enraged. He raised his fist and punched Fu Cheng hard twice in the chest. Bastard. Chapter 5. Bastard. Fu Cheng, you bastard. You're the biggest BS in the world. Lin Zhao stood before Fu Cheng, his chest heaving, his eyes red-rimmed. He flailed his arms and legs wildly, hitting and kicking, venting his resentment and anger on Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng knew he was in the wrong. He stood before Lin Zhao, head bowed, eyes downcast, unmoving. He dared not argue, dared not dodge, and dared not grasp Lin Zhao's hands to restrain his movements. He even deliberately relaxed his muscles, so that Lin Zhao could hit him less hard and his hands wouldn't hurt afterwards. It was his fault. It was his mistake. He admitted his mistake and accepted the punishment, letting himself be hit and scolded. But Lin Zhao was a kindergarten teacher, usually gentle and kind, with small hands and little strength. Her hits didn't hurt much, and she rarely swore, only repeating the word bastard. Fu Cheng looked up and met Lin Zhao's bloodshot eyes. His body wasn't in pain, but his heart, infected by the zombie virus, throbbed faintly. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Zhao, exhausted from fighting, shook his hands and looked up, meeting Fu Cheng's sharp, unwavering gaze. However, Lin Zhao mistook the excessive pity and tenderness in his eyes for unrepentant. And he'd do it again. Lin Zhao instantly became enraged, grinding his teeth, grabbing Fu Cheng's collar, lunging forward, wrapping his arms around Fu Cheng's neck, opening his mouth wide as if to bite him. Fu Cheng was startled, snapping back to reality, quickly covering Lin Zhao's mouth, and sternly shouting, Xiao Zhao. Don't bite. If a person is bitten by a zombie, they will turn into a zombie. If a person bites a zombie, they will definitely be infected. Why was this zombie refraining from biting, while people were chasing and biting it? Lin Zhao, neck stiff, head against Fu Cheng's hand, like a calf, stubbornly pressed closer inch by inch. Fu Cheng, of course, wouldn't let him succeed. He tightly covered Lin Zhao's mouth, pinched his cheeks, and pushed him away. Xiao Zhao. Lin Zhao. After several shouts, Lin Zhao was still subdued by Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng wrapped one arm around Lin Zhao's waist and pressed the back of his head with the other, holding him firmly in his arms. Lin Zhao struggled a couple of times, but finding he couldn't break free, he stopped moving. Don't bite me! Don't do this, don't do this. Fu Cheng was still shaken, his heart pounded and his chest trembled as he spoke. Xiao Zhao, don't be silly. You're the silly one. Lin Zhao buried her face in his chest, repeating in a muffled voice, Fu Cheng, you're the silly one. Fu Cheng ruffled her hair, then looked up at the window above. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Zhao interrupted, You're not allowed to leave, you stay home. Fu Cheng patiently explained in a low voice, Xiao Zhao, I was scratched by a zombie. So what? Lin Zhao pulled away from his embrace, looking up at him. Nobody said that if you're scratched by a zombie, you definitely become a zombie. Nobody said that once you become a zombie, you definitely lose your memory and your mind. And nobody said that there's absolutely no medicine that can turn a zombie back into a human. This thing has only been out for a little over 10 days. Nobody can say for sure what it's like. Right? Fu Cheng pursed his lips, not answering. Lin Zhao stared intently at him and continued to question him. From beginning to end, it was just you imagining things, wasn't it? You wrote your own melodramatic script in your mind, then abandoned me and Xiaobao, and started acting it out on your own. You think you're the main character in this melodrama, the mute groom, silently bearing everything, leaving for a distant land, right? Hearing his description, Fu Cheng felt both angry and amused. No, Xiaozhao, I didn't think that way. You did. Lin Zhao didn't believe him and continued to press. Then let me ask you, what will you do after you leave like this? Will you become a zombie, dressed in rags, wandering around with other zombies? What if you can't find food and starve to death? What if you find someone, are about to eat them, and then get attacked by their accomplices? Fu Cheng said in a low voice, no. Even if I become a zombie, I'd be the strongest zombie. Then what about Xiaobao and me? Although you brought back a lot of supplies last night, there will always be a day when the food runs out. What will you do then? Xiaobao is so small, and I'm so weak, what will we do? Fu Cheng said without hesitation, I become a zombie, and go outside to find food for you. Okay? No. You become a zombie, leave with other zombies, and lose your mind. How will you remember us? Lin Zhao took a deep breath and turned her head away. Looks like I have to find Xiaobao's stepfather, someone stronger, more capable, and more responsible than you. I think Xiao Lu, who drove with you before, would be a good choice. He's not as tall as me. Then Xiao Gao, he's very tall. He's not as strong as me. Then find Xiao Shuang. He has a wife. The new world, the new era, is monogamous. He has a wife, but he's missing one. Lin Zhao deliberately puffed out her chest and patted her small frame. The next moment, Fu Cheng's face turned cold, and he slapped Lin Zhao's bottom. Xiao Zhao, don't say things like that. Then you stay. Lin Zhao grabbed his hand, looked at him seriously, her expression solemn, her gaze firm. Stay here. Stay with me and Xiaobao. Even if you become a zombie, Xiaobao and I will stay with you. I cook for you, and Xiaobao will play with your toys. The three of us will work together. Maybe we can awaken the zombie sanity, or maybe we can wait until a cure for the virus is developed. You promised me and Xiaobao that the three of us would stay together forever, never to be separated. You can't go back on your word. Fu Cheng was momentarily dazzled by Lin Zhao's bright eyes, seemingly wavering for a moment. Xiaozhao, the situation is different now. I know. You regret it. I won't. You and Xiaobao will both be turned into zombies by me. I'm not afraid. Lin Zhao's eyes were red, her neck stiff, resolute and stubborn. I'm not afraid. I'd rather the three of us become zombies than have you out there alone. Those zombies outside. Their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys are all sticking out, their limbs are severed, and they drag their intestines around everywhere. I don't want you to become like that too. Even if we become zombies, it's better for the three of us to become zombies at home than to be zombies outside. I'd rather be bitten by you than by any other zombie. Fu Cheng was shaken, stunned for a long time, speechless. Brother Cheng, I know what you're worried about. You stay home. Xiaobao and I will be extremely careful. You definitely won't get bitten. You have your own room. Lock the doors and windows. I have the key. I definitely won't let you out. Trust me, don't worry, okay? Lin Zhao looked at him, held his hand, pried open his tightly clenched fist, and threaded her fingers through his, firmly interlocking them. Fu Cheng whispered a reminder, Xiao Zhao, this isn't about keeping a dog. Of course, this isn't about keeping a dog. I won't put a leash on you. At most, I put a bite stopper on you, okay? Fu Cheng remained silent. Lin Zhao finally asked, who is the most educated person in our family? Fu Cheng looked at him and said in a hoarse voice, you. Who is the most cultured person in our family? You? Then whose opinion should we listen to? Fu Cheng remained silent. Alright. In that case. Lin Zhao thought for a moment. According to the family rules, let's vote. I go upstairs and call Xiao Bao. Lin Zhao turned to leave. Fu Cheng was about to stop him. Just then, Lin Xiaobao's voice came from the stairs. I support Daddy. The two looked up and saw Lin Xiaobao squatting on the liver-red stairs, gripping the stainless steel railing with both hands, peeking his little head out from behind. Why are you out here? Lin Zhao was a little surprised and quickly went over to pick him up. Didn't Daddy tell you to stay in your room? Lin Xiaobao pouted, looking pitiful. Daddy and Big Daddy were arguing, and they were making a lot of noise. No, we didn't fight. The next second, Lin Xiaobao raised his little hand. But I support Daddy. Fu Cheng frowned. Do you know what we're talking about? You support him? No. Lin Xiaobao said matter-of-factly. But Big Daddy said before that if one day Daddy and Big Daddy fight, I must stand on Daddy's side. He declared loudly. Because Daddy is always right. Fu Cheng choked, wiped his face, turned around, and leaned against the wall. Damn it, he dug his own grave. Lin Zhao hugged Lin Xiaobao and sat down on a small stool, not hiding anything from him, explaining the current situation to him in detail. A few days ago, Dad went out exploring and accidentally got scratched by a monster. Ah? Lin Xiaobao's mouth dropped open. What should we do? Will Dad die? He probably won't. But Dad has been infected with the monster virus and might turn into a monster. No. I don't want Dad to become a monster. Now, Dad wants to go outside to recover, but Dad wants him to stay home. Who do you support? Go outside to recover? Lin Xiaobao asked. To the hospital? Or to? Not to the hospital, but outside. Lin Zhao looked at Fu Cheng, grinding her back teeth, and deliberately said, like a stray puppy, running around outside, refusing to come home. How can that be? Lin Xiaobao was shocked. Dad will die. That's right. Lin Zhao nodded. There are many people outside like Dad, who have been infected with the virus. They infect each other, fight, and die quickly. No! Lin Xiaobao shouted, I support Dad. Big Dad must stay home. Dad and I will take care of. Fu Cheng stood up straight, turned around, and walked to Lin Xiaobao. Big Dad will turn into a monster. He go crazy, he bite you. Lin Xiaobao's face paled, and the words he was about to say stuck in his throat. He lowered his head, pinching his little arms and legs, lost in thought. Fu Cheng continued, It's the same if Daddy goes outside to recuperate. Daddy will protect himself and won't die. Don't worry. Lin Xiaobao looked up at Lin Zhao, then at Fu Cheng, and finally cautiously spoke. Then, Fu Cheng lowered his eyes and whispered, Stand on Daddy's side. Once Daddy's gone, you and Daddy will be safe, okay? Lin Zhao glared at him, but also said, Xiaobao, it's okay, you make the decision, Daddy and Daddy will listen to you. Then, Lin Xiaobao whispered, Can Daddy not bite my hand? Lin Zhao suddenly turned around, and Fu Cheng looked at him in disbelief. Lin Xiaobao pinched his round little belly, as if he had made a big decision. Daddy, bite my belly, I have a lot of fat on my belly. It's okay if I get bitten a couple of times. Lin Zhao hugged Lin Xiaobao, and the two of them sat together, looking at Fu Cheng pitifully with their two identical big eyes. Stay. Chapter 6. 2 votes to 1. Fu Cheng finally gave in, nodding very slightly. He agreed to stay. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao happily high-fived and were about to go upstairs to tidy up the room. Brother Cheng, then you can stay in Xiaobao's room. Xiaobao, is that okay? Dad is recovering in your room. You can sleep with Dad. My bed is too small, Dad can't fit. Dad is a patient, he should sleep in the big bed. That's fine, then let's go. Lin Zhao took Lin Xiaobao's hand, just about to go upstairs, when Fu Cheng spoke up. I'm not going upstairs. Huh? The father and son turned around simultaneously. I'm not going upstairs, Fu Cheng said seriously. You two will stay upstairs, and I stay in the garage storage room. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao explained in unison. How can that be? It's okay, Fu Cheng said solemnly. Zombies will scream and go berserk. The upstairs doors are thin, the rooms are closed together, there's no soundproofing, and it's not safe. One day, I break down the door and bite you. I stay in the garage, and you stay upstairs. The garage door, The security doors on the second and third floors, and the room doors will be in between, making you safe enough. But, Lin Xiaobao protested softly, there aren't any beds in the garage. Fu Cheng stared intently at Lin Zhao, who pondered for a moment and finally nodded. He had gone to great lengths to keep Fu Cheng here, not so that the three of them would turn into zombies together. Okay. Then you're not allowed to sneak out when Xiaobao and I aren't looking. Okay. Fu Cheng nodded. Xiaobao and I will get you a blanket and 2 sets of clean clothes. Take off that tattered thing you're wearing. Fu Cheng looked down at his black vest, now tattered into strips. The zombie virus was slowly invading his body. Since last night, he had lost all sense of temperature. For ease of movement, he had taken off his coat and thrown it away. The only other thing he was wearing, a tank top, had been torn by a stone on the wall while he was climbing over it. Lin Zhao earnestly instructed him, even zombies need to be clean and presentable, understand? Fu Cheng forced a stiff smile and chuckled, understood, Teacher Shuzhao. Can zombies take showers? Do you want to take a shower while you're still conscious? I showered last night. Really? Lin Zhao was surprised. I showered with the car. He stood next to the pickup truck, raised the hose, aimed it at himself, and poured it over his head. The car was clean, and so was he. Lin Zhao puffed out her cheeks. Showering together, you and it are a little ambiguous, aren't you? Fu Cheng was helpless, both amused and exasperated. Lin Zhao finally said, then move everything out of the storage room, as much as you can carry. Leave the stuff you can't move, and I try. Okay. With that, Lin Zhao pulled Lin Xiaobao upstairs. Fu Cheng looked around. Xiuzhao was thin and weak. How could he possibly leave his things to her? Their self-built house was quite large, with just one floor covering over 100 square meters. Fu Cheng had personally bought the land, hired the construction team, and designed the floor plans. He even tied the steel bars for the foundation himself. Fu Cheng's auto repair shop was in the front of the first floor, and the garage was in the back. The garage was large enough to fit a pickup truck, a motorcycle, and a small electric scooter, with a small, square storage room partitioned off next to it. The room wasn't big. It contained 2 large iron shelves and a long stainless steel table. Fu Cheng's car repair tools, Lin Zhao's kindergarten crafts, and Lin Xiaobao's and used toys were all piled inside. Fu Cheng went to the shelves, gripped the iron posts on either side, and tried to shake them. Not too heavy, Fu Cheng pulled on the posts and dragged the shelves out. The iron shelves scraped against the concrete floor, making a screeching sound. Fu Cheng dragged both shelves out in one go, placing them against the wall, leaving only the stainless steel table. He looked down at his palms. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that after being scratched by the zombie, his strength. Brother Cheng. Daddy. Just then, Lin Zhao, carrying a blanket, and Lin Xiaobao, carrying a pillow, came running down the stairs, panting heavily. Seeing that he had carried out 2 large shelves, the father and son stared wide-eyed, mouths agape in shock. Fu Cheng could almost see their red throats. Brother Cheng, if I remember correctly, these 2 shelves were secured with screws underneath, right? Daddy, are you a strongman? Oh no, you're a monster now. Fu Cheng frowned, belatedly realizing, I don't know. Never mind. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao exchanged a glance, then carried their things forward. Lin Zhao spread the blanket on the table, and Lin Xiaobao put the pillow on top. Lin Xiaobao asked, is this Daddy's room from now on? Will Daddy sleep here from now on? Lin Zhao nodded. Yes. Do monsters need to sleep? Probably. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, they do. Fu Cheng stood by the door, took a deep breath, raised his hand, and pressed it against the wound on his right arm. He was used to using pain to keep himself awake. All right, this is my room now. You 2 are not allowed to talk anymore, get out. No. There's one more thing. Lin Zhao drawled, holding up the medicine bottle and bandage in her hand, turning around and waving them at Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng was stunned for a moment, then looked down. The eyes of the 3 family members simultaneously fell on his arm. Lin Zhao's eyes widened. Who told you to scratch your wound? Lin Xiaobao chimed in, Daddy, you're naughty. Fu Cheng then realized that they wanted to bandage his wound. He instinctively refused, no need, it'd be fine in a few days. Keep the stuff, you and Xiaobao might need it later, don't waste it. There are zombies everywhere. Who has a bandage for wounds? We need it now. Daddy, when you're injured, you need to apply medicine. Even I, a 3-year-old, understand this. That's right. Come here. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao stepped forward, each taking one of Fu Cheng's hands, pulling him to the bedside and making him sit on it. Lin Zhao lowered his head, holding a cotton swab, carefully cleaning the blood and rotten flesh from Fu Cheng's wound. Lin Xiaobao held the clean, white bandage in both hands, standing seriously beside him, awaiting her father's instructions. "Brother Cheng, does it hurt now?" "No, I can't feel it." "Then I disinfect it with alcohol." "Okay." Dad and Uncle were talking together. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment, then stepped forward to encourage Uncle. "Uncle, you're braver than the bravest puppy in the cartoon." Fu Cheng frowned, feeling something was off, but still nodded politely. "Thank you." Lin Xiaobao happily whittled her bottom. "You're welcome." After disinfecting, Lin Zhao put the used cotton swabs and alcohol aside, and took the medicine bottle from Lin Xiaobao. He unscrewed the bottle, poured out the snow-white wound powder, and gently sprinkled it on Fu Cheng's wound. "Good, this medicine works not only on humans, but also on zombies." The bleeding stopped quickly. Lin Zhao finally picked up the bandage, and carefully wrapped it around the wound. Lin Xiaobao held his breath, getting closer and closer. "Daddy, go for it. Big Daddy's life is in your hands." Lin Zhao nudged his little head away with her elbow. "Oh, you little rascal, when did you secretly read life-giving literature without our knowledge?" "Huh? What's life-giving literature?" Lin Xiaobao didn't understand. "That's what they say in cartoons." Fu Cheng's lips curled up, looking at his wife and son's focused and serious expressions, his heart melting completely. It was his fault, he was wrong. He should have been more careful from the beginning. The zombie outbreak, the world collapsing, not only could he not protect his wife and son, but they had to take care of him. Fu Cheng turned his head away, hiding his face in the darkness, his shoulders trembling involuntarily. These past few days, he had been fighting the zombie virus within his body. He could feel his limbs becoming increasingly stiff, his mind increasingly chaotic. He could only control his actions by repeatedly reciting what he needed to do. For example, when gathering supplies, he silently repeated food. When driving back, he silently repeated home. When preparing to leave, he silently repeated out. Firmly believing, he mechanically repeated. That's how he endured it. But now, he fears he can't endure it any longer. He can feel his body becoming increasingly out of control, and his consciousness being gradually eroded by the virus. "Brother Cheng, all done." A familiar, cheerful voice came, and Fu Cheng suddenly snapped back to reality, looking up to meet Lin Zhao's smiling face. "Once you're all wrapped up, don't move around anymore. Xiao Bao and I will go upstairs to cook. You rest for a bit, and we bring you food later. It's just that I got up too late, so it might be a little late." "Okay." Fu Cheng paused, his voice now uncontrollably hoarse. Lin Zhao pulled Lin Xiaobao away from the garage. The moment the door closed, Fu Cheng was plunged into darkness. His last words were, "Xiao Zhao, lock the door." No, that wasn't the last. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Cheng, with a sudden burst of strength, opened his eyes, and abruptly stood up. He strode forward, and through the door, he shouted sharply, "Xiao Zhao, Xiao Bao, lock the door. Xiao Zhao, I don't need to eat. If you must bring me food, bring it through the window. You're not allowed to come in. Put on my military overcoat, helmet, and hat. Carry the kitchen knife and iron bar with you at all times. Hit me when you need to. Don't be soft-hearted. Did you hear me? Did you hear me, Xiao Zhao?" Lin Zhao stood outside the door, his face also hidden in the darkness, his expression unreadable. He simply responded softly, "I heard you. Brother Cheng, don't worry." The garage door closed and locked. Fu Cheng could no longer support himself, staggering back onto the bed, leaning against the wall. Sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the overhead exhaust fan, casting shadows on the floor in front of him. Fu Cheng wiped his face, clutching his forehead, feeling a sharp pain in his wound, which had festered deep inside. He raised his hand, intending to tear off the bandage wrapped around his arm, but his fingertips touched a small knot. Fu Cheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to bear the pain, and carefully felt it. It was a bow. Xiao Zhao must have tied it for him. He couldn't untie it. Fu Cheng withdrew his hand, remaining still. He closed his eyes, resting his head against the wall, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. He didn't know if listening to his wife and son and staying home was the right decision. He also didn't know if he would still recognize his wife and son after he fully transformed into a zombie. However, staying in the warmth of his home, smelling familiar scents, with his wife and son by his side, becoming a zombie. It didn't sound so bad. I wonder if his constant chanting of his wife and son's names will turn him into a zombie whose mind is filled with their names. Chapter 7. No matter what, Fu Chung was finally home. The heavy weight on Lin Zhao's heart eased a little. Lin Zhao cheered himself up, ate half a chicken leg that his neighbor, Grandpa Zhang, had given him, and drank half a bowl of chicken soup. After a quick bite to fill his stomach and regain his strength, he put on a small floral apron, hummed his favorite old song, and started cooking. You ask me how deep my love is, how much I love you. My feelings are true, my love is true. The moon. Lin Zhao stood in front of the stove, glanced out the window, and changed the lyrics. The sun represents my heart. He hummed the song, scooped a cup of rice from the rice container, poured it into a bowl, rinsed it carefully twice, put it in the rice cooker, and turned it on. Cooking rice would take about 20 minutes, which was perfect for preparing the ingredients. Lin Zhao found the half pig of pork Fu Chung had brought back last night, cut off a piece of marbled pork belly, and prepared to make braised pork. With the meat, he also stir-fried some vegetables to ensure a balanced diet. Lin Zhao looked around, his gaze finally settling on a box of lettuce. Lettuce is delicate and doesn't keep well. It had been bumped and jostled around in the box, and was already a little wilted. Lin Zhao put down the meat, squatted down in front of the box, and sorted through the lettuce, finding 2 heads that looked relatively fresh. Actually, it didn't matter. Fu Chung always left the roots on the lettuce he brought back. He could just soak the roots in 2 basins of water later in the afternoon. Lin Zhao nodded, making a mental note of it, and was about to stand up. The next second, he felt like his bottom had bumped into something. The next second, Lin Xiaobao's indignant voice rang out. Daddy! You bumped into me! Lin Zhao quickly turned around, and just as Lin Xiaobao's bottom was about to hit the ground and shatter into 8 pieces, he grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Lin Zhao was startled and patted his little bottom. You silly little thing. Why were you hiding behind Daddy's bottom without making a sound? Lin Xiaobao stood up straight, pouted, and whispered in protest, I want to stay with Daddy. Lin Zhao opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but seeing his pitiful little expression, he seemed to understand something. Although they had explained everything to Xiaobao, but his perfectly good dad was suddenly about to turn into a monster. Xiaobao must be unable to accept it, and inevitably worried and scared. It was precisely because of this insecurity that he wanted to cling to his dad. Seeing his dad's back to him, he quietly came up, wanting to stick close to him. Lin Xiaobao lowered his head, his little hands clasped together, and one foot rubbing against the ground. Please, please, don't send him away. Lin Zhao sighed, squatted down in front of him, and said earnestly, okay. I'm sorry, Xiaobao. Hearing his father apologize, Lin Xiaobao quietly raised his head, secretly observing his father. Lin Zhao continued, Daddy shouldn't have called you a little idiot. Lin Xiaobao looked up 50%. Daddy was afraid of bumping into you and hurting you, so I was a little anxious. Lin Xiaobao looked up 100%. Can you forgive Daddy? Looking up 200%. Lin Xiaobao straightened his back, regaining his energy. Of course. You're my daddy. Lin Zhao smiled and took his little hand. Then come help Daddy pick vegetables, okay? Okay. Lin Xiaobao moved his little stool over, and Lin Zhao picked up a head of lettuce. The father and son sat around the lettuce bowl. We're going to eat the lettuce leaves, so... I know Daddy taught me last time. Lin Xiaobao was eager to try. This time is different from last time. This time we can't break off too much. We have to leave a little bit of the root. Look, like this. Lin Zhao broke off a leaf and demonstrated for him. Lin Xiaobao cupped his face, asking in confusion, why? Because as long as you leave the roots, Dad can grow an endless supply of lettuce. Really? Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up. That way, Big Dad won't have to go on adventures anymore. Lin Zhao pursed his lips and nodded, yes. Then why didn't Dad plant them sooner? Because? Lin Zhao paused. We didn't have this vegetable at home before. Big Dad brought these back. Lin Zhao handed him the lettuce. Try it. Lin Xiaobao carefully grabbed the lettuce, which was bigger than his hand, and imitated his father's movements, breaking off a leaf. That's right, just like that. Great job. Lin Zhao stood up. Then you continue preparing the lettuce. Dad will go cut the meat. Okay. Lin Zhao stood by the stove, and Lin Xiaobao sat by the vegetable basin. The father and son were quietly busy preparing lunch. For a moment, the only sounds in the kitchen were Lin Zhao chopping meat, blanching it, and simmering sugar in a pot. The square pieces of pork belly crackled and popped in the pot. After frying for a while, seeing the meat pieces coated in the sugar and smelling the aroma of oil, Lin Zhao added half a ladle of water to the pot, and turned the heat to low to simmer. Water was added to the pot, and it crackled for a moment before quickly quieting down into a muffled bubbling sound. Lin Xiaobao's voice rang out again, "Daddy." Lin Xiao added seasonings to the pot while asking gently, "What's wrong?" Lin Xiaobao, clutching the vegetable leaf in her hand, mustered her courage and whispered, "Big Daddy. Will he die?" "What?" Lin Xiao turned around. "Of course not. Big Daddy will just turn into a monster. Monsters are so tall and strong, how could they possibly die?" "But," Lin Xiaobao sniffed, trying hard not to let tears fall, "Ultraman will come to fight the monster." "Of course not." Lin Xiao quickly put the lid on the pot and rushed to him. "That's how it's always in cartoons. Ultraman always beats the monsters. I don't want my dad to get beaten. I never like Ultraman again." The hatred for his father's death is irreconcilable, Lin Xiaobao hereby swears. From this day forward, he and Ultraman are sworn enemies. Lin Xiaobao grew increasingly sad, tears streaming down his face. Lin Xiao frantically wiped his hands on his apron, took out a handkerchief, and wiped away his tears. "Don't cry, don't cry. I don't want my dad to get beaten. My dad is a good person." "Ah. Right." Lin Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Ultraman doesn't beat good monsters. Lin Xiaobao, with tears welling up, looked at him, sobbing. What was Daddy saying? Actually. Lin Xiao picked him up, sat on a stool, and let Lin Xiaobao sit in his lap. He started making things up. "Xiaobao, actually, when we grow up, we might all become monsters." Lin Xiaobao, ? A long time ago, when my dad and I were very young, our classmate's aunt's neighbor's great-uncle turned into a monster. Lin Xiaobao, ? Sigh, that's the helplessness of being an adult. We can't choose whether or not to become monsters, but we can choose whether to be a good monster or a bad monster. Great-uncle chose to be a good monster. One day, Ultraman passed by their house and saw Great-uncle diligently farming. He not only praised him, but also helped him. Till 10 plots of land. Lin Xiaobao, ? Lin Xiao looked serious, her gaze firm, her tone resolute. That's called. Good people are rewarded, and good monsters are rewarded too. Big Daddy is a good monster too. Look, he locks himself at home and doesn't go out to bully anyone, so he won't get beaten up, he'd be praised. Lin Xiaobao blinked, holding back his tears. When Ultraman praises Big Daddy, can I go with him? He took back his previous vow. He still wanted to meet Ultraman. Lin Xiao smiled and said, then you have to take good care of Big Daddy, and keep a close eye on him. Don't let him do anything bad. Lin Xiaobao clenched his little fist, made up his mind, and nodded vigorously. Yes. I definitely will. Lin Xiao felt relieved and, imitating him, clenched his fist too. The father and son exchanged a determined look that sparkled with stars. Go for it. Try your best. Keep a close eye on Big Daddy. Just then, a soft clang came from the stove. The stew pot, bubbling and steaming, lifted the lid off. Lin Xiao put Lin Xiaobao down. Daddy's going to check the meat. Can you bring the vegetables you prepared and wash them? Lin Xiaobao puffed out his little chest, full of confidence. Yes. The two split up. Lin Xiaobao, carrying the basin of vegetables, stood on a stool and turned on the sink tap. Lin Xiao put arm sleeves on him, and let him do as he pleased. He opened the pot lid and poked the braised pork with chopsticks. It wasn't quite tender yet, it needed to stew a little longer. Lin Xiao took out a clean wok and placed it on another stove. Xiaobao, are the vegetables washed? Yes. He heated the oil in the wok, then added the vegetables. Raw vegetables cooked quickly. A quick stir-fry was all it took. Lin Xiao didn't add water to the dish. Instead, she scooped up a spoonful of braised pork broth and poured it in. Borrowing a little meat flavor meant no salt was needed, and it tasted even better. The situation was special. 2 dishes for the family of 3 wasn't a lot, but it wasn't little either. Lin Xiao also cooked 3 extra glutinous rice balls for Fu Cheng, as compensation for not having any for the Lantern Festival. After finishing the meal, Lin Xiao opened the cupboard and found a heart-shaped pink lunchbox to pack Fu Cheng's food. This lunchbox was bought by Fu Cheng. Lin Xiao works at a kindergarten, where she supervises the children's nap time at noon and occasionally takes them on spring and autumn outings. Fu Cheng was worried that he would eat leftovers and cold food, which wouldn't be good for his health, so he cooked at home every day and delivered it to him on his motorcycle. The pink lunchbox hung on the black motorcycle. It was a little tacky, but also a little funny. Now it was Fu Cheng's turn to eat from the lunchbox. Lin Xiao filled 2 bowls with rice, placed them upside down in the box, then added meat and vegetables, piling it high. Finally, she packed some glutinous rice balls separately in a thermos. That was it. For the first time delivering meals, Lin Zhao, as Fu Chung had requested, wore a heavy military overcoat and a thick woolen hat. Lin Xiaobao wanted to go too. So Lin Zhao also dressed him in a thick coat, hat, gloves, scarf, and mask. The father and son were bundled up tightly, looking like two round snowballs. Lin Xiaobao carried the thermos, and Lin Zhao held the lunchbox. Step by step, slowly and laboriously, they made their way downstairs. Dad, I don't want to wear so much. Dad wears the same thing. But I can't walk anymore, my legs feel shorter. There's no way around it, you have to wear this. Just hang in there a little longer. Why? Think about it, what if Big Dad suddenly goes crazy, rushes up, pins us both to the ground, and takes a big bite out of our bottoms? Ouch. Lin Xiaobao quickly covered his bottom. Dad, it hurts. It won't hurt. Lin Zhao deliberately mimicked him. How could it hurt? Big Dad only. 1 bite. Oh no, it's an overcoat. 2 bites. Oh no, it's a cotton padded jacket. 3 bites, 4 bites, 5 bites. A sweatshirt, a sweater, a cardigan. What? There's even an undershirt. Chapter 8. 2 little snowballs. A long journey. A long trek, from upstairs to downstairs, from the kitchen to the garage. Finally, they stopped in front of the storage room door. Hee-ho! Finally here. Short and stocky Lin Xiaobao, carrying an equally short thermos, stood before the tall iron door. Big Daddy is in here. He stepped forward, freeing one small hand to politely knock on the door. Big Daddy, open the door quickly. Daddy, and I have brought you food. But there was no answer from inside the storage room. Big Daddy ignored him. Lin Xiaobao scrunched up his little face, tilted his head, and pressed his ear against the door to listen for any sounds inside. The next second, a large hand descended from above, covering his little face and turning his head back. Xiaobao, Big Daddy doesn't have a key. How can he open the door for us? Lin Zhao took the opportunity to pinch his chubby cheeks. And we agreed with Big Daddy not to open the door just anywhere. Did you forget? I didn't forget, and I didn't say just anywhere. Lin Xiaobao said matter-of-factly, it's lunchtime now. How will Big Daddy eat if we don't open the door? Lin Zhao's eyes darted around, and she deliberately said, think about it, use your cleverness. Lin Xiaobao tilted his head, thinking seriously, we flatten the rice and vegetables into a big pancake and stuff it through the crack in the door. Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why are you laughing at me? Because you're so cute. Lin Zhao pinched his cheek one last time and handed him the lunchbox. But Big Daddy doesn't like pancakes, so Daddy thought of another good idea. Help Dad carry this, Dad's going to get the tools. Okay. Lin Xiaobao stood obediently, one arm around the lunchbox, and the other carrying the thermos. Lin Zhao looked around and finally brought out a long bench from the corner of the garage. The storage room wasn't big, but it wasn't completely enclosed either. There was an iron exhaust fan facing outwards, an iron door facing inwards, and a small window for ventilation. The only problem was that the walls of the self-built house were high, and the windows were also high. Lin Zhao placed the bench under the window, grabbed the wall with both hands, and climbed up in one go. The house had been thoroughly cleaned before the new year, and Fu Chung had wiped the high places very clean. Lin Zhao stood in front of the window, pushed it open, and peered inside cautiously. Brother Chung, I'm here. The storage room was a bit dark. Fu Chung didn't turn on the light again. Lin Zhao couldn't see clearly inside, only vaguely making out a tall figure lying on the bed he and Lin Xiaobao had made. The man's back was to them, motionless, seemingly asleep. Brother Chung? Lin Zhao called softly again, but Fu Chung still didn't respond. Okay, after running around outside for so long and even getting scratched by zombies. Brother Chung must be very tired. Let him sleep. Lin Zhao pursed her lips, making up her mind not to disturb him anymore. Lin Xiaobao stood beside him, her little head tilted high, her feet also standing on tiptoe. He couldn't see what was happening inside, so he could only ask in a drawn-out voice, Daddy, what's Big Daddy doing? Why isn't he paying attention to us? Big Daddy is sleeping. Lin Zhao turned her head, put her index finger up, and shushed him. We just put the lunch in quietly. Big Daddy's hungry, he eat by himself. Oh. Lin Xiaobao nodded, then consciously pouted. Is this small enough? The little one thought that if he made his mouth smaller, his voice would become softer. It's enough. Lin Zhao, holding onto the wall, jumped off the bench. He ran to the shelf and pulled out a piece of nylon rope and a plastic basket. Use this. Lin Zhao tied the rope to the basket and then had Lin Xiaobao put the lunchbox and thermos inside. He carried the things and climbed back onto the bench. He lowered the plastic basket through the window, holding the rope with both hands, inch by inch. Lin Zhao leaned over the windowsill, carefully maneuvering. The basket bumped and rubbed against the wall, making soft sounds from time to time. Fu Cheng in the room seemed to sense something. His shoulders trembled slightly. The rope seemed endless, and so did the darkness. After an unknown amount of time, the plastic basket finally touched the ground. Lin Zhao gently tugged the rope to make sure the things were stable before tying a knot in the rope and hanging it on the window latch. "Brother Cheng," he called softly and gently. "I made braised pork and lettuce today, and I also cooked some glutinous rice balls for you." Lin Zhao turned around and picked up Lin Xiaobao. Their two round heads nestled together. Xiaobao picked the lettuce, and she put the glutinous rice balls in the pot too. Lin Xiaobao snuggled in her father's arms, raised her little hand, and waved to her dad. "That's right. It was me. We're going to eat now. Take a nap at noon, and this afternoon I processed the lettuce you brought back. I want to try growing it in water. Eat if you're hungry, and put your bowl and chopsticks back in the basket when you're done. We come back to collect them tonight." Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then said nothing more. "Then we're leaving. Xiaobao, say goodbye to your big dad." "Bye-bye." Lin Xiaobao waved obediently. "See you tonight, big dad." "Let's go." Lin Zhao, carrying Lin Xiaobao in one arm and holding onto the wall with the other, tripped and fell as he got off the bench. "Ah!" Lin Zhao's exclamation rang out, and Fu Cheng in the storage room suddenly sat up, turning around to look. But he couldn't see anything through the door. He could only hear a familiar voice coming from the other side of the wall. "Xiaobao, you grown up again. Dad, are you trying to say I gotten fat?" "No. You're at the age where you're growing, and Dad is especially happy that you've grown up." The voices of the father and son grew softer and softer, fading into the distance. Fu Cheng could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, stumbling to the door, and pressed his ear against it. He held his breath, straining to listen. It was Xiao Zhao and Xiaobao. It was his wife. His son, but his ears were ringing. He could hear nothing but footsteps. Fu Cheng lowered his hand, bowed his head, his forehead pressed against the cold door, his whole body trembling silently. Yes, he hadn't been asleep at all, he had been pretending. He was just in so much pain. His limbs ached terribly, his head throbbed. It felt like hundreds, thousands of zombies were crammed into this small room, surrounding him, attacking him, summoning him. When Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao first appeared outside the door, he not only failed to recognize their voices immediately, but he even considered breaking down the iron gate to bite them. He didn't want to frighten them, didn't want them to see him in this terrifying state, so he simply turned his back to them and pretended to be asleep. He didn't want to forget Xiao Zhao, nor did he want to forget Xiao Bao. But he didn't know what to do. He really didn't know. Fu Cheng lowered his head, glancing out of the corner of his eye. The next second, the pink heart-shaped lunchbox in the corner, the only bright spot in the darkness, unexpectedly entered Fu Cheng's black and white eyes. In a daze, Fu Cheng seemed to see his wife and son holding the lunchbox, standing in front of him, their smiles warm. Yes. Time to eat. He should eat now. If his wife and son came to collect the lunchbox tonight and found he hadn't eaten, they would definitely be heartbroken. Fu Cheng made up his mind, dragging his stiff legs, and strode forward. He laboriously bent his knees, squatted down, carefully picked up the lunchbox, held it in his arms, and with equally stiff fingers, pried it open 5 or 6 times before finally managing to open it. The lunchbox was warm, piled high with food. Fu Cheng couldn't hold the chopsticks, so he had to forcefully bend his knuckles and grip them like a fork. He forked a piece of steaming braised pork, stuffed it into his mouth, ground it with his sharp canines, and swallowed it whole. The braised pork was very well made. Lin had blanched it beforehand to remove any unpleasant smell and stewed it with various spices and seasonings. But it was completely different from the steaming hot human flesh and blood that zombies craved. Fu Cheng couldn't taste anything, felt hot or cold, or sense hunger or fullness. However, he could clearly feel the food passing through his mouth, throat, esophagus, and finally into his stomach. Fu Cheng picked up the lunchbox and shoveled 2 more mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. The fragrant, hot home-cooked food gradually filled his stomach. Fu Cheng suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The zombies outside were either missing limbs or had their bellies ripped open, their internal organs and intestines spilling out. He was still whole, he still had his stomach, his intestines, and his heart. He still had his wife and son, and he could still eat the meals they prepared for him. Fu Chung leaned against the wall, eating his lunch while raising his left hand and pressing it against his chest. As long as his heart was still beating, he was happy. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao went upstairs. After finishing their lunch, the father and son tidied up briefly and went to their room for a nap. Actually, it wasn't really a nap. Lin Zhao was a late riser, not getting up until after 10 o'clock. He cursed Fu Chung in the garage, calling him a bastard, and then had to make the bastard's bed and cook for him. These were all very time-consuming things. So by the time they finished eating, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Lin Zhao, with Lin Xiaobao in tow, didn't dare sleep any longer. They only dozed off for half an hour before quickly getting up. Lin Zhao climbed out of bed and patted Lin Xiaobao's bottom. "Xiaobao, get up. You can't sleep anymore, otherwise tonight." Before he could finish, Lin Xiaobao suddenly opened his eyes and met his gaze. "Okay, Daddy." Lin Xiaobao climbed out of bed, grabbed his coat, and expertly put it on. Lin Zhao looked at him, momentarily incredulous. "Why are you being so obedient today? Not staying in bed?" Lin Xiaobao pouted and whispered, "Because I didn't sleep at all." I kept thinking about Daddy." "Oh, I see. Didn't Daddy sleep either?" "I felt him tossing and turning." "Yes." Lin Zhao sighed and patted his head. "It's okay, we go downstairs to see Big Daddy now." "Really?" "Of course," Lin Zhao said matter-of-factly. "We're so close to Big Daddy, of course we can see him whenever we want." "Whenever we want? How we want to see him? Besides, Big Daddy should be seen by us. If he doesn't see us, who else does he want to see him?" "Right. Right." Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously and quickened his dressing. He put on thick clothes and a heavy hat. The father and son, dressed neatly, went to the door of the storage room again. Lin Zhao stood on a bench, leaned on the windowsill, and peered inside. Lin Xiaobao stood beside him, looking anxious. "Daddy, did you see him? Did you see Big Daddy?" Sigh. Lin Zhao sighed, turned around, and said helplessly, "Big Daddy is still sleeping." "Still sleeping?" Lin Xiaobao was furious. "Big Daddy is a lazybones. A lazy monster?" Hey, hey, hey! Lin Zhao quickly stopped him. "Don't talk about Big Daddy like that. What if Ultraman hears you and thinks Big Daddy is a bad monster, and comes to kidnap him?" Lin Xiaobao realized what he meant, and quickly covered his mouth. "I'm sorry, Big Daddy. I'm sorry, Ultraman, my daddy is a good monster." "Okay, it's alright now that you explained. Ultraman heard you." Lin Zhao comforted him, while untying the nylon rope from the window latch, pulling the rope to lift the plastic basket containing the lunchbox. The lunchboxes and insulated containers they left at noon were empty. They even drunk the soup from cooking the glutinous rice balls. Not a drop left. Lin Zhao smiled and handed the empty lunchboxes to Lin Xiaobao. "Look!" Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up. She understood. Daddy woke up at noon and ate all the food they made. The father and son exchanged a smile, tacitly puffing out their chests, practically raising their little tails to the sky. "Thank you for liking it. They continue to work hard and make even better food." Lin Zhao jumped off the bench. "Let Daddy continue sleeping. Daddy and you can grow lettuce together, okay?" "Okay." Lin Xiaobao nodded. To keep Fu Chung company, the two of them processed the lettuce outside the storage room. Following her father's instructions, Lin Xiaobao found several empty beverage bottles on the shelf, carried them to the tap, and washed them clean. Lin Zhao went upstairs and brought down the lettuce roots they had specially saved for lunch, along with a pair of scissors. He cut the beverage bottle in half, filled the bottom half with water, unscrewed the cap on the top half, and inverted it so the water level was just near the bottle opening. Then he stuffed the lettuce roots inside, securing them to the bottle opening, ensuring the roots touched the water surface, but not submerged too deeply to avoid rotting. Lin Zhao was in charge of cutting the bottle, while Lin Xiaobao handled the rest. "Xiaobao, let's make a few more at once. We have plenty of lettuce at home." "Okay." The father and son sat on small stools, one cutting, the other stuffing, working in perfect harmony. The scissors cut the plastic bottle, making a snip, snip sound. Lin Zhao hummed a tune to the rhythm. "The shy rose, quietly blooming. Slowly unfolding, it leaves me with feelings. Spring's hand, turning the pages of its waiting. I'm secretly pondering whether I should gently pluck it." A soft song flowed gently. Lin Xiaobao forgot about work, squatted beside her father, cupped her face in her hands, and gazed intently at him. Fu Chung also forgot about pretending to be asleep, got up, walked to the door, leaned against it, sat down on the floor, and quietly listened to the song. The shy rose, quietly blooming, slowly burning, it doesn't acknowledge its feelings. The hand of the breeze, testing its waiting. I'm secretly hesitating whether I should. Lin Xiaobao sang, then seemed to sense something, looking up at the door of the storage room. Fu Chung, sitting on the floor with one leg crossed, noticed the song had stopped and turned to look as well. Through the iron gate, two gazes met. Until Lin Xiaobao waved her little hand in front of Lin Zhao. Daddy? Daddy! Lin Zhao finally snapped out of his daze. What's wrong? Scissors, dangerous! Lin Xiaobao stamped her foot anxiously. You've been spacing out! I'm sorry, I made Xiaobao worry. Lin Zhao quickly put the scissors aside and sincerely apologized. Daddy was spacing out because Big Daddy was spacing out too. How did Daddy know? Because... Lin Zhao held up two fingers, pointed to his eyes, then to the iron gate. Daddy has X-ray vision. Lin Xiaobao shook her head. I don't believe it. Daddy and Big Daddy have a telepathic connection. Lin Xiaobao continued to shake her head. I don't believe it either. Let's verify it. How? Look. Lin Zhao handed the cut-up beverage bottle to Lin Xiaobao and quietly stood up. He slowed his pace, moving towards the storage room. When he was just a step away from the storage room, Lin Zhao suddenly sped up, took a step forward, stepped onto the bench, grabbed the windowsill, and climbed up. Hello, Brother Chung. Lin Zhao poked his head out of the small window, his eyes crinkling with a smile, revealing 8 small white teeth. I knew it, you were definitely secretly listening to me sing. But at that moment, Fu Chung returned to the bedside, still with his back to the window, and lay down. Seeing that Fu Chung was still asleep, still in the same position, the smile on Lin Zhao's face instantly froze. He blinked, hiding the disappointment in his eyes. Okay, he had sensed wrong. Brother Chung wasn't awake at all, and he hadn't heard him sing. Lin Zhao sniffed, lowered his head, and silently left. Lin Xiaobao looked at him expectantly. How is it? Daddy, is Big Daddy awake? Not yet. Lin Zhao pursed his lips and explained, he often sleeps this long. Before you were born, he would go out to deliver goods, and after coming home, he would often sleep for a whole day, 2 or 3 days, and we couldn't wake him up. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Zhao's voice grew softer and softer. These words seemed to be comforting Lin Xiaobao, but they seemed more like comforting himself. Lin Zhao calmed himself down and took Lin Xiaobao's hand. Let's go, let's process the rest of the lettuce. Okay. The father and son went upstairs, took all the lettuce out of the box, stood it up, and placed it in a large basin of water. Add a little tap water, just enough to cover the bottom and submerge the roots. Okay, these lettuce plants will absorb the water themselves. Check back tomorrow, and they be fresh again. Really? Lin Xiaobao squatted in front of the basin, looking at the lettuce from all angles, preparing to draw a lettuce cultivation diary. Lin Zhao left him to observe the lettuce for a while, tidied up a bit, and then prepared dinner. The braised pork from lunch wasn't finished. There was still a small, half basin left, enough for another meal. She steamed some rice, stir-fried some vegetables, and made a soup. Lin Zhao tore the mushrooms into small pieces and made a stir-fried mushroom dish. She also soaked half a sheet of seaweed, grabbed a small handful of dried shrimp, and made seaweed and dried shrimp soup. The mushrooms were tender and smooth, and the seaweed soup was sweet and delicious. She packed everything in a lunchbox and a thermos, and took it down to Fu Chung. When they went downstairs, Fu Chung was still asleep. You rascal. Lin Zhao stood outside the window, grinding her teeth, finally unable to hold back, and muttered a curse under her breath. As a husband, I don't get to say a word to him all day, I don't even see his face. You sleepyhead reincarnated bastard, so annoying. Lin Xiaobao heard this and quickly reminded him, Daddy, you can't curse Daddy, Daddy will be arrested. Okay. Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks and said angrily, Come on, Xiaobao, let's go upstairs to eat, we're never coming to see him again. Sleeping all day, all he does is sleep. In the storage room, Fu Chung, with his back to him, heard his spiteful words and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yes, he was clearly awake, but he didn't dare face his wife and son. He was annoying, he was a rascal, he was a bastard. Chapter 9. A damn reincarnated from a sleepyhead, sleeping all day, all he does is sleep. Let's go, we're never coming to see him again, Midnight. The night was deep and quiet. Lin Xiaobao, his bottom sticking up, was fast asleep on the bed. Lin Zhao lay flat beside him, his hands raised above his head, his eyes blinking, staring silently at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. The words he had spoken to Fu Cheng outside the storage room when he brought him dinner that evening kept echoing in his ears. He called Fu Cheng a deadbeat, said Fu Cheng was really annoying, and said he would never come to see him again. Thinking about it now, it was a bit too much. Fu Cheng was injured. It was normal for him to sleep longer, but he was still so fierce. Actually, he regretted it a little as soon as he said those words. He didn't mean it, he was just a little angry. Fu Cheng could have gotten up to eat, but he always chose to get up when he and Xiao Bao weren't around. Whenever they appeared, Fu Cheng would turn his back to them. It was as if he was deliberately avoiding them. All day long, they hadn't seen his face. He knew that Fu Cheng had been scratched by a zombie, and might turn into one soon. But since he had decided to keep Fu Cheng at home, he should be prepared for the worst. He wouldn't despise Fu Cheng, much less hate him. Yet Fu Cheng always avoided him, as if trying to distance himself. It was truly chilling. Lin Zhao sniffed, withdrew his hand, and turned over. He stretched out his arm, and hugged Lin Xiaobao. Never mind, time to sleep. He said he wouldn't go see Fu Cheng, and he meant it. What's there to see in the middle of the night? Even if he did go, he'd only see his back. Lin Zhao made up his mind, adjusted his sleeping position, closed his eyes, turned his head, and buried his face in the soft pillow. Sleep, we talk about it tomorrow morning. He wasn't going to see Fu Cheng. No, he wouldn't go, he just wouldn't. The next second, a wild beast's howl echoed from afar. It was still far away, and the sound wasn't loud. By the time it reached them, it was just a faint, indistinct sound, like a dog barking. But Lin Zhao was still startled by the sound, and he sat bolt upright in bed. No. He still had to go down and check. Brother Cheng's wound on his arm was so deep, and the zombies outside were so ferocious. How could he really just ignore him? Lin Zhao raised his hand and clutched his chest, feeling his heart pounding wildly inside. Let's go down and check. Look at Cheng Ji, even if I can only see his back, it'd be alright. Lin Zhao made up his mind, threw off the covers, got out of bed, put on his cotton shoes and military overcoat, took out his keys from inside the overcoat, gently pushed open the bedroom door, and went out. He carried a large bunch of keys, opening the third-floor security door, the first-floor security door, the garage door, and finally arriving at the storage room door. Hey, Yu Xiaoyan, the storage room is quiet, not a sound. Cheng Ji didn't howl as loudly as the other zombies at night. Lin Zhao felt slightly relieved, skillfully climbed onto a bench, and looked into the window. The room was dark, with only a little moonlight shining through the gaps in the exhaust fan blades onto the floor. As expected, by the moonlight, Lin Zhao saw the man's tall back again. Fu Cheng was still lying on the bed with his back to the door and window. Only his back, nothing but his back. Lin Zhao was no longer angry. She simply sighed, placed her hands on the windowsill, and stared at him intently, like a schoolchild in class. She stared like this for several minutes. Lin Zhao pursed her lips and tentatively called out, "Brother Cheng?" Fu Cheng's body trembled slightly, but he forced himself to remain still, not daring to turn around. "I know you're not asleep," Lin Zhao said knowingly. "You haven't slept all day, have you?" Fu Cheng clenched his teeth, forcing himself to stare intently at the wall in front of him, not wanting to lose focus. But Lin Zhao clearly didn't want to let him off so easily. His voice was still gentle, tinged with a hint of probing. "Don't you want me and Xiaobao to see your face? Have you lost your tongue? Don't you want me and Xiaobao to know? Are you out of control, afraid of scaring me and Xiaobao?" Fu Cheng's throat tightened, and his eyes suddenly became bloodshot and hot. So Xiaozao knew. Xiaozao was the smartest person in the family. He knew everything. "Don't be like this. I've seen zombie movies. I know that when humans become zombies, their teeth become sharp, their eyes turn red, and they lose control. I know all that. I'm not afraid, not at all. Because I also know that you are my husband, the Cheng Ji who has always protected me. I made a vow at our wedding that no matter what, in sickness or health, no matter what you become, I will love you." Lin Zhao crossed her legs, one hand supporting her chin, and chuckled softly, as if thinking of something. "Thank goodness you were trendy, and had a Western-style wedding, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make my vows. Maybe you really were asleep, but I just felt like you weren't. Whether you turned back or not, I just couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and wanted to talk to you." I want to tell you very seriously, very seriously. I'm not afraid of you, really. Having said almost everything, Lin Zhao lowered her eyes, and finally said, Chung-ji, I'm sorry. There was a moment of silence inside and outside the room after she said that. Fu Chung subconsciously clenched his fists, his heart feeling as if it were being squeezed, a sharp throbbing pain. Why should Xiaozhao apologize to him? He upset Xiaozhao again, hadn't he? Lin Zhao puffed out her cheeks and whispered, I shouldn't have scolded you like that this afternoon. I just wanted to talk to you. I didn't understand you at all. I'm so bad, I'm sorry. No. Nonsense. Xiaozhao is good, Xiaozhao isn't bad at all. Xiaozhao has no reason to say sorry. Fu Chung shouted this in his heart, in his mind, with a deafening roar. But in reality, he opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, but no sound came out. His throat was stiff and hard. Even if he made a sound, it was only the panting of a wild animal. Fu Chung gritted his teeth, and as he fought against the virus, hot tears streamed down his face. Speak. Answer. Talk to Xiaozhao. Tell Xiaozhao you're not angry, you're not asleep. You love him too. Fu Chung was still struggling. Lin Zhao waited outside the window for a while, but seeing that he showed no intention of turning back, she gave up. All right. Lin Zhao deliberately made his tone lighter. Then I'm going upstairs to sleep. You should go to sleep too. Anyway, we still have a long time to go, right? After a soft sound, Lin Zhao turned and left. Fu Chung completely collapsed, falling heavily onto the bed. The next second, Fu Chung rolled off the bed and stood up again. On the other side, Lin Zhao locked the garage door and the first floor security door, then went upstairs with the keys. He knew that Brother Chung was both strong-willed and stubborn. For over 20 years, no matter what happened, Brother Chung had never admitted defeat, nor had he ever shown the slightest weakness or vulnerability in front of him and Xiaobao. Now that things had changed, Brother Chung would be even less likely to show them his wounds. Lin Zhao was no longer angry. On the contrary, his heart ached terribly. Lin Zhao returned to his bedroom on the third floor, picked up the thermos, and poured himself a cup of hot water. He held the ceramic cup in both hands, and sat down at the table by the window. Lin Xiaobao was sleeping on the bed behind him. Afraid of waking him, Lin Zhao hadn't turned on the ceiling light, only the small table lamp, dimmed to its lowest setting. The warmth of the hot water seeped through the cup, warming his palm. The rising steam blurred his vision. Lin Zhao lowered his head, gently blowing away the steam, and took a sip of the hot water. The warmth spread through his body, making him feel much better. Just then, Lin Zhao suddenly noticed the calendar Lin Xiaobao had placed on the table, a lettuce growth diary. Yesterday afternoon, they had used tap water to grow a large pot of lettuce, along with several mineral water bottles full of lettuce roots. Lin Xiaobao didn't believe lettuce could drink water on its own, so she decided to follow his advice and keep a lettuce growth diary. Every day, he carefully observed and drew the lettuce. Lin Xiaobao took this very seriously. Because he couldn't write, a 3-year-old illiterate, he even brought a black crayon and asked his father to write the title on the cover. 6 large characters, written in neat, square characters by Lin Zhao. On the first page was a drawing of wilted lettuce, with bare roots, drawn by Lin Xiaobao in yellow crayon. Lin Zhao looked at Lin Xiaobao's childish scribbles, and couldn't help but smile. Since he couldn't take Xiaobao out to play, having him observe the lettuce would cultivate his spirit of exploration. Just then, Lin Zhao suddenly thought of something, and his smile froze. That's it. An observation diary. He should keep an observation diary too. Lin Zhao snapped back to reality, bent down, opened a drawer, and took out a brand new, unwritten lesson plan book. He unscrewed his pen, turned to the first page, and carefully recalled the events, writing down the dates and details accurately. February 4th, 3000, Lunar New Year's Eve. People's Square, Zombie Virus Outbreak. February 9th, 3000, the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Fu Chung went out to find supplies, and returned safely that day. February 14th, 3000, the 10th day of the Lunar New Year. Fu Chung went out to find supplies. Lin Zhao didn't go with him in between, so she didn't know what happened. Lin Zhao skipped a few lines, and continued writing. February 19th, 3000, the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, Lantern Festival. Around midnight, Fu Chung returned home. Scratched by zombies, 3 wounds on the outside of his right arm, the wounds were about. Lin Zhao closed her eyes, trying hard to remember. The wounds were about 8 centimeters deep, one about 20 centimeters long, and the other 2 about 15 centimeters long, with exposed bone. On February 20th, 3000, Yunnan Biao was applied to Fu Chung, which had a significant hemostatic effect. The wounds were also bandaged. Today's meals: lunch, rice noodles, braised pork, stir-fried lettuce. Dinner. He finished eating everything. Today, Fu Chung seemed to still retain some self-awareness, avoiding people. Lin Zhao hunched over the table, writing down everything he could remember, word by word, stroke by stroke. As of now, no one knows what the zombie virus is like. Therefore, he had to record everything he had given Fu Chung, including what medicine and food. In case Fu Chung became unwell later, he could look for problems in this record. In case Fu Cheng's condition improved later, he could also look for the cause in this record. In case a skilled doctor or scientist passed by this place in the future, they could use this record to help them. Even if none of the above happens, he gain a better understanding of zombies' habits, and be able to better protect and care for Chung Ji. This is Chung Ji's medical record. This is his. Lin Zhao flipped to the cover of the lesson plan book, pulled out a marker, and wrote on it, Zombie Husband Feeding Diary. 8 large characters covered the original Little Sun Kindergarten lesson plan book. Lin Zhao let out a long sigh, looked up, and gazed out the window, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Once he finishes writing in this book, Chung Ji will be better. No matter what, he will record it carefully. The moonlight was bright, shining on the earth, through the gap in the curtains, falling on the paper in front of Lin Zhao. The words also fell through the gaps in the fan blades onto the wall in front of Fu Chung. In the storage room, Fu Chung sat in the corner, holding a screw, carving words into the wall. The screw was originally used to secure the shells, but Fu Chung had loosened it while moving the shells. Now, Fu Cheng's joints were stiff, and his vision was blurry. It took him a great deal of effort to pick up the screw that had fallen to the ground. He sat on the floor, his left hand outstretched, holding several screws, while his right hand laboriously pinched a screw, carving a single character, stroke by stroke. Good morning. As the last stroke ended, Fu Cheng's hand loosened, and the screw fell to the ground. He tentatively reached out, his cold, stiff fingertips touching the words he had painstakingly carved. Fu Chung lowered his head, his forehead resting against the wall. Xiao Zhao Lin Zhao. She was his most beloved wife. He couldn't forget her, he could never forget her. And Xiao Bao. Fu Chung silently repeated the word early several times in his mind, then immediately picked up another screw, and continued carving characters beside it. Full. How do you write the character full? He forgot. He suddenly forgot. How could he forget? Damn it. He should have known better than to name his son this. Just call him Xiao E. How much better. Simple strokes and easy to remember. There was no way around it. The name was already chosen, and now he couldn't change it. Fu Chung gritted his teeth, banged his forehead against the wall twice, and forcibly dug the character full out of his brain. Okay, now it's written. Xiao Bao Lin Xiao Bao. His most beloved son, he couldn't forget him. Fu Chung reaffirmed his resolve, silently reciting his wife and son's names without stopping, engraving their names into his heart. Outside the window, the night remained dark, and the zombies roared incessantly. Lin Zhao sat at the table. Fu Chung leaned against the corner of the wall. Lin Zhao picked up her pen. Fu Chung raised his hand. Lin Zhao wrote. Fu Chung recited silently. At this moment, the moonlight shifted, falling upon them both. Never forget, never betray. Chapter 10. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. Early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking. Intermittent, faint roars echoed from downstairs. Ouch. In the bedroom, the curtains were drawn. Lin Xiaobao rolled over, lying on the bed like a pancake, kicking his legs forcefully twice. His kicks were so powerful that even the 8-pound cotton quilt covering him slid down. Who was it? So inconsiderate. Don't they know Xiaobao is growing, and needs plenty of sleep? Ugh. Lin Zhao was woken up by his kicks, also groggily rolling over, groping to hug him, covering his ears, and pulling him back under the covers. Okay, it's okay, don't hate it, go back to sleep. Through the blanket, his father gently patted Lin Xiaobao's little chest. Lin Zhao soothed him while sleeping, not even opening his eyes. Brother Chung. Lin Zhao whimpered, but there was no response behind him. This shouldn't be happening. Usually, in situations like this, Fu Chung would stretch out his arms and hug him and Xiao Bao, covering his ears just as he covered Xiao Bao's. Why isn't he moving today? The roar grew louder and fiercer. Lin Zhao let out a soft woof, twisted his body, and burrowed deeper into the covers. How annoying. What's going on? Is it Grandpa Zhang's rooster crowing? Or are those energetic young men riding their ghost-like motorcycles home from their night shift? He kicked his foot, exactly like Lin Xiaobao had done earlier. Brother Chung, go down and check. The rooster and the young men are afraid of you. Go down and talk to them. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Zhao suddenly snapped awake and opened his eyes. Wait a minute. Chung Ji was home, but not in the bedroom. Chung Ji had been scratched by a zombie and infected with the zombie virus. Last night, he was writing his zombie husband feeding diary until midnight. So what's making that noise now? His heart clenched, and Lin Zhao abruptly threw off the covers and scrambled off the bed. Could it be Chung Ji calling? No. He had to go check. Lin Zhao was about to go out when, before his feet even touched the ground, he felt a blur before his eyes swayed and fell back onto the bed. Ah! He gotten up too abruptly. His head was spinning. Lin Zhao rubbed his forehead and shook his head vigorously. His blurry vision cleared, and Lin Zhao tucked Lin Xiaobao in, then opened the bedside table drawer, took out a pair of headphones, and put them on him. He pressed a button, and a soothing lullaby began to play. This way, Xiaobao wouldn't be woken up. After doing this, Lin Zhao put on his slippers, grabbed the headboard, and tried to stand up again. Thankfully, everything was alright. Lin Zhao tiptoed out of the room and hurriedly ran downstairs. The zombie virus had suddenly broken out on a large scale on New Year's Eve. He was terrified of these things. He always felt uncomfortable just looking at them, seeing blood everywhere. He only caught fleeting glimpses on the street, and always kept the curtains drawn at home. Before Fu Chung was scratched, he had never imagined that he would one day have to carefully observe zombies. He didn't know exactly what it would be like to be infected with the zombie virus. But pain and torment were certain. The soles of his slippers clattered softly over the steps. Lin Zhao ran a hand through his hair, a pang of regret in his voice. He shouldn't have slept so soundly last night. He should have finished writing in his diary around 1 or 2 a.m., and then gone down to check on Fu Chung. He should have set an alarm for 3 or 4 a.m. to go down again. He should have gone down at least 3 times a night, like a dorm supervisor checking rooms. Lin Zhao reached the storage room, climbed onto a bench, and expertly scaled it. He pried open the window latch and pushed open the window. The sun hadn't risen yet, and even if it had, it would be pitch black inside. Lin Zhao peeked out, trying to make out his surroundings. Fu Chung was still in the same position as yesterday, lying on the bed with his back to him. It seemed the howling zombie wasn't him. Thank goodness. Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Brother Chung is alright. However, Lin Zhao closed the window, looked up, and glanced around. The roaring sounds he heard from his bedroom on the 3rd floor weren't loud. Now that he was on the 1st floor, the sounds immediately became louder. Listening carefully, it seemed very close, separated only by a few walls. So, there were zombies lurking near their house. But he didn't know if they were simply passing by or had their eyes on their house, trying to break in. Lin Zhao tensed up again, his heart pounding. He jumped off the bench, decisively grabbed the iron bar propped against the wall, and awkwardly gripped it, weighing it in his hand. Where were the zombies? Lin Zhao gripped the iron bar tightly, standing in front of him. This was the stance Changge had taught him, a way to protect himself. If anything attacked him, he could immediately retaliate. Lin Zhao carefully moved to the wall, walking forward close to it. He walked along, peering out the window through the glass, searching for any trace of zombies. No matter what, zombies weren't allowed near their house. That was his rule. However, Lin Zhao circled the garage and repair shop on the 1st floor twice, but didn't find a single zombie. Just as Lin Zhao thought the zombies were gone, and was about to put down his weapon, a roar suddenly came from not far away. Lin Zhao was startled, and turned sharply to look in the direction of the sound. He saw nothing. Strange, he had searched the entire 1st floor, and hadn't seen any zombies. Where did the sound come from? Lin Zhao gripped his iron rod tightly, his mind racing. Could it be that in just over 10 days, zombies had evolved wings and taken to the skies? Or, had a zombie already broken into their house, and was hiding in a corner? No, impossible. While searching for the zombies, he had also checked the doors and windows. The doors and windows on the 1st floor were all securely locked, with no signs of forced entry. Where are these sounds coming from? And how can they be so close? Suddenly Lin Zhao had a flash of inspiration. He grabbed the iron rod and ran upstairs. Right, there's one more place he hasn't checked. Lin Zhao ran up to the 2nd floor, into the living room, and to the back window. He pulled the curtains open a crack and peeked outside. Sure enough, 2 or 3 zombies, dragging their entrails, were wandering around below. The back window of the second-floor living room faces directly down into the storage room, where Fu Chung is currently staying. He had promised Fu Chung not to open the door and go in casually, so he hadn't gone in to check during his patrol. Right now, those zombies were huddled around the exhaust fan in the storage room, circling around like headless flies. Heads bowed, they seemed drawn by something, relentlessly moving forward, constantly bumping into the wall. Finding no way forward, they scratched at the outer wall with their fingers, leaving streaks of bright red blood, occasionally letting out a low growl. One zombie cried out, and the others joined in. The call and response, the singing and chanting, were like humans greeting each other. Lin Zhao hid behind the curtains, his face contorted with confusion as he watched them. There was a wall behind their house, and the path wasn't wide. How did they get here? This had never happened before. What were they doing? Were they trying to break in? Why did they want to come in? What in the house was attracting them? Why were they calling out? Who were they greeting? Or rather, who were they summoning? The next second, a thought flashed through Lin Zhao's mind. His brow twitched, and his heart skipped a beat. Fu Chung. It's Fu Chung. These zombies have their eyes on his Chung Ji. Fu Chung was scratched by a zombie, so he definitely carries their scent. These zombies smelled the familiar scent and mistook Fu Chung for one of their own, which is why they're lingering outside. Lin Zhao gripped the iron rod tightly, lowered the curtains, and ran away. No! Chung Ji is his husband, his son's father. Chung Ji is human. He can't let other zombies summon him, lure him. Lin Zhao ran back to the garage, tiptoed, grabbed a bunch of firecrackers from the shelf, picked up a lighter, and hurried upstairs. He returned to the back window, hid behind the curtains, and very quietly and carefully pried open the window latch, pushing the window sash open a tiny crack. Lin Zhao's hands trembled violently, his heart pounding even harder. There were 3 zombies below. They were all adults, not short. Through the bloodstains covering their bodies, one could vaguely make out their blue overalls. Less than a kilometer east of their home was a car factory. These zombies were probably workers who had stayed at the factory during the Lunar New Year to earn triple wages. Unexpectedly, instead of earning money, they had become zombies. Lin Zhao gripped the firecrackers and iron rod in his hands, took a deep breath, and suppressed all the chaotic emotions: pity, sympathy, worry, fear, terror, that swirling mix of feelings. The zombies were right in front of him. He couldn't care less. He couldn't back down. He couldn't let them roam here. What if they damaged the exhaust fan? What if they crawled inside the exhaust fan? What if they really assimilated Chung Gu with their cries? He couldn't save everyone in the world. He could only do everything he could to protect his home. Even if none of the above would have come true, these zombies still roam here, leaving behind a trail of blood and entrails. The stench of blood will attract even more zombies. Then, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Lin Zhao exhaled, gritted his teeth, pressed the lighter, and brought the firecracker fuse close. Because he was too nervous, his hand slipped twice and then wobbled. On the third try, the flame finally aligned, igniting the fuse. The fuse hissed and crackled. Lin Zhao quickly opened the window, tossed the firecracker out, and threw it over the wall. Bang! The firecracker exploded in midair before it even hit the ground. Lin Zhao, in one go, lit 3 more and threw them all out. Bang, bang, bang. After finishing, he immediately closed and locked the window, then hid back inside. Through the glass, Lin Zhao held his breath, staring intently at the scene below. Several zombies, clearly attracted by the firecrackers, twisted their stiff necks, turning their heads at an incredible angle to look at the source of the sound. Lin Zhao's palms were sweating as he silently prayed. Go away! Go away quickly! Don't gather here. Don't come looking for Fu Chung. Fu Chung isn't with you. My brother Chung isn't a zombie. He's not one of you. Go away. Finally, whether it was the sound of the firecrackers that worked, or Lin Zhao's willpower that came true, the zombies growled, slowly took steps, and turned to leave. Lin Zhao didn't dare relax and continued praying. Yes! That's it! Let's go! Hurry! They probably couldn't find their way. They circled around, bumped into walls, and kept coming back. Lin Zhao's heart pounded. He desperately wanted to rush down and lead them. Over there. Over there. Not this way. Seeing them about to return, Lin Zhao had no choice but to open the window again and throw a firecracker outside. This time it worked. The zombies finally found the right path and stumbled away. Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Coming to his senses, he realized he was drenched in sweat again, his pajamas soaked. But even though the zombies were gone, he didn't dare linger. He hurriedly ran downstairs, unpacked the long hose Fu Chung used for washing cars, and carried it up along with the high-pressure water gun. Lin Zhao connected the hose to the kitchen faucet, dragging the long hose, and went back to the window. The moment the tap was turned on, a powerful jet of water gushed out. The water was so strong, the recoil so great, that Lin Zhao almost lost his grip. He gripped the hose with both hands, directing the water towards the exterior wall to wash away the bloodstains left by the zombies. Splash! The water sprayed against the wall, splashing up droplets that flowed through the exhaust fan and into the storage room. Fu Chung lay on the bed, seemingly influenced by the zombies, uncontrollably letting out low growls in response to his kind. Roar, roar. The next second, water droplets drifted in, landing on his face. Fu Chung jolted awake, sat up abruptly, and pressed his palm against the inscription on the wall, tracing the familiar strokes with his hand. Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao. Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao. He quickly repeated his wife and son's name several times, suppressing the growls that threatened to escape his throat. He's not a zombie, he's not a zombie, he's not. It's raining. Fu Chung went to the exhaust fan, stretched out his hands to catch the falling raindrops, trying to clear his head. Just then, from somewhere, seemingly from the sky, a youthful, cheerful voice drifted over. Brother Chung, I didn't expect you to be such a heartthrob. Oh, more like a zombie heartthrob. They all come looking for you. Fu Chung paused, looking up at the sound. Lin Zhao seemed to be talking to herself, yet also to him. Lin Zhao continued, but I'm rather domineering. I chased them all away. I won't let you go with them. Just then, the sun rose, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the fan blades, through the mist in the air, falling on Fu Cheng's face. In a daze, it seemed as if a rainbow arched across the small window of the exhaust fan. The angel living upstairs declared domineeringly. Brother Chung is mine. He's only allowed to be with me. Fu Chung regained some of his senses, and chuckled softly. Okay, I'll only be with Xiao Zhao. Chapter 11. Brother Chung is my man. He's only allowed to be with me. No other zombies are allowed to come looking for him. I chase them away if they do. Humph. Lin Zhao leaned out halfway out of the second-floor window, gripping the high-pressure water gun nozzle with both hands, and yanked hard on the long hose. Like wagging a kitten's tail. He manipulated the water flow, cleaning the exterior wall, while muttering to himself. He didn't know Fu Chung was awake, nor did he know Fu Chung would hear him. He was just, alone, facing 3 zombies, facing vast swaths of bright red, foul-smelling blood, a little scared. So he thought he'd say a few words, make a sound, to bolster his courage. Brother Chung isn't a zombie. Brother Chung is my husband. Even if Brother Chung becomes a zombie, he'd still be my husband. He's a domesticated zombie I raised, clean, respectable, and polite, not a wild one. Hee. Lin Zhao leaned against the window, meowing and purring like a kitten. He repeated the same few sentences over and over. Towards the end, his mouth was dry, his mind went blank, and he really didn't know what to say. He shook the hose, and started singing softly again. Cold, icy rain, slapping haphazardly on my face. Warm tears, la la la. Lin Zhao forgot the lyrics. Fu Chung stood in the storage room downstairs, feeling the fine, dense water droplets drifting in from the exhaust fan and hitting his face. More and more, faster and faster. Fu Chung was both amused and exasperated, his laughter a mixture of indulgence and helplessness. His wife sings so well. It's beautiful and reflects reality. He and his wife have a telepathic connection. Lin Zhao gripped the water gun nozzle, aimed it at the exterior wall, and rinsed it for a full 10 minutes. Only after washing away all the blood from the wall, and eliminating any trace of bloodiness from the air, did he turn off the tap. Lin Zhao rolled up the long hose, packed it up, and carried it downstairs. Passing the storage room door, he raised his hand and gently tapped the iron gate. Brother Chung, sleep peacefully. I sent all your zombie friends away. Don't even think about going out and fooling around. Fu Cheng's lips curled into a smile as he tried to make a sound, but only managed a low snort from his stiff throat. Yes, ma'am. Wife. Like a wolfhound whining. But the sound was too low for Lin Zhao to hear. He yawned, stretched, and prepared to go upstairs for a nap. It was still early. Xiao Bao was definitely still asleep. Before Xiao Bao woke up, Lin Zhao pinched his round little belly and cuddled his chubby little face. It was well padded, soft to the touch, and even had a built-in heating system and a speech system. It was 100 times more squishy than the plush toys sold in the mall. Lin Zhao thought happily, just about to step onto the stairs. The next second, a familiar voice came from above him. "Daddy!" "Huh?" Lin Zhao was startled and almost lost his balance. He grabbed the railing with one hand and clutched his chest with the other, looking up. He saw Lin Xiaobao, wearing dinosaur pajamas and the headphones Lin Zhao had put on him, standing at the corner of the stairs. He frowned, pouted, and stomped his foot. Xiao Bao's anger shook the earth. "Daddy, did you secretly open the door and sneak in to see Big Daddy?" "No. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't just open the door? You broke your promise." "No. You and Daddy secretly met, secretly dated, without even inviting me. You don't treat me like your son at all." "No." "What?" Lin Xiaobao was initially very angry, but the more he spoke, the more aggrieved and saddened he became. His lips trembled, and he cried. He was woken up early in the morning. He wanted to find his father, but his father wasn't there. He wanted to find Daddy, but Daddy wasn't there either. This little brat's life is so bitter. Bitterer than his father's favorite chocolate. "No!" Seeing him cry, Lin Zhao quickly stepped over the 3 steps, squatted down in front of him, and hugged him tightly. "I'm innocent." "Daddy didn't." "Xiaobao, sir." "I'm innocent." Lin Xiaobao froze, his eyes widening in shock as he looked at his father. "Dad, how dare you scold me? I watch so many cartoons and TV dramas. I'm not illiterate. I know little person is a bad word." "No." Lin Zhao pursed his lips, trying to suppress a laugh, and corrected himself. "It's a misunderstanding, little kid, little brat, Xiaobao." Lin Xiaobao pouted, puffed out his cheeks, and looked incredulous. Lin Zhao hugged him, gently shook him, and explained earnestly, "Dad didn't open the door and go in. Dad just stood outside the door and said one sentence to Big Dad." Lin Xiaobao was skeptical. "Really?" "Of course it's true." Lin Zhao continued, "Just now, a monster was walking around near our house, trying to break in and bite your bottom." "Ouch." Lin Zhao opened his hand and pinched his buttocks. "Ouch." Lin Xiaobao wiggled his bottom, trying to struggle. "Just talk, don't bite me." "To protect you and Big Daddy, Daddy took weapons and fought the monster for 300 rounds, until the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light." "And then?" Lin Xiaobao blinked, looking at his father worriedly. The innocent little Bao completely believed his father's words. "Did Daddy win?" "Of course." Lin Zhao pulled up his sleeves, revealing his slender, fair arms, showing Lin Xiaobao his perfect arm muscles, a confident look on his face. "Otherwise, could you and your father have stayed home so safely?" "Wow!" Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up as she looked at him with admiration. "Daddy, you're amazing." "But..." Lin Zhao's smile faded, his eyes lowered, and he sighed. "Sigh? Daddy?" Lin Zhao turned his head away, not letting him see the tears in his eyes. Xiaobao misunderstood Daddy, and even spoke to him so fiercely. "Daddy is so heartbroken." "I'm sorry." Lin Xiaobao rushed forward, burrowing into his father's arms, and patted his back with his little hands. "I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't mean to." "What?" Lin Zhao opened his mouth wide, and cried even louder. Lin Xiaobao frantically comforted him, trying to wipe his tears. I woke up this morning and found Daddy wasn't next to me, so I thought Daddy and your father had abandoned me. Because your father did the same thing before. I was sleeping soundly with Dad, and then he took me to his crib while I was asleep, and then he monopolized Dad all by himself. I thought it would be the same this time, so. Lin Xiaobao hugged his father, and gently rocked him, like his father had comforted him. "I'm sorry, Dad, I misunderstood you." "Okay." Lin Zhao nodded, "Then I forgive you this time." Lin Xiaobao looked at his father's face, feeling that something was off. Where were his tears? Where were Dad's tears? Never mind. As long as Dad forgives him. Lin Xiaobao grinned foolishly. "Thank you, Dad." "Let's go." Lin Zhao took his hand. "Let's go upstairs to brush our teeth, wash our faces, and change our clothes." "Okay. What do you want for breakfast? Porridge or noodles?" Lin Xiaobao tilted his head. "Again, you're going to use your little things again?" Lin Zhao understood. "Then think about it slowly in your mind." "Let's," Lin Zhao said, taking Lin Xiaobao's hand and standing up, intending to lead him upstairs. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Zhao suddenly felt his vision go black, his legs went weak, and he swayed unsteadily. "Dad!" Lin Xiaobao turned around and shouted. At the same time, the iron door of the storage room slammed shut. It was as if Fu Cheng had also shouted. "It's okay." I'm okay. Lin Zhao shook his head, his vision blurring again. Exactly the same as when he woke up that morning. Dad, how are you? Lin Xiaobao hugged his arm, trying to use his small body to help Lin Zhao up. I help you upstairs to rest. I'm strong. It's okay, Dad, it's fine. Lin Zhao, afraid of knocking him over, quickly stopped him and carefully sat down on the stairs, holding onto the wall. I'm just a little dizzy, probably low blood sugar. Xiaobao, go upstairs and get 2 pieces of candy for Dad. Okay. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiaobao immediately agreed and rushed upstairs. Dad, you wait for me here. Okay. Lin Zhao covered his head, closed his eyes, nodded, and reminded him, don't rush, don't fall. Okay. Lin Xiaobao responded loudly, his short legs carrying him at full speed as he ran upstairs. During the new year, his uncle drove them to the wholesale market and bought a lot of candy, filling the car to the brim. He's going to get it now. Lin Zhao sat on the steps, covering his face. In just a few seconds, his face and lips turned deathly pale. His vision blurred, his head spun, and he broke out in a cold sweat. A buzzing sound filled his ears, and all around him was silent. Lin Zhao could only hear the frantic pounding of his own heart. He slumped to the side, almost fainting. Just then, the iron door to the storage room slammed shut twice. Fu Cheng slammed his fist on the door, as if he wanted to break it down and rushed to Lin Zhao's side. He didn't think. When Lin Xiaobao shouted Dad, he lost control. Slamming the door was an instinctive action, and going out was an instinctive thought. A voice inside him screamed and demanded answers. What happened to Xiaozhao? What's wrong? Is anyone outside? Why is there no sound? Where's his wife? Where's his son? What happened to his wife and son? Let him out! Let him out! He has to find his wife and son. The loud banging of Fu Cheng on the door brought Lin Zhao back to his senses. He looked up, glanced around, his eyes blank. The next second, Lin Xiaobao's voice came. Coming! Daddy, I'm here! He rushed downstairs, clutching a handful of candy in both hands. But because his hands were too small, he couldn't hold so much. The candy cascaded down, leaving only 1 or 2 pieces. Lin Xiaobao shoved all the candy into Lin Zhao's hands, then, afraid he wouldn't have the strength to tear open the wrappers, snatched them back and ripped them open forcefully. Daddy, don't worry, I open it for you right away. Okay, Xiaobao, don't worry either. Lin Zhao reached out, took a lychee-flavored hard candy, and popped it into his mouth. Daddy, eat up. There's more here. Lin Xiaobao felt it wasn't enough, so he unwrapped another green apple-flavored candy and put it in his hand. After finishing the candy in his hand, he ran up the stairs, picked up the candy that had fallen on the ground, and continued unwrapping it. Watermelon flavor, peach flavor, strawberry flavor. One after another, he stuffed them into Lin Zhao's mouth. Daddy, hurry! Eat up. Okay. Lin Zhao's mouth was full of candy, and his speech was indistinct. He tried to politely refuse. Okay, that's enough, my mouth is full. Let Daddy rest for a while. Then eat some gummy candy. Lin Xiaobao said seriously, gummy candy can be chewed, Daddy. You chew it and swallow it directly. I go get it right now. No need. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiaobao turned and ran off again. Lin Zhao couldn't stop him. A short while later, Lin Xiaobao returned carrying a large handful of gummy candies. This time, he held the candies carefully and steadily in both hands. Daddy, the gummy candies are here. Okay, thank you, Xiaobao. I peeled them for Daddy. No need, rest for a bit first. Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks, showing them to him. Look, Daddy has already eaten a lot, any more would be too much. Okay. Lin Xiaobao reluctantly agreed. If Daddy is still not feeling well, tell me right away. Lin Zhao nodded, letting out a long sigh. Okay. Lin Xiaobao then asked, is Daddy feeling better now? Much better. Lin Zhao was afraid he'd feel dizzy again if he stood up, so he didn't rush to get up. He sat on the stairs, thinking he'd rest for a while, finish the candy in his mouth, and then go upstairs. Lin Xiaobao stayed beside him, holding his hands in her little hands and rubbing them vigorously. Daddy, your hands are so cold, and they're all wet. Yeah. Washing the exterior walls with a hose, he'd definitely been exposed to the wind and gotten wet. Lin Xiaobao lowered her head, opened her mouth wide, and breathed on his hands. Ha, ha ha ha. Okay, no need for that. Lin Zhao lifted his little head. Daddy puts his hands in his pockets, they be fine in a bit. But that's how Big Daddy treats Daddy. Big Daddy's hands are big, your hands are too small. You catch Daddy's hands, and they turn into little popsicles too. Oh! Lin Zhao was still wearing Fu Cheng's military overcoat. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a large bunch of keys, and handed them to Lin Xiaobao. Xiaobao, I have another task for you. Keep these safe for Dad. Okay. Lin Zhao curled up, tucking his hands inside his pockets and stamping his feet to warm them. Lin Xiaobao hugged the large bunch of keys and counted them one by one. This is the front door key, this is the back door key, this is the room key, this is. Lin Zhao turned his head. Which one don't you recognize? This? Lin Xiaobao pointed to the chocolate candy hanging on the keychain. Daddy, here's another candy. Do you want me to peel it for you? Lin Zhao quickly stopped him. No. Why? This was brought back from outside by Big Daddy. He hung it with the keys, and we could only eat it in the most dangerous moment. Isn't it dangerous now? It's not dangerous anymore. Okay. Lin Xiaobao nodded, seemingly understanding. Lin Zhao put his arm around his shoulder and said gently, Thank you, Xiaobao. You saved Daddy with your intelligence and courage. You're welcome. Lin Xiaobao scratched his head, a little shy. Big Daddy said I'm the little pillar of the family. Then thank you, little pillar. Hee hee. Lin Xiaobao was about to jump into his father's arms when he suddenly remembered that his father was still sick, so he quickly stopped and stood still. Lin Zhao smiled gently and patted his hair. Big Daddy brought us food, Daddy chased away the monster, and you saved Daddy. The three of us are all amazing. Of course. Lin Xiaobao said, head held high. But I'm the strongest. Is that so? Lin Zhao said with a smile, but even if you're the strongest, you can't be separated from Dad, from Big Dad. Yes. Our family can never be separated. These words were loaded with meaning, seemingly addressed to Lin Xiaobao, and also to Fu Cheng, but more likely Lin Zhao was speaking to herself. On the stairs, Lin Xiaobao was bewildered. In the storage room, Fu Cheng leaned against the door, his eyes clearing for a moment upon hearing these words. It was his fault, all his fault. If only he could have broken through the iron gate and gone out to protect his wife and son. If only he could have found some medicine while he was outside and stocked it up for his wife and son. If only he hadn't been scratched by the zombies. Fu Cheng leaned against the door, a huge wave of helplessness and self-blame washing over him. He should have found more supplies. He should have been more careful. It wouldn't have come to this. Separated by a door, a wall, he couldn't even see what was happening to his wife and son. Suddenly, Fu Cheng felt a lump in his throat, and a mouthful of blood welled up, uncontrollably spilling from the corner of his mouth. After another 10 minutes or so, Lin Zhao felt it was enough, so she took Lin Xiaobao's hand again and led him upstairs. Lin Zhao asked gently, Xiaobao, did you sleep well last night? Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment. At first, I was a little worried about Daddy, so I couldn't sleep. So you talked to Daddy, Daddy knows. And then? Then I fell asleep, slept very well. Was it noisy outside? Were you disturbed? Yes. Lin Xiaobao complained loudly. The lions and tigers outside were roaring, they woke me up. Didn't Daddy put headphones on you later? Could you still hear them with headphones on? I couldn't hear them, but... Lin Xiaobao hesitated. What's wrong? Didn't you like the nursery rhymes? They're all your favorites. The nursery rhymes finished playing, and then I was woken up again. Lin Xiaobao raised her hand, took off the earphones hanging around her neck, and handed them to her father. Lin Zhao lowered his head and leaned down to listen. The next second, a rhythmic old song, sung by Fu Cheng, floated out of the earphones. My brother has a wife, he loves me very much. My brother has a wife, he made a promise. My brother's whole life, he only loves me, my wife. Lin Zhao took a deep breath and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't know when Fu Cheng had recorded this and saved it. His taste is really so outdated. Lin Xiaobao put the earphones back on her head and tried to sing along with her father. Lin Zhao realized what was happening and quickly stopped her. You're not allowed to learn from your father. He took the earphones off Lin Xiaobao's head and then put them on his own head. Chapter 12. He felt dizzy twice when he woke up this morning. Although eating some sugar helped a bit, Lin Zhao still felt lightheaded and his body ached and swelled. He felt lightheaded. It didn't seem like low blood sugar, it felt more like a cold. Lin Zhao didn't dare delay. He went upstairs, found a mercury thermometer, and quickly took his temperature, tucked it under his arm. 37.9 degrees Celsius. A low-grade fever. These past few days, he'd been running outside in his pajamas, barefoot. Not to mention this morning, he'd been sweating profusely, then leaned against the windowsill for over 10 minutes in the wind. He must have caught it then. And of all times. Lindsay rubbed his forehead, put the thermometer away, and then found a spare cloth mask at home and put it on. His cold wasn't serious, he could tough it out. Xiaobao couldn't get infected by him. Children have weak immune systems, and a single cold can cause them a lot of illness. Even if you have cold medicine at home, it's best to avoid giving it to them if possible. Lin Zhao, wearing a mask and an apron, was too tired to make breakfast, so she added extra water to the rice cooker, intending to cook a pot of plain porridge. Porridge cooked in a rice cooker tends to separate into layers, and the rice grains don't bloom properly. Of course, it's not as fragrant as porridge cooked by someone standing by the pot and stirring constantly. But it's faster and more convenient. Lin Xiaobao isn't a picky eater, he eats whatever his father makes with gusto. While the porridge was cooking, Lin Zhao opened the kitchen window and dug 2 pieces of ginger from a flower pot on the windowsill. Their kitchen was in a shady spot, and the windowsill was large and wide, with stainless steel security bars on the outside. Fu Chung prepared several large flower pots, planted scallions and ginger, and placed them outside. He could easily water them, while washing vegetables and dishes. When cooking, they were readily available. Lin Zhao washed the ginger, then took out a cleaver and cutting board, and with a few quick smashes, flattened and crushed it to extract the juice. He set up a small pot, added the ginger to cold water, and slowly simmered it. He really disliked taking medicine, and didn't want to waste cold medicine. It was just a low-grade fever, he'd drink some ginger soup first to sweat it out, and then see how it went. 20 minutes later, the white porridge was cooked, and the ginger soup was ready. The moist, sticky white porridge was delicious, whether paired with crispy pork floss or salty and fragrant canned clove-flavored anchovies. Lin Xiaobao buried her head in her food, eating 2 large bowls in one go. Lin Zhao didn't have much of an appetite, but he still mustered his energy and ate a small, half bowl of porridge. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xiaobao washed the lunchbox Fu Chung had eaten from the night before, and Lin Zhao filled it with the remaining porridge. The father and son went downstairs to deliver breakfast to Fu Chung, as usual. The difference was, this time, Lin Xiaobao stayed close to his father, his little hands raised in the air, ready to catch him if he fainted. Brave little Bao Bao, always prepared to catch his father when he fainted. Lin Zhao turned his head and met his worried gaze, unable to help but smile. Through his mask, Lin Zhao smiled and patted his little head. "Don't worry, Daddy's fine, he won't faint again." "Daddy, you don't need to worry either." Lin Xiaobao said seriously, "I just ate a lot. I feel like I have all the strength in me, I can definitely support Daddy." "Okay." Lin Zhao nodded, agreeing with his words. "Then I trouble Xiaobao to protect Daddy." "Don't worry, Daddy." The father and son talked as they went outside the storage room. "Daddy, I'm here to bring Big Daddy his food." Lin Xiaobao ran a few steps, rushing to the window, trying to climb onto the bench. But Lin Xiaobao jumped up, grabbing the edge of the bench with both hands, hanging in midair. He kicked hard. He kicked with all his might. "Go! Try harder." Ouch! The bench was too high, he couldn't get up. Damn it! He didn't believe it. He kept trying. Lin Zhao tugged at the bare hat on his clothes and put him back on the ground. "When you grow a little taller, you can help Daddy again." "Okay." Lin Xiaobao pouted, replying with a pitiful expression. He's eaten so much food, why hasn't he grown taller? If only he could grow as tall as Daddy, Daddy could just lift his leg and step onto the bench. Or perhaps he'd be as tall as his father, who wouldn't even need a stool, he could reach the windowsill by simply standing on tiptoe. It's so unfair. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao climbed onto the bench. Fu Chung had been sleeping lately, so Lin Zhao hadn't woken him, and simply opened the window. But the next second, in the dark corner, 2 red lights flashed suddenly. Fu Chung abruptly raised his head, his sharp gaze undisguised, fixed directly on Lin Zhao's face. The storage room was dark, and Lin Zhao himself was still dizzy, so he couldn't see clearly what was inside, assuming Fu Chung was still asleep. Fu Chung, hiding in the corner, blended into the darkness, yet he could see Lin Zhao outside the window clearly, perfectly clearly. The slender young man wore an ordinary white mask, revealing only a pair of slightly reddened, weary eyes. He didn't look well. Like a half-wilted rose, or a sick kitten. Yet he looked wonderful, delicious. His fair, upright neck and slender, long wrists almost reflected the light in the darkness. The aroma was intoxicating, refreshing and delightful. One bite, and the fragrance would fill the air. It must be incredibly delicious. Lin Zhao was completely unaware of Fu Cheng's burning gaze. Just like yesterday, he kept his head down, eyes lowered, and gently pulled the rope to lift the basket. He didn't know that this action would only make his delicious neck and wrists even more apparent. He also didn't know that Fu Cheng, secretly watching from the corner, was practically biting his teeth off, trying to break his own hand. So fragrant, this person smells so good. Of course, this is my Xiao Zhao. How could it not smell good? Delicious. This person must be delicious. No! You can't eat my breakfast. Wake up! Your breakfast is mine too. Breakfast is delicious, but it hurts, so I can't eat it. His mind, ravaged by the zombie virus, was in complete chaos. Fu Cheng felt like he was being torn in two. He couldn't even explain what he was thinking. He only felt an indescribable sadness and heartache welling up in his normally calm heart. But he couldn't tell if this sadness was because he couldn't have the delicate-skinned young man before him, or because his heart ached because the young man was so ill. The zombie virus and human reason. Reason and bestiality, appetite and lust. Completely mixed together, brewing the most primal, instinctive impulse in his heart. He liked this young man, really liked him. He didn't care what method he used, biting him, devouring him, anything. Fu Cheng crouched in the corner, licking his still bloodied lips and his now grown, sharp canine teeth. He was like a wolf lurking in the grass, intently watching his beloved prey, ready to pounce. He wanted to pin this young man to the ground, bite his neck, gnaw at his face. He wanted to be flesh and blood with this young man. Just then, breakfast arrived. Lin Zhao closed the window and turned to leave. Fu Cheng suddenly stood up and pounced. It was the action of a wild beast pouncing on its prey. At the same moment, Lin Zhao jumped off the bench. Fu Cheng missed and crashed into the wall. The prey had escaped. Fu Cheng lowered his head, quietly looking at the pink heart-shaped lunchbox his prey had left him. After a moment of silence, Fu Cheng turned and left. What kind of behavior is it to have the prey bring him food? And the lunchbox is so ugly, I won't eat it. The next second, Fu Cheng turned around, picked up the lunchbox, leaned against the wall, skillfully opened the lid, and began to eat. Eat. This is the food my wife brought. After delivering breakfast, Lin Zhao took Lin Xiaobao back upstairs. The ginger soup on the stove was no longer too hot. Fu Cheng's ginger was all old ginger. You could smell a pungent ginger aroma even on the stairs. Lin Zhao ladled out a bowl, took a small sip, and the spiciness made his eyes red and tears well up. Cough cough. I can't take it, it's so spicy. Lin Zhao coughed and waved his hand, trying to dispel the spiciness. Lin Xiaobao stood on tiptoe, wanting to pat his father's back, but he wasn't tall enough. He could only ask with concern, Dad, are you okay? It's all right. Lin Zhao put down the bowl, picked up the jar of brown sugar, added 2 spoonfuls, and stirred it. The brown sugar dissolved, the ginger soup turned brownish red, and the smell wasn't as pungent anymore. Lin Zhao took a sip and nodded. That's good now. Lin Xiaobao clung to his father, only relaxing when he saw he wasn't coughing anymore. He craned his neck, peering in, wanting to see what his father's drink looked like. Unable to see clearly, he asked curiously, Dad, how spicy is it? Extremely spicy. Spicier than spicy strips? Not the same kind. Lin Zhao realized what he meant, and turned to look at him. When did you secretly eat spicy strips? Lin Xiaobao blinked, looking at his father with innocent cuteness. No. Lin Zhao looked at him suspiciously. Really? Little one, you can't lie. Lin Xiaobao quickly said, Big Daddy took me to eat them. Lin Zhao ground his back teeth, then beat up Big Daddy. Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously, support. Lin Zhao took another sip of ginger soup and asked, Do you want some? Daddy will get you a bowl. Lin Xiaobao continued to nod. Want some? Want some? It's spicy, it must taste really good. Like the soup from instant noodles or hot pot. It's a promise, this soup is really spicy, and it's not the same spiciness as spicy strips, it's spicier than spicy strips. Dad will give you half a bowl first, you have to drink it all, no waste. No problem. Lin Zhao smiled, and used Lin Xiaobao's small bowl to scoop out a small spoonful for him. Ginger soup warms the body, and on such a cold day, it's good for children to drink a little to prevent catching a cold. Here. Lin Zhao handed him the small bowl. Here you are. Okay. Lin Xiaobao happily took the bowl, glanced down at it, and exclaimed, So little. I can finish it in one gulp. It's quite a lot. You drink first, and we refill it when you're done. Alright. Lin Xiaobao held the bowl with both hands. Dad, cheers. Lin Zhao smiled and touched the bowl to his with a part of his bowl he hadn't drunk from before. Cheers. Lin Xiaobao pouted and brought the bowl closer to the rim. The delicious spicy soup was here. Ah, ah. The next second, Lin Xiaobao opened his mouth wide, revealing his red throat. Dad, fire? I drank fire. Lin Xiaobao put down the bowl, running around the room because of the spiciness. Like a puppy whose tail had been stepped on, he barked and ran around wildly. I drank a ball of fire, and the fire is still burning in my mouth. Water? I need water to put out the fire. Finally, Lin Zhao sighed, put down the bowl, went over to Lin Xiaobao, pinched his nose, and poured a mouthful of warm water into his mouth. Drink slowly. Swirl it in your mouth for a bit. Glug glug. Feeling better? Lin Zhao asked. Want another sip? Daddy. Lin Xiaobao leaned into his arms, saying weakly, it's really spicy. Are you going to turn into a spicy snack? I'm going to turn into a spicy little one. Lin Zhao drank a bowl of ginger soup, sweated a bit, and felt better. A whole bunch of things Fu Cheng brought back still needed to be sorted. After resting for a while, Lin Zhao cheered up and started working with Lin Xiaobao. Potatoes and onions, these easy-to-preserve vegetables, didn't need much processing. They were packed in burlap sacks and piled in the corner. A few could be taken out whenever needed. The potatoes, however, were prone to sprouting, so it was best to store them in a dark, dry place. Fu Cheng had considered this when carrying the potatoes upstairs, which was why he piled them in the corner of the living room. The cabbages were easy to store too, but they still needed some simple preparation. Hee-ho! Hee-ho! Lin Xiaobao, wearing a small apron and sleeves, stood on tiptoe, gritted her teeth, and pulled a large cabbage out of the burlap sack. This cabbage was about the size of her little head. Lin Xiaobao, carrying the cabbage, wobbled forward to the window, finally placing it on the ground where the sunlight could reach. Hee-ho! Done! Amazing! Lin Zhao gave him a thumbs up. Xiaobao is a strong man. Of course. Lin Xiaobao put his hands on his hips. But, he asked curiously, Dad, why do we put the cabbages in the sun to dry? Lin Zhao explained, drying the cabbages helps to remove the moisture from the top two leaves, protecting the inner leaves and allowing the cabbages to last longer. When my dad and I were little, we often helped dry cabbages at home. Lin Xiaobao tilted his head, nodding as if he understood. Keep going, bring all the cabbages out to dry. Okay. Lin Xiaobao ran back and picked up another big cabbage. Lin Zhao tried to drag the sack of cabbages, but couldn't, so he and Lin Xiaobao had to carry it together. Actually, the best place to dry cabbages is on the rooftop. However, the situation is special now. If they go to the rooftop to dry their food and others see it, it will expose how much food they have, and could easily cause unnecessary trouble. So Lin Zhao chose to dry the cabbages by the sunny window at home. The weather was pretty good today. Drying cabbages doesn't require too much sunlight or too long. Remember to turn them over so that every side of the cabbage gets sun-dried, until the outer leaves are slightly dehydrated and pliable. The father and son went in and out, back and forth. After working for about half an hour, they moved both sacks of cabbages to the window, arranging them neatly, like soldiers in training. Lin Zhao stood there, looking at their cabbage empire, clapped his hands, and wiped the sweat from his face. Lin Xiaobao brought over two small stools, placing one behind his father. Dad, please sit down. Okay. Lin Zhao turned around. Thank you, Xiaobao. So what are we going to do now? Take a break. Lin Zhao sat down, and turned the cabbages over while we're at it. Leave it to me. The father and son, each holding a large and a small thermos, sat in front of the huge pile of cabbages. Lin Zhao drank ginger soup, and Lin Xiaobao drank warm water. The two of them, along with the cabbage, basked in the sun contentedly. Dad. Suddenly, Lin Xiaobao called out to him. Lin Zhao turned his head. What is it? There are two of us. What? Lin Zhao didn't understand. Yes, you and Dad are two people. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then understood. He put down his cup, opened his arms, and placed them in front of him. Oh, we're two cats, two little kittens watching over the cabbage, meow meow meow. Right? No, what I mean is... Lin Xiaobao lowered her head and whispered, Big Daddy is only one person. Lin Zhao paused, and the smile on his face faded. We're both so tired carrying these cabbages. Daddy must be even more tired carrying so many cabbages back. Yes. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, so he held Lin Xiaobao's little hand. We can't waste Daddy's hard work. We need to keep the cabbages safe. Daddy will cook them into delicious dishes, and we need to eat them all up, turning them into our own flesh and energy. That makes sense. Lin Xiaobao jumped up from the little stool, raising her little hand high. Don't worry, Daddy, don't worry, I eat as much as I can. Chapter 13. 11 a.m. The sun slowly rose towards its zenith. The last rays of sunlight streaming in through the window disappeared. Lin Xiaobao squatted on the ground, swinging his legs alternately as he weaved through the cabbage patch, the tiled floor filled with cabbages. Like a little duck. Hee-ho! Hee-ho! Lin Xiaobao stopped in front of each cabbage, opened his little arms, and rushed forward. He picked up a large cabbage, spun it around in his arms, and then put it back on the ground. Before leaving, he even gently patted the cabbage's stalk, like soothing a child. Good boy. Wait for Daddy, Big Daddy, and me to come and eat you. After saying this, Lin Xiaobao moved his feet and continued forward, searching for the next lucky cabbage. Daddy said that although the cabbages near the window no longer got any sunlight, they didn't need to be brought in. Piling up cabbages makes them heat up and spoil easily. Leaving them outside to air out is better. Besides, they continue drying tomorrow, so leaving them here means they won't have to be moved around. Therefore, Dad, Life Skills LV99, issued an important task to novice player Lin Xiaobao, LV1, to help all the cabbages turn over before lunch. Lin Xiaobao readily accepted the task and is diligently carrying it out. Loading. Novice player Lin Xiaobao is working hard in the cabbage patch. Experienced player Lin Zhao is in the kitchen preparing lunch for the family of 3. Lin Zhao is still sick and doesn't have much energy, so he doesn't want to make a time-consuming and laborious dish like braised pork, and instead plans to make 2 steamed dishes. One is steamed eggs, and the other is steamed ribs. The eggs were bought directly from the chicken farm by Fu Chung. They were wrapped tightly in several layers of paper trays, chicken coop straw, and transparent tape. When Lin Zhao took them out, not a single one was spoiled. Cracking open the shells, the egg whites were clear, and the yolks were round, and a beautiful orange yellow. Lin Zhao cracked 5 eggs into a bowl, added salt, and whisked them. Restaurants usually make steamed eggs smooth and bouncy, like pudding. But her family had a unique taste. They preferred fluffy, airy steamed eggs with a honeycomb texture. It was much easier to make, no need to strain, skim off the foam, or cover with plastic wrap. Just mix the egg liquid and water in a 1-to-1 ratio, stir well, and steam over cold water. It didn't matter how long they steamed, overcooked ones were actually tastier. After steaming the eggs, Lin Zhao started preparing the ribs. The ribs were also brought back by Fu Chung, and they had been chopped beforehand. Fu Chung knew Lin Zhao wasn't very strong and was worried about hurting his hands, so he specially chopped the ribs into small pieces to make it easier for him to cook. Around 10 a.m., Lin Zhao took the ribs out and soaked them in water. After nearly an hour, the blood was removed, and the fishy smell was eliminated. He took the ribs out, wiped them dry, added minced garlic, salt, and oyster sauce to marinate them, and then put them in the steamer. Halfway through, Lin Zhao felt there were too many ribs, so he set aside a small portion, chopped an ear of corn, and prepared to make a rib and corn soup. A large steamer, with half a pot of cold water at the bottom. The first layer was soup, the second layer was ribs, and the third layer was steamed egg custard. It was a unique one-pot solution, very convenient. 40 minutes later, Lin Xiaobao returned triumphantly, having completed his mission. Lin Zhao drizzled half a spoonful of sesame oil and light soy sauce over the steamed egg custard. Lunch was ready. The father and son first delivered a portion to Fu Chung downstairs, then returned to the dining table to begin their lunch. Lin Zhao, holding a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of steamed egg custard and placed it in Lin Xiaobao's small bowl. Is that enough? Lin Xiaobao, sitting in his high chair, clenched his little fists and shook his head vigorously. Not enough. 1 more spoonful. Still not enough. I worked so hard today, I want to eat. Lin Xiaobao opened his arms. A whole bowl. Okay, here's another spoonful. No. This time, Lin Zhao spoke first. That's enough, there's no room for any more. There are still ribs. We add more after you finish. Okay then. Lin Xiaobao reluctantly nodded. Lin Zhao placed the bowl on the small table in front of him. Lin Xiaobao, holding the bowl with one hand and the spoon with the other, stirred the steamed egg and rice together, breaking them into small, loose pieces. He scooped up a spoonful and put it in his mouth. Lin Xiaobao ate, mimicking the chefs on TV, closing his eyes, nodding his head, and savoring the food. "Daddy, chef, your cooking is pretty good." Lin Zhao looked at him suspiciously, deliberately asking, "Just pretty good?" Lin Xiaobao grinned foolishly, raising his little hand. "Yes, it's very good. It's delicious." After lunch, they tidied up the kitchen briefly. Lin Zhao took Lin Xiaobao back to their room for a nap. That's how it is at home, either eating or sleeping. The father and son didn't sleep for long. After a short rest, they got up and continued organizing supplies. Lin Xiaobao, clutching his lettuce growth diary, squatted in front of a large box of lettuce, doodling and drawing. Lin Zhao opened the freezer and briefly looked at the pork Fu Chung had brought back. Fu Chung loved hoarding. He'd buy New Year's goods in winter and popsicles in summer, always buying huge quantities. While others bought a pound of hot pot meatballs to cook as needed, he'd go to the wholesale market and buy several large bags. While others bought 10 or so popsicles to freeze and eat one when hot, he'd buy several large boxes. His motto was, buy only what his wife and son liked, so they could have it whenever they wanted, without delay. If his wife and son couldn't finish it, no problem, he'd finish it off. Their refrigerator was always overflowing, practically bursting at the seams. So Fu Chung bought another large freezer to store his hoarding. This time was no different. Fu Chung went to buy meat, going directly to the slaughterhouse and buying half a pig. Afraid Lin Zhao wouldn't know how to prepare it, he even separately cut the meat. Besides the most common pork belly and ribs, there was pig's head, face, and ears. Pig's trotters, hocks, and heart and liver. Everything imaginable. Lin Zhao opened each bag and glanced inside, mentally planning the order of cooking methods. The pig's head and heart could be braised, the pig's trotters could be stewed with soybeans, and half of the pig's liver could be stir-fried, and the other half used for soup. But there were a few pieces of meat that weren't particularly good. Lin Zhao looked at them, sighed, and felt a little worried. They were all white and greasy. He really didn't know what to do with them. He didn't like fatty meat, he always felt a bit nauseous. Xiaobao followed his example, and didn't like it either. Otherwise, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. He made up his mind, picked out a few pieces of fatty meat, and placed them aside. Render lard. For the new year, they would be frying meat and fish, and Fu Chung had bought 2 cans of peanut oil. If they used them sparingly, it should last 7 or 8 months. However, it would be even better if more lard could be rendered. In the morning, she could cook some noodles, add a spoonful of pork, some seaweed, dried shrimp, and fried shallots to make a bowl of scallion oil noodles, convenient and delicious. The crispy pork cracklings, sprinkled with cumin powder and chili powder, could also be eaten as a snack. She got right to work. Lin Zhao took off her apron, put it on, and tied it behind her back. She washed the meat, dried it, and laid it on the cutting board, then chopped it into small pieces. There was quite a lot of meat. Just chopping it took an hour. Lin Zhao's back ached, and she felt dizzy. Finally, she finished chopping, and Lin Zhao brought out the biggest iron pot in the house, placed it on the stove, and started boiling water. Her family rarely rendered lard. Lin Zhao had only watched her aunt render lard a few times when she was little, living at her uncle's house, and had helped out a few times. Lin Zhao recalled the process as she worked. Blanch the pork with scallions and ginger to remove any unpleasant odor, skim off the foam, rinse thoroughly, add a little more water, and return to the pot to simmer slowly. Once the water has evaporated, the remaining liquid will be oil. Lin Zhao, holding a spatula, stood in front of the stove, gently stirring to prevent burning. For someone who knows how to cook, it's not difficult at all. It's just that you have to stand by the pot the whole time, which gets a bit tiring, and his arms are sore. Lin Zhao raised his hand, and rubbed his aching shoulders and back. Just then, Lin Xiaobao ran up behind him, stood on tiptoe, raised her little hand, and punched his back in return. "Daddy?" Lin Zhao turned around. "Did you finish drawing today's lettuce?" "Yes, I finished." Lin Xiaobao nodded. "I also changed the water in the lettuce in the beverage bottle. I was very careful not to touch the lettuce roots." "Wow, that's amazing." Of course. This was Lin Xiaobao's favorite phrase. Every time he said it, he would puff out his little belly, looking incredibly confident. "There was just too much lettuce in the box, I couldn't move it, so I didn't change it. It's okay." Lin Zhao smiled gently. "Dad will help you in a bit." "Dad, didn't you say lettuce drinks water?" "I didn't see it. You can compare yesterday's drawing with today's lettuce. I put them together, but I still can't tell." Lin Zhao thought for a moment. "Then you can draw a water level line." "Who? Draw what?" The water level line. Lin Zhao explained gently. It's where the water in the mineral water bottle is at. You can draw it. If the water level is lower tomorrow, it means the lettuce secretly drank water while you weren't looking. Oh right. Lin Xiaobao suddenly understood. Dad, you're so smart. Lin Zhao laughed out loud. But Lin Xiaobao paused. Even if the water has decreased, it might not be for Shanghai. You don't drink it, and Daddy doesn't drink it either. Then who else? There's Big Daddy. Lin Xiaobao said, hands on her hips, quite confidently. So you mean? Lin Zhao said, stirring the lard and scooping out the cracklings with a strainer. My deadbeat husband, your wicked Big Daddy, will sneak out of the room at night, sneak upstairs, grab our Shin-sized beverage bottle, and gulp it down? Yes. Lin Xiaobao said confidently, but Daddy drinks water like crazy. Lin Zhao laughed even louder. Lin Xiaobao stood beside his father. After standing for a while, he got a little tired and lunged forward, trying to hug his father's legs and cling to him. Lin Zhao quickly steadied him. Danger. Daddy's rendering lard. You can't lean around like that. Okay. Lin Xiaobao obediently stood still, taking a deep breath. It smells so good, so fragrant. Really? Lin Zhao adjusted his mask. Daddy thinks it smells a bit greasy. I was worried it might spoil. No, it's just right. Looks like it's Daddy's problem. He probably felt a little nauseous because he'd been standing there smelling it for so long, and had caught a cold. The last batch of lard was being rendered. Lin Zhao used chopsticks to pick up a piece of lard crackling that had cooled down a bit, dipped it in cumin powder, and offered it to Lin Xiaobao. Give it a try. Lin Xiaobao wasn't picky about food, so she opened her mouth and whoosh, ate it in one bite. The pork cracklings were fried until dry and crispy, without a trace of fat. One bite, and they crunched and crumbled in Lin Xiaobao's mouth. Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and he chewed several more times, finding them increasingly delicious. So delicious. Salty and fragrant, like potato chips, but thicker. Dad, I want more. Eating too much will make you feel hot. Eat 2 more pieces, then you can't eat any more. Okay. Lin Xiaobao stood beside him, mouth wide open, waiting for his father to feed him. Like a little bird eagerly awaiting its mother's feeding. He chewed slowly, carefully finishing the 2 pieces of pork cracklings he was promised, without fussing for more, obediently staying with his father. Several large pieces of pork were rendered, yielding 2 basins of lard and 1 basin of pork cracklings. Lin Zhao sealed the lard with plastic wrap, put the lid on, and then placed it in the refrigerator. Before putting it in, Lin Zhao specifically showed it to Lin Xiaobao. Come back tomorrow, and the lard will turn white and tender like jelly. Really? Yes. Lin Zhao pinched Lin Xiaobao's little cheek. If your face cracks, I can wipe it for you. Ugh. Lin Xiaobao quickly covered her face, shaking her head in refusal. No, no. Only roasted meat, roasted chicken, and roasted piglets need to be rubbed with lard. I'm not a piglet. I don't want to be rubbed with lard. Okay. No lard. Daddy will rub some perfume on you. Lin Zhao put the things away, but couldn't resist sneaking a piece of pork crackling. It smelled so good. 1 bite won't hurt. A mere cold won't get worse from a piece of pork crackling. But he would be sad because he didn't get to eat freshly made pork cracklings. Before they knew it, the sun had set and it was dark. The family of 3 had a simple dinner. There was still quite a bit of steamed pork ribs and corn soup left over from lunch. Lin had already cooked some rice and stir-fried some bok choy. That's what they ate. After dinner, Lin leaned back in his high chair and rested for a while before taking Lin Xiaobao to take a bath. Lin Xiaobao was only 3 years old and couldn't bathe himself yet. He would just grab a towel and wipe himself a couple of times, like wiping a table. Plus, it was winter and cold, so Lin had helped him bathe, worried he might catch a cold if he bathed himself. The father and son finished bathing one after the other, put on their pajamas, climbed into bed, and snuggled under the covers. Lin Zhao reached out and turned off the light. Xiaobao, Daddy has a bit of a cold, so I won't sleep face to face with you. Be careful too, don't get too close to Daddy. Okay. The chandelier went out, and the room felt dark. Lin Zhao turned his back to Lin Xiaobao, pulled the blanket up, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Lin Xiaobao lay behind his father, watching his figure in the darkness, and quietly poked his back with his finger. Daddy? Lin Zhao responded muffledly. Good night. Good night. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhao fell asleep. Hearing his father's even, slightly labored breathing, Lin Xiaobao opened his little arms, leaned forward, and hugged his father from behind. Daddy worked so hard, cooking, planting vegetables, and taking care of him. He didn't care if his father was sick or not, he was like a sticker, and he wanted to stick himself to his father's back. The moonlight was bright, and a gentle breeze was blowing. The clock on the wall ticked away. It gradually synchronized with the breathing of the father and son. Lin Zhao, wrapped in a blanket, a little sweat on his forehead, was in a hazy sleep. He was dreaming, a series of bizarre dreams. He dreamt that Fu Chung had turned into a zombie, chasing and biting him. Of course, he couldn't outrun Fu Chung, and was quickly caught and pinned to the ground. Fu Chung bit his neck with a cough. Blood splattered, and the pain brought tears to his eyes. Then he dreamt that Lin Xiaobao had also turned into a zombie, chasing and biting him too. He had long legs, Lin Xiaobao had short legs, he was sure he could outrun Lin Xiaobao. But Lin Xiaobao couldn't catch him. As she ran until she was exhausted, collapsed on the ground, and was starving to death. Lin Zhao hesitated for a long time, then turned back, and let Lin Xiaobao bite her. She even dreamed that she had turned into a zombie, chasing after Fu Chung and Lin Xiaobao, biting them. Fu Chung and Lin Xiaobao didn't run away. For some reason, they started fighting. Like a big dog and a small dog fighting, they wrestled together, biting each other's ears, biting each other's tails, barking and yelping. Little Jujube, bite me. I'm tough and thick-skinned, I'm not afraid. Come on, bite me as much as you want. Think of it as a buffet. Make sure you eat your fill, don't worry about me. Daddy, bite me. Big Daddy's skin is too thick, it gets stuck in your teeth. My flesh is tender, it tastes better. But be gentle, okay? I'm a little afraid of pain. Little Jujube, don't hesitate. Eat as much as you want, eat as much as you want. Open your mouth wide and eat until you're stuffed. Daddy, don't worry. I have lots of meat. I ate a lot of ribs yesterday. You little rascal, you dare to take it from me? Big Daddy, let Daddy choose for himself. Ah! No. I won't eat a single bite. The sky was bright. Lin Zhao struggled, waving her arms and legs, and sprang up from the bed. You two are so noisy. Go away, go away. I'm not a cannibal, I won't eat. Lin Zhao came to her senses, looked up and looked around, seeing the bright sunlight outside the window. The next second, the sunlight dazzled his eyes, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. He swayed back and forth, then fell backward onto the bed. It's over. That was the only thought left in Lin Zhao's hazy mind. It's ruined, he's really sick now. It's all that piece of pork lard's fault. Chapter 14. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Zhao lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The ceiling was spinning, and the bed was shaking. He was being tossed around by the weight of the weight. Dizzy, his vision blurred, the world spun. Like riding a roller coaster, how amazing. Lin Zhao blinked, trying to see the scene before him more clearly. But the next second, the ceiling in his eyes suddenly began to spin rapidly, crashing straight down on him. Ouch! Lin Zhao cried out, frantically grabbing the corner of the blanket, pulling it over his head, and burrowing under it. The ceiling was going to fall. Fu Chung, look what you've done. The ceiling you personally supervised is going to crush your wife to death. Lin Zhao, hiding under the blanket, suddenly remembered something and quickly reached out, feeling around beside him. Xiaobao? Xiaobao, where's Xiaobao? Where did his Xiaobao go? The next second, from outside the covers came Lin Xiaobao's low, deliberately mature voice. Daddy, patient, are you awake? Lin Zhao paused, then came to his senses, threw back the covers, and poked his head out. The ceiling hadn't fallen, it was his hallucination. He was a little delirious from his illness. Lin Zhao patted his head, then turned to look at the doorway, following the sound. He saw Lin Xiaobao carrying a small metal basin, carefully walking in from outside. Lin Xiaobao was carrying the basin in both hands. Unable to open the door, he turned around and used his little bottom to push open the door, creating a crack. Like a puppy, he squeezed through the crack. For a 3-year-old, this was quite a feat. But Lin Xiaobao walked smoothly, carrying the basin steadily. He kept his head down, intently watching the contents of the basin, making sure not a drop spilled. Entering the room, the door closed automatically. Lin Xiaobao turned and walked towards Lin Zhao. Dad, you're sick, are you hungry? Not really. Lin Zhao reacted, quickly getting out of bed and reaching out to help him. Xiaobao, what's this? What time did you wake up? Why didn't you wake Dad? This is linen. Linen? Yes. Delicious linen, I already eaten a whole basin. Lin Xiaobao held up the metal basin, presenting it to Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao, puzzled, looked down. Oh, it's noodle strips. Linen noodles and noodles. Lin Xiaobao took one character from each, turning it into linen. A bowl full of ordinary white noodles, topped with stir-fried shiitake mushrooms, lean pork, and dried cuttlefish, served in a rich, golden chicken broth. Lin Xiaobao placed the noodles on the bedside table, then turned around, took Lin Zhao's hand, and pulled him back to the bedside, her attitude firm. Dad, you're a patient now, you can't just get out of bed. Okay. Lin Zhao returned to bed, glanced at the noodles, and asked, Xiaobao, these noodles are. It probably wasn't Xiaobao who cooked them. They didn't have noodles or chicken broth at home, and Xiaobao didn't have the skills. He and Fu Cheng had repeatedly emphasized that the kitchen was dangerous, and the little one shouldn't go in alone without an adult. So, Lin Zhao thought for a moment, did Grandpa Zhang next door cook them? Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously. Dad overslept, so you went to the window on the first floor and found Grandpa Zhang, Lin Zhao guessed. Then Grandpa Zhang cooked some noodles, and put them on the windowsill for you to get? Yes. Lin Xiaobao continued nodding. Dad was sick, his forehead was burning hot. I didn't want to wake him, but I was very hungry, so I took some meat and lettuce from the refrigerator, wanting to trade with Grandpa Zhang for something edible. But Grandpa Zhang didn't want our meat and vegetables. He told me to put them back, and even cooked noodles for me. Oh, right. Lin Xiaobao suddenly remembered something, turned around, and ran off. Hey. Lin Zhao couldn't stop her. A little while later, Lin Xiaobao returned excitedly, carrying a large bunch of green and purple grass leaves. And this? Grandpa Zhang said this is called perilla, a herb that can cure colds, and he told me to give it to Dad. Grandpa Zhang also said it needs to be boiled. But not like frying eggs or chicken cutlets with oil, it's boiled with water. I don't understand, but Grandpa Zhang said Dad understands. Dad, do you understand? Dad understands. Lin Zhao pursed his lips and nodded gently. He took the heavy perilla leaves, looking at the fresh, clean water droplets on the leaves, his eyes reddened, and his throat tightened slightly. Grandpa Zhang must have grown them himself. He heard from Xiaobao that he was sick, so he picked them fresh from the yard. Last time it was chicken legs and chicken soup, this time it's noodles and perilla. All told, this is the second time Grandpa Zhang has helped their family. And it's such a critical moment. Lin Zhao sniffed and asked, Xiaobao, did you thank Grandpa Zhang? Of course I did. Lin Xiaobao puffed out his little belly. I said thank you more than 10 times. Good boy. Lin Zhao patted his head. When Daddy feels better, we make something to eat and thank him. Then Daddy, eat quickly and get better soon. Okay. Lin Zhao picked up the small iron basin, looked down at it, looked up at Lin Xiaobao, blinked, and finally raised his right hand. Lin Xiaobao's eyes widened, and he quickly grabbed his hand, loudly stopping him. Daddy, don't use your hands. It's unhygienic, it's like being a little wild man. Don't worry, I go downstairs and get you chopsticks. Okay. Lin Zhao lowered his hand, his eyes crinkling with laughter, like a mischievous little fox, and said in a drawn-out tone, don't rush, take your time. Lin Xiaobao dashed downstairs, like a little rocket. How can we take it slow? We can't take it slow. Dad's sick with a fever, he's almost gone crazy from the fever. Lin Xiaobao ran up to the second-floor dining room, opened the cupboard, grabbed chopsticks and a spoon, and ran back up. I'm here. The chopsticks are here. The spoon is here. Lin Zhao looked at him and deliberately asked, what are the chopsticks and spoon? These. Lin Xiaobao ran forward and put the chopsticks and spoon into the bowl. Daddy, eat quickly. Daddy, can you still use chopsticks? Do you want me to teach you? Okay. Lin Zhao, covered with a blanket, sat on the bed, eating noodles from the metal bowl. Lin Xiaobao sat beside him, watching his father intently. He was afraid that if he wasn't watching him for a moment, his silly father would eat the noodles with his hands. Eating with your hands means ingesting bacteria from your hands. Dad is already sick, we can't afford to make him sick again. He's the little pillar of the family. He's smarter than Dad and stronger than Big Dad. Dad and Big Dad both depend on him to live better and safer lives. Lin Xiaobao increasingly felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders of protecting Dad and Big Dad as they grew up safely, and he straightened his back even more. His eyes widened even more. He leaned closer and closer, staring intently. Okay, Lin Zhao opened his palm and covered his eyes. Why are you staring at Dad like a little bull? Do you want to knock Dad away? I'm supervising Dad, Lin Xiaobao declared confidently. Okay. Lin Zhao chuckled and put down the remaining half-basin of noodles. Lin Xiaobao glanced at the food and asked anxiously, "Dad, aren't you eating?" "Yeah, I'm full." "No. Eat some more. Don't waste food." "I really can't eat anymore." Lin Zhao rubbed his stomach and burped. The noodles absorbed the soup very well. The more he ate, the drier it became. "Uncle hasn't had breakfast yet. Let's take the leftovers down to him." Anyway, Fu Cheng often ate his leftovers before, and it's already past 10 o'clock. There's definitely no time to make him breakfast now, so it's better to give him the leftovers. Lin Xiaobao said, "Uncle has some too." Grandpa Zhang cooked 3 big pots. "Aww." Lin Zhao was shocked. "I carried them 1 pot at a time, 3 trips in total. It was so tiring." "Oh, I see." Lin Zhao thought for a moment. "Then we don't need to cook lunch." Lin Xiaobao asked doubtfully, "Is there that much?" "But I finished it all." "Wow, that's amazing." Lin Zhao reached out and patted his bulging little belly, giving him a thumbs up. "Xiaobao, you're a little noodle warrior." After breakfast, Lin Zhao regained some strength, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. He put on his cotton shoes, then a sweater, and finally his army coat, wrapping himself up tightly. Lin Xiaobao didn't want him to get up, but his older father hadn't eaten yet, and he wasn't tall enough to even climb onto the stool, so he had to send his father. "Dad, let's pinky swear. After you deliver the food to Big Dad, you immediately, right now, quickly go back to bed." Lin Zhao lowered his head and buttoned his coat. "But Dad still needs to boil the herbal medicine. Then come back after you boil the herbal medicine." "Okay, pinky swear." The two went downstairs. Sure enough, a bowl of identical noodles was placed on the coffee table in the living room. To prevent dust and insects from falling in, Lin Xiaobao even covered the noodles with a larger basin. "Wow, Xiaobao is so thoughtful. Thank you for your hard work." "It's nothing, Dad. Don't be so impressed." Lin Xiaobao proudly raised her head and waved her little hand. Lin Zhao smiled, put the noodles into a thermos, and went downstairs to deliver the food. Meanwhile, Fu Cheng stood on the bed in the storage room, reaching for the metal exhaust fan on the wall. The sunlight bypassed him completely, disappearing behind him. Usually at this time, the handsome young man he liked would have already brought him food. But today, the young man didn't come. He waited for a long time, but he didn't come. He heard the child running up and down the stairs, telling others that his father was sick. Sick! The child's father was sick. Sick to the point of burning up, too sick to get out of bed, sick to the point of sleeping all the time. Fu Cheng panicked instantly. A surge of anxiety, restlessness, and unease welled up from the depths of his heart, fierce and intense, gripping his heart and driving him to an uncontrollable frenzy. He lunged behind the door and shook the heavy iron gate with all his might. But the lock was too tight, firmly locked. He couldn't open it. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, wanting the child to open the door. But only a meaningless roar escaped his lips. The child not only didn't understand, but also said to him, "Big Daddy, are you hungry? Hang in there a little longer. Daddy hasn't woken up yet." He wasn't hungry. He wasn't hungry at all. His heart ached. His heart ached so much he couldn't breathe. He continued to yell, and the child said to him again, "Big Daddy, hang in there. Try harder." Hang in there? Hang in there for what? His favorite young man was sick. He had to go see him. He had to go out and take care of him. He had to go out and be with him. The child ignored him and ran away. Fu Cheng slammed heavily against the door, pulling and kicking with all his might, trying to open the iron gate. But this iron gate, installed by someone unknown, was incredibly sturdy. He tried for a long time, only managing to dent the door panel. Because the door panel was deformed, the lock became even tighter. Unable to open the door, Fu Cheng then slammed against the wall and the window. He even stepped onto the bed and reached out to pry open the exhaust fan on the wall. He wanted to break off the exhaust fan and climb out through that small hole. But for some reason, before getting into bed, he remembered to take off his shoes and put them on the floor. Sometimes ago, a swarm of zombies gathered under the exhaust fan. Hearing him bang on the wall and door, the zombies became even more excited, a frenzy erupting. They roared and cheered, welcoming his arrival. But Fu Cheng hadn't planned to escape because of them. Fu Cheng was irritated and roared a few times towards the outside of the wall. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Get out! Get away from me! His roar was louder, more resounding, and more intimidating than the sounds of all the zombies outside. It was earth-shattering. The next second, all the zombies outside the wall fell silent. Fu Cheng ignored them, and silently repeated Xiao Zhao twice in his mind. His eyes were red, his teeth gritted, and he reached for the exhaust fan blades. The next second, his hand, gripping the blades, slipped. The metal blades grazed his flesh, cutting his hand. From his palm to his arm, a deep, long wound stretched to the bone. Dark blood flowed from the wound, dripping from his palm and onto the floor. The world was silent. Even the child's footsteps had ceased. Just then, a soft sound came from behind him. Click, the window lock was opened. Fu Chung turned around, not even having time to cover his wound, his hands covered in blood, and lunged forward. He's here. He's here. The young man, still wearing a mask, only revealing a pair of round eyes, appeared at the window. Like an angel descending. Fu Chung rushed to the wall, head tilted back, his scarlet eyes fixed on him, as if trying to see him through. Fu Chung exuded a domineering and powerful aura. Clearly, he was the one at a lower position, while Lin Zhao stood on a stool at a higher one. Between the two of them lay a wall and a window. But Fu Cheng's gaze towards Lin Zhao was almost tangible, as if it wanted to transform into hands, claws, and a rope to drag Lin Zhao in through the window. He wanted to capture Lin Zhao like prey, to bring him into his territory. Like a puppy guarding a bone, like a wolf guarding its prey. He would guard him forever, never letting him leave again. As they gazed at each other, Lin Zhao seemed to see through Fu Cheng's eyes, understanding his thoughts. Lin Zhao raised her hand, removed her mask, revealing her excessively pale face, and gave him a gentle, serene smile. She spoke softly, her voice gentle and soothing. "Brother Chung, I'm fine." Just 5 short words. Suddenly, Fu Chung felt a pang of grievance. His eyes, which had been fiercely red, now looked pitiful. He was alright. If he was alright, why didn't he come sooner? If he was alright, why did he get himself into this state? Fu Chung stared intently at him. Lin Zhao met his gaze, looking back at him. Lin Zhao hesitated for a long time, but finally closed the window, and turned to leave. Why did he leave? Why did he leave? Fu Chung lunged forward, wanting to grab him back. Separated by a wall, he could do nothing. He wanted to roar, like he had roared at the zombies, fiercely, loudly commanding. Command him back, but he was afraid of frightening the young man, so he didn't dare to be too fierce or harsh. The roar caught in his throat, turning into a choked sob. "Xiao Zhao, come back. Come back. Don't go. Don't leave so soon. Let me see you a little longer. Say a few more words to me." Lin Zhao must have heard Fu Cheng's roar. The next instant, Lin Zhao returned. Lin Zhao stepped onto the bench, opened the window, and reappeared outside. He reached out, tentatively, and slipped his hand in through the window. So he hadn't left, he'd gone to put on gloves. He wore 2 layers, a woolen winter glove and a fleece glove. With gloves on, he wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid Fu Chung would bite him. Lin Zhao leaned against the windowsill, reaching out to Fu Chung, his fleece glove gently stroking Fu Cheng's face. Fu Chung hesitated for a moment, then lowered his sharp canines, tilting his head, and pressing his face against Lin Zhao's hand. Submissive and obedient, completely defenseless, utterly non-aggressive. Like a wolf, like a dog. Like someone who had been tamed. Just a second. Fu Chung couldn't control his bloodthirsty nature, baring his teeth and aiming at Lin Zhao's wrist. Lin Zhao was startled and instinctively slapped him across the face, cursing him as well. "Fu Chung, you bastard." Chapter 15. Fu Chung, you bastard. Through the window, Fu Chung stood rooted to the spot, his head tilted to one side. Lin Zhao quickly withdrew her hand and looked down to check it. She checked it carefully, up and down, front and back, left and right, 2 or 3 times. Only after confirming the glove was intact and undamaged did Lin Zhao relax, and look up at Fu Chung again. Fu Chung remained in the position where he had been slapped. Petrified, motionless. Only his eyes darted around, looking in Lin Zhao's direction. Seeing him like this, Lin Zhao couldn't help but purse her lips, her heart sinking. No way. Fu Chung was hurt? Are zombies all this fragile? Lin Zhao lowered her head, looking at her hand in disbelief. Fu Chung, a man of such strength, was slapped so hard. The next second, Fu Chung raised his hands, supporting his head. His movements were sluggish and slow, like a scratched disc, clunking and clicking. 2. Click, sounds were heard. His head turned, bones rubbing together. Fu Chung straightened his head, which had been tilted to one side. Exactly like Lin Xiaobao's detachable toy mecha. Lin Zhao stared at him in disbelief, his eyes wide. He unconsciously reached out, wanting to touch Fu Cheng's neck and head. Fu Chung sensed his intention, took 2 steps forward, and obediently lowered his head, letting him touch him freely. But just as Lin Zhao's fingertips were about to touch Fu Cheng's face again, Lin Zhao suddenly came to his senses and withdrew his hand. No! No, 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 he couldn't put his hand in again. What if Fu Cheng bites him again? Don't be fooled by his current docile puppy-like demeanor. It's all an act, a trap to lure him in. The moment he puts his hand on Fu Cheng's, Fu Cheng will suddenly lunge and bite. Lin Zhao clutches his hands tightly, determined not to fall for it again. Fu Cheng, however, doesn't understand. He looks up at him, puzzled. What's wrong? Why isn't Xiao Zhao touching his face anymore? That touch just now felt so good. The fluffy gloves brushed across his cheek, chin, and neck, finally pushing his face to the side. He liked it. Fu Cheng seems to have completely forgotten what he just did. Or rather, he doesn't feel that he did anything wrong. He likes the young man before him. The young man's hands smell wonderful. Driven by instinct, he opens his mouth and takes a bite. Is something wrong? Why did you pull your hand back? Fu Cheng stared intently at Lin Zhao, his expression innocent and his eyes gleaming. He tentatively took a step forward, trying to get closer. The next second, Lin Zhao raised her hand and shouted, "Don't come any closer." Fu Cheng didn't understand, but he understood the person he liked. Her eyes were wide open, her cheeks puffed out in anger, her fists clenched high, as if she was about to hit him. Her expression was fierce, her words harsh. She was clearly angry. So Fu Cheng stopped, not daring to move forward. Lin Zhao pointed at his feet and commanded, "You stay here, don't come any closer." He didn't understand. But she was so fierce. Seeing Fu Cheng put on this pitiful look again, Lin Zhao was furious. He'd been completely fooled by that expression. Lin Zhao raised her hand again, her neck stiff. Still pretending? Stop pretending. Stop pretending to be obedient, and stop pretending to be pitiful. It's rare you didn't pretend to be asleep today, but you learned to pretend to be pitiful. Lin Zhao's tone was firm, her attitude resolute. Fu Cheng, I've seen through your trick. Don't try to seduce me anymore. Don't even dream that I put my hand in. Until you learn not to bite, don't even think about any physical contact with me. Still didn't understand. It wasn't that she didn't want to listen, or that she wasn't paying attention, she genuinely didn't understand. Fu Cheng stood there, staring intently at Lin Zhao's opening and closing mouth. Lin Zhao was startled, and her lips regained some color. Red, soft, and look easy to bite, it must be sweet. One day, he would definitely taste it. A biting devil, an unrepentant bastard. You better reflect on your actions here. I'm leaving. Humph. Lin Zhao left with a harsh remark and slammed the window shut. He jumped off the bench and turned to leave. The next second, Lin Zhao caught a glimpse of something. A stainless steel insulated container stood quietly on the bench. This is food breakfast. The breakfast he was going to give to Fu Cheng. Lin Zhao froze, scratching his head. Why is he still here? Didn't he take the food inside? Okay. Brother Cheng, I'm back again. Lin Zhao stood on the bench for the third time and opened the window. Fu Cheng stood there, looked up at the sound, and his eyes lit up. You're back. I forgot to give you the food. Lin Zhao gave him an awkward but polite smile. Don't you dare pounce on me. I leave after I deliver the food. Lin Zhao untied the rope hanging from the window latch, pulled on the rope, and lifted the plastic basket up. As he pulled the rope, he kept glancing at Fu Cheng. His gaze was wary and guarded, as if afraid Lin Zhao would suddenly pounce on him. Seeing how much Lin Zhao disliked him, how his entire being radiated resistance, Fu Cheng felt a tightness in his chest, as if Lin Zhao was holding his heart, tossing and turning it over. Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, his expression forlorn. Fu Cheng, you're doing it again, Lin Zhao said helplessly, drawing out the last word. I'm sick, so sick I can't even get out of bed, and I was worried you'd be hungry, so I came to bring you food. Seeing you weren't pretending to be asleep today, and looking so pitiful, I just wanted to touch your face and comfort you. And what did you do? You tried to bite me, and then complained about not being able to. I should be the one feeling wronged. Fu Cheng looked up, staring intently at him. No! He wasn't upset because he couldn't bite Xiao Zhao, he was upset because... Just then, Lin Zhao carried the basket to the window, and put the thermos inside. Never mind, I brought the food anyway. Today we're having noodles, cooked by Grandpa Zhang next door. It's a bit much, so you have to eat it in 2 meals. I'm sick and need to rest, so I won't be bringing you lunch, understand? The words had barely left his lips, when the plastic basket hit the ground. Lin Zhao didn't care whether Fu Cheng understood or not, and reached out to close the window. This time, he was really leaving. The moment Lin Zhao left, Fu Cheng lunged forward. No! He wasn't upset because he couldn't bite Xiao Zhao. He was driven mad by Xiao Zhao's illness, and saddened by her anger. He felt wrong because Xia Zhao disliked him, despised him, and distanced herself from him. Although he had always wanted to taste Xia Zhao's flavor, he wouldn't pounce and bite her like other zombies if she didn't want to. He was a well-behaved, polite, and respectable zombie. He would change. He would change everything his wife told him to. Fu Cheng smelled the familiar aroma and followed the wall until he reached the door. There was no way out. He couldn't get out. Lin Zhao's footsteps echoed upstairs, fading into the distance. Fu Cheng lowered his head, his forehead pressed against the door. He had angered his wife again. For some reason, his knees suddenly felt weak. Fu Cheng felt uncomfortable for a while, then walked back to the window, picked up the thermos Lin Zhao had brought, and unscrewed it. The smell of noodles wafted out, and Fu Cheng only needed to sniff it once to realize. This was made by someone else. He wouldn't eat it if it wasn't made by Xia Zhao. Fu Cheng closed the thermos, and put it back exactly as it was. He walked to the wall, sat down, and took out a screw he had found. Skillfully, he began carving words into the wall. After several days and nights of practice, it was muscle memory now. As he carved, he silently repeated the words in his mind. Horizontal and vertical strokes formed the character Zhao. Straight lines formed countless Zhao characters. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaobao came upstairs. Xiaobao, Dad's back with lunch. Why are you so slow? Lin Xiaobao sat on a small stool with his back to him. In front of him was a small vegetable bowl, and in his hand were perilla leaves given to him by Grandpa Zhang. Dad went downstairs to deliver lunch and asked him to pick the perilla leaves upstairs. Just picking the leaves was enough. It was simple. After picking the last leaf, Lin Xiaobao turned around, his face showing a maturity beyond his years. Daddy, are you and Big Daddy being all lovey-dovey? Clever little Bao Bao had already seen through everything. Lin Zhao walked over, squatted down in front of him, and grabbed a handful of leaves that Lin Bao Bao had picked out. So many. Bao Bao is so clever. Lin Bao Bao looked serious and said in a stern tone, Daddy, don't change the subject. No. Lin Zhao sighed, Big Daddy doesn't recognize me anymore. Not only is he not being lovey-dovey, he even tried to bite me. What? Lin Bao Bao was furious, and jumped up from the small stool with a bang. How could Big Daddy do this? Yes, yes. Lin Zhao nodded repeatedly, isn't that awful? Daddy, don't worry, I go get justice for you. Lin Bao Bao said, as he turned to leave, intending to confront Big Daddy. Hey, hey, hey! Seeing the situation was bad, Lin Zhao quickly hugged him. Xiao Bao, you can't beat him. I'm not afraid. He doesn't know anyone now. He's no different from a monster. Besides, Daddy reacted quickly and wasn't bitten. That's still not okay. How can he bully Daddy? Oh dear, Xiao Bao. Forget it. You're so small, one punch from him could send you flying. Huh? Is that so? Lin Xiaobao spun around in Lin Zhao's arms, then walked back. He clenched his little fists, making up his mind. Okay, then I let him off this time. When I'm a little older, I settle the score with him. Okay, don't be angry. Lin Zhao tugged at his little hand. Daddy already scolded him severely, and even hit him once, so don't be angry anymore. Really? Of course it's true. Lin Zhao said, Daddy's injured. As his gentle wife and kind little boy, we won't hold it against him. Okay. Lin Xiaobao nodded reluctantly. As the little pillar of the family, I also bear responsibility for not teaching Daddy the most basic manners. Lin Zhao looked at him in surprise. Ah? Xiaobao you. Lin Xiaobao shook his head and sighed deeply. Sigh. Daddy's acting pitiful, and you're acting mature. You truly are my son. Lin Zhao picked up the perilla leaves in one hand, and grabbed Lin Xiaobao's bare hat in the other. Come on, let's go brew the medicine. Okay. Perilla leaves can treat colds and flu. Lin Zhao had heard of it, but had never tried it. Grandpa Zhang said to boil it in water, so it should be similar to making ginger soup. Lin Zhao set up a small pot, and filled it halfway with water. Once the water boiled, he grabbed a handful of the perilla leaves Lin Xiaobao had washed and tossed them in. Dad, Grandpa Zhang also said, we can add some ginger to cook together. Okay. Lin Zhao had made ginger soup yesterday, and although the soup was finished, the ginger was still there. Old ginger gets spicier and more pungent the longer it's cooked. Lin Zhao simply scooped out the ginger pieces and threw them in. After cooking for about 10 minutes, Lin Zhao thought it was about right and turned off the heat. The perilla didn't have much flavor, but the old ginger was very pungent. Lin Zhao moved the small pot aside to let it cool slowly, then took out the large iron pot and placed it on the stove. He still had half a bowl of noodles left. He could reheat it for lunch. But Lin Xiaobao had finished the whole bowl of noodles, so he wouldn't have lunch. He needed to make him something. Just last night, he cooked too much rice, and there was still a bowl left. Lin Zhao cracked 2 eggs into the bowl, added a pinch of salt, and told Lin Xiaobao to stir it. He then opened the refrigerator, took out the chilled rice, and some lard he rendered yesterday. Leftover rice couldn't be eaten directly, so he decided to make fried rice. The lard had solidified, a creamy white and smooth texture, like ice cream. He scooped half a spoonful of lard into the pan. The stove was burning brightly, and the oil melted quickly. The eggs were added to the hot oil, and the yolks instantly solidified, bubbles forming around the edges. He quickly scrambled the eggs, then poured the rice upside down into the pan. He used a spatula to break up the rice, mixing it with the scrambled eggs and stir-frying. When it was almost done, he added a little light soy sauce. It was for Xiaobao, so the flavor didn't need to be too strong. The rice grains separated, each distinct, coated in the savory soy sauce. But even so, it was a bit plain. So Lin Zhao took out the pork cracklings he had made yesterday, threw in a few pieces, and continued stir-frying. While stir-frying, he used a spatula to flatten the rice, lightly searing it to create a crispy, fragrant crust. Done. Lin Zhao bent down to turn off the heat, and scooped out the fried rice. Let's have something simple for lunch. Dad will make something new for dinner when he's feeling better. Lin Xiaobao shook his head. What's wrong? Lin Zhao asked, puzzled. Don't you want fried rice? Lin Xiaobao drawled, continuing to shake his head. It's not simple. Dad's fried rice isn't simple at all. So that's how it is. Lin Zhao smiled and patted his head. Come on, let's eat. Lin Xiaobao emphasized. Dad, I feel like I'm eating a feast every day. Okay. You're praising Dad, right? Dad got it. Hee hee. Lin Zhao ate noodles. Lin Xiaobao ate fried rice. Lin Xiaobao took a bite and was amazed. He picked up a clean spoon, scooped up a spoonful of rice with pork cracklings, and offered it to his father. Dad, have a bite too. Okay, thank you, Xiaobao. After lunch, Lin Xiaobao urged Lin Zhao to go back to bed. Lin Zhao took out his thermos, filled it with perilla water, and followed him upstairs. The father and son lay side by side in bed, covered by blankets. Xiaobao, Dad can't sleep. No, the patient must sleep. But Dad really can't sleep. Lin Zhao stared at the ceiling listlessly, stretched his hands out from under the blankets, and began to calculate. Dad went to bed around 8 p.m. last night. He slept until 10 a.m. this morning. 8, 9, 10. Lin Xiaobao crawled out of bed, shocked. Dad, you only slept for 3 hours. Ah. Lin Zhao was also shocked, his eyes widening. Ah? Lin Xiaobao grabbed his hand and tucked it back under the covers. Dad's a patient. You're severely sleep deprived. You need to go to sleep right away. No. Lin Zhao tried to struggle. Xiaobao, didn't Daddy teach you math? How did Fu Cheng teach him? Illiterate? A little illiterate taught by a great illiterate. Xiaobao. Lin Zhao hugged him. Time isn't calculated like that. Let's recalculate. It's from 8 p.m. to 10 a.m. 8 p.m. is 20 p.m. Look. 21 p.m., 22 p.m., 23 p.m. Lin Zhao counted on his fingers, teaching him to count little by little. It's 14 hours. Daddy slept for 14 hours like a little pig. Daddy's sleep time is seriously excessive. Lin Xiaobao frowned, looking at him with suspicion. Really? Of course it's true. Why would Daddy lie to you? Okay. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment, then Daddy can do something else. He quickly added, but you can't get out of bed. Okay. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, looking around. What could he do? Teach Xiaobao to read? Play with toys with Xiaobao? Or? Lin Zhao looked up, his gaze falling on the television in front of him. Xiaobao, let's watch TV. We haven't finished watching the New Year's fireworks DVD from last time. Chapter 16. Yes, those are the 2 biggest buttons. Press them, then give the remote to Daddy. Okay, Daddy, wait a minute. Lin Xiaobao stood in front of the TV, sticking his bottom out, getting closer, and studying it intently. He raised both hands, gave his thumbs up, and pressed the buttons for both the TV and the DVD player simultaneously. The TV screen lit up, a black and white static screen, and the sound was a crackling electrical noise. Lin Zhao, covered by the blanket, lay in bed and reached out to take the remote from Lin Xiaobao. He pressed 2 buttons, and the screen flashed twice. Then, Fu Cheng's back appeared on the screen. Big Daddy. It's Big Daddy again. Lin Xiaobao pointed at the screen and exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's him. Lin Zhao lifted the blanket. Come here quickly, little baby shouldn't be so close to the TV. Okay. Lin Xiaobao responded, obediently turning around, but not his head. That is to say, his body was facing his father. His feet were slowly inching forward towards the edge of the bed. But his head was still facing the television. His eyes were still glued to the television screen. He didn't want to miss a single second of the scene. Xiaobao? Lin Zhao called again. Seeing that she couldn't get him to move, she simply threw off the covers, opened her arms, and pounced forward, pulling him into her arms. Come here. I caught you. Ouch. Lin Xiaobao suddenly leaped into the air, kicking his short legs and twisting his body, trying to struggle. Daddy, you're a bad guy. Daddy isn't a bad guy, Daddy catches fish, caught a plump little bao fish. Lin Zhao pulled him onto the bed, placed him beside her, and tucked him in with blankets and pillows. Sit here and watch, don't get so close. Okay. Lin Xiaobao looked up. Dad, can you move a little closer? Why? Lin Zhao asked, puzzled. You just dragged me away, so I missed a few seconds. Just a few seconds, it's okay. It matters. Lin Xiaobao climbed out from under the mountains of blankets and pillows, put his hands on his hips, stood on the bed, and declared righteously. Dad went to see Big Dad this morning, but I haven't seen Big Dad for so long, I have to see him more. Okay, I move it for you. Lin Zhao pursed his lips. Dad promises, you won't miss a single moment of Big Dad. That's more like it. Lin Xiaobao nodded in satisfaction. After Daddy rests a bit, and has some energy, I take you downstairs to see Big Daddy. How about seeing him in person? But I'm so short. Daddy will carry you. No. Lin Xiaobao shook his head in refusal. Why is that? Big Daddy said that Daddy is weak and shouldn't do heavy work. Lin Xiaobao, still with his hands on his hips, tiptoed on the bed. A bit heavy. So he was also doing heavy work. Only now, when Lin Xiaobao brought it up, did Lin Zhao suddenly realize. He brought Fu Cheng food every day, and saw Brother Cheng every day. Whether Fu Cheng was pretending to be asleep or acting pitiful, he could see it. But Xiaobao hadn't seen Big Daddy for several days, and he would definitely be worried. It was his oversight, he hadn't considered Xiaobao. It's okay. Lin Zhao hugged him. Daddy's a strongman. Lin Xiaobao shook his head, correcting him. Daddy's a little strongman. Let's watch the Big Dad on TV first. Lin Zhao picked up the remote and rewound the recording by a few minutes. On the night of the Lantern Festival, he and Xiaobao watched this DVD together. But before they were even halfway through, Lin Xiaobao fell asleep. The DVD was still in the DVD player, it hadn't been taken out, so it could continue playing. The last time they saw it, the family of 3 was about to leave for People's Square to watch the fireworks. The scene shifted. Fu Cheng handed the camera to Lin Zhao. Wife, hold this for me, I need to drive. Okay. Lin Zhao replied, I definitely film your dashing driving. Okay. Fu Cheng smiled, turned around, opened the back door, and helped Lin Xiaobao in. Fu Cheng drove. Lin Zhao sat in the passenger seat. Lin Xiaobao sat in the back child's seat. The family of 3 finally set off. Outside the car window, the scenery flashed by. Lin Zhao, holding a camera, filmed Fu Cheng's profile as he focused on driving, and also filmed Lin Xiaobao dancing along to a children's song. Off-screen, Lin Xiaobao covered his face, turned, and snuggled into his father's arms. Dad, I was so silly when I was little. But you're not that old now. I'm very mature now, much more mature than my childish dad, my Big Dad. Oh, I see. Lin Zhao chuckled in agreement. Soon, the family of 3 on TV arrived at the square. Lin Zhao quickly patted Lin Xiaobao's shoulder. Quick, 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 the fireworks you love are coming. Lin Xiaobao looked up and turned back to look at the screen. Lin Zhao remembered that it was already getting dark when they set off. The fireworks display began soon after. Just then, the camera panned up, and 2 red fireworks burst open on the screen. The DV camera's image quality wasn't very good, so it was a bit out of focus when filming something as luminous as fireworks. But Lin Xiaobao still watched intently. Immediately afterward, The sound of fireworks rang out. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. Lin Zhao sensed something was wrong and turned to look. What was going on? The fireworks shouldn't be making that sound, right? Lin Xiaobao heard it too and looked up. Daddy. You stay in the room. Daddy will go down and check. Lin Zhao said, getting out of bed. It must be the nearby zombies coming to find Fu Cheng again. They could be driven away with firecrackers. Lin Xiaobao rushed forward and hugged his arm. No. Daddy's sick. He can't get out of bed. Daddy just wants to go down and take a look, to see what it is. It's okay. I know what it is. Lin Xiaobao shouted. It's monsters outside. Lin Xiaobao insisted, Daddy, you can't get out of bed. Grandpa Jean will chase them away, and Big Daddy will chase them away too. Lin Zhao asked in confusion, How do you know? Because they came this morning too. What? Lin Zhao was surprised. They came this morning too? This morning, they were shouting and yelling outside, and they woke me up. Why didn't they wake me up? Lin Zhao was even more shocked. I slept so soundly. Because I put headphones on Daddy. Lin Xiaobao said matter-of-factly, Daddy's sick, he needs to sleep more, so I put headphones on him. Yesterday morning, Dad protected him like this. So he copied him, doing the same to let Dad sleep a little longer. Lin Zhao lowered his head, lifted the pillow, and sure enough, found the earphones that were out of power underneath. Then what happened? Then, Grandpa Zong helped me. He took a clump of stuff covered in chicken blood, chicken droppings, and chicken feathers from his house and threw it outside the fence, luring the monster away. I see? Yes, Grandpa Zhang had killed a chicken at home a while ago, so he must have had those things. Zombies like bloody things, so they were lured away. Don't do that again next time. Lin Zhao said sternly. Next time, you have to wake Dad up and don't let him wear headphones. Okay. Lin Xiaobao nodded and continued. Then, they came again. They came again? What did you do? Did you ask Grandpa Zhang for help? No. Lin Xiaobao shook his head. This time, Dad shouted loudly and chased them away. Dad? Yes. Dad shouted really loudly like this. Lin Xiaobao stood on the bed, clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and showed it to him. Ah. Roar. At the same time, a roar came from downstairs. Roar. Upstairs and downstairs, Lin Xiaobao and Fu Cheng's voices overlapped. The father and son's voices blended together. Lin Zhao couldn't care less about anything else and quickly ran downstairs. He arrived at the second-floor living room and looked down through the back window. Sure enough, a group of zombies had gathered again outside the storage room downstairs. Men and women, young and old, everyone came. Much more than yesterday. From the storage room came Fu Cheng's impatient roars. Roar! 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 Get away! All of you get away! My wife is angry. My wife won't come to see me anymore. My wife won't cook for me anymore. I'm so annoyed. So annoyed. Don't bother me. Through the window, Lin Zhao watched the scene below in astonishment. After Fu Cheng shouted, the zombies below actually moved. They lowered their heads, slowly and sluggishly turned around, dragging their feet, and left in a large, orderly procession. How could this be? Lin Zhao hid behind the curtains, watching this scene, unconsciously clenching her hands. Fu Cheng could make the same sounds as the zombies, and the zombies could understand what he said. Does this mean that Fu Cheng has become a complete zombie? Then now. Does he still remember him and Xiao Bao? Does he still retain human consciousness? Lin Zhao couldn't understand, and dared not think about it. Just then, Lin Xiaobao came to his side. Dad, what are you looking at? Nothing. The zombies outside were covered in blood. It wasn't suitable for children. Lin Zhao quickly drew the curtains to keep Lin Xiaobao from seeing. Dad just learned a foreign language and is talking to a foreigner. Really? Lin Xiaobao exclaimed. Dad is so amazing. What language is it? Foreign. Dad, you're so silly. There are many foreign countries in the world. Really? Dad didn't know. Fu Cheng shouted, and the zombies below scattered. But Lin Zhao was still worried, and took Lin Xiaobao down to check again. Thankfully, it was all right. Fu Cheng only shouted a few times. Once the zombies outside had left, he stopped. He was different from the other zombies. Other zombies could yell and shout whatever they wanted, all the time. Fu Cheng seemed quite clever. He knew when to yell and when not to. He yelled a couple of times when a zombie came, but if his wife and son were resting, he shut up. Lin Zhao stepped onto a bench, picked up Lin Xiaobao, and carried him to the window. Look, Daddy's inside, he's safe. Isn't it clearer than on TV? Yeah. Lin Xiaobao clung to the window, peering intently inside. He saw a tall man, his back to the door and window, sitting on the floor, hiding in a corner. Although he couldn't see his face, but... Daddy? Did you bully Daddy? He looked so pitiful. Nonsense, I didn't. Then what's Daddy doing hiding in the corner? I don't know. Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks, a little helpless. This perfectly fine, rough-looking man, a head taller and much stronger than him, always acted all pitiful in front of him. He felt Fu Cheng's behavior was inappropriate. Ahem. Lin Zhao cleared his throat, trying to get Fu Cheng's attention. But Fu Cheng didn't move, showing no reaction whatsoever. He didn't know if Fu Cheng hadn't heard him, or was pretending to be asleep again. Never mind. Big Daddy. Lin Zhao started making things up. He's raising mushrooms. Once he's finished, we have mushrooms to eat. What does he use to raise them? With tears, men's tears. This made not only Lin Xiaobao a little suspicious, but Lin Zhao himself found it amusing. Let's go back and continue watching TV. Lin Zhao put Lin Xiaobao down, and was about to leave, when he suddenly remembered something. He returned to the window, tugged at the rope, and lifted the plastic food basket. Strange, why is it still so heavy? Has Fu Cheng not eaten? Lin Zhao sighed, and called out through the window, Cheng Ji, don't be sad, come out and eat, don't starve yourself. Fu Cheng, with his back to him, leaned forward, his forehead against the corner of the wall. He didn't turn around, nor did he speak. He only let out a low snort from his throat. Like a wolfhound. Lin Zhao took this as a yes, locked the window, and turned to leave. Hearing his footsteps, Fu Cheng turned sharply, staring in disbelief at the empty window. Gone! He chased away the zombies, and Xiao Zhao didn't praise him. He hid alone in the corner, and Xiao Zhao didn't comfort him either. Xiao Zhao left just like that. Xiao Zhao really didn't want him anymore. Fu Cheng slumped against the wall, his fingers tracing the character Zhao on the wall, his shoulders trembling slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing. Snoring. All day. Lin Zhao, under Lin Xiaobao's supervision, spent the entire day lying in bed, focusing on recovering. The father and son finished watching the DVD of the family of 3 watching fireworks last year, and then found the ones from the year before last and the year before that. At first, Lin Xiaobao thought his younger self was too childish, but then he couldn't find himself. He opened his eyes wide, searched for a long time, and finally, exhausted, collapsed beside his father. Lin Zhao patted his little head and told him the truth. Xiaobao, the year before last, you weren't even born. What? Then where am I? Lin Xiaobao asked anxiously. I disappeared. Why aren't Dad and Uncle looking for me? You weren't born yet. You were in Daddy's tummy. Lin Zhao finished a large glass of perilla water. It was almost dark. The father and son were about to go to the kitchen to cook when Lin Zhao suddenly remembered Fu Cheng, and went to check the storage room first. He picked up the plastic basket, and without even opening the thermos lid, just by weighing it, Lin Zhao knew what was going on. Good heavens! Fu Cheng still hadn't eaten. The noodles inside were still full, but Fu Cheng hadn't eaten a single bite. You? Lin Zhao wanted to say something, but seeing him still sitting in the corner, he swallowed the words back. Why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry as a zombie? Or are you doing this on purpose? Why aren't you looking at me? Are you still angry? I calmed down, and you're still angry? So petty. Petty. Fu Cheng still had his back to him, refusing to turn around. Lin Zhao hugged the thermos, unscrewed the lid, and glanced down. The thermos was of good quality. The noodles he cooked during the day were still lukewarm. No need to reheat it. He put the thermos back in the basket and called out again, Fu Cheng. I'm telling you, Xiaobao, and I won't eat your leftovers. I had 2 meals of noodles in a row, and my stomach is a little upset. I want rice tonight. Rice. I'm putting the thermos back. This is your portion, you eat it yourself. Lin Zhao said sternly. If you don't finish your noodles, I won't bring you any more food. Did you hear me? He heard her. But he didn't understand. Fu Cheng lowered his head and mumbled a snort. Only when he heard Lin Zhao's footsteps leaving did he raise his head, slowly stand up, and walk to the basket. He opened the thermos, saw the familiar food, smelled the familiar aroma, and understood. Xiao Zhao hadn't prepared any new food for him. Xiao Zhao had made him eat this. Okay, since it's Xiao's order, he obey. Fu Cheng, holding the thermos and chopsticks, picked up some noodles. Just as Fu Cheng was about to put the noodles in his mouth, the next second, a round little head rose up from outside the window. Lin Zhao, clinging to the windowsill with both hands. Like a little ghost, slowly, gently, quietly floated out. Ha! Brother Chung, caught you. Chapter 17. In the darkness. Fu Chung held a thermos in one hand and chopsticks in the other, picking up noodles. A familiar, cheerful voice reached him, making his heart skip a beat, and he froze on the spot. Fu Chung turned around at the sound, looking towards the small window high up. He saw Lin Zhao clinging to the windowsill, her head peeking out, chin resting on the sill, blinking intently at him. It was already evening. The garage lights were on, their bright, almost blinding light shining down on Lin Zhao from above and behind, as if casting him an angelic halo. Fu Chung stared, mesmerized, for a long time, unsure how to react. Only his cold heart pounded fiercely in his chest. Lin Zhao tilted her head, looked at him, and smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Hello, Brother Chung. A smile, a single sentence. Fu Cheng's heart, which had been pounding fiercely just moments before, suddenly stopped again. It beat wildly, stopping and starting. This was utter torture for him, but Lin Zhao didn't see it that way at all. He felt he was just concerned for Chung Ji. Seeing Fu Cheng's lack of reaction, Lin Zhao smiled and spoke again. Chung Ji, did you think I left? Am I such a heartless bastard? You haven't eaten anything all day, of course I wouldn't abandon you. Actually, when he discovered Fu Chung hadn't eaten a single bite of noodles, Lin Zhao was a little angry. Angry that Fu Chung wouldn't listen to him, angry that he would have to eat leftovers again that night. But then he thought again, worried that Fu Chung would starve. He had never raised a zombie before, didn't know what zombies like to eat, and didn't know if a zombie would be alright if it went hungry for a day. So he uttered a harsh threat, deliberately stomping his feet on the bench twice to make footsteps, then quietly crouched down and hid. Lin Zhao hugged his knees, hiding under the window, silently counting in his mind. He counted to 100. If Fu Chung ate the noodles, then everything would be fine. If Fu Chung still didn't eat, then he would take the noodles upstairs, eat them himself, and bring Fu Chung fresh food. As a result, Fu Chung obediently ate them, and Lin Zhao crawled out. He leaned on the windowsill, propped himself up with his hands, cupped his face, full of confidence. Brother Chung, I knew you wouldn't let me eat leftovers. When I'm better tomorrow, I cook you a good meal. How about it? Fu Chung looked at his face, his heart, which had been pounding wildly, and then stopping, finally calmed down. He kept a cold face, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a whoosh from his throat. Okay. I'm leaving now. Don't be angry anymore. Even if zombies come looking for you, you're not allowed to go out and play with them. Lin Zhao paused, his eyes darting around, cleared his throat, and opened his mouth wide at Fu Chung. Awuh! Awuh! He was imitating Fu Chung, saying goodbye in zombie language. See you tomorrow. My dear husband. Fu Chung, watching his exaggerated gestures, couldn't help but smile, his stiff lips curving into a grin. So cute, but what did Xiao Zhao mean by ha ha he he ho ho bulu bulu? He didn't understand. Seeing Fu Chung eat, Lin Zhao finally relaxed and turned to go upstairs. Lately, he'd been running up and down the stairs constantly. He ran more than 10 times a day, his legs were getting thinner. Back on the second floor, Lin Xiaobao was sitting on his little stool with his back to him. A bag of green beans in their shells, and a small vegetable bowl sat on the floor in front of him. Lin Xiaobao reached out his little hand, grabbed a bean pod, pinched it between his fingers, gritted his teeth, and squeezed hard. Bye. One by one, green beans flew out of the pod, hitting the vegetable bowl with a bang 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 sound. Fun! Like firing bullets, Dad went downstairs to see his older dad. Before leaving, he asked him if he wanted to go. Actually, he wanted to go a little, since he hadn't seen his older dad for several hours. But he wasn't tall enough. If he went, Dad would have to carry him. Dad was still sick, he couldn't go through that. So he shook his head, saying he wouldn't go and would wait for Dad upstairs. Dad didn't force him, saying he'd be back in a few minutes, and even took out a bag of green beans for him to peel. Lin Xiaobao clenched his little fist, secretly making up his mind. Anyway, his big dad wouldn't run away. He was happy just to see his big dad once a day. Just then, he heard familiar footsteps behind him. Lin Xiaobao turned around excitedly. Dad! Dad's back. Lin Zhao quickly stepped forward, patted his little head, and glanced at the bowl. Wow, Dad's only been downstairs for 5 minutes, and you already shelled so many beans? Of course. Lin Xiaobao raised his little face, full of confidence. Give me a little more time, and I can shell all the beans. But we can't eat this many. Lin Zhao said with a smile. Let's put them away for now, and shell the next time we want to eat them. Okay. Lin Xiaobao picked up the bag of beans, hugged it to his chest, and tied a knot in the plastic bag. While tying the knot, he accidentally let some air in, making the bag bulge. He pressed the bag with both hands to expel the air. Lin Zhao took off his apron from the hook, put it on, and opened the refrigerator, taking out sausages, fresh mushrooms, carrots, and corn. He cut the corn in half and handed it to Lin Xiaobao. Xiaobao, can you help Dad peel the corn kernels off the cob? No problem. Lin Xiaobao readily agreed. Just put it with the green beans, we wash it later. Okay. After peeling the corn, go downstairs and find Grandpa Zhang. Tell him Dad is making braised rice tonight, and I bring him a portion, so he doesn't have to cook. Okay. Grandpa Zhang had been so kind to their family, bringing chicken legs, noodles, and even helping them drive away zombies. Several metal basins filled with chicken legs and noodles were piled up in their house. If they didn't offer anything in return, it would really be unreasonable. Lin Xiaobao obediently peeled corn, and after finishing, went downstairs to find someone. Lin Zhao stood in front of the stove and started cooking. Cooking rice was simple and quick. He and Xiaobao had eaten it on the night of the Lantern Festival. Shelled the green peas and corn kernels, sliced the sausage diagonally, and diced the fresh mushrooms and carrots. Heated the pan without oil, directly added the sausage, and sautéed it to render its own fat. When it was almost done, added the various side dishes, and continued stir-frying. When the side dishes were about 70 to 80% cooked, added the rice. It was raw rice. Lin Zhao had soaked it in water half an hour beforehand. Soak the rice until it's soft and fluffy. This will make it cook faster and prevent it from being undercooked. Drain the rice from the water and toss it into the pot. Add salt and soy sauce, and mix all the ingredients well. Finally, pour the large pot of rice and vegetables into the rice cooker and press the cook button. All done. This time, Lin Zhao deliberately made a lot of rice, twice the amount he usually makes for one meal. Not only because he needed to give some to Grandpa Zhang, but also because he didn't want to cook tomorrow morning. He'd just make a big pot and have this for breakfast tomorrow too. 15 minutes later, the rice cooker beeped twice, reminding him that the rice was ready. Lin Zhao waited another 5 minutes until the steam in the pot dissipated before opening the lid. Lin Xiaobao, following beside her father, took a deep breath. Wow! Lin Zhao picked up the rice scoop and, while the rice was still hot, quickly stirred it to let the steam dissipate. If you don't turn it over, the steam will condense into water droplets, and the rice underneath will become sticky. After turning the rice over from top to bottom, Lin Zhao picked up the iron pot that Grandpa Zhang had used to hold the chicken legs, and filled it with a large bowl of steamed rice. Let's go, we go downstairs and take the rice to Grandpa Zhang. Okay. The pot was too hot, so Lin Zhao didn't dare let Lin Xiaobao carry it, and carried it himself. Lin Xiaobao walked ahead with a proud and confident air, leading the way for his father. Dad, Grandpa Zhang and I usually meet at this window. You even know what meet means? Grandpa Zhang said so. Grandpa Zhang also said that he's hard of hearing and can't hear clearly, so we shouldn't shout at him, so that other people won't know that we have something good to eat. Okay. Their family lived in a 3-story self-built house. Grandpa Zhang's house was a single-story bungalow. The two houses had windows facing each other. The father and son went to the window. Lin Zhao, carrying a rice bowl in both hands, tilted it slightly and squeezed it through the security bars. He stretched out his arm and carefully placed the bowl on the opposite windowsill. All done. Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and gently tapped the window pane as a reminder. But Grandpa Zhang probably didn't hear him. There was no response from inside. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao didn't dare leave. They waited a while longer, and only felt relieved when they saw the light come on inside. Dad, Grandpa Zhang is coming. Then let's go. Dad still has a cold, so he won't talk to Grandpa Zhang. Okay. The father and son closed the window and turned to go upstairs. Just as they reached the top of the stairs, they turned back and saw a tall, thin old man with gray hair, wearing a dark blue cotton-padded jacket, leaning on a cane, walking unsteadily towards the window. Their eyes met. The father and son saw him. He saw them too. Through the glass. Grandpa Zhang waved to them. Lin Xiaobao stood on tiptoe and raised his little hand high. Lin Zhao also raised his hand and waved gently. Grandpa Zhang, good evening. In these special times, This counts as a greeting. After dinner, they tidied up a bit. Lin Zhao took Lin Xiaobao to bed. The father and son lay side by side on the bed, their hands folded in front of them. It was the same peaceful gesture. Lin Xiaobao asked, "Dad, can we watch TV? I want to watch your and Dad's wedding video." "Not today," Lin Zhao explained. "We already watched TV for a long time this afternoon. Our eyes need a rest." "Okay then. In a few days, after Dad has taken care of everything at home, I play with your toys. Do you want to play with puzzles or toy cars?" "I want to play Plants vs. Zombies." "Okay. In a few days, Dad will turn on the computer and see if it's still playable." The father and son chatted like this, casually. As they talked, Lin Xiaobao's voice gradually faded and finally disappeared. He fell asleep. Lin Zhao patted his little head and tucked him in. Mature and sensible Xiaobao had to take care of his sick father, comfort his irrational older father, and contact Grandpa Zhang for help. Running around like that must have been exhausting. Through his mask, Lin Zhao lowered his head and gently kissed his forehead. Another peaceful day. "Good night, Xiaobao." "Good night, Chengji." "Good night." "I can't say good night." At midnight, Lin Zhao lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring silently at the ceiling. "I slept too long yesterday, so I'm not sleepy at all now. I'm incredibly energetic." Lin Zhao rolled over, picked up his earphones from the bedside table, and put them on. But he plugged them in again this afternoon, charging them all afternoon. He pressed the button, and Fu Cheng's loud singing voice came through. "My brother has a wife, and he loves me very much." Fu Cheng's voice was deep, and he sang a little off-key. He didn't like singing, he'd been like that since he was a child. Lin Zhao had known him for over 20 years, and besides Happy Birthday, this was the only song he ever heard him sing. Lin Zhao stretched his hands out from under the covers, put them under his head, and then wiggled his legs gently. The song was on repeat, it sounded pretty good. Lin Zhao listened to the music, staring at the ceiling, quietly thinking. The cabbages were still drying outside, they should be ready to be brought in tomorrow. The clothes needed washing too, he needed to see if he could get Fu Cheng some new clothes. He hadn't written his zombie husband feeding diary yet, he needed to record it tomorrow, otherwise he'd forget. And, just then, a bright light shone through the bedroom curtains, flashing before Lin Zhao's eyes. In the bedroom, Lin Zhao quickly threw back the covers and got out of bed. In the storage room, Fu Cheng, having also noticed, abruptly stood up. Who's spying on their house with a flashlight? Chapter 18. Who was it? Who shone a flashlight on their window? Lin Zhao jerked off the covers, sprang from the bed, and rushed to the window where the light had just flashed, without even putting on his shoes. He reached for the curtains, about to pull them open, when he suddenly realized something. No. What if there really was someone outside? If he opened the curtains, wouldn't he expose the entire house to them? And if they had a flashlight, shining it on the window, their shadow would be reflected through the curtains. Thinking this, Lin Zhao quickly dodged, hiding behind the wall. Lin Zhao took 2 deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. His hands trembling, he gently pulled the edge of the curtains, quietly prying them open a crack. He held his breath, slowly turning his head to look outside through the crack. This room was his and Fu Cheng's bedroom. Lin Xiaobao was young and had always slept with him. The bedroom was on the 3rd floor, not near the repair shop on the street, but closer to the back wall. This window faced directly out onto the wall. Usually, cars and people mostly use the main street. Only a very few familiar neighbors, who know the street layout well, would take a shortcut, either on foot or by motorcycle, using the path in front of the wall. The path was narrow and unlit. Tonight, the sky was overcast, and there was no moonlight. Lin Zhao hid behind the curtains, her eyes wide open, checking every inch of the room 3 or 4 times. But there was nothing. Nothing at all. It was 2 in the morning. The houses visible in the distance had long since turned off their lights. Pitch black, utterly silent. Lin Zhao could see nothing, hear nothing. No one was there, not a trace. What was going on? Lin Zhao blinked hard, composed himself, and continued looking out the window. Nothing, still nothing. Could he have imagined it? Impossible, he was lying in bed with his eyes open. He saw it clearly, perfectly clearly. There was a beam of white light shining in from outside the window, momentarily blinding him. It was a flashlight, a powerful flashlight that could reach the 3rd floor and penetrate the curtains. Zombies don't use flashlights, they don't have that ability. So it must be a person. Someone was spying on their house in the shadows. Lin Zhao lowered his eyes, thinking carefully. It had been almost a month since the zombie outbreak. Even if it was during the Lunar New Year, and every household had stockpiled food, it should have been gone in a month. Fu Chung had spent 5 or 6 days running around collecting only a few dozen bags of rice in different packages, further demonstrating that supermarkets and shops were imposing purchase limits. So, the calm of the Lunar New Year was about to end. Some people were already starving and looking for prey. That light just now was the light of choosing prey. Lin Zhao realized this, and his heart sank. Their family had ample supplies and a child. They were 2 easy targets. No! He couldn't just sit and wait to die. He had to do something. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, lowered the curtains, and clipped the gaps shut, completely sealing the room. He tiptoed back to the bedside, put on his cotton shoes and coat, grabbed the iron rod he always carried, and slowly walked out of the room. Lin Zhao, carrying a large bunch of house keys, first inspected every part of the 3rd floor, making sure every window was locked and the curtains were drawn. To avoid revealing his presence, he didn't even dare turn on the lights. Everything was done in the dark. When the house was built, he and Fu Chung thought that with the 3rd floor so high, thieves wouldn't be able to climb up, so they didn't install security bars on the 3rd floor windows, only on the 1st and 2nd floors. Now, thinking back, he did regret it a little. Besides his and Fu Cheng's rooms, the 3rd floor only had Xiao Bao's room and a study. Xiao Bao didn't sleep in her own room, and he rarely went to the study. Currently, only a few dozen bags of rice were inside. So after checking, Lin Zhao immediately locked the doors. Even if someone did climb up from downstairs and break in through a window, there were still doors to prevent them from entering. It was an extra layer of protection. Having finished checking the 3rd floor, Lin Zhao tiptoed downstairs. The 2nd floor houses the living room, kitchen, and dining room, with windows on several walls. The entire floor is very open, except for the security door on the stairs, and a sliding glass door between the kitchen and dining room. This door isn't very sturdy. It only serves to prevent cooking fumes from spreading, and since they need to go in and out frequently while cooking, Lin Zhao didn't lock it. However, as he left the kitchen, Lin Zhao glanced at the trash can. He had always been very cautious. Since the zombie outbreak, he never turned on the exhaust fan while cooking, and he stopped throwing food waste outside, to avoid others seeing the trash and knowing they had food. Therefore, the light Lin Zhao saw might not necessarily be targeting their house. It could be that they were still screening and investigating. As long as they remained calm and didn't reveal their home situation, they still had a chance to protect themselves. Lin Zhao felt slightly relieved and continued downstairs. The 1st floor housed the repair shop and garage. Lin Zhao had inspected it recently, and everything seemed fine. Except, all the windows on the 1st floor had no curtains. A passerby could easily see everything with a casual glance. Lin Zhao didn't dare delay. He quickly put down the iron bar, and found several cardboard boxes. Lin Zhao disassembled the boxes along the seams, breaking them into cardboard pieces, and placed them over the window panes. He held the cardboard with one hand, grabbed some transparent tape with the other, found a seam, and pulled hard. With a rip, a large piece of tape was torn off. Unable to find scissors, he simply bit it off with his teeth. Lin Zhao used the tape to stick the cardboard to the window frames, sealing them tightly without leaving any gaps. He even climbed up to the small, high window in the garage and taped it up. What if someone climbed up to spy on their house, discovered their pickup truck, and then got malicious intent? Lin Zhao spent over half an hour by himself sealing all the 1st floor windows. He stood in the center of the 1st floor, looking around. Although it was rudimentary, it was better than nothing. The enemy was in the shadows, their house was in the open. He could only do his best to defend himself. Of course, if the other party was very familiar with their house, or had already been watching them before he could take any action, then he could only deal with whatever came his way. Lin Zhao let out a long breath, feeling a wave of heat rising within him. He raised his hand to his forehead, then shook his head. He felt dizzy. He couldn't run around anymore. If he ran any further, he would faint. Even if someone was indeed watching their house, they probably wouldn't take any further action tonight. Lin Zhao picked up the iron bar propped up beside him again, preparing to go upstairs to sleep. Just as he was about to leave, he passed the storage room door. A glance out of the corner of his eye made him stop in his tracks. The tall, black iron door still stood there, quiet and unmoving. A thought struck Lin Zhao, and he turned and walked forward. He stopped in front of the door. The next second, Lin Zhao relaxed, leaning forward and pressing his forehead against the door. The door wasn't dirty. Fu Chung had just cleaned it during the new year. His forehead was burning hot, the iron door was icy cold. It felt comfortable against it. Lin Zhao tilted his head, pressing his cheek against it as well. The cool sensation extinguished the fire in his head. Lin Zhao nestled against his favorite table leg like a kitten, rubbing against it, so comfortable he squinted his eyes. Just then, a low snoring sound came from behind the iron gate. Lin Zhao instinctively opened his eyes, wondering if he had misheard. Was it Brother Chung? Brother Chung wasn't asleep yet. He was standing behind the door. Lin Zhao lowered his head, pressed his ear against the door, and listened carefully. Snoring, snoring, it was the sound Fu Chung often made after being scratched by the zombie. Like a wolfhound, a sound of affection. Lin Zhao's feeling was correct. When he leaned against the door to rest, Fu Chung was standing behind it. In the darkness, Fu Chung stood straight, his toes touching the door panel, very close. He wanted to go further, but he couldn't. Lin Zhao heard his voice, and Fu Chung naturally smelled Lin Zhao's scent and heard his breathing. Like a wolf, Fu Chung twitched his nose, sniffing around, searching behind the door following Lin Zhao's scent. Finally, he found the closest spot to Lin Zhao, lowered his head, and pressed his forehead against the door. Separated by an iron gate, just an iron gate. Lin Zhao leaned against Fu Chung, who inhaled the scent of her hair. If only the iron gate had vanished at that moment, Lin Zhao could have fallen into Fu Cheng's arms, and they could have embraced tightly without any hindrance. But it didn't. Fu Chung loosened his fists, opened his arms, and all he touched was the cold door. He couldn't hug her. He couldn't hug Xiao Zhao yet. The two of them remained like this, separated by the iron gate, leaning against each other. The cool touch, the familiar voice, made Lin Zhao unconsciously sink into it. He didn't have the strength to speak to Fu Chung, but simply let down his guard again, closed his eyes, and leaned against the door. If he could, he really wanted to sleep here. Chests against chests, the temperature of their bodies mingling. Fu Cheng's deliberately suppressed roar and Lin Zhao's even, powerful breaths rose and fell in unison, echoing each other. Both were lost in this rare tenderness, making no other move. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Zhao drifted off to sleep, but Fu Chung suddenly woke up with a start. The next second, Fu Chung let out a heavy snoring. A wake-up call for Lin Zhao. The next second, Lin Zhao was jolted awake, and the iron bar beside him slipped to the ground. A loud crash echoed in the empty garage. It startled him in the quiet night. Lin Zhao snapped back to reality, and hurriedly went to pick up the bar. He couldn't sleep here. He had almost fallen asleep. If Fu Chung hadn't reminded him, he would have fallen to the ground. No, no. Lin Zhao patted his cheeks, and finally reached out, and gently tapped the door as a farewell. Chung-ji, I'm leaving. Fu Chung remained in the same position, standing behind the door, and snored softly. Okay. Lin Zhao went back upstairs, and locked the third-floor security door, and the bedroom door. He threw back the covers, tiptoed to bed, and lay down. After being gone for so long, the once warm bed was now completely cold. Lin Xiaobao was lying on the other side, fast asleep, completely unaware of his presence. He only felt someone lie down beside him, the mattress swaying slightly. Like a little goldfish, Lin Xiaobao automatically swam over, wagging his tail, and hugged his father's arm, continuing to sleep. Lin Zhao stroked his little head. He was still wide awake, staring at the ceiling. Strange. Downstairs, he could fall asleep standing up. Back in the room, lying in bed, he felt no sleepiness at all. How could this be? Lin Zhao pondered, stroking Lin Xiaobao's soft hair. What to do tomorrow? Forget about cabbage and lettuce. He needs to teach Xiaobao how to protect herself, how to hide. Too many things to think about. One thing after another pops up, making Lin Zhao's mind a jumbled mess. It wasn't until 4 or 5 o'clock, when the morning light broke through the window, that Lin Zhao finally closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. 8:30 in the morning. The sun rose, its rays bright. But the world remained silent. Lin Xiaobao opened her eyes in the silence, and found herself being held in her father's arms. Wow! A wonderful surprise. Lin Xiaobao opened her little arms, and hugged her father back, pressing her chubby cheeks against his fluffy dinosaur pajamas. The little dinosaur nestled in the dinosaur's arms. It was so warm in Daddy's arms. Lin Xiaobao quietly enjoyed the warmth for a while, before lifting his head to look at his father. Daddy was still sleeping, eyes closed, motionless, only a small tuft of hair swaying. Lin Xiaobao reached out, and touched his father's forehead. Good, it wasn't hot anymore, which meant Daddy's cold was almost gone. He withdrew his hand, and touched his own tummy. That was good too. He wasn't very hungry and could hold on a little longer. He wanted Daddy to sleep a little longer, so Lin Xiaobao wriggled and nestled obediently in his father's arms. He stretched out his arm, picked up the little duck plushie next to the pillow, and swung it in the air, playing with it by himself. The little duck swam on the blanket, swimming back and forth. Quack, quack, quack. No, you can't make that sound. It waked Daddy. Lin Xiaobao tucked the plushie under the pillow, and could only play with his fingers. He could count with his fingers and play shadow games. His older father taught him. This is a puppy, this is a rabbit, this is... Just then, Lin Zhao stirred and mumbled. Xiaobao, are you awake? Yes. Lin Xiaobao suddenly remembered something and quickly corrected himself. No. He raised his little hand, covered his father's eyes, and tried to lull him to sleep by stroking his eyes down. I'm not awake, Xiaobao isn't awake. Daddy can sleep a little longer, Daddy, go to sleep. Lin Zhao lay flat on the bed, blinked, and laughed. Xiaobao, what are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiaobao covered his mouth again, making the same gesture as stroking his eyes, trying to close his mouth as well. Daddy, you're talking in your sleep. Daddy, go to sleep, Daddy, go to sleep. He even started singing a lullaby. Okay, Lin Zhao grabbed his little hand. Daddy's had enough sleep. You don't need to sing anymore. Lin Xiaobao pouted, okay. Actually, Lin Zhao had slept for 2 or 3 hours, but that was enough. Anyway, staying home meant he didn't have to do anything too strenuous. Lin Zhao yawned, stretched, and sat up in bed, hugging Lin Xiaobao. He perked up. Come on, let's brush our teeth and wash our faces. Okay. The father and son lined up and went into the master bathroom. They stood side by side in front of the sink, facing a large European-style mirror. Lin Xiaobao brushed his teeth, looked up, and saw his father's face in the mirror. Dad, you have. Spit out the bubbles before you speak. Don't swallow anything dirty. Okay. Lin Xiaobao spat out the bubbles and continued, Dad, you have dark circles under your eyes. Really? Lin Zhao looked up and glanced at her. That's smoky eye makeup. It's very popular now. Really? Lin Xiaobao asked doubtfully. Yes. Lin Zhao yawned again. Does it look pretty? No. Lin Xiaobao said seriously. I still prefer Dad's fair complexion. Really? Then Dad will put on some perfume later. Luckily, Lin Zhao had planned to be lazy last night and made an extra half pot of rice. This morning, she didn't need to make breakfast separately. She scooped out the rice, threw it in a pan, stir-fried it, heated it up, and made fried rice, which she could eat right away. Lin Xiaobao ate 2 bowls, but Lin Zhao still fell down and only ate 1. He put the rest into a lunchbox and took it down to Fu Cheng. Lin Xiaobao was the one who brought the lunch today. Lin Zhao stood on the bench and picked up Lin Xiaobao. Hee-ho! Lin Xiaobao carefully placed the lunchbox into the basket, holding it tightly. Okay. Gently pull the rope and lower the basket. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Lin Xiaobao hesitated. It's okay. Lin Zhao adjusted his position, holding him in his arms, and freed one hand to hold his little hand. Daddy will help you. Okay. Lin Zhao, with Lin Xiaobao in tow, lowered the rope little by little. Meanwhile, Fu Cheng sat in the darkness, legs propped up against the wall, quietly watching them. He remembered that the handsome young man he liked was named Xiao Zhao. It was the name he had carved countless times on the wall, the name he had silently repeated countless times in his heart. This name was deeply imprinted in his heart, unforgettable even if he wanted to. As for the child in the young man's arms, this child. Fu Cheng turned his head, reached out, and stroked the complex character on the wall with many strokes. This character. That's it, he couldn't remember. What was this character? Why couldn't he suddenly remember? Fu Cheng frowned, trying his best to recall. Just as the familiar word was about to come to mind. Clang! Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao lost their grip on the rope, and the plastic basket containing the lunchboxes fell to the ground. This impact revealed Lin Xiaobao's name as well. Fu Cheng's eyes lit up, and he suddenly woke up. Bao! Xiao Bao. This child is called Xiao Bao. As a zombie, he is perpetually hungry. He doesn't understand the meaning of Bao. He simply repeats the word mechanically, memorizes it, and that's all. Outside the window, his Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao are talking to him. Daddy, I didn't scare you, did I? It was an accident this time. I'd be better once I get the hang of it. Brother Cheng, this is Xiao Bao's first time bringing you food, so please don't mind. I make you something delicious for lunch. Fu Cheng sat on the ground, looking at them, and suddenly he longed to speak like them. But only a low, hoarse growl came from his throat. He couldn't speak, he was unwilling to be limited to simple roars. Daddy didn't say anything, he must be asleep. Let's go! Okay, but Daddy didn't even see me bring him food. It's alright. It's better that Daddy didn't see it this time. That makes sense. Lin Zhao, holding Lin Xiaobao, turned and left. Fu Cheng sat in the corner, his palm pressed against the inscription on the wall, feeling the rise and fall of the strokes. He opened his mouth, using all his strength to try to speak. Roar. No. No. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao went upstairs. Lin Xiaobao pulled Lin Zhao, excitedly. Quick, Dad, let's change the water for the lettuce first, then turn the cabbage over. Don't rush those. Lin Zhao pulled him back immediately. We have a more important task to complete first. What is it? Lin Xiaobao asked, puzzled. It's just... Lin Zhao led him to the third floor. At the top of the stairs on the third floor, there was a security door separating the staircase from the room inside. The father and son stood in front of the door. Lin Zhao said earnestly, Daddy's going to teach you how to lock the door today. Lin Xiaobao stroked his chin, tilted his head, and looked a little confused. He walked to the door, stood on tiptoe, and raised his hands. The little guy lay flat on the door panel, his round little belly flattened. Lin Xiaobao turned his head to look at Lin Zhao, didn't speak, but just blinked. Daddy, can you see? My little hands are still a little far from the lock. I'm so short, I can't reach the lock. So who are you going to teach to lock the door? Me. Me, the short and stocky one? Lin Zhao clearly saw it, but still said to him, Xiaobao, try harder. Okay. Lin Xiaobao obediently listened to his father and started to try harder. Yeah. He lay on the door, trying his best to climb up. Just ahead. Almost there. He's about to touch the lock. Keep going. Lin Zhao sighed and patted his head. Never mind, Dad will go get a small stool. Lin Xiaobao refused to give up. Dad, believe me. Dad believes in you. In another 6 months, you'd definitely be able to touch the lock. For now, let's use the stool. Okay. They had a lot of things at home, including 5 or 6 small stools specifically for Lin Xiaobao. Because Fu Cheng knew a little woodworking, he would make small things in his spare time at the auto repair shop. They had all sorts of handmade items that Lin Zhao liked, small furniture for Lin Xiaobao, small stools, small tables, you name it. Lin Zhao brought over a stool, and let Lin Xiaobao stand on it. This way, Lin Xiaobao could face the door lock and see it clearly. Lin Zhao knelt down on one knee behind him, held out his hand, and pointed. Look, Xiaobao, there's a handle and a switch on the door. The handle is pressed down, press it down, and the door opens. Push the door in, and it closes. You know this, right? Yes. Lin Xiaobao nodded. Now Daddy will focus on explaining the switch. The switch is rotary, try turning it first. Okay. Lin Xiaobao did as instructed carefully. Great. Now Daddy will teach you how to lock the door. Look, we turn the rotary switch this way. Listen carefully, there's a sound. Lin Zhao patiently explained how to lock the door to Lin Xiaobao, then demonstrated it to him, and finally let him try it himself. Before long, Lin Xiaobao learned how to lock the door. But Lin Xiaobao felt something was off. Dad, why do I have to learn to lock the door? Lin Zhao patted his head. What if someone we dislike comes over and insists on coming in? If Dad's not home, or he's not awake yet, you can lock the door yourself and keep them out. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment. But I don't dislike anyone. I like people coming to our house. Dad does dislike people, Lin Zhao said seriously. Dad has some really bad people he doesn't want to come to our house. Dad dislikes them, so I dislike them too. Lin Xiaobao immediately switched sides. From today onwards, I dislike people too. Then it's settled. When someone we dislike comes in, Dad will give the order. Xiaobao, lock the door. You run upstairs right now and lock the door, okay? No problem. Lin Xiaobao patted his chest. Leave it to me. Lin Zhao held out his little finger. Pinky promise. Okay. Lin Xiaobao also held out his little hand. Pinky promise, never to change, whoever changes is a dog. After making the promise, Lin Zhao took him to the second floor to practice on the security door. Lin Xiaobao stood on a small stool in front of the door. He put one hand behind his back and turned the knob with the other, as if he were turning a safe combination. Effortlessly, elegantly. Click-clack. For clever Xiaobao, it was a piece of cake. Lin Zhao supervised from the side. The doors on the second and third floors are the same. We learned those 2 doors today. Tomorrow, Daddy will teach you how to lock the back door, and the day after tomorrow, Daddy will teach you how to lock the front door. The day after that, Daddy will teach you how to lock the roller shutter. Once you learn them all, you'll be the most amazing little Bao Bao in the world. Lin Xiaobao held his head high, maintaining his elegance. Okay, Daddy. The next few days, Lin Zhao spent all his time teaching Lin Xiaobao how to open and close the doors, and had him practice repeatedly. To make it easier for him to move around, a small stool was placed behind every door in the house. Lin Zhao had originally considered preparing a special weapon for him, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Fighting is for adults. A 3-year-old toddler, even with a weapon, wouldn't be very strong, and it would only make it easier for the weapon to be stolen. So Lin Zhao started training Lin Xiaobao's hiding skills. Lin Zhao played hide-and-seek with Lin Xiaobao. He hid under the bed, in the closet, in the bathroom, waiting for Lin Xiaobao to catch him. After being caught, he and Lin Xiaobao would study why they were discovered, finding the best hiding angles for Lin Xiaobao to try. Of course, besides training Xiaobao, Lin Zhao also did some exercise himself. His cold was much better, the fever was gone, but he still had a cough and a runny nose. It was okay, he could bear it. There were no barbells at home, so to strengthen his arms, Lin Zhao held Lin Xiaobao in both arms, lifting him up, lowering him, lifting him up, lowering him. Lin Xiaobao lay straight, pretending to be a little barbell. Daddy? I think you're acting strange. Strange in what way? Lin Zhao asked, strangely handsome? EW. Lin Xiaobao frowned, strangely silly. You little rascal, how dare you talk bad about Daddy? You're doomed. Lin Zhao hugged him tightly, tickling him randomly. Lin Xiaobao twisted and struggled desperately, but he couldn't escape his father's clutches. He could only be pinned to the bed, like a dried-out salted fish, forced to endure everything. Damn it! That wicked father. If only his older father were here. No, even if his older father were here, he wouldn't help him. His older father would only help his father. If only he had a little more fat on his belly. Then, he wouldn't get tickled by his father. Lin Zhao cooked and delivered meals during the day, organized supplies, and trained Xiaobao. At night, after Xiaobao fell asleep, he would wrap himself in his coat, take the keys, and patrol the house. But that night, the white light that swept past the window never appeared again. Sometimes, Lin Zhao wondered if he had imagined it. There was actually no light at all. He had just been half asleep that night, and was hallucinating. Or perhaps, a white light had indeed swept across, but someone was driving by, and the headlights had simply passed over their house. How strange. Although Lin Zhao wavered, he dared not relax and remained constantly prepared. As for Fu Cheng, Lin Zhao continued to bring him 3 meals a day. Having been scolded by Lin Zhao before, he was now very obedient. He ate whatever Lin Zhao brought him, finishing every last bite. Lin Zhao had also prepared a set of clean clothes and brought them in through the window for Fu Cheng to wear. However, Fu Cheng didn't put them on. He reached out, pulled them up, and with a little force, tore the clothes to shreds. Having ruined something, Fu Cheng looked quite aggrieved, pleadingly at Lin Zhao. Well, living in the house wasn't dirty, so Lin Zhao didn't insist. One night, before going to sleep, Lin Zhao suddenly remembered something. There was no toilet in the storage room. How was Fu Cheng going to use the toilet? Thinking about this, his eyes widened. He grabbed a flashlight, rushed downstairs, climbed to the window, and shone it into the storage room. Strangely, the storage room was spotless. It was exactly as it had been before. Not a speck of trash, let alone any dirt. The flashlight beam shone through, and Fu Cheng was sitting in the corner, his fingers pressed against the wall, muttering incantations. It seemed like he was performing a ritual, or perhaps practicing something. A suspicion lingered in Lin Zhao's mind. The next morning, he secretly pulled back the curtains a crack to peek at the other zombies. The streets were clean. Except for a bit of clutter, there was nothing dirty. So, zombies probably don't need to defecate. Thinking this, Lin Zhao picked up her pen and wrote down this discovery in her zombie husband feeding diary. And so, the family of 3 spent 3 days peacefully. That morning, Lin Zhao, as usual, put on an apron and brought out a large basin. In the basin were a pig's head and heart that had been soaking overnight. This large pig's head had always been Lin Zhao's greatest worry. He was always worried about it, afraid of ruining it, and afraid of letting it spoil. Until last night, He finally mustered up the courage to take the pig's head and heart out to thaw and soak them in water. Now that the weather was cold, soaking them overnight would remove the fishy smell and blood, and the food wouldn't spoil. This morning, it could be taken out and cooked. Linzeo fished the pig's head and heart out of the water, dried them, then bent down to turn on the gas stove. He used chopsticks to skewer the pig's head and placed it on the fire to singe it. The pig's head wasn't a whole piece. Fu Chung separated the ears, nose, and face, washing them all clean. However, some small hairs remained, which needed to be singed off. Just as Lin Zhao finished singing 2 pig ears, light footsteps sounded on the stairs. Lin Xiaobao came running up the stairs. "Dad, you're back?" Lin Zhao put down the charred pig ears, and then skewered the pig's nose. He was busy, and didn't turn around. "Did you tell Grandpa Zhang?" "Yes." Lin Xiaobao ran to his father's feet, stood on tiptoe, and curiously peered at the stove. "I said, Dad's making braised pig's head today, so Grandpa doesn't need to cook anything tonight, just rice." Braised pig's head takes a long time, and Lin Zhao figured it wouldn't be ready by noon, so she told Grandpa Zhang it would be for dinner. "What did Grandpa Zhang say?" "Grandpa Zhang said he didn't want it, and that we should eat it." "And what did you say?" "I said my dad and I don't like fatty meat." Lin Xiaobao said matter-of-factly, "If Grandpa Zhang doesn't help us eat it, it go bad before we can finish it." Lin Zhao smiled, turned the pig's snout around, and continued roasting. "Dad said we can't waste food, so Grandpa Zhang has to help us share the burden." "Right." Lin Zhao nodded. "That makes sense." Grandpa Zhang said the same thing, Lin Xiaobao said. He said, "Just like before, Dad and I can put things on the windowsill, and he go get them." I also said that Dad's braised pig's head smells very good, and if it's left outside, others will easily smell it. Grandpa Zhang said, "Then we agree on a secret signal. As long as I knock on the window from the outside, he come right away and take the pig's head away." Lin Zhao gave him a thumbs up. "Xiaobao, good job." He. Lin Xiaobao was a little proud, then immediately became shy. "Dad, let me help you." "Okay." You help Dad scrub the pig's ears, brush off all the blackened stuff. Lin Xiaobao put on his special little apron, put on sleeves, stood on a small stool in front of the sink. He took the small brush, gritted his teeth, and scrubbed the pig's ears hard. "Wow! I'm a strong man." Before long, Lin Zhao had cooked all the parts of the pig's head. After turning off the induction cooker, Lin Zhao went to the sink and started washing vegetables with Lin Xiaobao. For a moment, in the kitchen, there was the sound of running water, the swishing and scraping of brushes, and Lin Xiaobao's encouraging voice. "And, sweet, sweet, your smile is so sweet. Like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. Blooming in the spring breeze." Lin Zhao's gentle singing voice rang out. His cold hadn't gotten better, and his voice was a little hoarse. But it didn't matter, the hoarse voice actually added a different charm to the old song. Lin Xiaobao looked up and saw his father, head down, diligently brushing pig ears while softly humming a song. Lin Zhao felt his gaze and turned to look at him. "What's wrong? Dad's singing isn't very good. Should we change the song?" "No." Lin Xiaobao said, "Dad sings very well. I knew something was missing lately. Dad's been sick and hasn't been singing lately. Are you not used to it?" Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously. When Dad sings, no matter what song he sings or what the situation is, he feels at ease. When Dad doesn't sing, their lives become monotonous, and he feels very uncomfortable, as if some danger is about to strike. That's how it is on TV. There's music when things are safe and happy. Lin Zhao smiled. "Then Dad, sing more often." He cleared his throat and continued singing. Where have I seen you before? Your voice is so familiar, I can't remember right now." "Ah, in my dreams I seen you." The father and son spent half an hour cleaning every part of the pig's head. But it can't be braised yet. It needs to be blanched with scallions and ginger to further remove the fishy smell. Soak in cold water, boil over high heat, and finally blanch in hot water. These 3 steps complete the preparation. Next, Lin Xiaobao fiddled with the pig's ears, while Lin Zhao heated oil in a wok and began caramelizing sugar and spices. Caramelizing the sugar helps to better color the pig's head meat. Cooking the spices enhances their aroma, making the braising liquid more fragrant. They always braise things for the new year, and their refrigerator not only contains various spices, but also a large pot of braising liquid from previous meat braisings. Lin Zhao transferred to a larger pot, added the old braising liquid, slowly simmered it until dissolved, then added water, the caramelized sugar, and the spices. Since Lin Xiaobao would also be eating, he didn't add much chili, just 2 small red chilies for a slight flavor boost. The old braising liquid already has a salty taste, so no additional salt was needed. A little soy sauce for color was sufficient. Once the braising liquid in the pot boiled, the prepared pig's head and heart could be added. Using an iron spoon, press the pig's head and heart down to the bottom of the pot, letting it simmer slowly. Braising requires patience. The longer it braises, the more fragrant it becomes. Once braised, it's best to keep the ingredients submerged in the broth, allowing them to soak slowly and fully absorb the flavors. Lin Zhao braised this pot of pig's head for 2 hours, and then soaked it for 3 hours. At lunchtime, before it had soaked long enough, Lin Zhao secretly took the pig's head out, cut off a small piece, and gave it to Lin Xiaobao to try. Lin Xiaobao chewed the meat and shook her head. "Dad, it's not very good. It has no flavor, only the skin has any taste." So Lin Zhao didn't dare to be lazy and let the meat continue soaking in the broth. She quickly stir-fried 2 dishes, and the family had a simple lunch. This continued until 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Zhao dared to open the pot lid again and poke the pig's head meat with chopsticks. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't difficult either. The chopsticks went in. This kind of pig's head meat isn't too soft or too firm and bland. It's braised until it becomes gelatinous, not greasy at all, with a chewy texture, just right. The pig's heart, on the other hand, becomes firmer the longer it soaks, tasting like lean meat. Lin Zhao switched to a cutting board and knife, picked up a piece of meat, and sliced it thinly. Lin Zhao's knife skills were quite good. The slices of pig's head meat were so thin that they were almost translucent when placed by the window, and bounced when tapped with a finger. After slicing a row of pig's head meat, he sliced a row of pig's heart, scooped them up with a knife, and arranged them neatly in a bowl, evenly pouring a spoonful of braising liquid over them. The color was bright, the aroma enticing, making one's mouth water. Lin Zhao wasn't stingy. He cut a large bowl of chewable meat for Grandpa Zhang and prepared a large box for Fu Cheng, drizzling a generous spoonful of braising liquid over each. Then, he took Lin Xiaobao downstairs to deliver the food. Delivering food, whether to Fu Cheng or Grandpa Zhang, was something they were already quite adept at. It was done in less than 10 minutes. By the time they finished delivering the food, it was already dark. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao could no longer contain their excitement and ran upstairs quickly. "Braised pig, I'm here. Finally, it's our turn to eat." The father and son ran into the kitchen. They divided the tasks clearly. Lin Zhao cut and arranged the meat, while Lin Xiaobao served the rice. "Daddy, come quick." "Coming, coming." Lin Zhao lifted Lin Xiaobao into the high chair and untied his apron. The two had just sat down, picked up their chopsticks, and had only just picked up a piece of meat. The next moment, several loud bangs suddenly came from downstairs. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 It sounded like something was hitting the metal roller shutter door. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao instinctively turned around and looked out the window. The next second, several men's rude shouts came from outside the window. "Open the door! Old man, open the door now!" Chapter 19. Open the door. "Old man, open the door." "What?" "We're here to buy things." It was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. In an instant, the whole world boiled over. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao exchanged a glance, both somewhat panicked. "Dad?" Lin Xiaobao called out, "It's Grandpa Zhang's house." "Shh." Lin Zhao pinched his palm, forcing himself to calm down, and gestured for Lin Xiaobao to be quiet, interrupting him. He whispered, "Don't be afraid, you eat first, don't make a sound, Dad will go check." Lin Zhao got up and quickly ran to the kitchen wall, turning off the lights in the kitchen and dining room. The curtains couldn't completely block out the light, they would only give away their presence. After doing this, Lin Zhao groped his way to the kitchen, pried open the blinds a crack, and looked outside. Looking out the kitchen window, he could see the situation at Grandpa Zhang's door. By this time, the sun had already set. The sky was dark, and normally one couldn't see anything outside. However, Lin Zhao could see the scene outside clearly. Because the men had arrived by car. 2 slightly worn white vans, one on each side, were parked across Grandpa Zhang's house. The vans had their high beams on, very bright and blinding, shining directly onto Grandpa Zhang's door. Therefore, Lin Zhao could see everything below. The van doors opened, and 6 or 7 burly men, carrying wooden sticks and iron bars, got out. Since the zombie outbreak hadn't been long, Some of the men seemed to still have a bit of shame. They all wore black woolen hats, covering their faces. But one of the men, bald as he was, seemed unafraid of being recognized. His head and face were completely bald. Lin Zhao looked at his face, and felt it looked vaguely familiar. But from a distance, she couldn't quite place him. 7 men surrounded Grandpa Zhang's house, brandishing their weapons and pounding them against the door. Clearly, this was an attempt to intimidate Grandpa Zhang, to give him a warning. It was also a warning to others on the street not to act rashly or help others. Grandpa Zhang had no children and lived alone, making a living by running a small shop. A few years ago, his house still had an old-fashioned wooden door. Later, when the wooden door broke, Fu Chung helped him contact a roller shutter manufacturer and bought him a thickened roller shutter door, the same model used in the repair shop, at cost price. The stick slammed against the iron roller shutter door, making a loud bang, bang, echoing throughout the street. The situation wasn't too bad though. Although the banging was loud, the roller shutter door remained sturdy. The sheet metal was only slightly dented, showing no signs of being broken open. Luckily, Fu Chung had replaced the door for Grandpa Zhang beforehand. A regular wooden door wouldn't have withstood such a fierce attack. Lin Zhao held her breath, gripping her iron bar tightly, and continued watching. Seeing the door wouldn't open, the robbers changed tactics, shouting, "Open the door! You old geezer, open the door! Isn't this a convenience store? Customers are here, why aren't you opening the door? Hurry up! We're here to buy things. Open the door!" In this situation, money was worthless. Buying things, to put it nicely, was really robbery. However, Grandpa Zhang's little shop didn't have a sign. How did they know it was a shop? How did they know the person living here was an old man? Suddenly Lin Zhao remembered the white light that flashed past him a few nights ago. Yes, that was it. That was the group of robbers downstairs, choosing their prey. Grandpa Zhang had food and water, and he lived alone, so they targeted him. Oh no, this is really bad. 6 or 7 men, even Fu Chung, single-handedly, might not be able to defeat them. How could Grandpa Zhang, an old man, possibly? Bang, bang. You old geezer, open the door! A customer is here, aren't you doing business? Open the door now! Seeing that Grandpa Zhang wouldn't open the door, the robbers downstairs started banging on it again. They shouted and cursed as they pounded on the door. Lin Zhao's heart clenched at the sound. He took 2 deep breaths, calmed himself, lowered the blinds, and ran back into the dining room. Xiaobao. Lin Xiaobao sat in his high chair. Although Lin Zhao had urged him to eat, he was equally worried about Grandpa Zhang and hadn't touched his food. Lin Zhao lifted him from the chair and softly asked, "Xiaobao, do you remember how to lock the door on the 3rd floor?" Lin Xiaobao was clearly frightened, standing blankly in front of him, instinctively trying to throw himself into his arms, his voice trembling with tears. "Daddy, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Lin Zhao hugged him and gently patted his back. "Daddy's here." Xiaobao was so frightened, he certainly couldn't lock the door by himself, much less hide away. Yes, even with all the training, Xiaobao is still just a 3-year-old. He'd definitely be scared if he actually encountered something like this. We need to settle him down first. Lin Zhao picked up Lin Xiaobao and quickly walked towards the 3rd floor. He spoke softly, trying to comfort Xiaobao as he walked. But time was of the essence, so he spoke rapidly. "Xiaobao, don't be afraid. Those people are indeed bad people, they're going to bully Grandpa Zhang. But Daddy and Uncle Daddy are good people, and all the other uncles and aunties on the street are good people too. We should all go help Grandpa Zhang. You're too young, and you're not strong enough, so you can't go out. If they catch you, you become a hostage like in a cartoon, and they use you to threaten Daddy and Uncle Daddy. So Daddy has to hide you now, and you have to hide well too. Don't let them find you, okay?" Lin Xiaobao's eyes were red, and his little body trembled involuntarily with the noise outside. Lin Zhao gently held his little hand with her warm palm, bringing him back to his senses. "Daddy's going downstairs to help Grandpa Zhang soon. You should also do your part for Grandpa Zhang. You're a brave and smart little baby, right?" "Yes." Although he was scared, Lin Xiaobao nodded gently. "Yes. Now Daddy will hide you in the closet. You hide inside, like when we played hide-and-seek before. You're not allowed to come out." Lin Zhao carried him up to the 3rd floor. "Daddy will lock the bedroom door and the 3rd floor security door. You can't open the door and go out, and you can't let them catch you. Daddy will chase them away and come back right away. Our code is, who is the bravest and smartest child in the world? You have to answer." Lin Xiaobao sobbed, answering, "It's me." "That's right, it's you. It's Daddy and Big Daddy's most beloved Xiaobao." Lin Zhao carried Lin Xiaobao into the bedroom and opened the wardrobe door. He put Lin Xiaobao inside, then took down the coat hanging on the hanger and covered him with it. Finally, Lin Zhao took out a large bunch of house keys and handed them to Lin Xiaobao. He was going out to help Grandpa Zhang, and he absolutely couldn't carry the house keys with him. If they fell out and were picked up by those robbers, everything would be over. "Xiaobao, this is for you. You must keep it safe." Lin Zhao looked at him seriously and earnestly, his tone becoming much more emphatical. "When Daddy comes back, you can only open the door for Daddy if you give him the code. No one else, no matter who they are, is allowed to open the door. Do you understand?" Lin Xiaobao gripped the keys with both hands and nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Daddy." Having said everything he needed to say, Lin Zhao turned around, picked up the earphones from the bedside table, put them on Lin Xiaobao, and played a nursery rhyme. Finally, Lin Zhao cupped Lin Xiaobao's face and gave him a firm kiss on the forehead. "Daddy's leaving. Daddy, be careful. Don't get hurt. I go with you," Lin Xiaobao said, trying to chase after Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao carried him back to the closet and shushed him. Lin Xiaobao obediently sat back in the closet, hugging his father's and his great-uncle's coats, looking at him with teary eyes. "Don't worry, don't be afraid, Daddy will be back soon." Lin Zhao nodded to him, giving him a reassuring look, then closed the wardrobe door. Lin Xiaobao sat in the wardrobe, watching his father leave. Cheerful nursery rhymes filled his ears, and soft clothes surrounded him. His little heart, however, was pounding wildly. Lin Xiaobao felt as if his heart would leap out of his throat if he opened his mouth. So he could only clench his little teeth tightly, his fists clenched, gripping his coat tightly. Daddy is so tall, and Big Daddy is so strong, they can definitely drive the bad guys away. Big Daddy will definitely protect Daddy. They definitely be alright. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao settled Lin Xiaobao in and locked the door. Logically, without a key, the door cannot be locked from the outside. However, he had anticipated that Xiaobao might be too scared to lock the door himself. So he had tied a rubber band to each door beforehand, one end attached to a knob, the other held in his hand. He closed the door and yanked hard. The rubber band pulled the knob, making a full circle. A click sound meant the door was locked. Lin Zhao did the same, locking the bedroom door and the security door securely. Time was of the essence. He didn't have time to hesitate. He simply locked the doors, grabbed an iron bar, and ran downstairs. Lin Zhao didn't dare to act rashly. He rushed to the first floor, then to the window, lifted the cardboard covering, and carefully observed the situation outside. Several robbers had been banging on the door for 5 minutes. But the thick iron door wouldn't budge. The men were getting annoyed. "Damn it! You bought a pretty sturdy door. Open the door. We're just buying things, we're not taking lives." The roller shutter door was completely deformed. Not only could they not break it open, but even if Grandpa Zhang were inside, he couldn't open it for them. Lin Zhao pursed her pale, chapped lips, instinctively praying in her heart. She just hoped they find it too troublesome and give up and leave. That way, she wouldn't have to go out and face them head-on, one against many. "Go, go. This is a custom-made iron door by Fu Cheng. It can't be broken open. Go quickly, and I spare your lives. Go quickly." Sure enough, several robbers began to waver. They all turned their heads to look at the bald man in the middle. "Brother, this convenience store is a bit strange. I don't know what this door is made of. We've been smashing it for ages and it won't open. Old bones are a bit tough to crack. Maybe we should just give up? Go to the one on the next street? That one's an old codger too." Lin Zhao swallowed hard, keeping a close eye on them, not daring to relax. "Yes, let's go, hurry up." But the next second, the bald man lowered his head and spat on the ground. "I don't believe it. If you can't break the door, can't you break the window? If you can't break the window, can't you ram it with a car?" The bald man raised his foot and kicked the roller shutter door hard. "I'm going to take this shop down today. Xiangzi, you take a few men to break the window, give me the car keys." "I really don't believe it." The bald man picked up the car keys and turned to get in the car. Even if the roller shutter door is sturdy, it definitely can't stop a van from ramming it. "No!" Lin Zhao was about to stop them, but the words caught in his throat. "No, that won't work either. This group of people are ruthless. They came here today specifically to rob. How could they possibly stop their violence just because he shouted? Besides, Xiao Bao is still at home. If he shouts from inside, It'd expose his residence, and they'd definitely retaliate. That would be like letting wolves into the house, making things even more troublesome. No, no, no. None of it. Linzeo's mind was a complete mess. He looked up and glanced around. The next second, through the window, his eyes met those of Grandpa Zhang in the next house. Grandpa Zhang was also standing by the window, holding a long-handled machete in one hand and a tattered red plastic bag in the other. Linzeo didn't know what was inside, and he didn't have time to think about it. The moment their eyes met, Grandpa Zhang shook his head at him. No, don't come any closer. Linzeo shook his head vigorously as well. No. Absolutely not. Grandpa Zhang's eyes were firm as he pointed upstairs. What about Xiao Bao? What will happen to Xiao Bao? Linzeo shook his head again. I already taken care of Xiao Bao. She be fine. Grandpa Zhang has helped their family so much, and he's Xiao Bao's close friend despite the age difference. How could he just stand by and watch her die? Besides, these robbers are ruthless and lawless. Today they take it over the convenience store. Tomorrow they be pointing their weapons at their house. The day after tomorrow, it be the entire Happiness Street. If he stands idly by today, these people will come knocking on their door sooner or later. Rather than being picked off one by one, it's better to fight back now with Grandpa Zhang. Linzeo stopped arguing with Grandpa Zhang, simply turning his head and quickly scanning his surroundings, looking for a weapon more suitable than the iron bar. Firecrackers? No, firecrackers only scare zombies, not people. A wrench? That won't work either. A wrench is too small, and a blunt weapon, he wouldn't stand a chance in close combat. A car? That do. He can drive Fu Cheng's pickup truck out and ram them. It's just that he's not very good at driving. He's afraid of accidentally hurting Grandpa Zhang. And Linzeo's eyes lit up. He dropped the iron bar and ran forward. Boom, boom! Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. It even drowned out the sound of the van starting up. The robbers looked up sharply, following the sound, towards the end of the alley, beyond the wall. A young man, wearing a green military overcoat and a motorcycle helmet, was carrying a chainsaw. Linzeo was standing in the alley next to Grandpa Zhang's house, one hand gripping the chainsaw, the other pulling the starter rope. Her husband owned a car repair shop, so it was normal for him to keep a chainsaw at home as a tool, right? This was a large chainsaw that ran on gasoline, and carrying it was quite a challenge for Linzeo. So Linzeo used a towel to tie his hands directly to the chainsaw handle. With each pull of the start rope, the serrated chain spun rapidly, cutting with a deafening roar. Through his helmet visor, Linzeo's face was still covered by a mask, only his eyes, with a resolute gaze, were visible. He pulled the chainsaw as he slowly walked forward. The robbers were already terrified, instinctively backing away as he approached. Linzeo gritted his teeth and forced out a single word, "Get lost." Several men stumbled backward, not watching where they were going, and bumped right into the bald man. Damn it! The bald man shoved them aside. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us, are we afraid of a saw? This thing might scare others, but it won't scare me. The bald man looked up at Linzeo, giving a forced, mocking laugh. Buddy, first time using this thing, huh? Can't even hold it properly. Linzeo bit his cheek hard, trying not to show weakness. He deliberately raised his voice, shouting sharply, "Get out of here if you don't want to die. Who is this old man inside to you? None of your business. Get out. Working with us? Gotta split the loot?" I said, "Get out." Facing Linzeo's shout, the bald man didn't back down. Instead, he pressed closer. Linzeo instinctively wanted to retreat, but quickly regained his composure, forcing himself to stand firm. The other person was testing him, and the more this was the case, the less he could afford to show weakness. The bald man continued, "You live on this street?" Linzeo gritted his teeth, determined to ignore him. Seeing his silence, the bald man wasn't annoyed. Instead, he adopted a nonchalant demeanor. He turned his head, casually glancing around, and read out the shop signs on the street. "Sister's Hair Salon? Not this one, you're a man." "Ah Fei and his wife's wontons? Not this one either, you don't look fat." Linzeo remained silent, only glaring at him fiercely. The next second, the bald man's gaze shifted, landing on the nearest sign. He raised his hand, pointed at the sign, and read out the words, one by one. Little Lin Repair Shop. Linzeo's heart sank, his chest heaving, but he managed to suppress his emotions. What a coincidence. The bald man chuckled twice. Back in junior high, I had a classmate whose surname was also Lin. His mother was a murderer, and his father was the one who was murdered. I like to call him little bastard. Hearing those 3 words, Lin Zhao's expression darkened, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. This small town is too small. How could we meet like this? It really is too much of a coincidence. The bald man rubbed his head and continued, my classmate has a childhood friend, surnamed Fu. Those two are like a married couple, always together. That Fu guy is a complete mad dog. If anyone bullies his wife, he pounces and bites. I just called that Lin guy a bastard, and he's been bringing people to trap me in sacks every day, and he's even beaten up my parents. Lin Zhao's face darkened, and he said coldly, you deserve it. Fu Cheng had always protected him very well. He had long forgotten about what happened so long ago. So when he saw the bald man, he only felt that he looked somewhat familiar, but he didn't recognize him. Only this bald man, even now, still remembered him and recognized him at a glance. A post-apocalyptic world, a zombie outbreak. Morality, law, and social order all collapsed. Past hatreds were amplified infinitely. It could make someone who already harbored resentment develop a desire for revenge. The bald man, leading a group of men, had come to rob someone, and now he discovered that his old enemy from his student days was also here. He certainly wouldn't let this go easily. Lin Zhao's expression was serious, and he coldly replied, yes, it's me. He turned his head and pointed his chainsaw into the dark alley. You should know, right? I married Fu Cheng. He's over there now, gathering the other neighbors. Fu Cheng will be out soon. You can't beat him. I advise you to take your men and leave quickly. Don't die here. Before he finished speaking, the bald man suddenly sprang forward, lunging at him. Screw you. That Fu guy was already bitten by a zombie. You think I don't know? Trying to fool me? Lin Zhao quickly dodged, raising his chainsaw and aiming it at the bald man. The bald man stumbled, nearly falling. He steadied himself, turned around, and roared at his gang. What are you standing there for? Attack! These saws have a safety mechanism. They automatically stop when they touch human flesh. What are you afraid of? Attack! Hearing this, the robbers became excited. Lin Zhao hesitated for a moment, but quickly reacted, raising the chainsaw and swinging it at them. What a load of bull. He lied to you about risking his life for you, and you actually believed him? Those who aren't afraid of death, come and try. Come on! Lin Zhao gritted his teeth and quickly pulled the trigger rope. The chainsaw roared, sweeping across the arms and faces of the group of people. It was still winter, and everyone was wearing cotton-padded coats and down jackets. The saw blade swept quickly, cutting through their clothes and tearing their flesh. Down, cotton, and blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! My hand? Brother, didn't you say? Lin Zhao's eyes were red, he was panting, and he could barely stand. But he still forced himself to continue, shouldered the saw, chased after the group, and wildly swung it, hacking and slashing everywhere. Come on! Try again! Come on, try it! The bald man tried to sneak up on him from behind, just as he raised his foot. Just then, a large clump of chicken feathers, covered in chicken blood and droppings, flew from a distance and hit him squarely in the face, blinding him. You? Lin Zhao heard the noise, instinctively turned around, and quickly took a few steps back. It was Grandpa Zhang. He was too old to come out, afraid of causing trouble for Lin Zhao. But he was still inside, helping him. The bald man wiped his face and urged his companion, go. Hurry up. Her husband got a whole truckload of supplies. They're at their house. Getting this batch of supplies is enough for us for half a year. Lin Zhao had a chainsaw, and the group didn't dare approach for the time being, so they could only use iron bars to try and catch the saw blade. The chainsaw was too clumsy and heavy. Lin Zhao's arms were already starting to ache and tremble slightly. He clearly felt that he couldn't hold on for long by himself. So he looked up, glanced around, and started shouting for help. Yellow hair. Green hair. Red hair. Come down and help. Uncle Fatty, Aunt Fatty, hurry up. If they come in, the whole street is doomed. You can't hide now. Come down and help me. Lin Zhao shouted, waving his chainsaw. The commotion outside was so loud, the neighbors couldn't have missed it. But they, like Lin Zhao before, were clinging to a sliver of hope. Lin Zhao thought that if the robbers couldn't break down the shutter, they'd just leave. They thought Lin Zhao could chase the robbers away. If that didn't work, there were others. But now, it seemed impossible. Fear, wishful thinking, terror, and the urge to live a life of ignominy are human nature. Lin Zhao gasped for breath. Come out. Quick! Let's all. Before he could finish, several doors slammed shut, and several neighbors, finally having made up their minds, pushed open the doors and rushed out. First to emerge were the three spirited young men who worked at the car factory. Following closely behind were the two sisters, who worked at the hairdressing shop, and the middle-aged couple, who ran the wonton shop. Unlike Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng's homes, which had wrenches, hammers, and chainsaws, their homes only had scissors for cutting hair, a cleaver for chopping meat, and a throwing knife for showing off. But unity is also human nature. The red-haired young man kicked one of the robbers in the back. "You son of a bitch! You dare rob my godfather's house!" But instead of kicking the enemy away, he bounced himself off. The yellow-haired and green-haired men quickly helped him up. The two sisters, back to back, gripped scissors and wildly swung them at the robber. The middle-aged couple were stronger, they were quite powerful, and their kitchen knife was sharp. With their help, Lin Zhao was no longer outnumbered. Lin Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great! He only momentarily lost focus when someone shouted behind him. "Xiao Zhao!" Lin Zhao instinctively turned around. Before he could see what was happening, Grandpa Zhang, carrying a wood-chopping knife, appeared out of nowhere and blocked his path. The knife fell heavily, striking the bald man's raised arm. He was trying to ambush Lin Zhao from behind. "You old bastard!" The bald man screamed, raising his iron rod to strike Grandpa Zhang's head. Lin Zhao couldn't stop them in time, so he grabbed Grandpa Zhang's arm and pulled him behind him. The old man and the child fell to the ground together, tripping over the other neighbors, who were too busy to help. Lin Zhao could only raise the chainsaw with both hands and continue swinging it. "Get out of the way! Get away!" The iron bar slammed heavily onto the saw blade, almost sending sparks flying. At this point, Lin Zhao couldn't call out any other names, not even help. He just instinctively shouted, "Fu Cheng! Fu Cheng! Fu Cheng! Brother Cheng!" The next second, clang! A loud crash, and the iron bar in the bald man's hand fell to the ground. A large hand reached out from behind the bald man. The palm opened and grabbed his bald head. It was unclear whether the other person's hand was already covered in blood, or if they had already crushed his head. Thick blood streamed down his bald head, smearing his face and dripping onto the ground. "Ah, ah!" The bald man panicked, his voice hoarse, unable to even utter a sound. He could only watch helplessly as his head was pressed down, lifted up, and he was thrown into the air. Lin Zhao, protecting Grandpa Zhang, didn't have time to think or look any further. She simply retreated quickly, leaving the danger zone. Several neighbors, and the robbers they were fighting all stopped fighting. They looked up, stunned, at the scene before them. Behind the bald man, an excessively tall man, covered in blood, exuding an aura of ferocity. Chapter 20. In an instant. Night fell, the wind whistled. The whole world seemed to freeze. Everyone instinctively stopped what they were doing, looked up, and stared in stunned silence at the scene before them. A tall, strong man stood silently at the edge of the night. The darkness concealed his face, the mist obscured his figure. The man was almost invisible in the darkness. Even Lin Zhao, who was closest to him, could only see a hand. A broad, powerful hand with distinct knuckles, like the claws of a demon. Emerging from the darkness, it landed on the bald man's head. Sticky, scarlet blood trickled down the man's fingers, mixing with the chicken blood and feathers on the bald man's face. A faint, pungent stench spread through the air. The bald man, who had been so unruly just moments before, trembled under the pressure of the hand, unable to even scream. The bald man trembled, raised his head, and met Lin Zhao's gaze. Lin Zhao fell to the ground, staring ahead in shock. He remained motionless, unable to process what had happened. Lin Zhao wasn't looking at him, of course. Lin Zhao was looking at the man behind him. The bald man was confused. Was it Fu Cheng? Was the person holding him down Fu Cheng? Was it Fu Cheng bitten by a zombie? He saw it with his own eyes. How come Fu Cheng hadn't turned into a zombie? How come Fu Cheng was still here? The fear of Fu Cheng surged back into his heart. Back in school, he had only cursed at Lin Zhao a couple of times, and Fu Cheng had beaten him up. Now, he was chasing after Lin Zhao. Was Fu Cheng determined to kill him? Zombies were rampant, the police station was deserted, and Fu Cheng was a complete mad dog. What to do? What to do? No, it can't be Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng was bitten, he should be outside, wandering with other zombies. How could he still be here? It must be someone else, someone else. Thinking this, the bald man mustered his courage and, quietly, secretly, tentatively, rolled his eyes, trying to turn around for a glance. But that one glance terrified him, almost making him faint. Ah! What kind of person is this? The man stood behind him, tall and imposing, like a small mountain. Several deep, long wounds were visible on the man's face, shoulders, and arms. One wound ran from his left shoulder to his abdomen, traversing his entire chest. Blood flowed from the wound, soaking his clothes. Even more terrifying, the man's other arm hung limply beside him at an eerie angle. This isn't an angle a human arm can bend. This isn't a pose a human could make. He's not even human. The bald man grew increasingly terrified, his screams growing more piercing. The next second, a gust of wind swept in. At the same time, the streetlights on Happiness Street came on. The wind blew, the lights came on. The man's hand pressing on the bald man's head tightened rapidly. The bald man felt a sharp pain shoot through his head, making his vision go black. Just when he thought his head would be crushed like a hard-boiled egg by the man, an anxious voice broke the silence. Brother Chung. Lin Zhao, leaning on a chainsaw, struggled to his feet. Brother Chung. He wasn't worried about the bald man, of course. He was worried about Fu Chung. The bald man's head had been crushed like this by Fu Chung. He definitely wasn't going to survive. Why is Fu Chung here? Wasn't he in the storage room? How did he get out? How did he get out? Is he a human now, or a zombie? Does he have human consciousness? Is he protecting him in Xiao Bao? Or is he just acting on his zombie instincts, engaging in a simple killing spree? No, he can't let Fu Chung kill. At least. Lin Zhao turned around and glanced at the neighbors behind him. At least not here. Disposing of the bodies is troublesome, not to mention what if. What if Brother Chung loses control after starting a killing spree? What if the neighbors see him, get scared, and chase him away, even though Brother Chung saved them? But people are always afraid. Even if he swears he keep Brother Chung locked up, they won't feel at ease. Brother Chung can't be exposed. Almost instantly, Lin Zhao made up his mind. He picked up the chainsaw and strode forward. Fu Chung. That's enough. Let him go. Lin Zhao walked up to Fu Chung, trying to block the view of the people behind him with his slender figure. He looked up and whispered to Fu Chung, "Okay." You pressed his head down. It's dented. You can't kill him here. Seeing Lin Zhao approach, Fu Chung couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a stiff, ingratiating smile. A smile unique to zombies. His expression was happy, his eyes innocent. But his actions remained ruthless. Ah! Ah! The bald man couldn't help but cry out. Just a second later, he suddenly fell silent, his whole body slumped down like mud, losing consciousness. Fu Chung remained unmoved, simply staring fixedly at Lin Zhao, letting out a light snort from his throat. A voice. Xiao Zhao, he bullied you. I got revenge for you. Am I awesome? Do you like me? When Fu Chung was human, he always protected Lin Zhao. Now that he's a zombie, doing this kind of thing is even easier for him. Protecting Xiao Zhao is a life motto etched in his heart. He doesn't need deliberate training, he does it on his own. Seeing that the bald man was about to be crushed to death, Lin Zhao glanced back at the crowd behind him, not daring to delay any longer, and directly reached out to pry Fu Cheng's hand off. Lin Zhao whispered, Fu Cheng, do you understand? You can't kill people here. Fu Cheng, of course, didn't understand. He thought Xiao Zhao reached out because she wanted to experience crushing someone's head herself. He smiled, moved his palm to the side, making room for Lin Zhao. Come on, Xiao Zhao, you try it, it's fun. Seeing that he didn't understand her at all, Lin Zhao became anxious and pried his hands off even harder. Let go! Fu Cheng, let go! Did you hear me? You can't kill someone here. I'm scared. Upon hearing this, Fu Cheng suddenly reacted. Lin Zhao seemed to understand something, blinked, and squeezed out 2 tears. I'm scared, understand? Lin Zhao stopped prying his hands off, instead holding them and pressing her warm palm against the back of his hand. He turned his head and glanced in the direction of home. Brother Chung, I'm a little scared, and I'm so hungry. Shall we go home? Xiao Bao is waiting for us at home. Let's go home. Home. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fu Cheng released his hand. The bald man, who had already passed out, lay limply on the ground, completely unconscious. Lin Zhao gripped Fu Cheng's hand tightly, daring not to let go. He glanced back and coldly said to the robbers, Get out of here. It wasn't that Lin Zhao was soft-hearted or deliberately letting them go. Their advantage in this shootout was purely by chance. There were too many elderly, weak, and disabled people on Xingfu Street. If he really wiped out these young men, forcing them into a desperate fight, the outcome would be unpredictable. The neighbors understood this, so they didn't intervene, but instead gripped their weapons, stood together, and glared at them angrily. The robbers were terrified, frozen in place for a long while. Lin Zhao shouted again, "Aren't you leaving? Waiting to die here?" The neighbors echoed, "Get out! Get out now! Never come back to Xingfu Street. We beat you every time you come." Only then did the robbers react, scrambling to escape. "Wait!" Several people shuddered and froze on the spot. Lin Zhao raised her foot and kicked the bald man on the ground. "Take him away." Okay. The group pushed and shoved, finally sending two people over. One lifted him up, and the other lifted him up, carrying him away. Just as they were about to throw the bald man into the van, a voice came from behind them. "Wait!" It was Grandpa Zhang shouting. Everyone turned around and looked at him. Grandpa Zhang held out his hand to them, his face unchanged, and said sternly, "Give me the car keys, and leave the van." Right, everyone then realized that they had two vans. This group came to rob us. Since the robbery failed, shouldn't they leave something behind? The neighbors all raised their weapons, helping Grandpa Zhang. "Quick! Hand over the car keys." "Can we drive one ourselves? There are some things in the car. Can we take them?" Several robbers tried to bargain, but were immediately scared off by the neighbors. "No! Hand them over." Okay. They tried to be cunning, but seeing Fu Cheng standing next to Lin Zhao, they could only give in. The group handed over the car keys, picked up Baldy, and fled without looking back. They were lucky to escape with their lives. The residents of Happiness Street, in their first battle, have won. 2 vans and 2 sets of car keys have been seized. Both vans were parked in front of Grandpa Zhang's house. It was late, and it was difficult to move them, and there were no other empty spaces, so they simply parked them there, using them as a protective barrier. The car keys were handed over to Grandpa Zhang for safekeeping, and he also checked and distributed the supplies in the car. Lin Zhao didn't want to concern himself with any of this. He shielded Fu Cheng behind him, pulled Fu Cheng along, and headed home. "Thank you everyone for today. We be going now. Cheng Ji is injured. I take him home to get it bandaged." Lin Zhao pulled Fu Cheng, deliberately staying close to the wall, avoiding areas visible under the streetlights, and quickly walked towards home. He didn't dare say too much, afraid of attracting the attention of the neighbors. Fu Cheng obediently followed behind Lin Zhao, letting him pull him along, secretly pleased, a smile on his face. They held hands. He and Xiao Zhao held hands. He had been in the storage room for so long, and finally, he held hands with Xiao Zhao. The neighbors watched their departing figures, their brows furrowing involuntarily. "Don't you think?" Before they could finish, Grandpa Zhang interrupted them. "Thank you all for your help today. You trust this old man, so I just pack up the things in the car and distribute them to everyone. It's getting dark now, and with all the noise and blood everywhere, that thing will eventually find its way here. If there's nothing else, don't linger outside, go home quickly." Grandpa Zhang's words made them realize. That's right. Besides robbers, the most terrifying thing is zombies. They no longer cared about Lin Zhao, and Fu Cheng hastily said a few words, and prepared to leave. "Hurry up and go. Contact us if anything happens." The group scattered like birds, each returning home. Soon, the clouds parted and the moon shone brightly, and Happiness Street returned to its usual tranquility. Night fell. Lin Zhao, pulling Fu Cheng along, hurried through the alley and arrived at the small door at the back of their house. He came out through this door. Lin Zhao tiptoed, raised his hand, and pried open a tile on the wall. Behind the tile was the key to the back door. Xiao Bao had obediently hidden in the closet, so he couldn't open the door for him. So when Lin Zhao came out, he had left the back door key there. That way, he wouldn't be stranded at home after coming out. Lin Zhao pried the key out of the cement block and then put the tile back on. He opened the door with one hand, while tightly holding Fu Cheng's hand with the other, afraid he would get lost. Fu Cheng obediently followed behind him, watching his busy and focused profile, a smile always playing on his lips. They were going home. Xiao Zhao was taking him home. That's good. Lin Zhao opened the back door, pulled Fu Cheng inside, then quickly turned around and locked the door again. He turned back and quickly glanced at the house. The doors and windows were all intact, without any signs of damage. So even though he knew Fu Cheng couldn't understand him, Lin Zhao still couldn't help but ask. "Brother Cheng, did you know I was in danger and come here specifically to protect me? How did you get out?" "The door was locked, the windows were locked, you." Lin Zhao led him back to the storage room and made him sit on the bed. "Wait here for a bit, I go upstairs to check on Xiao Bao, Then get some medicine and bandages, and come down to bandage you. You wait here. Lin Zhao let go of his hand, and turned to leave. But as soon as Fu Cheng saw him leaving, he immediately stood up, wanting to follow him. Sit down. Lin Zhao grabbed his arm, and pressed him back down. Sit. Sit down. Fu Cheng stood up again, looking at him defiantly. I don't understand. Lin Zhao explained, you're covered in blood like this, it scares Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao. He pointed to Fu Cheng, then to himself, me and your Xiao Bao. Mentioning Xiao Bao, Fu Cheng seemed to understand, yet also seemed not to. He only knew that Xiao Bao was also a very important person. So he sat back on the bed, like a big dog, looking at him obediently and meekly. I be down right away, don't run around, understand? Lin Zhao said this last, then hurriedly went upstairs. As he left, he leaned against the iron gate. He hesitated for a moment, then simply closed the door, not locking it. He trusted Brother Cheng, he wouldn't hurt him in Xiao Bao. Fu Cheng sat on the bed, watching Lin Zhao leave. He stared in the direction Lin Zhao had gone for a long while before slowly turning his gaze away. Fu Cheng turned his head, reaching out to pick up the lunchbox he had placed on the bed. Xiao Zhao had brought him dinner, and he hadn't eaten a single bite. Now he could eat. He stretched out both hands, trying to lift the lunchbox. Only then did he realize that he couldn't lift his left arm. He looked down and saw his left arm hanging from his shoulder, powerless. It seemed like a bone had dislocated. Fu Cheng lowered his head, his expression unchanged, grasped his dislocated left arm, and pushed it upwards. Click. 2 sounds, and Fu Cheng moved his arm. All done, all packed. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao quickly ran up the stairs to the 3rd floor security door. He gently knocked on the door, and called out twice, Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao. Lin Zhao had assumed that Xiao Bao, hidden in the closet, and wearing headphones, might not hear him. He was even prepared to climb through the window to find Xiao Bao. But to his surprise, there was immediate movement from inside after only 2 calls. Daddy? Is that Daddy? Yes. I opened the door for you right now. Xiao Bao, the code. Lin Xiao Bao had completely forgotten about the code. Hearing Lin Zhao's voice, she started turning the lock. The next second, the security door opened, and Lin Xiao Bao stood on a small stool inside. Lin Zhao squatted down, and Lin Xiao Bao jumped off the stool and rushed into her father's arms. Feeling the familiar warmth and scent, Lin Xiao Bao finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Daddy! I'm so scared. I'm terrified. Chapter 21. What? Daddy, I'm so scared. I'm terrified. In the hallway, Lin Xiaobao threw himself into his father's arms, wailing loudly. His cries were heart-wrenching, shaking the ground. Even the overhead light flickered twice. He was so scared of the sound of the door being banged on, so scared of the bad people outside. He was so scared that Daddy would leave him alone at home. He was terrified. While crying, Lin Xiaobao still managed to reach out and tightly grasp his father's clothes. Daddy, don't go. Don't leave him alone. Seeing him cry like this, Lin Zhao's heart was already shattered into 8 pieces. Lin Zhao squatted down, also reaching out his arms to hug him tightly. He lowered his head, pressing his wind-cooled cheek against Lin Xiaobao's tear-smeared little face. He spoke softly, gently comforting him. Xiao Bao, don't be afraid, Daddy's here, Daddy will protect you. Lin Xiao Bao was crying so hard he was out of control, and couldn't hear anything he was saying. Lin Zhao wasn't worried. He held him, and repeated the words over and over. For every complaint Lin Xiaobao made, he would respond. It's so loud outside. Louder than thunder. Bad people were banging on the door, but Daddy and Big Daddy have chased them away. Don't be afraid. It's so dark outside, it's so dark in the closet. Daddy didn't even turn on the light for me. I'm sorry, Daddy forgot. Daddy will put the night light in the closet in a bit. Daddy and Big Daddy aren't with me. Daddy and Big Daddy don't want me anymore. Daddy and Big Daddy didn't abandon you. We went to protect you. I'm all alone. Daddy and Big Daddy are 2 people, but I'm all alone. At first, Lin Xiaobao could still speak a few clear and complete sentences. But he cried so hard, so intensely. Soon, he involuntarily bent over, arched his back, and coughed violently. It's not fair. Cough, cough, cough. It's not fair at all. Xiaobao? Xiaobao. Seeing the situation was bad, Lin Zhao quickly loosened his grip slightly, supporting him with one hand and gently patting his back with the other. What's wrong? Did you choke on your saliva? Can you still breathe? Just then, Lin Xiaobao coughed forcefully, opened his mouth again, and gasped for breath. Lin Zhao squeezed his small hand and found it trembling, so he quickly covered his mouth and pinched his nose. Xiaobao, don't breathe so fast. He was crying too hard, and his breathing was too rapid. Lin Xiaobao couldn't hear what he was saying, so Lin Zhao could only raise his voice. Xiaobao, listen to Daddy. Do as Daddy says. Lin Zhao clenched his fist. Inhale slowly. Clenched his fist. Exhale slowly. Lin Xiaobao trembled, obediently following his father's instructions. Each breath in and out, pause and repetition. After a few minutes, his breathing gradually calmed down. Lin Zhao touched his little hand, making sure he wasn't trembling anymore, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaobao stood before him, his eyes red, his lips red, his whole face flushed. Looking at Lin Zhao's overly serious expression, he sobbed and whispered, "Daddy's so fierce, does Daddy hate me?" "Nonsense!" Lin Zhao quickly interrupted him, pulling him back into his arms. "Daddy doesn't hate you, Daddy's just worried about you. You were crying so hard just now, you couldn't breathe. Daddy was talking to you, but you couldn't hear me, so Daddy had to be a little harsh. Daddy was worried about you, afraid you wouldn't be able to breathe, afraid you faint." Lin Xiaobao nestled in his father's arms, burying his face in his chest, and asked in a muffled voice, "Really?" "Of course it's true." Lin Zhao's tone was serious. "How are you feeling now? Can you breathe?" Lin Xiaobao nodded. "That's good." Lin Zhao patted his back, then took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his face. Lin Xiaobao had cried so hard that tears, snot, and drool covered his face. Lin Zhao didn't mind, wiping him clean while gently comforting him. "It was dangerous just now. Daddy was afraid the bad guys would catch you and hurt you, so he hid you in the closet. Daddy knew you were scared, so as soon as the bad guys left, Daddy rushed back to find you, right? Daddy knows you're a little baby, so small, so even though you cried, Daddy wasn't angry or annoyed with you. Daddy felt sorry for you. Heartbroken for our little baby, hiding alone in the closet, opening the door for Daddy all by herself. So small, but so brave. Right? Yes." Lin Xiaobao nodded sadly, "Yes. You were very sad, and Daddy heard everything you said. So next time, you can talk to Daddy properly, and you can cry, but you can't cry so hard and hurt yourself. Okay?" Lin Xiaobao nodded again. "Okay. Great job." Lin Zhao pinched the handkerchief, turned it over, and pinched Lin Xiaobao's nose. "Xiaobao hum." Lin Xiaobao took a deep breath, then closed his mouth and exhaled through his nose. Humph. Like a little train starting up. EW. Lin Zhao pinched the handkerchief and showed it to Lin Xiaobao. "Look, so much snot. If you keep crying and crying without letting Daddy wipe your face, the snot will flow down your nose and into your tummy, making you dirty and causing worms to grow in your tummy. So from now on, when you cry, stop crying for a while and let Daddy wipe your face." Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously. Okay. Lin Zhao took his hand. "The bad guys have been chased away by Daddy and Big Daddy. Daddy will wash your face and hands first, then we continue eating, okay?" "Okay. Let's go." Lin Zhao led him into the bedroom and bathroom. Lin Zhao filled a basin halfway with warm water, tossed in Lin Xiaobao's small towel, soaked it completely, and then wrung it out. Lin Xiaobao sat obediently on his little stool, tilting his head back. The warm towel covered his face. "Xiaobao, does it feel good?" "It feels good." Lin Zhao had only roughly wiped away his tears and snot earlier. Now he carefully wiped the corners of his eyes and mouth. Lin Xiaobao sniffed and called out again, "Daddy." "Daddy's here." "What's wrong? Did Big Daddy go out too?" "Yes." Lin Zhao replied, "Daddy couldn't fight those bad guys by himself, so Big Daddy came out to help. Big Daddy got hurt saving Daddy, and we have to go put medicine on him later." "Then I want to go with you." "I want to go next time too. But it's too dangerous outside." Lin Zhao instinctively refused, "You're still so young." "I don't care. I want to go. I want to go with Dad and Big Dad." "But staying home is also an important task." Lin Zhao patiently coaxed him, "Look, we have so many vegetables, and so much meat at home, someone needs to watch over them. Dad and Big Dad have both gone out, you stay home to watch these things, we're splitting up, working in groups, right?" Lin Xiaobao objected, "But Dad and Big Dad have 2 people, and I only have 1. This isn't fair." "That's because..." Lin Zhao thought for a moment, "Dad and Big Dad are a bit slow, Xiaobao is smarter. 1 is worth 2. You're in a group by yourself, which means you're more capable. Lin Zhao gave him a thumbs up, alternating between the 2 thumbs. Awesome. Extremely awesome. Lin Xiaobao hesitated. It seems to make sense. But I still want to be with Daddy and Big Daddy. I don't want to stay home alone. I'm afraid you get hurt. Don't be afraid, Daddy and Big Daddy will be fine. Lin Zhao patted his little head. We protect ourselves. You stay home, count to 100, and we be back. Really? Of course. Lin Zhao held out his hand. Want to pinky swear? Okay. Lin Xiaobao was about to extend his hand when he suddenly remembered something. Daddy, I can't count to 100 yet. Dad lied to him. Dad lied to the illiterate boy. It's okay, Dad will teach you right away tonight. The little illiterate boy's eyes lit up, and he was immediately appeased. Okay then. Pinky promise. Lin Zhao washed Lin Xiaobao's face and hands, then took him downstairs to the dining room. When the group of robbers arrived, the father and son were just about to have dinner. Now the robbers had been driven away, and the food on the table was cold. Lin Xiaobao had just had another big cry and couldn't eat anything too greasy, lest he get an upset stomach and vomit. Lin Zhao put away the braised pig's head meat, and put it in the refrigerator, only taking out 2 firm pieces of braised pig's heart, which he cut into small pieces. At the same time, he started boiling water again, and cooked a light and appetizing seaweed and egg drop soup. While the soup was cooking, he placed a steamer rack on the clay pot, and put rice on it. The soup was cooked, and the rice was warm. Lin Zhao picked up Lin Xiaobao and placed him in his high chair, then took out food and laid it out in front of him. It was so late, and Xiaobao had been crying for so long, he must be hungry. Here it is, fragrant pork heart and egg drop soup, you can eat them together. Seeing the food in front of him, Lin Xiaobao asked, Where's Daddy? Isn't Daddy going to eat? Daddy ate a little while he was making the food, Lin Zhao explained patiently. Big Daddy is injured and is waiting downstairs for Daddy to bring down medicine to bandage him. Eat slowly, don't rush, Daddy is downstairs. If you need anything, just shout, and Daddy will come right up. Okay? Seeing Lin Zhao about to leave, Lin Xiaobao immediately became restless. No! No, no! He twisted his body, trying to climb down from the chair. I want to be with Daddy. I want to be with Daddy right now. He was still a little scared. Lin Zhao thought he was better, but, thinking about it, Xiaobao was only 3 years old. After experiencing something so terrible, how could he be better so quickly? Lin Xiaobao struggled, almost tipping over the baby chair. Lin Zhao quickly picked him up. Okay, you can be with Daddy. Daddy will take your food downstairs to eat. Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. But you have to promise Daddy that you will eat well, and not run into Big Daddy's room. Big Daddy's injury is a bit serious, and Daddy needs to treat him personally. You can't disturb us or ruin his treatment. Actually, Lin Zhao wasn't afraid of disturbing him. He was afraid that Fu Cheng, covered in blood, would scare Xiaobao. Okay. Lin Xiaobao readily agreed. I promise. I won't disturb Daddy and Big Daddy. Then let's go. Lin Xiaobao picked up his little bowl. Lin Zhao found the first aid kit, carrying wound medicine and bandages in one hand, and a bowl of egg drop soup in the other. The father and son went downstairs. Lin Zhao moved a tall plastic stool and placed it a little distance from the storage room doorway. Xiaobao, this is your dining table. You sit here to eat, and Dad and Uncle will treat your wounds inside. Dad, closer. Lin Xiaobao tried to plead. No. Lin Zhao's face was serious. You can only eat here. If Brother Cheng didn't recognize them and became aggressive, Xiaobao would still have a chance to escape if he ate here. Okay. Lin Xiaobao obediently put down his little bowl and ran to fetch a small stool, placing it in front of the dining table. Lin Zhao saw through his plan and reminded him, Don't move the stool yourself. You can't lift it, and if you spill the soup, you burn yourself. As he spoke, he grabbed Lin Xiaobao's hand and placed his fingers on the metal bowl of soup. Is it hot? Very hot. So be careful. Okay. Lin Xiaobao reluctantly replied. After settling Lin Xiaobao in, Lin Zhao put on his helmet and gloves and slowly walked towards the storage room. He wondered if Brother Cheng would still recognize him. What if Brother Cheng didn't recognize him? What if Brother Cheng wanted to bite him? No. There are no what-ifs. Even if it really happened, he had to apply medicine to Cheng Ji. He was covered in blood, so badly injured, he couldn't just leave him like that. Lin Zhao made up his mind, went to the storage room door, and gently placed his hand on the slightly ajar iron door. With a creak, the door slowly opened from the outside. 1 inch, 2 inches. Lin Zhao fumbled for the light switch on the wall and turned on the light. The incandescent bulb flickered twice, illuminating the entire storage room. 3 inches, 4 inches. Lin Zhao looked up and saw Fu Chung sitting on the bed. This was his order before he left, and Fu Chung still obeyed. Fu Chung held a lunchbox in one hand and chopsticks in the other. He was eating dinner, and he had already finished. Hearing the sound, Fu Chung looked up at Lin Zhao. In an instant, his eyes lit up, filled with surprise and joy, without a trace of aggression. Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, put the medicine and bandages into his pocket, and turned to fetch water. With so much blood on him, he definitely needed to be wiped clean before bandaging. But as soon as he turned around, Fu Chung behind him immediately became restless. Lin Zhao could only turn back, point at him, and say, "I'll be right back, sit down." Fu Chung didn't understand, but he understood Lin Zhao's gesture, and suppressed the urge to pounce forward, sitting back down. Lin Zhao went to the garage tap, filled a basin with water, and took a blue towel from the wall. The towel was the one Fu Chung used to wipe his sweat when he was repairing the car. It was still relatively new, so he could use it. Lin Zhao carried the basin of water back to the storage room. When Fu Chung saw him return, he smirked again. "Laugh, laugh, laugh, you gotten yourself into this state, and you still dare to laugh?" Lin Zhao looked at him, muttered, took the towel out of the water, wrung it out, and slapped it on Fu Cheng's face. Suddenly, everything went black. Fu Chung instinctively raised his hand to attack, but the moment he heard Lin Zhao's voice, he lowered it again. "Brother Chung, what happened to you? How did you get so many injuries?" Lin Zhao took a towel and wiped away the dried blood from his face. Beneath the bloodstains were several faint wounds. His face was relatively unharmed, but the most serious were his shoulders, arms, and chest. Several deep and long wounds, with flesh turned outwards, made Lin Zhao's heart tremble with fear. Lin Zhao lowered his head and carefully wiped his chest. 1, 2, 3. As he wiped, Lin Zhao felt a pang of sadness, and his nose stung. He didn't want to cry, so he kept talking to Fu Chung, using words to mask his emotions. Even knowing Fu Chung wouldn't understand, he still asked again and again. "What happened? Did you go on a rampage? How did you get like this? Does it hurt? Do zombies bleed? Won't a zombie's blood run dry? Brother Chung, I hate you. You're always like this, so reckless, never caring about yourself. You were like this when you were human, and you're still like this now that you're a zombie. Don't do this again next time. If you do, I'll..." Lin Zhao lowered her head, her eyes downcast, trying to hide the heartache in her eyes. But just then, the moonlight shifted, streaming in through the window. The moonlight was clear and unobstructed, a pure, bright light. Lin Zhao subconsciously looked up, staring blankly at the empty window, lost in thought. Was this really a window? Where's the window pane? Where's the glass? The next second, Fu Chung let out a soft snoring. Why is she spacing out? Why isn't she wiping his hands? Lin Zhao suddenly snapped out of her reverie, looked down at him, and understood everything. That wasn't originally a window. It was originally an exhaust fan. An exhaust fan. An exhaust fan with metal blades. It was an exhaust fan that would scratch you all over. The next second, Lin Zhao opened her arms and hugged Fu Chung tightly. Without fear, without any reservations. Chapter 22. It was the exhaust fan. Fu Chung came out through the exhaust fan window. Lin Zhao, holding Fu Chung, looked up and stared silently at the empty little window. He began to guess, to deduce. He began to imagine Fu Cheng's every move. Fu Chung stepped onto the stainless steel table. Even as a zombie, even having lost his human habits, Fu Chung still remembered that he couldn't dirty the sheets that Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao had painstakingly made. So, he lifted the sheets and blankets from the table. He simply stepped on the table, leaving a few dusty, easily wiped away footprints. Fu Chung tried to dismantle the metal exhaust fan with his bare hands. The robber was outside, Xiao Zhao was outside too. Fu Chung was frantic. He tried to pry open the exhaust fan, but his hand slipped, and before he could stop, the sharp blade sliced straight down his arm. So, he had a deep, long wound on his arm, almost piercing through his forearm. He struggled mightily to break open the exhaust fan, leaving a window. Fu Chung clung to the window, trying to climb out. But the window was too small, and he was so tall. No matter how he curled up, he couldn't squeeze through the window properly. He had to break his joints, breaking his left shoulder to reduce the space he needed to squeeze through the window. So, when he first appeared, his left arm looked like a piece of dead flesh, hanging silently on his shoulder. But because the exhaust fan hadn't been completely dismantled, without the blades, there were still baffles and joints, incredibly sharp. Even a light touch could cut you. So, he had several large and small wounds on his shoulders and arms. He also had a long wound on his chest, running from his shoulder to his abdomen. That's how it was. That's how Fu Cheng climbed out of the exhaust fan window. Covered in wounds, he landed and heard Lin Zhao calling, "Brother Cheng." It was his beloved Xiao Zhao, his most beloved Xiao Zhao calling him. Fu Cheng didn't care about anything else, forgetting even to put his shoulder back on, and ran towards where Xiao Zhao was. Using the cover of night, he ran forward quickly, lunged forward, and, filled with rage, grabbed the bald man's head. He remembered this person, remembered the words "little bastard," and remembered how they had made Xiao Zhao cry several times. Fu Cheng pressed down on the head beneath his hand, and shook it forcefully. Lighter than an egg, softer than mud, with sloshing liquid inside. He could crush it with the slightest force. That was what he originally intended to do. But then, Xiao Zhao's voice came. Xiao Zhao said he was scared and wanted to go home. So he listened to Xiao Zhao, tossing his bald head aside. He only obeyed Xiao Zhao, only yielding to her every word. In the storage room, the overhead fluorescent light and the moonlight outside the window were equally bright and equally abundant. Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng faced each other. One stood, the other sat. But because Fu Cheng was so tall, even sitting, he reached Lin Zhao's heart. Lin Zhao's heart trembled. He couldn't care less about anything else, and immediately opened his arms, wrapping them around Fu Cheng's neck and back, hugging him tightly. He was terrified by the scene he had imagined. His face turned pale, his eyes reddened, and he lowered his head, hugging Fu Cheng even tighter. He didn't care anymore. He didn't care if Cheng Ji had completely turned into a zombie. He didn't care if Cheng Ji would jump up and bite him. He only knew that zombies had hearts too. He had already seen Cheng Ji's heart. Cheng Ji's heart was filled entirely with him and Xiaobao. He didn't mind, he wasn't afraid at all. Lin Zhao hugged Fu Cheng, trembling slightly involuntarily. He lowered his head, and suddenly his eyes stung, tears falling. Fu Cheng, who had been sitting on the bed, obediently curled up, letting Lin Zhao do as he pleased. He also lowered his head, burying his face in Lin Zhao's arms, secretly inhaling Lin Zhao's sweet scent through the military coat, feeling the familiar warmth. Suddenly, a warm drop of water landed on the back of his neck. Beneath the back of a zombie's neck lies the crucial spine. It's the zombie's most sensitive spot. Fu Cheng instantly became alert, abruptly raising his head, wanting to attack. But when he met Lin Zhao's red, tear-filled eyes, he calmed down. It was Xiao Zhao. Tears were falling from Xiao Zhao's eyes. Fu Cheng clearly felt the drop of water that landed on the back of his neck, sliding down his spine. A single tear, like a knife. It landed on the back of his neck, yet it struck his heart. Fu Cheng mimicked Lin Zhao's movements, tentatively raising his stiff arms to encircle her excessively thin waist. This time, not only was Lin Zhao embracing him, but he was also embracing Lin Zhao. So that's how it is. Clinging together like this, their breaths mingled, their body heat mingled, their hearts met. He could hear Xiao Zhao's heartbeat, feel her body temperature, and hold her completely in his arms, possessing her entirely. No wonder humans love to hug. Fu Cheng understood. And so, the two held each other tightly. Lin Zhao didn't speak, and Fu Cheng didn't yell. The room was quiet, save for Lin Zhao's soft sobs and silent tears. Until, "Daddy, I'm finished eating." Lin Shibao's cheerful voice rang out. "I finished all my dinner. Are you done treating Daddy's wounds? Can I come in and see you and Daddy?" "I'm coming in." Lin Zhao snapped out of her daze, quickly letting go and wiping her tears with her sleeve. Fu Cheng looked down, feeling an emptiness in his arms, a void in his heart. Lin Zhao sniffed, turned around, and tried to make her voice sound normal. "Not yet. Daddy has quite a few wounds, and Daddy hasn't finished treating them yet. Don't come in, help Daddy with something, okay? Daddy, you say it." Lin Xiaobao stopped outside the storage room. He clung to the doorframe, peeking inside with his head held high. Dad and Big Dad were hugging. He saw it. Big Dad's clothes are torn. He needs a new one. "Could you go upstairs and get Big Dad a clean set of clothes?" Lin Zhao started to say, then suddenly remembered something and quickly changed his words. "If you don't want to go, that's okay. Dad will go up with you. Xiao Bao couldn't be left alone right now. If he had to go upstairs to get clothes and open the wardrobe, he would definitely be scared. He had forgotten. But the next second, Lin Xiaobao put his hands on his hips, puffing out his round little belly. No problem. Dad, you wait. But Lin Xiaobao finished speaking and turned to go upstairs. Lin Zhao was a little worried and quickly chased after him to check. Xiaobao, don't run around right after eating. Be careful your stomach doesn't hurt. I know. Don't worry, Dad. Lin Xiaobao replied as he ran upstairs. Actually, he was still a little scared. Scared about his room, scared about the wardrobe, scared about being alone. But this was a favor his dad had asked him to do. His dad worked so hard, and he wanted to help him. So as long as he ran fast and left the bad guys far behind, everything would be fine. Lin Xiaobao was like a little rocket, whoosh, launching himself upstairs and quickly opening the wardrobe. He was too lazy to choose. All his dad's clothes were the same anyway, vests, either black or gray. Lin Xiaobao grabbed the clothes, then poof, launched himself back downstairs. Lin Zhao was already waiting for him downstairs, rubbing his little tummy. Didn't I tell you not to run? Be careful, your tummy hurts. It won't. Lin Xiaobao said confidently, it doesn't hurt at all. Don't do that next time. Lin Zhao took the clothes from his hands. Stand over there and rest for a bit. Can I go in and help? Lin Zhao looked at Lin Xiaobao, then at Fu Cheng, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. You can, but you can't get too close to Daddy. Why? Because Daddy needs to observe Daddy's wound. If you're too close, you block the light and make it hard for Daddy to see. Okay. He was already very happy just to be able to go in and stay. The storage room door was wide open. Lin Zhao washed the blood-stained towel in water and continued cleaning Fu Cheng's wounds. Lin Xiaobao, holding the medicine bottle and bandages, stood obediently by the door, tilting her head and observing intently. Just then, Fu Cheng looked up. The father and son's gazes met in midair. Lin Xiaobao blinked, looking sad. Daddy's injury is so serious, so pitiful. Fu Cheng frowned and let out a soft snort. What's wrong? Why are you crying? I'm fine. Xiao Zhao and Xiaobao stayed with him, caring for him, fussing over him, showing him great concern. Fu Cheng's remaining human consciousness made this scene seem strangely familiar. He not only felt warm and cozy, but also a little comfortable. He was the head of the family. His wife and son were all around him. This was so comforting. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao supported his shoulders, bent down, and gently wiped his chest. After wiping twice, Lin Zhao took out a cotton swab, dipped it in alcohol, and cleaned his wounds. The wounds were full of dirt, dust, and rust, all of which needed to be removed. Cleaning the wounds took time and strained his eyes. Lin Zhao sat on the bed, cleaning carefully, bit by bit. Fu Cheng didn't feel any pain. He kept glancing at Lin Zhao's focused profile, and then at Lin Xiaobao's concerned expression, feeling his heart overflow with joy. It was wonderful. Lin Zhao spent a full 2 hours treating Fu Cheng's injuries. The huge wound that ran across his chest alone took him an hour. After cleaning the wound, he carefully sprinkled on some medicinal powder, and then meticulously wrapped it with bandages. That's good. Taking this opportunity, Lin Zhao checked the old scratches on his arm, inflicted by the zombies. The 3 scratches had completely healed. Only the new flesh was still a bit white, leaving 3 shallow scars. This meant that Yunnan Baiao was also effective against zombie wounds. With proper care, zombies could become like humans. This was undoubtedly good news for their family. Relieved, Lin Zhao tied a bow on Fu Cheng's chest. He looked up, his eyes crinkling with a gentle smile. Brother Cheng, it's all right. Be careful yourself, don't get hurt. It's getting late. Xiaobao and I are going upstairs to shower and go to bed. You should go to sleep early too. I make you some nourishing soup tomorrow. Fu Cheng still couldn't understand human language, but Lin Zhao's smile spoke volumes. Lin Zhao picked up the remaining medicine bottles and bandages, stood up, and said, Brother Cheng, let's go. He held out his hand to Lin Xiaobao. Xiaobao, say good night to your dad. Lin Xiaobao took her father's hand and peeked out. Good night, Daddy. Fu Cheng squeezed out a snort. As if to acknowledge it, Lin Zhao led Lin Xiaobao out. Fu Cheng looked up, his eyes flashing red, watching them leave. The lights went out, and the door closed. Outside the small window, the garage lights also went out. Then, familiar footsteps sounded, and Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao went upstairs. Fu Cheng snored twice more, but didn't go to sleep. Instead, he walked to the corner and stroked the words on the wall. He continued practicing speaking. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao led Lin Xiaobao upstairs. As usual, the father and son showered and changed into their pajamas. However, Lin Xiaobao had just experienced a significant fright, and he was still undoubtedly scared. Lin Zhao didn't dare let him go to sleep so early. If a child falls asleep in fear and panic, the feelings are easily etched into their heart, becoming nightmares that they remember even into adulthood, causing significant damage to their brain. He needed to wait until he had completely forgotten about it before letting him sleep. So Lin Zhao took Lin Xiaobao's hand, trying to find something for him to do. I got it! Lin Zhao stepped forward and picked up Lin Xiaobao's lettuce growth diary from the table. Xiaobao, haven't you drawn lettuce for several days? I've been too busy lately. Lin Xiaobao scratched his head. It's okay, Daddy will draw with you. Will Daddy draw lettuce too? Daddy will draw Big Daddy. Lin Zhao smiled, handing him the calendar, and then taking out his own lesson plan book. Let's go, let's draw together. Okay. The father and son went upstairs. Lin Xiaobao, clutching a calendar and crayons, squatted in front of several beverage bottles, carefully drawing. Lin Zhao, meanwhile, sat at the dining table, opened his lesson plan book, and began writing with a pen. February 27th, 3000. An enemy invaded. In a moment of crisis, Fu Cheng appeared and turned the tide. He pressed down on the enemy's head with one hand, leaving a dent, demonstrating immense strength. He obeyed the enemy's commands, seemingly still retaining human consciousness. Injured while climbing through the window, arm, shoulder, chest. He treated and bandaged the wounds. According to observation, the previous zombie scratches had already healed. As Lin Zhao wrote, he suddenly frowned, remembering something. Something's wrong. Zombies, and other zombies. Normally, he could just shout a couple of times, and the other zombies would immediately come running. But this time, they were arguing with the robbers for almost half an hour, and not a single zombie came. How could this be? Aren't they most sensitive to sound? Don't they come as soon as they hear a sound? Lin Zhao frowned, put down his pen, and went to the back window of the living room to look outside. If it were before, if he hadn't kept an eye on them for a while, the zombies would have come looking for Cheng Ge. They would have circled around the exhaust fan, going back and forth. But today, they didn't come. Did they think Cheng Ge was ignoring them, that it was pointless, and they wouldn't come anymore, or are they scared? Are they afraid of Cheng Ge? They understand Cheng Ji's words. Cheng Ge told them not to come, so they stopped coming? Generally speaking, zombies don't retain human consciousness. But Cheng Ge clearly has a conscious mind. He can eat and dress himself. He recognized him, and Xiaobao understood his movements, comprehended his words, and would protect him in times of crisis. Clearly, Brother Cheng was different from the Walking Dead. So, had Brother Cheng mutated? Was Brother Cheng the special kind of zombie? Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. He ran back to the dining table and flipped through the few thin pages of paper. If he continued to care for Brother Cheng like this, would Brother Cheng get better and better? Yes. It must be. Chapter 23. That evening, Lin Zhao took Lin Xiaobao out to draw lettuce, play with toys, and have a late-night snack. It was very, very late when Lin Xiaobao was exhausted. He sat in his high chair, mouth wide open, yawning. The little guy was dizzy and swaying. Daddy, I'm dizzy. I'm going to faint, catch me. You're not dizzy, you're just sleepy. Lin Zhao then reached out, picked him up, and headed towards the bedroom. Come on, Daddy will take you back to sleep. But, as soon as Lin Zhao put Lin Xiaobao on the bed, before he even covered him with a blanket, he opened his big eyes. Blinking, surprised and innocent. Daddy, it's amazing. I'm not dizzy anymore. Huh? Lin Zhao exclaimed in surprise. He took a deep breath, lowered his head, and leaned forward, gently resting his head on Lin Xiaobao's soft belly. Daddy's dizzy? Oops, Daddy fell over. Hee. Lin Xiaobao struggled, reaching out his little hands to hug his father and patting his head. Then Daddy, go to sleep. I lulled Daddy to sleep. Okay. Lin Zhao pulled the blanket over them. He hugged Lin Xiaobao's chubby arm, tilted his head, and leaned close to him. Lin Xiaobao raised his other hand and patted his father through the blanket, just like his father often patted him. Daddy, go to sleep quickly. After singing only 2 lines, Lin Xiaobao rolled over and snuggled into his father's arms. I don't like singing, I want to hear Daddy sing. What song do you want to hear? Lin Zhao hugged him. Counting ducks, or Drop the Handkerchief? I don't want to listen to children's songs, I want to listen to adult songs. Okay. Lin Zhao responded, closing his eyes, but not speaking. Lin Xiaobao, puzzled, gently nudged him. Daddy? Xiaobao hasn't turned on Daddy's radio yet. Lin Xiaobao poked Lin Zhao's shoulder with a finger. Beep. Start. Buzz buzz buzz. Radio turning on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Zhao imitated the sound of a machine starting up, quite well. But it didn't sound like a radio. It sounded more like Fu Cheng's motorcycle. I bring Xiaobao a song Daddy likes. Music start. Start. Lin Xiaobao raised his little hand. Lin Zhao grabbed his little hand and tucked it back under the covers. He cleared his throat, patting Lin Xiaobao as he slowly hummed a song. Small towns have many stories, full of joy and happiness. If you come to this small town, you gain so much. It looks like a painting, sounds like a song. Lin Xiaobao nestled in his father's arms, feeling the slight vibrations on his father's chest, enduring his father's rhythmic pats, and listening to his father's gentle singing. Unconsciously, the bed and bedding beneath him seemed to transform into a slowly flowing river. And he himself became a round, plump little goldfish. He wagged his tail, following his father, drifting slowly, slowly downstream. Finally, led by his father, he drifted off to sleep. What is a dream? A dream is a river of fragrant, sweet honey water. If Daddy were in that river too, that would be even better. Nothing happened that night. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao slept soundly until dawn. The sun hung high in the sky, its bright sunlight streaming through the curtains and into the window. Lin Xiaobao lay on his pillow, whimpering like a little pig. Daddy. Lin Zhao heard him call, rolled over, curled him up, and pulled him into his arms. Daddy's too sleepy, let's sleep a little longer. He wasn't in a hurry to get up and make breakfast. Last night before bed, he had put rice and water into the rice cooker and pressed the timer. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the rice cooker would start automatically and begin cooking. Half an hour later, a pot of fragrant white porridge would be ready. He only needed to prepare some side dishes before breakfast. Lin Zhao held Lin Xiaobao tightly motionless. Lin Xiaobao nestled in his father's arms and obediently closed his eyes. A short while later, Lin Zhao groggily woke up, looked up at the clock on the wall, and answered himself. What time is it? Only 8:30. The porridge isn't ready yet. I sleep a little longer. Lin Zhao slumped forward and fell back onto the bed. A short while later, he looked up again. What time is it? 8:42. The porridge is still very hot. I sleep for another 5 minutes. The same action, the same routine. What time is it? 8:58. Still early. Lin Zhao lowered his head and slammed it onto the pillow, knocking himself unconscious. Tick-tock, the clock hands moved forward one by one. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao slept soundly, oblivious to the passage of time. Sleeping. What time is it? He didn't know how much time had passed when Lin Zhao woke up with a start, jerking his head up. 9, 10, 11 o'clock. Just a second before he closed his eyes, it was a little past 8. How did it become 11 o'clock when he opened them? Who stole his time? Lin Zhao counted the squares twice in disbelief, then quickly picked up Lin Xiaobao and gently rocked him. Xiaobao, get up. It's 11 o'clock. Daddy's starving. Daddy. Lin Xiaobao struggled to open his eyes, which were covered in sleep. Lin Zhao asked anxiously, Xiaobao, how are you feeling? Are you asleep, or are you starving? Lin Xiaobao yawned, full of energy. Daddy, I'm not hungry, I'm very sleepy. Sleep some more at noon, now we need to eat breakfast. Lunch. Time to eat. Lin Zhao picked up a handkerchief and wiped Lin Xiaobao's eyes, wanting to lift him off the bed, but found his arms aching and weak. Probably from carrying the chainsaw around all night, swinging it around, he overexerted himself. Lin Zhao could only help Lin Xiaobao sit up on the bed. Quick, Daddy's waiting for us to bring him food, he must be starving. He said yesterday that he'd take good care of Cheng Ji, make him nourishing soup, and raise him into a unique kind of zombie. But Lin Xiaobao slumped back onto the bed. Lin Zhao sighed and tucked him back in. Xiaobao, sleep a little longer, Daddy's getting up now. He hurriedly got out of bed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, changed his clothes, and ran downstairs to the kitchen. Sure enough, the porridge in the rice cooker was already cooked. Because it had been kept warm, a lot of water had evaporated, making the porridge sticky. Lin Zhao turned off the rice cooker and took the porridge out to cool. Then, he heated oil in a pan, preparing to fry the pork cracklings again. The pork cracklings had been in the refrigerator for several days. Eating them like this was cold, fishy, and greasy. Frying them again, until crispy and hot, would make them much tastier with plain congee. Don't fry them for too long or they burn. Just a quick dip in the oil for a few dozen seconds is enough. As Lin Zhao scooped the pork cracklings out with a strainer, Lin Xiaobao, dressed and yawning, came downstairs. Dad, I'm here. Come and eat. Lin Zhao held his special plastic bowl in one hand and a metal spoon in the other, scraping a spoonful of congee along the edge of the pot. The congee on the surface was no longer hot, just right for Xiaobao. After serving the congee, Lin Zhao also put a small dish of pork cracklings and pork floss in front of him. You can eat now. Thank you, Dad. The aroma of the congee and cracklings made Lin Zhao incredibly hungry. He ate a bowl of porridge for himself first, then took out the lunchbox to pack food for Fu Cheng. Xiaobao, Daddy's going downstairs to bring food to Big Daddy. What about you? Do you want to eat upstairs, or? I want to go too. Lin Xiaobao quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, not even having time to put down the spoon, and raised his little hand high. His mouth was too small. His father finished a bowl, while he had only eaten half. But the porridge was right there. It wouldn't run away. He wanted to go downstairs to see Big Daddy. Okay. Lin Zhao picked him up, and Lin Xiaobao obediently followed his father. The father and son went together to bring food to Big Daddy. Hopefully, Big Daddy wasn't too hungry. Upon arriving downstairs, Lin Xiaobao, with his short legs, quickly ran forward and set up the bench under the small window. Dad, come quick. Let me help you. Lin Zhao stopped in front of the iron door to the storage room. No need. But Big Dad said before that we shouldn't open the door casually. That was before. It's different now. Now Dad knows. Big Dad won't hurt us. Lin Zhao hadn't even locked the door. He grasped the doorknob, pressed it gently, and pushed it inward. The door opened easily. He wasn't afraid. Not at all. He didn't believe that Fu Cheng, who had injured himself to save him, would pounce on him and bite him. Always climbing up to the window to deliver food was too much trouble. It was better to just open the door. Xiaobao, come here quickly. Okay. Lin Zhao called out, and Lin Xiaobao ran forward. He hugged his father's leg, hid behind him, and peeked out, intently watching the scene in the storage room. Big Dad was lying on the bed with his back to them. Dad pushed open the door. The iron door slammed against the wall with a soft thud. Hearing the noise, Daddy turned around, opened his eyes, and looked at them groggily. What's wrong? Xiao Zhao, and little, what was it again? He'd forgotten, that kid with so many strokes in his name. Lin Zhao stood outside the door, one hand on her hip, carrying a lunchbox, her posture upright, head held high. She looked utterly smug. So what? Cheng Ji, I'm in. Dare you come and bite me? Fu Cheng snorted, wiped his face, and sat up in bed. Bite Xiao Zhao? He didn't dare. He was afraid Xiao Zhao would slap him. Last night, he was learning to speak, trying to say Xiao Zhao's name. But he hadn't learned it by midnight, and in frustration, he banged his head against the wall until he passed out. Fu Cheng, like a male ghost, dragged his feet, slowly drifting towards his wife and son. Lin Zhao smiled and handed him the lunchbox. Brother Cheng, take your time eating. Xiaobao and I are leaving now. Lin Xiaobao hid behind her father, her eyes wide with surprise at the scene before her. While Daddy doesn't look like a monster, Daddy looks like. She didn't know what he looked like, just like Daddy. Fu Cheng took the lunchbox, looking at Lin Zhao expectantly. Lin Zhao raised her hand again and touched his hair. A buzz cut, a little prickly. Xiaobao and I haven't eaten yet. Let's go upstairs to eat, and then I make you some soup. We have a good meal tonight. Fu Cheng stared at him, making two snoring sounds. It was unclear whether he understood. But he knew that Xiao Zhao would definitely come again that night. He wasn't worried at all. Lin Zhao took Lin Xiaobao's hand, left the storage room, and closed the door behind her. The door was still closed, but not locked. Xiaobao, let's go upstairs. Before he could finish speaking, two loud clangs came from behind them. Lin Zhao turned around, and saw what looked like a shadow flash by behind the window he had covered with cardboard. Then, two more clangs followed. Now, Lin Zhao was certain that someone was knocking on their window. Lin Zhao released Lin Shiba's hand. Xiaobao, Daddy's going to check. You wait here. Lin Xiaobao said earnestly, it should be Grandpa Zhang. Daddy's going to check first. Once it's confirmed to be Grandpa Zhang, you can come back. Okay. Lin Zhao tiptoed forward. He hid behind the window, and quietly lifted the cardboard a crack, peeking outside. Thank goodness. Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, lifted all the cardboard, and turned to call Lin Xiaobao. Xiaobao, come here quickly, it's Grandpa Zhang. Lin Xiaobao moved a small stool, stood on it, and peeked out from under the window, waving to the old man on the other side. "Hello, Grandpa Zhang." Grandpa Zhang smiled at them, patted a bag of flour on the windowsill, and then gestured for Lin Zhao to open the window. Grandpa Zhang's window was an old-fashioned wooden window painted a deep red, with individual panes. Their window was a large sliding glass window. Lin Zhao quickly opened the window and asked softly, "Grandpa Zhang, how are you? You weren't hurt yesterday, were you?" "I'm fine." Grandpa Zhang smiled, his face lined with wrinkles, layer upon layer, like an old preserved plum. Lin Xiaobao leaned against the windowsill, looking at Grandpa Zhang, tilted her head, and suddenly covered her cheek. "Ugh, it's sour. Sour, it's making his little baby teeth ache." Grandpa Zhang glanced at Lin Xiaobao, wondering what he was thinking, and simply said, "I'm sorry to have worried you." "It's good that you're all right." Lin Zhao asked again, "Is the house still safe to live in?" "Is it still safe?" "It's fine. Thanks to your brother Fu, he helped me replace the roller shutter door with a sturdier one. The door isn't broken, it's just warped and stuck. I can't open it anymore." "That's good." Lin Zhao laughed. "You can't go out, and people outside can't come in. You can just use the back door from now on." "Yes." Grandpa Zhang nodded, deeply agreeing. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "Was the pig's head meat from yesterday good? There's still some in the fridge. Do you want me to get some more? Should I go upstairs and get it now?" "No, no, no," Grandpa Zhang quickly waved his hand. "I haven't finished yesterday's. It tastes very good, but I can't eat that much by myself." "All right then." Grandpa Zhang patted the flour on the windowsill. "Take this bag of flour." "No, no," Lin Zhao instinctively refused. "We still have food at home. We can't take your things. You should keep them for yourself." "It's not mine," Grandpa Zhang interrupted him. "Huh?" Lin Zhao was taken aback. "It's the robber's stuff," Grandpa Zhang explained. "Didn't I tell them to leave the van? This is what was in the van. A bag of flour, a bag of rice. The flour weighs 10 jin, and the rice also weighs 10 jin. It's not a lot, and the neighbors all agreed to let me divide it. You and your brother Fu did the most work last night, and it was so dangerous, so this bag of flour is all for you. As for the rice, share it with the rest of the people." Lin Zhao hesitated, "But Changge and I are taking so much." Their family had 10 jin of flour all to themselves. The remaining 8 or 9 neighbors were sharing 10 jin of rice, which was only a little over a jin each. It just didn't feel right. Grandpa Zhang's face darkened, his expression carrying an undeniable authority. "Don't waste time with pleasantries. You were the first to come out, and you contributed the most. If it weren't for you, they might not have even come out. Your brother Fu, it's all thanks to him. If he hadn't come out last and held that bald guy down, who knows what would have happened? This is what you deserve. If you don't take it, who will dare to help in the future? Quick, lend a hand, take the flour over there." Grandpa Zhang's words made sense, and Lin had already accepted it. However, 10 pounds of flour was a bit much, and the bag was too big. The security bars on the window were too small. The flour couldn't fit through. Grandpa Zhang said, "Wait a minute. I take the flour to the back door. You can go get it." "Okay." Lin nodded, "Thank you." Grandpa Zhang paused, seemingly a little embarrassed, and hesitated several times before continuing. "Little Lin, there's something else I want to discuss with you." Just then, Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and he pointed towards Grandpa Zhang's house, shouting, "Dad, traffic light." "What?" Lin asked, confused. "Traffic lights." Lin Xiaobao pointed to the doorframe behind Grandpa Zhang. "I see it. It's over there." "What's that?" Lin Zhao frowned. "Xiaobao, are you seeing things? Where would Grandpa Zhang get red and green lights?" Before she could finish, 3 heads, red, yellow, and green, peeked out from behind the door. "Red hair? Yellow hair? Green hair?" Lin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" They were their neighbors. 3 energetic young men renting a room in building number 5 on the street. Red hair was thin and bony, yellow hair was short and stout, and green hair was fairly well proportioned. They had come out to help when the robbers came last night. Only red hair was too thin. When he tried to kick someone, he was bounced away instead. According to them, they came from all over the country, met each other online, and eventually became sworn brothers, joining the same clan. It seemed to be called something like the Dark Knight Clan, followed by a long string of dazzling emoticons. But Lin Zhao couldn't remember exactly. They worked together at a nearby car factory, and rented a small single room on the street. The 3 of them were indeed very close, always inseparable, doing everything together. Standing together, they really did resemble traffic lights. But how did they end up at Grandpa Zhang's house? Meeting Lin Zhao's questioning gaze, the three of them gave an awkward but polite smile, raised their hands, and greeted him. Brother Lin, hello. Lin Xiaobao stood on a stool, scrunched up his face, put his hands on his hips, and tilted his head back. And me! Red Hair tentatively called out, Little Bao, little brother? Baodi? Yellow Hair nudged him with his elbow. What are you calling me brother? Brother refers to seniority, not age. Green Hair clasped his hands in a respectful greeting and called out frankly, Brother Bao. Lin Xiaobao couldn't help but giggle, raising his little hand to them. Hello everyone. Lin Zhao asked, What's going on here? Grandpa Zhang explained, These three kids don't like to hoard food or cook. They only have 2 boxes of instant noodles at home. Red Hair raised his hand. We're almost sick of them. Yellow Hair nodded. Even the water tastes like instant noodles. Green Hair chimed in. We really can't stand it anymore. Lin Zhao frowned. They shouldn't come to Grandpa Zhang like that. Grandpa Zhang explained. They didn't ask me for food, they came to borrow my car. Borrow the car? Yes, Grandpa Zhang confiscated 2 vans yesterday. If they wanted to go out to find food, it would definitely be safer and more convenient to drive a van. After all, the 3 of them only had 1 modified electric scooter. The electric scooter was covered in skull stickers, equipped with colorful LED strips and a speaker, and the engine noise was deliberately made louder. Every morning, Lin Zhao would be woken up by them when they returned from their night shift. They rode the scooter, usually with the heaviest guy, blonde, riding, the smallest guy, red-haired, crouching in front, and green-haired sitting on the back. Asking them to ride this scooter and confront zombies head-on was indeed a bit much for them. This is a good thing, Lin Zhao thought for a moment. Does any of you know how to drive? Yes, blonde-haired guy nodded repeatedly. We all work at the car factory. That's good. Now it's just... The 3 young men hesitated. Grandpa Zhang spoke up for them. Going out like that, they definitely run into those things, and might even have to fight over food. They don't even have a kitchen knife at home, let alone anything else for self-defense. The 3 nodded in unison. Yes. We were thinking, Brother Fu runs a repair shop. He must have a lot of tools. So, we wanted to borrow some weapons from Brother Lin and Brother Fu. Oh, and Brother Bao too. Iron rods and wooden sticks are fine. Don't worry, Brother Lin, we write an IOU. We return them when we're done, and we can discuss the interest. We can settle in rice or flour. Lin Zhao suddenly understood. So that's what it was about. He was wondering why Grandpa Zhang and these 3 rascals were being so hesitant. No problem, I go find you some weapons, you wait here. Okay. The 3 rascals cheered, repeatedly clasping their hands in thanks. Thank you, Brother Lin. Brother Lin, you're truly our big brother. Your kindness is unforgettable. They're just young, not even finished junior high, and started working before, so sometimes they don't think things through. But they're all good-hearted. Lin Zhao led Lin Xiaobao to Fu Cheng's auto repair shop. After some selection, finally Lin Zhao took a long-handled wrench and 2 steering wheel locks, and returned to the window. He handed the weapons through the window. Here, the wrench is heavier, Yellow Hair, you use it. The steering wheel locks are lighter, but the heads are made of iron. They hurt when they hit someone. Red Hair and Green Hair use them. They're both long weapons. If you encounter that thing, keep your distance if you can, and whatever you do, don't let them grab or bite you. If all else fails, just drive over it. You can steal another car, but you only have 1 life. The 3 colorful-haired men thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Lin, we remember. Looking at their youthful faces beneath their colorful hair, Lin Zhao couldn't help but give them a few more words of advice. There are robbers everywhere. Things must be chaotic outside. It's too late for you to go to the supermarket or mall to buy food now. You're young and weak, you might not be able to beat the people outside in a fight. Run when you need to, hide in a car, and you'll be fine on the way back. Just then, Grandpa Zhang finished writing the IOU on the back table. Wearing his reading glasses, he held 2 pieces of paper, squinting as he slowly walked over, reading the words. I borrow items from Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng. Interest on the loan, a 10-pound bag of rice or flour. Come on, you 3, come over and sign, and put your fingerprints on this. If you borrow something, you should be grateful. You must return it in its original condition after you're done using it. If you damage it, you have to pay for it, and also pay interest. The 3 boys with colorful hair stood in a row, hands folded in front of them, nodding obediently. Okay, Grandpa, we remember. Lin Zhao quickly said, no need. No need for an IOU, and no interest. Yes, they do. Grandpa Zhang glanced at him. Without an IOU, they won't feel pressured. Grandpa Zhang handed the IOU with the 3 boys' fingerprints to Lin Zhao. You sign it too. Okay. Lin Zhao took the paper and pen and neatly signed his name. Grandpa Zhang pushed up his reading glasses. I'm the middleman, I have to sign too. Lin Xiaobao tiptoed, curiously leaning forward, wanting to see what the adults were signing, but he couldn't see and could only anxiously watch from the sidelines. What were they writing? Why were they hiding it from him? He wanted to see too. Lin Xiaobao could only raise his hand high. I want to sign too. Daddy, I want to sign too. Lin Zhao sighed, pinching his little cheek. But Xiaobao, you can't write yet. A bolt from the blue. He forgot, he was a little illiterate, who couldn't even write his own name. Lin Xiaobao swayed and collapsed next to his father. He fainted. Chapter 24. Through the window pane. The 3 colorful-haired children huddled together, neatly folding the IOU and carefully putting it into their pockets. Lin Zhao, however, didn't care about any of this. He casually picked up his own IOU and held it in front of Lin Xiaobao, shielding his little face. Xiaobao? Lin Xiaobao was feeling sad because he was illiterate and couldn't sign with the adults. He slumped against his father, hugging his legs with both hands, looking utterly hopeless. Only when he heard his father call him did he listlessly raise his head. What? Before he could finish speaking, the familiar paper came into his view. Wow! Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up instantly, and his little body straightened up in a flash. Dad, are you going to give me this piece of paper? Yes, it's for you to keep. Lin Zhao handed the IOU to him, then cleared his throat. By the grace of heaven, Dad decrees. Little Bao Bao, receive the decree. Lin Xiaobao raised his 2 little hands high. Take it. Take the paper. Take it, take it, take it. Keep it safe, Lin Zhao instructed. Don't scribble on it, and don't tear it. Don't worry. Lin Xiaobao said confidently, I guarantee I complete the mission. He carefully took the IOU from his father, holding the 2 corners of the paper. This is paper that adults pass around. It must be very precious and important. Let him see. Lin Xiaobao looked at the paper excitedly. It's all writing, not a single drawing. Adults are so annoying. Why do they only write and not draw? He couldn't understand it, only his father's name. Never mind, it must be very important anyway. His father entrusted him with such an important task, it showed his trust in him, and he certainly wouldn't let his father down. Lin Xiaobao lowered his head, his little face serious, trying to fold the paper. But the other 2 corners of the paper dangled in the air, and he couldn't grasp them at all. He didn't know how to fold paper in the air, he could only press the paper onto the table and then fold it. Lin Xiaobao had no choice but to turn around, jump off the little stool, and run off on his short legs. Dad, Grandpa Zhang, Brother Hong, Brother Huang, Brother Lu, I go fold this paper and put it in my little bag. Okay. Lin Xiaobao replied. He turned back, looked at the 4 people by the window, and smiled at them. Sometimes, coaxing a little one is that simple. Lin Zhao thought for a moment and asked, so when do you 3 plan to leave? He'd been at home for almost a month, and hadn't spoken to anyone outside in ages. Chenggu only knew how to hoo-hoo-hoo, and Xiao Bao was still young, his childlike words were adorable. But he always felt something was missing. The 3 colorful-haired kids realized what was happening, and answered one after another. We probably leave in the next day or 2. The longer we delay, the more chaotic things become outside, and the less stuff we have. Let's go back and rest for a day, get our energy ready, and then we leave. I think so. Lin Zhao nodded, then reminded them, when you leave, dress warmly. It's best to prepare some dry food, things are so chaotic outside, you might not be back within a day. Grandpa Zhang also asked, can you 3 cook? The 3 colorful-haired kids scratched their heads sheepishly. We only know a little, we can cook rice. So Lin Zhao, together with Grandpa Zhang, taught them how to make dry rations. Use the pot you use to cook instant noodles, add plenty of water, and cook the rice. It's okay if you add too much water, as long as it's cooked through. Once the rice is cooked, scoop it out, drain the water, wipe the pot clean, and pour in a little oil. Add some salt to the rice, shape it into balls, and slowly pan-fry them in the pot. Finally, pan-fry the rice until it's dry and crispy, then make it into pancakes. Sprinkle some cumin powder, chili powder. Oh right, don't you have instant noodles? You can sprinkle some of the seasoning packet on top. This way you can carry it with you, and when you're out, You don't need to cook, you can just take it out and eat. Lin Zhao, over there, broke the rice cakes apart, crumbled them, and explained the steps to them one by one. The three colorful-haired children, over there, held paper and pens, their three heads huddled together, frantically taking notes. How do you write the character for pot again? Give it to me, I do it. I don't know either. Then write it in Pinyin. I don't know Pinyin either. Then how do you type when you chat with your online boyfriend? Just type randomly. How can you have a boyfriend like that? Hey! Stop arguing. Brother Lin, speak slowly. Please. Finally, Grandpa Zhang couldn't stand it anymore, so he took the paper and pen from their hands and wrote the character for pot for them. Lin Zhao was sincere and open, telling them everything he knew and could think of. Grandpa Zhang treated them like children, worried and helpless seeing them go out to make their way in the world without knowing anything. Dry rations can't be carried by one person, nor can they be kept in the car. All three of you should carry some. If we get separated, or if someone loses their food, it won't be too difficult. Wear thicker clothes to avoid catching a cold. They also protect you from those things. Don't wear those skinny jeans anymore, wear several pairs of long pants. You're lacking everything there, pots, pans, towels, blankets, take whatever you can. Be careful with the gas in the car, if it runs out, find a place to refuel. The old man kept nagging, his instructions never ending. The three little ones didn't seem bothered at all, they stood in a row, listening obediently, nodding and responding every now and then. Okay, Grandpa, we remember. The group talked for almost an hour. It was getting late, and the three men with colorful hair had to go back and prepare. Before leaving, they walked up to Grandpa Zhang, opened their arms, and wanted to hug him. But they raised their hands, then lowered them, raised them again, then lowered them again. They repeated this 2 or 3 times, hesitating for a long time. In the end, they were too embarrassed and could only gently pat the old man's shoulder. Thanks, Grandpa Zhang. The three men then turned to Lin Zhao and clasped their hands in a fist salute. Thanks, Brother Lin. This is called chivalry. They carried the flour they had seized yesterday, and then picked up the rice that Grandpa Zhang had already divided up. Brother Lin, the flour is at your back door. Come and get it later. We take the rice from the others and divide it up too. Okay. The three men waved goodbye to Lin Zhao and Grandpa Zhang one last time, then carried their things and left through the back door. Lin Zhao said goodbye to Grandpa Zhang and closed the window. He waited on the first floor for a while, and when he saw no more movement outside, he opened the back door and brought the flour inside. 10 pounds of flour, not a small amount, but not a large one either. Lin Zhao glanced at the expiration date, confirmed it was still quite a while, and didn't open the bag for the time being. He'd leave it for later, and take it out to make dumplings or buns whenever he felt like it. Lin Zhao picked up the flour and headed upstairs. Xiao Bao, where are you? Come help Daddy. I'm here. Lin Xiao Bao poked his head out from behind the stair railing. Your little Bao Bao suddenly appeared. Lin Xiao Bao ran downstairs, raised his little hands, and helped his father lift the flour. I'm here. Wow, Xiao Bao is a strong man. Of course. The father and son carried the flour upstairs. Meanwhile, in the storage room, Fu Cheng leaned against the iron door, still holding the porridge Lin Zhao had given him. There was a lot of porridge left. It wasn't that Xiao Zhao had given him extra, he had only eaten 2 or 3 bites. He loved listening to Xiaozhou talk, loved listening to her chat with others. Even though he couldn't hear very clearly or understand much, he just loved it. He loved listening to Xiaozhou's soft, gentle voice, like a spring breeze. When Xiaozhou chatted with the neighbors outside, he instinctively felt an urge to help. He wanted to go out, get Xiaozhou a stool so she could sit and talk, massage her legs and shoulders, pour her some water, and cut some fruit. But he didn't know how to open the door. Watching Xiaozhou open the door was so easy, she just grabbed the doorknob and pressed down. He was strong, but his hands were too stiff, the doorknob always slipped open. So he sat down behind the door with his lunchbox, eavesdropping on Xiaozhou's conversation. He became so engrossed in listening that he forgot to eat. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao went upstairs. Lin Zhao reheated the half bowl of porridge Lin Xiaobao had left and let him continue eating. She then put on an apron and began preparing dinner. The whole family had gotten up late today. It was already past 3 o'clock. Lin Zhao opened the freezer, rummaged through it, and finally found a bag of pork spine bones. Pork spine bones, actually just pork back bones, don't have much meat, just enough for soup. The bag of bones was quite large, and Fu Cheng had already chopped them into small pieces. Lin Zhao took out about half of it, threw it into a basin, and soaked it in cold water to thaw. The pork spine bones needed some ingredients, so Lin Zhao opened their dry goods box and took out a small bag of cordyceps flowers. It was cordyceps flowers, not cordyceps sinensis. They couldn't afford that. They were orange-yellow, one by one, like thin, long enoki mushrooms. Used for soup, it would be nourishing and delicious, perfect for the injured Fu Chung. Lin Zhao grabbed a small handful, put it in a basin, and soaked it in water, picking out any shriveled or spoiled pieces. The pork ribs were thawing, and the cordyceps flowers were soaking in water. Lin Zhao then took out some pork heart and head meat from the refrigerator that he hadn't had time to eat yet. The braised meat and braising liquid were refrigerated together. The braising liquid had congealed and become hard. He took them out, heated them up, sliced them, and arranged them on a plate. That would be his meat dish for dinner. His family had 2 stoves, one gas stove and one induction cooker. They usually used them alternately, stir-frying on one side and simmering soup on the other. Lin Zhao had done it this way before. After the zombie outbreak, one night, he suddenly realized that if things continued like this, one day their power would be cut off. So from that day on, he kept the gas valve firmly locked and never used it again. Aside from the last time he burned off pig hair, which only lasted 2 or 3 minutes, he now cooks in a rice cooker and uses an induction cooker for stir-fries and soups. Although it's not very convenient, he still hopes the electricity will last a while. Lin Zhao started boiling water, put in the thawed pork bones to blanch and remove the unpleasant smell. After 5 minutes, he took the pork bones out and rinsed off the scum. He changed the water and put the pork bones back into simmer. He simmered it for an hour to extract the bone marrow, then added cordyceps flowers and simmered for another hour. Simmering soup takes a lot of electricity and time. If it weren't for nourishing Fu Chung, Lin Zhao wouldn't bother making it. While the soup simmered in the pot, the pig's head meat was also kept warm on the stove. Lin Zhao propped his head up and sat at the dining table, waiting quietly. Lin Xiaobao, carrying her crayons and calendar, walked up to him. "Dad." Lin Zhao snapped out of her reverie and turned to look at him. "Did you finish drawing the lettuce today?" "Finished." Lin Xiaobao showed him the calendar. "So lettuce really does drink water. Yesterday's water level was lower." "That's right," Lin Zhao said with a smile. "So we need to keep going and see if we can draw until the lettuce grows new leaves." Lin Xiaobao nodded and called out again, "Dad. Is there anything else?" Lin Zhao pinched his little cheek. "Don't be so hesitant with Dad." Lin Xiaobao raised his little hand. "Dad, teach me to write." "What do you want to write?" Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, and she understood. "You want to write your own name?" "Yes, yes." Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously. "I want to learn to write my name, so I can sign it with you all." "Okay, Daddy will teach you." Lin Zhao stood up, picked up Lin Xiaobao, and placed him in the baby chair. "Get ready, get in position." Lin Xiaobao straightened his little body, sitting upright. "I'm ready." Dinner was almost ready, and Xiaobao was so eager, so Lin Zhao didn't systematically teach him how to write strokes like dots, horizontal lines, and diagonal lines. He directly picked up a black crayon and wrote Xiaobao on a blank page of the calendar. "That's your name. Daddy will write out the stroke order too. Watch carefully, and then you copy it." "Okay." Lin Xiaobao stared intently at his father's hand. After watching for a while, he couldn't wait any longer. "Daddy, I got it. It's so easy. Let me try." "Okay, here you go." Lin Zhao handed him the crayon, got up and went to the kitchen, washed his hands, lifted the pot lid, and glanced inside. The pig's head meat is hot enough to be taken off the heat. Steaming it any longer would make it mushy. The pork bone broth, tinged golden by the cordyceps flowers, releases a fragrant aroma as soon as the lid is opened. Add some salt, and simmer for a few more minutes. Lin Zhao put the lid back on, took out a large cabbage with its leaves already separated, and started chopping. The meat is ready, the broth is ready, now it's time to stir-fry a vegetable dish. Lin Xiaobao sat behind him, holding a pen, writing stroke by stroke. "Little, little, little." Lin Xiaobao wrote the word little 3 times, raised her little hand, and cheered. "Daddy, look at what I wrote." "Keep that page for now. Daddy will come to see it in a bit." "Okay." Lin Xiaobao turned her little head. He admired his calligraphy from every angle, looking left and right, up and down. His handwriting was exactly the same as his father's. Writing was so easy. His father had only just taught him such simple characters. He really underestimated him. Lin Xiaobao was brimming with confidence. He gripped his crayon and began to write a character. Why? Lin Xiaobao's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was it so complicated? Why did it look so strange? Lin Xiaobao's hand trembled slightly as he wrote. His father always said, you can't get fat in one bite. Lin Xiaobao made up his mind, bent over his desk, and wrote furiously. Not long after, Lin Zhao brought out sliced pork head meat and stir-fried cabbage to the table. Xiaobao, you've been writing for so long, take a break, wash your hands and eat first. Lin Xiaobao held up the calendar with both hands and presented it to him. Dad, look at what I wrote. Okay, take a look. Lin Zhao wiped his hands on his apron and looked closely. This? On the calendar, rows of tiny black characters started as big as Lin Xiaobao's palm, then grew to the size of his thumb, and finally became tiny black dots. Like ants, lined up together. Xiaobao, can you tell Dad why you wrote the characters smaller and smaller? Because this character is a small character. Lin Xiaobao said confidently. The character small should be written very small. Such a simple question, and Dad already knows the answer. Lin Zhao asked again, what if we write big characters? Lin Xiaobao opened her little hands. Then we have to write them very big. What about black characters? Write them with a black pen. What about white characters? Write them with a white pen. But white pen isn't visible on white paper. Just use a black pen to color the white paper black. Lin Xiaobao sighed. Dad is so silly, he doesn't even understand this. Okay. Lin Zhao suppressed a laugh and nodded, that makes a lot of sense. This piece of work has a great style, we should treasure it. Of course. Come wash your hands and help Dad get the chopsticks. Okay. Lin Xiaobao imitated the waiter on TV. Chapter 25. Neither Lin Zhao nor Lin Xiaobao liked fatty meat. So Lin Zhao prepared pig's ears for them. The braised pig's ear was placed on the cutting board, the knife tilted slightly, and sliced into thin slices. The first cut felt soft and bouncy against the blade. This was the soft, elastic skin of the pig's ear. Cutting further down, the blade encountered a harder part. Against the resistance, continuing downwards, a very subtle snap sound was heard. This was a thin layer of cartilage inside the pig's ear. Finally, the knife cut through the thick layer of gelatinous tissue, landing on the cutting board with a soft clink. Lin Zhao sliced half a pig's ear, arranged it neatly on a plate, and finally ladled a spoonful of braising liquid over it. Because Xiaobao would also eat some, the braising liquid didn't contain chili peppers, only salt and spices. Lin Zhao had already prepared a dipping sauce for herself. Slice a red chili pepper into rings, mince 2 cloves of garlic, add a little salt, light soy sauce, and aged vinegar, and finally a touch of sugar for flavor. Mix well, and it's ready. Eating too much braised pig's ears can get greasy, so for tonight's vegetarian dish, Lin Zhao made stir-fried cabbage with vinegar. A touch of vinegar, not overpowering, tangy and appetizing, just right to eat together. There's also a pot of pork rib and cordyceps flour soup. This is the family of three's dinner. They combined breakfast and lunch today, which saves food. It's normal for dinner to be a little more substantial, right? Lin Zhao ladled out a portion of the food and soup, put it in a lunchbox and a thermos, and took it down to Fu Chung. Thinking that Fu Chung might be itching to bite, zombies probably all do, otherwise why would they always chase and bite people? Lin Zhao had deliberately taken the bones from the stew and put them in the soup for Fu Chung to gnaw on. Lin Xiaobao, standing on his little stool, washed his hands, then tiptoed to open the cutlery cabinet and counted the chopsticks inside. 1, 2, 3, 4. All done. Lin Xiaobao grabbed the chopsticks, turned around to go back, but suddenly saw the soup on the table, steaming hot. So he went back and grabbed 2 small metal spoons. 1, 2. You need a spoon to drink soup, otherwise you get burned. He tiptoed, tilted his head back, and carefully placed his small chopsticks, his father's adult chopsticks, and the 2 spoons, one by one, on the table. But he was still too short. Standing on the floor, he couldn't see the table clearly, so the arrangement wasn't very neat. By the time Lin Xiaobao had finished setting the table, Lin Zhao returned. Lin Zhao deliberately remained silent, slowing his pace and tiptoeing forward. He reached out. Ha! Got a little glutton. Lin Zhao's hand slipped under Lin Xiaobao's armpits and lifted him up. A diligent little glutton, setting the table, is he inviting this great king to dine? How audacious! Yes! Lin Xiaobao stopped in midair, not struggling, just kicking his little feet twice. We want to eat! Not getting the desired response, Lin Zhao gently shook him again. Little glutton, be serious! I'm a gluttonous big eater. I'm going to eat all the food on the table, leaving you nothing. You're not some kind of king. I am a big eater. King for short. Lin Zhao shook him while letting out a laugh like a villain from a cartoon. Ha ha. Your daddy. Lin Xiaobao sighed, twisting his neck to turn around, looking at him helplessly. Daddy, I knew it was you a long time ago. You don't even eat as much as Big Daddy. You really. He didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Zhao already knew. What Lin Xiaobao wanted to say was, Daddy, you're so silly. Lin Zhao pouted and put Lin Xiaobao in the baby chair. How did you know it was Daddy? Daddy's voice has changed. Lin Xiaobao looked up, because Daddy smells nice, like a pillow that's been sun-dried, and I can't change it even if I change my voice. It's your voice that's changed, not your voice. Lin Zhao picked up his baby bowl and filled it with rice. Eat. Thank you, Daddy. Lin Xiaobao held the bowl in one hand and the children's chopsticks in the other, stretching out his arm to pick up the bright red, fragrant pig's ear. But the pig's ear pieces were small and slippery. The moment the chopsticks touched them, they escaped. Ugh, so annoying. Lin Xiaobao scratched his head shyly, continuing to try, but the pig's ear kept escaping. Ugh, don't run away anymore. Lin Xiaobao stood up from his high chair, pouncing like a hunting kitten. This time, the pig's ear whoosh slipped off the plate and onto the table. Ah! You're a pig's ear, not a pig's hoof. You don't have feet, you can't run. Stop right there, let me eat. Lin Xiaobao was truly angry this time. He pulled up his sleeves, brimming with rage, ready to unleash his fury. In all his years of eating, not a single dish had dared to defy him like this. He was determined to get his hands on that piece of meat today. He tried to pick it up, but the meat escaped again. He tried again, and the meat escaped again. He tried again, and the meat escaped again. After several attempts, the pig's ear had reached the edge of the table. Lin Xiaobao reached out with his chopsticks one last time, but could only watch helplessly as the pig's ear slid off the table. Dad. Oh no! It's going to go to the floor. Lin Zhao suppressed a laugh, picked up Lin Xiaobao's bowl, and placed it under the table. The pig's ear landed squarely in the baby's bowl, and Lin Zhao handed the bowl back to him. Here. Thank you, Dad, you're amazing. You're amazing too. Lin Zhao gave him a thumbs up, very persistent, very determined, chasing a piece of meat to the ends of the earth. A stubborn little meat killer. Of course. Lin Xiaobao subconsciously puffed out his little chest, but halfway through, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Dad seemed not to be praising him. Dad. Lin Xiaobao stomped his foot angrily. Luckily Dad wiped the table beforehand, otherwise this piece of meat wouldn't be edible. Lin Zhao put 2 more pieces of pig's ear on his plate. Here, eat slowly. Next time you can't pick it up, ask Dad for help. Don't use pig's ear to wipe the table again. Okay. But even when his father put the pig's ear in his bowl, he still couldn't pick it up. Lin Xiaobao could only pout, move closer to his small bowl, and use his chopsticks to push the pig's ear to his mouth. He opened his mouth wide and took a bite. Finally, he got to eat it. Congratulations. Lin Zhao glanced at him secretly, not daring to laugh at him again, and quickly turned back to eating his own. It's all in the bowl now, you can use your hands. No, I'm not a little savage, I want to eat with chopsticks. Okay. Lin Xiaobao pouted and ate piece after piece of pig's ear. The white cartilage in the middle was still too hard for his little baby teeth. He couldn't chew it. Eating it was a bit difficult. Lin Xiaobao secretly turned his head and glanced at his father. Making sure his father wasn't watching him, he gently put down his chopsticks and started pulling at the pig's ear with his hands. Oops, it's like eating a rubber band. It's so troublesome. Lin Zhao lowered his head, buried his face in the bowl, and shoveled down a couple of mouthfuls of rice. He couldn't laugh, he couldn't laugh. He couldn't dampen Xiaobao's confidence in eating pig's ear. He couldn't. Lin Zhao finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Xiaobao heard the sound and subconsciously looked up. Dad. Lin Zhao also reached out, picked up a piece of pig's ear, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it with a crunching sound. He smiled at Lin Xiaobao. What's wrong? So Dad's eating with his hands too? Then it's all right. Nothing. Lin Xiaobao tilted her head, looked at her father, and demurely took a bite of pig's ear skin. Dad's teeth are really sharp. He eats pig's ear without spitting out the cartilage. After dinner, the father and son quickly tidied the table, then took the wound medicine and bandages and went downstairs. The Yunnan Baiyao and clean bandages had been used twice on Fu Cheng, so there wasn't much left, and they had to use them sparingly. Therefore, tonight, Lin Zhao only planned to change the dressing on the largest, most serious, penetrating wound on Fu Cheng's chest. The other, less serious wounds would be changed tomorrow night. The iron door to the storage room was closed, and Fu Cheng was eating inside. Lin Zhao, without any ceremony or knocking, pushed the door open and entered. "Brother Cheng, I'm here." A love story that felt like a robbery. Fu Cheng, holding the thermos, poured the last mouthful of soup into his mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and his eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Zhao. "Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Xiao Zhao." He just finished eating Xiao Zhao's cooking, and now he could see her. What a happy day. Lin Zhao walked over and took the thermos from his hands. "Finished eating? Come and apply your medicine." Seeing that the thermos was empty, Lin Zhao felt relieved and handed it to Lin Xiaobao. "Xiaobao, hold this." "Okay." Lin Xiaobao, imitating his father, lowered his head and glanced at the food. Wow, Daddy ate so cleanly, he could practically look in a mirror. Just then, Fu Cheng chewed the food in his mouth a couple more times and swallowed it. Asterisk crunch, crunch. Crunch, crunch. Asterisk Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao subconsciously looked up, puzzled. "You're drinking soup, what are you chewing?" The next second, Lin Zhao's eyes widened, and he screamed. "Ah! Brother Cheng. You chewed up the soup bones too." He lunged forward, grabbing Fu Cheng's face, trying to pry his mouth open. Fu Cheng remained silent, revealing his sharp canines. "Xiaozhao, please show some respect, I'm a zombie." "Oh!" Lin Zhao quickly withdrew his hand. "Sorry, he forgot, Brother Cheng is a zombie now." Lin Xiaobao stood beside him, exclaiming, "Wow!" It turned out that the person with the sharpest teeth in their family was their eldest father. "Xiaobao, take the lunchbox and thermos upstairs first, Dad will wash them later." "I can wash too." Lin Xiaobao grabbed her things and ran upstairs. Lin Zhao held Fu Cheng down and untied the bow tie on his shoulder. "No bones next time." "Fine, I won't bring you bones next time." Fu Cheng sat quietly, letting her handle him. Lin Zhao carefully removed the bandages and examined his wounds closely. Perhaps due to the special nature of zombies, an ordinary person with such a large wound would have bled profusely and wouldn't have recovered in a month or two. Fu Cheng's wounds, however, were much better. The wounds had scabbed over, and the flesh had reformed. Removing the bandages didn't tear the wounds open. He had recovered to the level of a normal person, who needs half a month to recover in just one day. Lin Zhao picked up a towel and gently wiped Fu Cheng's muscular chest and abdomen along the edges of the wounds, removing the dried blood. But for some reason, the moment Lin Zhao placed the towel on them, Fu Cheng stiffened, his entire body tensing up. He forced out 2 gurgling sounds, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Lin Zhao, oblivious to the strain, got a little tired from bending over and simply squatted down. He squatted in front of Fu Cheng, looked up, and continued wiping. One bloodstain was particularly stubborn. Lin Zhao stretched out a finger and rubbed it vigorously through the towel. The warm, wet touch, through the gloves and towel, landed precisely on Fu Cheng's chest. Fu Cheng stared at Lin Zhao, his breath catching in his throat, his fists clenching tightly, his muscles tensing even more. As Lin Zhao wiped, he said, "I make you some nourishing soup tomorrow. What kind of soup would you like?" Fu Cheng, of course, couldn't answer, and Lin Zhao didn't expect him to. "Radish soup? Panax noto ginseng soup? Ginseng soup?" Fu Cheng looked down at Lin Zhao's earnest face. What soup? What kind of soup did Xiao Zhao give him? Why did he feel so warm? Fu Cheng turned his head slightly, his eyes glowing red, growing brighter and brighter. He grinned, running his tongue over his sharp canines. Why were his teeth itchy? Why were his hands restless? Why was his heart pounding? He'd eaten too much human food. He almost forgotten that the most delicious food was right in front of him. Fu Cheng lowered his head, his eyes fixed on Lin Zhao's fair neck, getting closer and closer. Closer. The next second, Lin Zhao put away the towel and suddenly stood up. Ouch! Fu Cheng covered his face and turned away. Lin Zhao quickly stepped forward, wanting to see his face. Cheng Ji, did I bump into you? Where did I bump into you? Did I reopen your wound? I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Don't hide it, let me see. Hurry up. It's okay, I'm wearing gloves. Lin Zhao pulled away the hand covering his face and looked carefully. Everything else was fine except Fu Cheng's newly grown teeth were too sharp and had cut his own mouth. Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud and deliberately asked him, if a zombie bites itself, Will the zombie virus in its body double? Or will it double, turning it back into a human? Fu Chung ground his back teeth, staring intently at him. Still laughing? You dare to laugh? I bite your neck in a minute. I bite you hard. I won't let go, no matter how much you cry or scream. I won't let go. Lin Zhao had no idea what he was thinking. She simply picked up the soiled bandage and continued changing his dressing. Fu Chung kept a straight face, his eyes fixed on Lin Zhao's face, secretly observing and waiting, ready to hunt again. Unfortunately, for the next while, Lin Zhao didn't expose his neck to him again. He didn't get another chance like that. All done. Lin Zhao tied a bow. It's bandaged up. Don't move around. I come back tomorrow. Fu Chung could only watch Lin Zhao leave, his face grim and his fists clenched. Lin Zhao left the storage room and closed the iron door. He didn't understand zombies, but he understood Chung Ji. He had sensed it too. Halfway through applying the medicine, Chung Ji suddenly acted strangely. His eyes were strange, his expression was strange, his movements were strange. Lin Zhao touched his cheek, hesitated for a moment, and finally locked the iron door. Better safe than sorry. Still uneasy, he quietly moved a bench over and, as before, climbed onto it to peek through the window. He couldn't discern anything. He saw Fu Chung, covered in wounds, rise, walk to the corner, and lean forward, his forehead against the wall. It was as if he were reflecting on his actions. Zombies should be cold-blooded, so why was he burning hot? A raging fire burned within him, in his heart, impossible to quell. What kind of poison did Xiao Dao put in his soup? Chapter 26. Cooking, eating, washing dishes, and cleaning. Going downstairs every now and then to check on her pet zombie husband. A peaceful day passed just like that. In the dead of night, Lin Zhao held Lin Xiaobao, curled up in bed. The blanket was pulled up to their chins, covering half their faces. But the father and son, heads slightly tilted back, were sleeping soundly, even more soundly than little piglets. Humph. Ha. Humph humph humph. Ha ha ha. What's going on? As he slept, Lin Zhao subconsciously scrunched up his face and forced a breath through his nose. Why did he suddenly feel like he couldn't breathe? Who? Who sucked all the air out of him? No, he's going to suffocate. Humph. With a heavy thud, Lin Zhao struggled to wake up from his dream. He rubbed his eyes groggily and looked around. What happened? Why did he wake up? Lin Zhao looked down at Lin Xiaobao in his arms. Oh, it was him. Xiaobao, lying in his arms, had turned over some time earlier, facing him, nose to nose. He was inhaling, she was exhaling. She was exhaling, she was inhaling. They were both breathing the same air. No wonder they were fighting over it. Lin Zhao patted Lin Xiaobao's back, rolled over, lay flat on the bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to go back to sleep. Just then, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from downstairs. Vroom vroom. Lin Zhao opened his eyes again, pricked up his ears, and listened carefully. This time he was really awake. Lin Zhao instantly became alert, not daring to be lazy, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. He put on his cotton shoes, stood by the bed, draped his coat over his shoulders, tucked Lin Xiaobao in, and then put the earphones on him. This time, he didn't play music, they were just earplugs to block out noise. After doing this, Lin Zhao picked up the iron rod from the bedside table and left the room. He gripped the iron rod with both hands, holding the weapon horizontally in front of him, and cautiously crossed the third-floor corridor. Having stayed at home for almost a month and experienced many things, Lin Zhao wouldn't say he was completely fearless, but he was at least a little braver. The third floor was safe. Lin Zhao descended the stairs, step by step. The second floor was safe too. That's the first floor. As soon as Lin Zhao reached the first floor, he immediately sensed someone outside. The car engine was louder, and light shone through the gaps in the cardboard covering the window. Lin Zhao gripped his weapon tightly, followed the light, and quickly went to the window. He lifted the cardboard covering a crack and saw a van that had been parked neatly in front of Grandpa Zhang's house, now with its door open, lights on, and humming as it started. Oh no! Someone's stealing the van. Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he was just about to raise his stick. The next second, a bright red head popped out of the van. Lin Zhao quickly lowered his weapon. It was red hair. Following him, yellow hair, green hair, and Grandpa Zhang all came out. They huddled together, speaking in hushed tones, but Lin Zhao could still vaguely hear a few words. Grandpa Zhang asked, "How's it going? Can you drive it?" Red hair nodded and gave an okay sign. "It runs without a problem." That's good. Grandpa Zhang, while speaking, pulled a plastic bag from behind his back. Here, take this and eat it on the way. Grandpa, no. The rice cakes you made are all burnt, they smell burnt. It's bad for your health. Take it, eat your fill so you have the energy to find food. No, no. That's not a burnt smell, it's a smoky flavor. We love burnt rice crust. It's not a loan, consider it a gift. Don't worry, you don't need to return it. That's not what we're worried about. Grandpa Zhang, holding the plastic bag, forcefully tried to shove it into their hands. The three boys were equally adamant, resolutely refusing to accept it. Until Grandpa Zhang hardened his face and said to them, take it now. If you keep arguing, you wake up the neighbors, and what if you attract that thing? After saying this, before they could react, Grandpa Zhang tossed the plastic bag directly into his car. Go on, go on. Grandpa Zhang patted their shoulders. Have a safe and peaceful journey. We're off then. Grandpa, take care too, we bring back some food. Go on. Grandpa Zhang waved to them, and the three boys got into the car and closed the door. He started the car, stepped on the gas, and drove off, stumbling away from Happiness Street. They were quite clever, knowing to leave under the cover of darkness. That way, they wouldn't attract attention, and maybe they could even snag a bargain. Lin Zhao stood by the window, mouth agape, and yawned. No matter what, as long as they weren't bad people. He turned around, wanting to go back to sleep. But just then, Grandpa Zhang, leaning on his cane, walked towards him. Lin Zhao stopped, lifted the cardboard sign, and looked at the old man before him. Grandpa Zhang stood by the window, smiled at him, and asked softly, Zhao, did my three children and I wake you up? No, not at all, Lin Zhao said with a smile. I was watching TV late into the night, and hadn't gone to sleep yet. I heard the noise, so I came down to check. Grandpa Zhang continued to smile, seeing through his lie but not calling him out. He simply produced another plastic bag from behind his back like a magician. Here. Lin Zhao was stunned for a moment, still a little confused. What's this? Rice cakes. No, no. Lin Zhao instinctively waved his hand to refuse. We have food at home. I gave them 3 a bag, so I give your family 1 too. This is called. Grandpa Zhang paused, fairness. But we don't go out, we don't need dry food. Take it. As an old man, I can't be biased, you take it too. Grandpa Zhang picked up the bag and stuffed the things into the security window. Put it here. Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang put the things away, turned around and left. Lin Zhao couldn't stop him even when he called. He could only take the things, close the window, and chase after him along the wall. But Grandpa Zhang, leaning on his cane, was surprisingly nimble, crossing the alley and going straight home through the back door. Lin Zhao stood there, scratching his head. All right, thank you, Grandpa Zhang. He wasn't sure if Grandpa Zhang had heard him. Lin Zhao glanced down at the rice cakes, picked up his things, and turned to leave. As he passed the storage room, a thought struck him. He deliberately stopped, stepped onto a bench, and peeked inside. Thankfully, Fu Cheng wasn't facing the wall in repentance anymore. He was currently lying on his bed, asleep, with his back to the door and window. No matter how powerful the zombie, once it came to Xiao Zhao's dormitory, lights out and sleep were mandatory. Lin Zhao smiled, relieved, and jumped off the stool. He turned his head, and out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw the pickup truck parked in his garage. This black pickup truck hadn't been moved since Fu Cheng drove it back from outside. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, unable to help but wonder, once the food at home was gone, would he also go out to find supplies, like the 3 colorful-haired zombies? He could drive, but not very well. His sense of the car was SOSO. He usually needed Fu Cheng to accompany him before he dared to drive. Besides, there were so many zombies outside, going out alone still scared him a little. He wondered if Fu Cheng would be able to go with him then. Lin Zhao stared at the pickup truck's thick black paint, seemingly attracted by it. He put down what he was holding and walked to the door. He opened the car door and climbed into the driver's seat. Fu Cheng was tall and strong, and his seat was indeed a bit spacious for Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao lowered his head, fumbled around, and moved the seat and backrest forward. He fastened his seatbelt, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, sat up straight, and tried hard to recall the driving steps Fu Cheng had taught him. The car wasn't even in the ignition, so he could practice freely. First, press the clutch, then shift gears, honk the horn, and look left and right. Lin Zhao silently recited these steps in his mind, carefully reviewing them, afraid that he hadn't driven in a while and might forget them. He practiced 3 times and felt quite good about it. Lin Zhao relaxed, leaned back in his seat, sighed, and let go. It was still dark, but he couldn't sleep. He decided to find something to do. Lin Zhao turned his head, and saw the 3 little duck plush toys he had placed on the center console. The little ducks, in red, yellow, and blue, were fluffy, with spring-loaded bases. When the car started moving, the 3 ducks would wobble around. Just like his family of 3 sitting in the car. He noticed the tissues and hat he had tucked into the car drawer. Changge was very rough around the edges. Even in the scorching summer sun, he never wore a hat and always got very tanned. Lin Zhao had left a hat in the car, so he would remember to wear it. He didn't like men who were too tanned. He noticed the pink towel Changge had left on the passenger seat. The towel was stained with blood. It must have been. Changge had used it to wipe his wounds after being scratched by a zombie. Lin Zhao also saw Xiao Bao's toy car left in the car, the lemon sachet he placed there, and the wooden Buddha amulet hanging on the rearview mirror. And, just then, a red dot flashed on the rearview mirror. Lin Zhao became alert, sat up slightly, and reached for the mirror. What was that? A moment later, he followed a black data cable and pulled out a small black box. What is this? It's... Lin Zhao stared at the flashing red dot, and then a sudden realization dawned on him. It's a dashcam. A dashcam, Lin Zhao realized, and slapped his forehead in frustration. How could he have forgotten about this? How could he have forgotten about this? How could he forget? The dashcam was in the car. It recorded everything Changge had done and what had happened recently. He had been writing his zombie husband feeding diary, leaving several days of blank entries, but now he could fill them all in. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed the small black box, found the memory card, and pulled it out. He jumped out of the car, clutching the small card, and ran upstairs excitedly. Let's go! Let's see what Changge had been through those days. Lin Zhao didn't have time to think much. He quickly ran up to the 3rd floor. He checked the bedroom first, making sure Lin Xiaobao was still asleep, then quietly closed the door. He took out his key from his coat pocket, opened the study door, and ran inside. Their study was arguably the most luxurious room in the entire self-built house. 2 entire walls were lined with floor-to-ceiling European-style bookshelves, and in the center was a huge desk with a curved-screen computer, a rare sight in a small town. The bookshelves and desk were both made of mahogany, a complete custom set with identical patterns. Fu Cheng had said that Xiao Zhao was the most cultured and highly educated person in the family, and for Xiao Zhao's career to develop better, he needed the best and most luxurious study. The bookshelves were too big. Lin Zhao's kindergarten teacher qualification certificate, handmade picture books, and lesson plans had never filled them. The curved screen computer, specially brought back from the provincial capital, was mainly used for Lin Xiaobao to play 4,399 games. Now, thanks to the rice Fu Cheng brought back, the spacious study was finally filled. Lin Zhao pulled out a computer chair, sat down at the desk, pressed a button, turned on the computer, and inserted the memory card into the slot. With a ding-dong, the computer booted up and began reading the dashcam's memory card. Lin Zhao flicked the mouse and opened the folder. When the car started, the dashcam recorded in real time, in 3-minute segments. When the car wasn't moving, the dashcam went into standby mode. It recorded daily, typically saving up to 3 months' worth of driving footage. Luckily, they hadn't driven for the past few days, so Lin Zhao quickly found the video of Fu Cheng's outing. Opening the video revealed 3 small screens. One showed the windshield, one the interior, and one the trunk. Yes, their dashcam had 3 cameras, capturing everything inside and outside the car. The sound was also very clear. The next second, Fu Cheng's voice came from off-camera. "Wife, I'm leaving. Okay, be careful on the road. If you get stuck, come back. We still have food at home, we grow our own vegetables. Bye-bye, Daddy." Bye-bye. Lin Zhao remembered the scene perfectly. Fu Cheng went out to find supplies for the 2nd time. He hadn't wanted Fu Cheng to go, but Fu Cheng insisted. He said the zombie outbreak hadn't even been 10 days, and everyone else was still too young to react. He had to hurry and get as much food and water as possible. Once everyone else had gone out, it would be too late. Fu Cheng persuaded him for a long time, patting his chest and swearing oaths, before Lin Zhao reluctantly nodded. If he could, he would go with Fu Cheng. But Xiao Bao was still so young and needed constant care, she couldn't go with them. So, sigh. Lin Zhao lowered his head, his eyes drooping, concealing the desolation in him. The video continued playing. Off camera, a loud voice came again. "Chew. Bye-bye, Daddy. It was Lin Zhao holding Lin Xiaobao, letting him kiss Fu Qing's cheek. Bye-bye. Fu Qing responded, be good at home and listen to Daddy. Don't make Daddy angry, understand? Understood. I always been good, Daddy. Be good outside too. Oh. You're his son, I'm his husband. Lin Zhao whispered, being a husband means being good too. Then, Lin Zhao remembered, then Fu Qing turned his head, brought his face close to his, and let him kiss him too. Wife. My dearest little jujube wife. Lin Zhao put Lin Xiaobao down, stood on tiptoe, cupped Fu Qing's face in her hands, and kissed his lips. Fu Qing blushed, wanting to kiss her back, then wanting to reach out and cover Lin Xiaobao's eyes, but finally returned to the car. Before leaving, Fu Qing reminded them, Xiao Zhao, lock the door, remember the password, don't open the door for anyone, go to bed early and get up early, eat well, I be back soon, don't come out, go back quickly. Lin Zhao, pulling Lin Xiaobao, had only taken one step after them when Fu Qing persuaded her to turn back. The scenery outside the car window rushed past, there wasn't a single car or person on the road. Even after leaving Happiness Street, Fu Qing was still talking to them. Go to bed early and get up early, no staying up late watching TV, and no staying up late playing games. While I'm not home, you two won't have a stove to cuddle with, so make sure you have an extra blanket to cover yourselves at night. Go to the grain station to buy rice and flour first, then go to the slaughterhouse to buy meat. Vegetables and fruits are hard to find. I don't know if the market is still open. Quiz with a prize. What fruit does Daddy like to eat? Fu Qing suddenly shouted. He waited for Lin Zhao, who should have been in the passenger seat, and Lin Xiaobao, who was in the back, to answer. But after waiting for several seconds, he still hadn't heard from them. Fu Qing then remembered that his wife and son weren't in the car. So he asked and answered himself, Daddy isn't picky about food, he likes all kinds of fruit. Xiaobao is like Daddy, he eat anything you give him. Xiuzha is a bit picky, she likes big strawberries and tangerines. Fu Qing kept asking and answering himself throughout the entire journey. The dashcam honestly recorded every word he uttered. Question: what vegetables does Xiuzha like to eat? Xiuzha loves tomatoes the most, and lettuce the second most. What vegetables do Xiuzha and Xiaobao hate the most? They hate bitter melon the most, and spinach the second most. Another question: what vegetables does Daddy like to eat? Daddy loves the leftovers from Xiuzha and Xiaobao the most. Fu Qing, recorded by the dashcam, became a complete chatterbox. Perhaps he wasn't used to traveling without his wife and son in the car. After finishing his questions, Fu Qing started singing. I have a wife. She loves me very much. I will only love my wife for the rest of my life. Wife first, husband second, you are my heart, you are my liver. In front of the computer screen, Lin Zhao held her face, unable to hold back her laughter. Why are all the songs Fu Qing sings so corny? He kept singing that song, I have a wife. Not long after, Fu Qing's song stopped being corny. After finishing the songs he was listening to, he started singing old songs that Lin Zhao liked. He remembered every song Lin Zhao liked, and could hum a few lines of. Unlike when singing his own songs, he always sang Lin Zhao's favorites in a deliberately soft voice, afraid of damaging them. And so, Fu Qing hummed songs all the way to the grain station. At this time, there weren't many people buying rice or flour at the grain station, only a few scattered individuals. The owner of the grain station was his high school friend, who had later worked with him in other places, as a truck driver and in business. Fu Qing didn't stand on ceremony, he drove directly into the owner's backyard, got out, and went to find him. The two talked for a few minutes in front of the pickup truck. Finally, Fu Qing carried 2 bags of rice, and his friend carried 1 bag, apologetically helping him load the goods into the truck. Brother Fu, I'm really sorry, the purchase restriction started yesterday. There are cameras, so I didn't dare to be too blatant. I just gave you an extra bag. What are you apologizing for? Fu Qing patted his shoulder. The grain station is implementing purchase restrictions. I just go to a few more grain stations. Don't look so dejected. Give my regards to your wife for me, Xiuzhao, and Xiaobao. Let's get together again after this is over. Okay, take care. Fu Qing got into the car and slammed the door shut. The car turned around and left the grain station. Fu Qing drove along, stopping at 5 grain stations, 3 vegetable markets, and 2 slaughterhouses. Whether there was anything or not, he stopped to check. Fu Qing had quite a few brothers, all close confidants. Several worked at the grain stations, and several worked at the slaughterhouses. They all brought him quite a bit of stuff. Fu Chung covered the supplies with a black tarpaulin, loaded them up, and continued driving out of the city. He was going to the countryside, to a place where the zombie virus hadn't yet become too severe. When he was hungry, he'd take out the rice cakes Lin Zhao had made for him, and eat a couple with some mineral water. When he was tired, he'd lock the car doors, recline the seat, and lie down to rest for a while. This time, he could sense that things were getting increasingly chaotic outside. So he didn't plan to go home just like that. He wanted to get more food. With sufficient supplies, he could stay comfortably at home with his wife and son, living a life of luxury like an emperor. He wouldn't have to go out anymore. In the video, on the second peaceful night, Fu Chung parked the pickup truck in a secluded grove of trees in the suburbs. He leaned back in his seat, hands behind his head, softly humming a tuneless song. My love is like a tide, love is like a tide, surrounding Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou and I kiss goodbye, on an empty street, letting the wind mock my inability to refuse. Love is just one word. I only say it once. Xiaozhou knows I show it with my actions. Every lyric he sang contained the name Xiaozhou. Perhaps feeling it was a bit unfair, Fu Chung thought for a moment and changed the song. Under the bridge in front of the door, a group of Xiaobao swam by. No, not a whole group. I can't afford to raise them. One is enough. Fu Chung thought of Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao, silently repeating their names, letting out a long sigh, closing his eyes, preparing to sleep for a while. But just then, two eerie green lights flashed in the camera in the back of the truck. Two zombies, dragging their sticky, wet steps, walked towards the camera. Lin Zhao, sitting in front of the computer, suddenly stood up, leaned closer, and stared intently at the screen. No! No! He mustn't hurt his Changji. Chapter 27. No! No! Don't hurt my Changji. Lin Zhao stood in front of the computer, her hands gripping the screen, her eyes red with anxiety. How could this be? How could this be? Changji was so careful. He parked the car in a remote mountain area. Why are there still zombies in the mountains? Why do the zombies only appear when Changji is sleeping? Why? Why do these two zombies seem to possess human intelligence? Lin Zhao lowered her head, her eyes wide, staring in disbelief at the scene on the screen. Two zombies, dressed in blue and white striped uniforms, dragged their heavy, clumsy steps, inching closer to the camera. They walked forward, and kept walking forward, until they reached the driver's side door. Through the car window, they seemed to see someone inside. So they took 2 steps back, retreating to a safe area where Fu Chung couldn't see them. From that moment on, they stopped moving forward, circling the back of the truck bed, even their movements becoming quieter. The two zombies circled the back of the truck bed 2 or 3 times, as if investigating something. Then, they stopped in front of the back of the truck bed, raised their hands, grabbed the side panel, and pushed themselves up. The two zombies climbed directly onto the truck, and crawled into the black waterproof tarpaulin Fu Chung had used to cover the supplies. Lin Zhao pinched the back of her hand in disbelief, quickly pressing the back arrow on her keyboard to rewind the video timeline a few seconds. It was real. They really climbed in and hid. These two zombies were completely different from the walking corpses Lin Zhao had seen through the window at home. They are intelligent and rational. How could this be? How could there be zombies like this? A few seconds later, the video cut off, and the dashcam went into standby mode. Lin Zhao's hands trembled as he picked up his thin-rimmed glasses from the table and put them on. He was slightly nearsighted, but not severely so, and he usually didn't wear glasses except for reading and writing. But this time, he had to wear them. Lin Zhao took a few deep breaths to calm himself, dragged his computer chair back, and sat down again. He opened his lesson plan notebook, picked up his pen, and quickly wrote in his zombie husband feeding diary. The pen swished. February 16th, 3011 p.m., Dajingshan area. Two zombies, seemingly retaining human consciousness. After finishing, Lin Zhao looked up and clicked the mouse. The video continued playing. When the dashcam turned on again, it was already the next morning. Fu Chung woke up. He got out of the car, rinsed his mouth and washed his face with bottled water, and then took out the dry rations Lin Zhao had prepared for him. There wasn't much left. The once full plastic bag now only had 2 rice cakes left. Fu Chung ate the cakes while circling the car, surveying the scene. On the screen, Fu Chung appeared relaxed and fearless. Off-screen, Lin Zhao was frantic with worry. Even though he already knew how things would turn out, he couldn't control his tension. He wanted Changji to discover the 2 zombies hiding in the back of the car, but he was also afraid that the zombies were ferocious and Changji wouldn't be able to defeat them. He couldn't bear to watch couldn't bear to watch how Chung-ji encountered them, how they fought. He wished he could jump into the screen, grab Chung-ji, and quickly pull him back into the car. But he couldn't do it, he couldn't. The tarpaulin was properly covering the area, and Fu Chung hadn't lifted it to check, thus failing to discover the two zombies hiding underneath. After checking, Fu Chung got into the car, picked up the plastic bag containing the rice cakes, and poured the remaining rice crumbs into his palm. He tilted his head back, popped the rice into his mouth, and crunched a couple of times. Lin Zhao covered her face, her throat choked, barely able to speak. But Fu Chung on the screen kept talking, one sentence after another, without stopping. The pancakes my wife made, they're really wife cakes. They're delicious, but there aren't enough. One last trip to the grain station, then I go home tonight. Go back to see my wife and son. Fu Chung shifted gears with one hand and steered the wheel with the other. The car turned around, running over the branches and leaves he had deliberately laid out on the ground to hide behind. And so, Fu Chung, carrying the two zombies, drove away. Lin Zhao's heart clenched even tighter. It's over, it's all over now. The dashcam continued recording, faithfully documenting everything that had happened. Fu Chung drove along the mountain road, over the hill, and arrived at a grain depot in a neighboring city. Lin Zhao, pen in hand, jotted down the name of the grain depot that flashed briefly in the footage. Fu Chung didn't recognize any of his buddies at the depot, and there were noticeably more people buying grain than before. So he parked his car on the side of the road and obediently joined the queue. In the last second before the dashcam screen went dark, Lin Zhao thought he saw a familiar figure flash by in the queue. He rewound the video, paused it, and observed carefully. Sure enough, he saw a person, bald, it was bald. The bald man who had led the robbery. He was here too, but as the car turned off, the dashcam screen went black. Lin Zhao couldn't see anything. Until a few minutes later, a violent jolt brought the three cameras back to life. It turned out to be the bald man and several other men, furtively surrounding the pickup truck, stealthily reaching out to try and lift the tarpaulin. Fu Chung, in the queue, turned around and saw this. He roared, lunged forward, and kicked the bald man to the ground. What are you doing? This is the food he brought for his wife and son. Are you trying to rob me? The bald man fell to the ground with a thud, looked up and saw Fu Chung. He seemed to recognize him, pointing at him with a terrified expression. You. Without a word, Fu Chung stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him out. Get lost. He looked up and saw the rice queue growing longer and longer. He had even stepped out of the queue, so he quickly caught up and snatched the rice the bald man had just taken from the front of the line. You. The bald man tried to resist, but Fu Chung kicked him again. Consider this your compensation. Go back and keep queuing. I told you to queue, not to cut in line. Fu Chung picked up a bag of rice and turned to leave. Watching him walk towards the pickup truck, getting closer and closer to the back of the truck, Lin Zhao could only shake her head vigorously in front of the screen. No! Brother Chung, don't go over there. If the bald man wants to see, let him see, but don't go over there. Fu Chung lifted the tarpaulin. The next second, two zombies leaped up. In an instant, the whole world descended into chaos. Screams, gasps, roars, howls. Monster! It's a monster! There's a monster in the truck! Help! Help! The bald man instinctively turned around, and seeing the scene before him, he collapsed to the ground in terror, scrambling backward on all fours. Fu Chung had never expected that there would be two of these creatures hidden in his truck. He instinctively took a step back, but quickly reacted, throwing the 50 pounds of rice he was holding, which struck the two zombies hard. Just then, one of the zombies reached out its sharp claws and tore his sleeve. Fu Chung was completely unaware, or rather, he didn't even have time to look at his arm. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, grabbing the two zombies' arms with his bare hands, pulling them off the back of the truck, and slamming them violently to the ground. His supplies? The supplies he had prepared for his wife and son. He had just driven away one bald man, and now two more ghouls had appeared. The two zombies lay on the ground, seemingly with broken limbs, struggling to get up. Fu Chung dared not let his guard down. Pressing his advantage, he pulled an iron bar from the car, raised it high, and smashed it heavily onto their heads. Blood splattered, brains erupted. While he was dealing with the zombies, the others in the grain station huddled together, hiding at a distance, watching. Only when the two zombies on the ground were completely lifeless, reduced to a puddle of mud, did Fu Chung stop, leaning on the iron bar, and let out a sigh of relief. The people behind him then stepped forward. Young man, you're really something. Not bad at all, you protected us all. Taking all this food, are you going home? Before the words were even finished, the next second, they pointed at Fu Cheng's right arm and screamed again. Ah! He got bitten by a monster. Run, run! I knew it. How could there be a monster in his car all of a sudden? He's definitely in cahoots with the monster. He even came out to steal our food. I just saw it. That bald guy just touched his car, and he stole his rice. No! Brother Chung isn't in cahoots with the zombies. He just accidentally brought the zombies here. He didn't know. He didn't notice. Even if he gets scratched by a zombie, he'd be a very, very good zombie. On the screen, Lin Zhao's eyes were red, and 2 lines of tears streamed down her cheeks. He shook his head vigorously, trying to defend Fu Chung. You were just praising him for being amazing. You were just praising him. If you're scared, just leave. Don't insult him like that. Lin Zhao outside the screen was crying uncontrollably. Fu Chung on the screen, however, suddenly laughed. He looked down at his arm, then yanked his sleeve. His arm was covered in blood. He wiped it clean, revealing 3 shallow scratches. Fu Chung turned around, deliberately raising his injured arm and swinging it at the crowd, causing another commotion. Ah! I got splattered with his blood. Help! Fu Chung smirked and muttered, crazy. He wasn't protecting anyone else. He was protecting his wife and son. Therefore, he didn't need the stranger's gratitude, nor did he care about their insults. Fu Chung turned back, tidied the supplies in the car, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. The onlookers both hated and feared him, pushing and shoving, trying to send someone out to subdue him, but no one was willing to go. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Fu Chung got into his car, started it, and slammed on the gas. The wheels rolled over the zombie sludge on the ground, splashing them all over. Pa! Shameless. He's been scratched by a monster, and he still dares to wander around. Fu Chung drove, but hadn't gone far, just leaving the street before stopping. He parked the car haphazardly in the middle of the road, looking down at his injured right arm. Fu Chung tightly wrapped a towel around the upper part of his right arm, trying to stop the blood circulation. He then used his left hand to pinch, squeeze, and press, trying to squeeze out the infected, dirty blood. Fresh blood dripped down. Fu Chung felt it was enough, so he rummaged through his toolbox and pulled out a small knife. He gritted his teeth, using the knife to dig deeper into the wound, scraping out the filthy flesh and blood. The zombie's claws hadn't been deep to begin with, but he had dug deeper and deeper with each cut, making it worse and worse. In his most desperate moment, Fu Chung even raised the knife, aiming it at his right shoulder. If all else failed, he would amputate. He would cut off his arm. If he cut off his arm, he wouldn't become a zombie. How could he be so careless? How could he not lift the tarpaulin to check? How could he? Now, how could he go back to see his wife and son? Fu Chung, in the car, finally lowered his head, sobbing, 2 tears falling. What about his wife? What about his son? What should he do? At that moment right now. Fu Chung wept silently, while Lin Zhao cried out in anguish. Lin Zhao had imagined many scenarios. He thought Changge was surrounded by zombies. He thought Changge had a one-sided encounter with zombies, and was ultimately defeated. He thought. He never imagined it would be such a twist of fate. No wonder Baldy knew Changge had been bitten. He was actually there. Lin Zhao hated Baldy, his hatred only intensified. If Changge hadn't been so vigilant, hadn't noticed Baldy approaching their car, then the zombies would have attacked Baldy, not him. Lin Zhao admitted he was wicked, extremely wicked. But that's what he thought. He wanted Baldy to shield Changge from harm. Baldy was their family's enemy. Baldy's life was worthless. Someone as wicked as him, his death would at least save food. But his Changge was different. Changge was a good person. Without Changji, he'd die. He and Xiaobao would both die. Lin Zhao's face was streaked with tears. He could no longer see the screen clearly, let alone write on his lesson plan. On the screen, Fu Chung had already wiped away his tears with a towel. He quickly composed himself and started the pickup truck again. Zombies? Virus? He didn't care anymore. He needed to find supplies for his wife and son. His wife and son were waiting for him at home. He needed to find his wife's favorite chocolates and his son's favorite bubble gum. Whether it was people or zombies, he was here to hunt. As long as he brought snacks home, his wife and son would be happy. Fu Chung had originally planned to go home that night. But now, because of this unexpected turn of events, he postponed his return home. This is why he stayed out so long. On the first day, after being scratched by a zombie, Fu Chung drove all day. Like a madman, he constantly chanted the names of Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao, traveling from place to place searching for supplies. On the second day, the zombie virus began to take effect. Fu Cheng gritted his teeth, leaned back in his seat, and endured the pain until he finally passed out. On the third day, Fu Cheng awoke from his coma and was surprised to find that he felt no hunger or physical urges. So he neither ate nor drank, neither slept nor rested, searching for supplies with even greater fervor. On the fourth and fifth days, not wanting to remain unconscious and waste time, he pinched his wound to keep himself awake and calm. He endured the torment while searching for supplies, until the pickup truck was several times overloaded and could fit no more. Until Fu Cheng felt his limbs becoming increasingly stiff, until he began to forget Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao, and even thinking of their names required a long pause. He finally turned the car around and drove towards home. Before forgetting Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao, he wanted to see them one last time. And so, Fu Cheng embarked on his journey home. He crossed national highways and traversed mountain roads. With unwavering willpower, Fu Cheng drove like a ruthless wild beast, speeding between forests and cities. Sometimes, at just a fork in the road, at an intersection, Fu Cheng took the wrong turn, stumbling and circling the same spot several times. After an unknown amount of time, the familiar street appeared on the screen. Lin Zhao heard her own voice in the video once more. "Brother Cheng. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome." Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lin Zhao abruptly stood up from her chair. She hastily wiped her face, removing her tears, and rushed out of the study, running downstairs. She ran straight to the door of the storage room. Lin Zhao took out his key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it a couple of times. He was too flustered and too anxious, he even forgot how to unlock it. After an incredibly long 10 seconds, Lin Zhao finally pushed open the iron gate. Fu Cheng had already been woken up by the sound of the door opening. He sat up and, as Lin Zhao had instructed, looked towards the iron gate. "What's wrong? It's not even dawn yet, and Xiao Zhao came to bring him breakfast." Before he could finish his thought, Lin Zhao rushed forward, cupped his face in his hands, and stared at his features. Fu Cheng's mind was still foggy, he hadn't quite processed it yet, and simply stared at him silently. The next second, Lin Zhao lowered his head, lowered his eyes, and leaned closer. Lin Zhao's warm, soft lips pressed against Fu Cheng's cold, hard forehead. Unreserved, fearless. "Brother Cheng, welcome home." Chapter 28. They burst in, flustered and energetic. A gentle, tender kiss. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, the world seemed to freeze. The completely dark storage room seemed to extend infinitely in all directions, becoming the entire world. And in this world, only Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng remained. Fu Cheng sat on the bed, motionless. He was already rooted to the spot by the warm, soft touch on his forehead. It was like the mythological drama Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao loved to watch, where a deity descended to tame the most powerful, ferocious, and inhuman beast in the world. The deity Xiao Zhao landed before him, and gently flicked her finger. A gentle, soothing spell landed on his forehead, turning him into a stone statue. Fu Cheng knew that Xiao Zhao was afraid of him. Sometimes Xiao Zhao would look at him warily, observing him. If he made a move, Xiao Zhao would push him away, escape to the iron door, and lock it heavily. Therefore, Fu Cheng dared not move. Or rather, he didn't know what action would scare Xiao Zhao. Or perhaps, his completely stiff limbs prevented him from making any significant movements. So, Fu Cheng desperately suppressed the bloodlust within him, completely suppressing his aggressive aura. Following Xiao Zhao's instructions, he obediently sat on the bed, waiting for her to approach. Afraid of frightening Xiao Zhao, he even deliberately softened his breathing. But he didn't know that once he had this thought, he would lose all control. The more he tried to control himself, the more rapid and loud his breathing became. His heart, his cold and heavy heart, also began to pound wildly. Thump, 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 violent and relentless, like thunder. Fu Cheng clenched his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. He tried to control himself, tried to adjust, tried to calm himself. His breathing couldn't be so loud, it would scare Xiao Zhao. "Xiao Zhao, kiss me." Xiao Zhao's lips were so soft. His heartbeat couldn't be so loud either, it would scare Xiao Zhao. "Xiao Zhao, kiss me." Xiao Zhao smelled so good. "Calm down. Calm down. Don't scare Xiao Zhao away. Xiao Zhao, kiss me." "Xiao Zhao, kiss me." Xiao Zhao. Soft lips landed on his forehead, warm breath brushing against his skin. Xiao Zhao, exuding fragrance from head to toe, stood before him. Fu Chung finally couldn't resist the temptation. He tentatively looked up. Did Xiaozhou kiss him with her mouth? Why are Xiaozhou's lips so soft? Why didn't Xiaozhou sleep? Why did she come down to kiss him? The moment Fu Chung saw Lin Zhao, his eyes lit up. From this angle, he could see Lin Zhao's fair face, slightly red eyes, and a tear clinging to her eyelashes as she kissed him. Xiaozhou didn't just kiss him on a whim. Xiaozhou was very serious. But why is Xiaozhou crying again? Who bullied Xiaozhou again? The next instant, Lin Zhao's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the tear clinging to them gently fell. At the same time, the sun rose, its first rays filtering through. The first rays of morning sunlight shone in through the small window above them. Fu Chung had long since removed the exhaust fan from the window. Now the window was empty, devoid of anything. The sunlight streamed unobstructed down on Lin Zhao's face and body, enveloping him in a soft golden glow. Fu Chung gazed at him quietly, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips. Beautiful, Xiao Zhao is beautiful. The sunlight bathed Lin Zhao, and also shone on Fu Chung. For a cold-blooded zombie, the sunlight was almost scorching. But Fu Chung didn't care. Xiao Zhao's kiss had filled his heart. He could stay here as long as Xiao Zhao kissed him. He would stay as long as Xiao Zhao kept kissing him. But then, the kiss ended. Lin Zhao cupped his face, and slowly pulled away. The soft touch was fleeting. Fu Cheng's smile slowly faded. What's going on? Why isn't Xiaozhou kissing him anymore? Did he do something wrong? He didn't move around. He didn't scare Xiaozhou. Why is Xiaozhou? Fu Chung was anxious, and was about to stand up when Lin Zhao pressed his shoulder down. Brother Chung, sit still. You're not allowed to get up unless I say stand up. Lin Zhao held him down, lowered his head, and looked intently at his face. Fu Chung obediently sat up, staring back at her intently. Was Xiaozhou going to kiss him somewhere else? Was she going to kiss his lips with her own? Xiaozhou's lips were so soft, so warm, while his lips... Fu Chung pursed his lips. So cold, so hard. He also had sharp canines, which could easily bite Xiaozhou's lips. Even so, did Xiaozhou still want to kiss him? His heart suddenly pounded even harder. He wanted to lean in, he wanted to press against her. He wanted to kiss Xiaozhou. Fu Chung tried to stand up again, but Lin Zhao pressed him back down once more. Seeing him staring intently at his lips, his eyes red, Lin Zhao understood what he wanted to do. But he could only firmly refuse. No! No kissing on the lips. A few years ago, when you were still out there delivering goods, we agreed that every time you came home, I'd give you a welcoming kiss. The other day when you came home, I forgot to kiss you, so I'm making up for it now, as compensation. Lin Zhao had just had a good cry. His eyes, and the tip of his nose were still red, like a little rabbit. He sniffed, holding back his tears, and looked at Fu Chung, his face serious, announcing the rules. Only the forehead, nowhere else. Only I can kiss you, not you can kiss me. Only I can initiate, not. He didn't understand. Fu Chung stood up again, trying to get closer. Lin Zhao raised her hand, and gently patted his cheek. I told you no. I get angry if you keep doing this. Seeing Lin Zhao's stern face and raised voice, Fu Chung had no choice but to sit back down, looking at Lin Zhao with a pitiful expression, even pressing his face against Lin Zhao's palm. He understood. Xiao Zhao wanted to touch him. Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks, raising his hand even higher, but didn't hit him again. Don't be fooled by his current docile and obedient, non-aggressive appearance. Lin Zhao knew all too well what he was really like. Lin Zhao didn't understand zombies, but didn't he understand Fu Chung? If he were to take the initiative, if they were to kiss, Fu Chung would definitely hold him down tightly and bite his lips until they bled. Then, the zombie virus would spread through the wound, so... I said no, and that means no. Your share for today is gone. If you do well next time, I reward you. Lin Zhao was confident Fu Chung would listen to him. Even if he didn't understand, Fu Chung would definitely listen. Lin Zhao finally cupped Fu Cheng's face, looking him up and down. It's good you're not hurt. I go upstairs and make you some soup. You can sleep a little longer. With that, Lin Zhao released his hand and turned to leave. Fu Chung stared wide-eyed in disbelief at his retreating figure. What a domineering Lin Zhao. First thing in the morning, he banged on the door, waking the sleeping zombie. Then he rushed in, grabbed the zombie's head, and kissed his forehead hard. Just one kiss, and he stopped, turning to leave. He kissed the zombie until his heart pounded, then abandoned him, ignoring him. What an irresponsible Lin Zhao. What a heartless Lin Zhao. Fu Chung snapped out of his daze, and pounced like a tiger. At the same time, Lin Zhao stepped out of the room and closed the iron door. Fu Cheng then slammed his fist against the door, making a loud bang. Come back. Xiao Zhao, come back. No. Don't do this. Don't just kiss me and run away. One more kiss. One more kiss. Fu Cheng was frantic inside, afraid of touching his forehead and losing the kiss. So he covered his forehead and pounded on the door. Lin Zhao, outside the door, heard the commotion. She instinctively turned around, then unconsciously touched her lips. What's wrong? He didn't put anything on his lips. What's Fu Cheng doing? Fu Cheng continued pounding on the door, trying to open it like Lin Zhao had. Xiao Zhao, come back. No prey in the world would ever kiss its predator and run away. Fu Cheng couldn't understand it. He had the strongest physique, the most powerful strength, and the most agile reflexes in the world. How could he fail to catch his favorite prey? At this moment, the animalistic instinct within Fu Cheng completely took over. He was filled with regret. He should have grabbed the prey's arm, gripped its waist, locked it firmly in his arms, pressed it down, and kissed it directly. Why was he worried that the prey was afraid of him? How could he have let the prey escape? A momentary lapse in judgment led to a terrible mistake. Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao. A hoarse, rough voice rang out in a low voice. The next second, Fu Cheng and Lin Zhao were both stunned. Lin Zhao quickly turned around and pressed her face against the iron gate. Brother Cheng? Brother Cheng. What did you just say? He heard it. He heard Brother Cheng speak. Fu Cheng tried to open his mouth and cleared his throat. Ah. No, not that. There's another syllable before it. It should be. Good. Fu Cheng's voice right now is definitely not pleasant. His throat is hoarse, his throat is congested, and the sound he makes is low and raspy, like it's been sanded. In fact, the moment he uttered the sound, his throat felt like it had been slashed by a knife, a sharp pain. But he's practiced for so long. These past few days, he's silently recited Xiao Zhao's name in his heart day and night, hiding in a corner every day and night trying to pronounce it. He knows how to pronounce the word, he's heard others say it, but he just couldn't say it. Now he's saying it. He desperately wanted to kiss Xiao Zhao, and involuntarily called out her name. Finally, he had mastered the vocal technique, and fearing he would forget, Fu Cheng hurriedly continued practicing. Zhao? Zhao! Brother Cheng, you can talk. You can actually talk. Lin Zhao outside the door cheered. Ah! That's amazing. You're a talking zombie. Zhao. Zhao. Zhao, early. Lin Zhao jumped up excitedly, spinning around and running all over the first floor, cheering and jumping for joy. He didn't know who to share this incredible joy with. He had to find someone. He had to. Just then, Lin Xiaobao, wearing pajamas and rubbing his eyes, appeared on the stairs. Daddy, you secretly came to see Big Daddy again, without me. Before he could finish, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward, picking him up. Xiaobao, quick! Come here and listen. Big Daddy can talk. Lin Xiaobao was still a little sleepy, his eyes still covered in yellowish eye boogers. Dad, didn't Big Dad always talk? He's not mute. He didn't talk for the past few days. Didn't you notice? He locked himself in the storage room a few days ago and wouldn't say a word. Lin Zhao hugged Lin Xiaobao and pressed his ear against the iron door. Listen. Big Dad is greeting us. Dad, I can't hear you. Then be quiet, Dad. Lin Zhao shut his mouth, but less than 5 seconds later, he became excited again. Big Dad just learned to talk, so his voice is a little soft. It's normal that you can't hear him. But I just heard it. I heard him speak. He said good morning to me. He greeted me. It wasn't my imagination. Brother Cheng can actually talk. I knew he was a different kind of zombie. He's a powerful zombie with human consciousness. I kissed him, and he started talking. No wonder, he was so excited earlier, he wanted to talk to me. Lin Zhao was so excited, he couldn't stop. Fu Cheng only said one word, but he spoke hundreds of sentences. With strength from who knows where, Lin Zhao, carrying Lin Xiaobao, climbed directly onto the bench by the window. He and Xiaobao appeared outside the small window together. Fu Cheng stood behind the door, head down, practicing diligently. Good morning. Lin Zhao was moved to tears, and tears fell again. He raised his hand, wiped his eyes haphazardly with his sleeve, then raised his hand and waved vigorously at Fu Cheng. Brother Cheng, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Fu Cheng looked up, staring intently at him. Good morning? Good morning. Lin Zhao was so happy he started singing. Good morning. The little bird says, good morning, good morning. Why are you carrying your little school bag? Fu Cheng paused for a moment, looking somewhat puzzled, but quickly recovered, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at him with doting affection. He completely forgot that he had just been anxious and angry because he couldn't catch Xiao Zhao. He didn't know why Xiao Zhao suddenly repeated his name, or started singing again. But he knew that Xiao Zhao was smiling now. No matter what, as long as Xiao Zhao was happy. Calling Xiao Zhao's name made him happy. If Xiao Zhao was happy, then he was happy. So he cleared his throat, looked at Lin Zhao, and continued practicing. Zhao? Zhao! Lin Zhao got excited when he heard him speak, waving his hands and singing along with him. The sun shines brightly, the flowers smile at me, the little bird says, good morning, good morning. Lin Xiaobao wiped the sleep from the corner of his eye, looked up, glanced at his doting father, and then at his overjoyed father. One was singing, the other was repeating a single word. Both were separated by the window, both very happy. But it was unclear what they were happy about. Oh no, this is terrible. Dad and Big Dad seem to have gone silly. Good morning? Good morning, good morning. Lin Xiaobao nestled in his father's arms, his little face scrunched up, sensing something was off about their conversation. After what seemed like an eternity, Lin Xiaobao had a sudden realization. He looked up, interrupting his father's singing and Big Dad's word practice. Dad, Big Dad isn't saying good morning to you. Then what could he be saying? I heard it clearly, it was good morning. Come and greet Big Dad, say good morning. Dad, Big Dad is calling your name. Aww. Chapter 29. Lin Zhao's name. Zhao. Waking up and greeting. Zhao. Although it's the same character, this Zhao is not the same as that Zhao. Lin Zhao, holding Lin Xiaobao, stood in front of the small window, on a long bench, his face instantly turning red. That. He unconsciously curled his toes, gripping the soles of his cotton shoes tightly. It's just. Lin Zhao was restless, his eyes darting around, but he dared not look at Fu Cheng again. Anyway, how could he forget his own name? How could he think Brother Cheng was saying good morning to him? How could he? He didn't sleep last night, and cried his heart out again. His brain must have been fried. Lin Zhao lowered his head, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the wall. He and Brother Cheng had been howling Zhao, Zhao, Zhao for ages. He even sang to Brother Cheng. No wonder Brother Cheng looked like he didn't understand. He almost fainted just thinking about it, but before he could even faint, Fu Cheng, in the storage room, called his name again. Good morning. Lin Zhao didn't know how to face him, so he lowered his head and mumbled an answer. What? His voice was too soft, like a mosquito's buzz. Not only did Fu Cheng not hear him, but Lin Xiaobao didn't either. So Lin Xiaobao gently tugged at his sleeve. Daddy, Big Daddy is calling you again. I heard you. Lin Zhao lowered his head and answered embarrassedly. Then why didn't you answer Big Daddy? I did. Lin Zhao raised his head, glanced quickly at Fu Cheng, and immediately turned his head away, not daring to look again. So embarrassing. So incredibly embarrassing. Lin Zhao hugged Lin Xiaobao and spun around and around. It was like a spinning music box. Lin Xiaobao asked again, Daddy, do you have fleas? Of course not, Daddy is very clean. Lin Zhao answered loudly, but immediately changed his mind. Yes. Daddy has fleas, it's you, you little flea. You wretched little flea, always exposing Daddy, always undermining Daddy, biting Daddy until he's itchy. I didn't bite Daddy. Lin Xiaobao looked innocent, blinking his big eyes. Daddy is the flea, Daddy is a big flea, he was jumping around here just now. Lin Zhao choked, covering his little mouth and pinching his cheek. Okay, don't say any more. If you say another word, Daddy will jump off this floor. Alright. Letting Daddy off the hook. Lin Xiaobao obediently raised his little hand to cover his mouth. But he still looked up, staring at his father. Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks, calming himself down, and looked at Fu Cheng again. Fu Cheng was looking at him too, or rather, Fu Cheng's gaze remained fixed on him, never wavering. He called out again, Zhao. His voice was still low and husky, like a wild animal that had just learned to speak. Lin Zhao pursed his lips and softly replied, Brother Cheng, it's me, I'm here. The cheerful Xiao Zhao, the singing Xiao Zhao, the Xiao Zhao running around. Just like the quiet Xiao Zhao now, Fu Cheng loved them all. The mischievous Xiao Bao, the clever Xiao Bao, the Xiao Bao in his pajamas. Just like the Xiao Bao now, looking at him curiously. Fu Cheng loved them too. Seeing them made Fu Cheng happy. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao were just like him. Regardless of whether Fu Cheng could speak or not, or whether he sang off-key or not. Regardless of whether Fu Cheng was human or a zombie, they liked him. The family of three gazed at each other silently through the window. Fu Cheng called out Zhao, and Lin Zhao responded with "It's me, I'm here." One call after another, without stopping, without growing tired. After a while, in the silence, two loud noises suddenly rang out. Coo coo. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao simultaneously lowered their heads. Daddy, your tummy is growling really loudly. Xiaobao, your tummy is growling too, even louder. It's because your tummy is calling out to it, that's why it's responding. Breakfast time. They were both hungry. Lin Zhao said goodbye to Fu Cheng. I go upstairs and make breakfast first. You can practice speaking a little more, but don't overdo it. I bring you breakfast down later. You can practice after you eaten. Xiaobao, and I will teach you to speak together from now on. Fu Cheng responded, but instead of roar, he used Zhao. Okay, maybe. Fu Cheng has made that his catchphrase. Lin Zhao smiled, picked up Lin Xiaobao, and jumped off the bench. Let's go upstairs, brush our teeth and wash our faces, then make breakfast. Okay. Lin Xiaobao asked again, Daddy, why does Big Daddy only call you by your name and not mine? Because? Lin Zhao thought for a moment. Because Big Daddy is still learning. Didn't you also think the character Bao is difficult, and you still can't write it? That makes sense. Lin Xiaobao nodded. Big Daddy's IQ is about the same as mine. I haven't even learned it yet, so Big Daddy probably won't either. Really? Lin Zhao laughed. Then you two keep at it. When we have time, we can come down and teach Daddy, okay? No problem. The father and son went upstairs to wash up. Fu Cheng returned to the corner, raised his hand to touch the wall, stroking the smooth, delicate engraving. Zhao, Zhao, Zhao. He learned it. He really learned it. Fu Cheng choked up, his chest heaving, his Adam's apple bobbing. Even in this excitement, he dared not relax for a moment. He was afraid that if he closed his mouth, he would forget how to pronounce Zhao. He couldn't stop. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao went upstairs. The father and son quickly changed out of their pajamas, brushed their teeth and washed their faces, then ran downstairs to make breakfast. Grandpa Zong had given them a bag of rice cakes last night. Since they weren't going out, they didn't need any dry food, so it was perfect to eat now. The rice cakes were just too dry. Eating them on their own was a bit choking. Lin had been thinking of making some soup to go with it. He opened the freezer and took out a bag of lean meat and a piece of pork liver. The lean meat was from the fat he removed during the last rendering of lard. There wasn't much, just a small bag and a few small pieces. The pork liver was one of several kinds of pork offal that Fu Cheng had brought back from outside. Lin put on an apron, cleaned the pork liver and lean meat, and laid them on the cutting board to slice them thinly. While Lin was cutting the meat, Lin Xiaobao stood beside him holding two stainless steel basins. The pork liver and lean meat were ready, but they couldn't be put directly into the pot to cook. They needed to be marinated slightly. So Lin Xiaobao was waiting. Dad, put the lean meat in the left basin and the pork liver in the right basin. You don't have to separate them, they be cooked together anyway. No, they're not the same thing, they have to be separated. Okay, then you wash the extra basin. Lin Zhao held the cleaver in his right hand and pushed the chopped lean meat up with his left. He hesitated for a moment before putting the meat in. Lin Xiaobao wiggled her bottom, sticking out her little belly, and reminded him, Daddy, this is the right side. Oh! Lin Zhao tossed the lean meat in. Daddy, why are you being so clumsy today? Just now, when his older brother called him Daddy, he didn't understand. Now he can't even tell left from right. Lin Xiaobao's face fell, looking at him with worry. Lin Zhao explained, I just wanted to ask you, is it your left side or mine? Lin Xiaobao wasn't relieved, instead, he became even more worried. But my left side and Dad's left side are the same. How can they be the same? Lin Zhao turned around and went back to cutting the pig liver. We're facing each other, of course our left and right sides are different. Lin Xiaobao lowered his head, looking at the two bowls in his arms. He silently counted both sides. Left side is lean meat, left side is lean meat. Then, he turned around and stood where his father had just stood. That's right. The left side is lean meat. It hasn't changed. It's Dad who has changed. Lin Xiaobao turned back, watching his father's busy back, and didn't say anything more, just sniffed. Dad's gotten stupid. Dad's not the smartest person in the family anymore. How could this happen? Their world has collapsed. Lin Zhao finished slicing the pig liver, turned around, and met Lin Xiaobao's sad and heartbroken eyes. Lin Zhao, bewildered, asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Xiaobao walked to his feet, her little face serious, her fists clenched, and solemnly declared, "Daddy, don't worry, I will definitely protect you and Big Daddy." This was a little pillar of support, a solemn vow to her father and Big Daddy. Ah. Lin Zhao nodded, placing the pig liver into another empty bowl. "Okay, thank you, Xiaobao." Lin Xiaobao's gaze was firm, her tone filled with grief and indignation. "I will definitely try my best. Now help Daddy marinate the pig liver and lean meat." "Okay." Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously. Lin Zhao picked up the salt shaker and added a little salt to each of the 2 bowls. For soup, it doesn't need to be too salty, just enough to give the meat some flavor. After adding salt, add a little water so it won't be dry. Lin Xiaobao stood on a small stool in front of the stove, holding chopsticks in both hands, stirring vigorously. She stirred the salt evenly, letting the meat absorb the water. After stirring for a while, Lin Zhao brought out the sweet potato starch jar, scooped out 2 spoonfuls, added it to the mixture, and had Lin Xiaobao continue stirring. The sweet potato starch helps retain the moisture added earlier, making the meat more tender. While Lin Xiaobao worked nearby, Lin Zhao started boiling water in a pot. Once the water boiled and was bubbling vigorously, he directly grabbed pieces of the marinated pork liver and lean meat by hand, and carefully placed them into the pot, one by one. He couldn't put them in clumps, as they would stick together, nor could he stir them after putting them in, as the sweet potato starch on top would fall into the soup and make it sticky. Once all the pork liver and lean meat were in, and after they had set, he gently pushed them aside with a wooden spatula. Once the meat was cooked, he turned off the heat. If there were goji berry leaves, he could also pick a couple, and throw them in to cook together. Unfortunately, they didn't have any. Lin Zhao had already torn off 2 lettuce leaves and blanched them in. The lettuce was bright green, the pork liver a deep brown, and the lean meat a lighter, pinkish color. Lin Zhao looked at the steaming pot of soup, his mouth watering, and he began to daydream. It would be even better if we made a bowl of rice noodles too. Pork liver and lean meat noodles, with some crispy fried shallots. And a fried egg, soaking in the soup, absorbing all the broth. "Dad." Lin Xiaobao quickly interrupted him. "We agreed to eat rice cakes today. We can't cook rice noodles anymore. We won't be able to finish too many. We can have them for lunch." Lin Zhao wiped his mouth. "If there's any soup left, we cook rice noodles for lunch." "Oh." Lin Xiaobao sighed, looking at him helplessly. "Xiaobao, what's with that look?" Lin Zhao pinched his chubby cheek. "Don't you trust Daddy?" "No." Lin Xiaobao shook his head. He was just worried about his dad. Daddy's gotten dumber. Can he still cook? What if he burns his hand? He was so worried when Daddy was making soup. Cooking should be done by the smartest person in the family. But he can't. As the little pillar of the family, he can't cook. Lin Xiaobao grew sadder and sadder, hanging his head dejectedly, obediently following behind his dad. "Daddy, don't get dumber." He doesn't want Daddy to get dumber. Lin Zhao didn't realize he'd gotten dumber, and therefore didn't notice Lin Xiaobao's sadness. He simply ladled the soup into a large bowl. "Xiaobao, let's go downstairs and have breakfast with Big Daddy, okay? Is it okay?" "Of course. Just like when you ate outside Daddy's room before." Lin Zhao assigned tasks. "Daddy will take the soup, you take the rice cakes, and we go downstairs together." "Okay." The father and son went downstairs. Lin Zhao had Lin Xiaobao bring a piece of cardboard, which he placed on the red plastic chair before putting the soup on it. Without insulation, the plastic would easily melt from the heat. "Daddy will go upstairs to get the bowl and spoon. You bring the little stool over, and don't touch the soup, it's very hot." "Okay." Lin Zhao quickly ran upstairs, grabbed the bowl, spoon, and thermos. He filled the thermos with soup, picked out 3 large rice cakes, and took them to Fu Chung. Fu Chung was still standing in the corner, practicing speaking, roaring and howling. "Brother Chung? Brother Chung." Only when he heard the familiar voice did Fu Chung turn around. "Time to eat." Lin Zhao smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Let's replenish our energy first, then we talk." Fu Chung naturally refused. He didn't dare pause for a moment, afraid he'd forget how to speak. But the next second, Lin Zhao said, "Xiaobao and I are eating outside, the 3 of us will eat together." Fu Chung paused for a moment, then squeezed out a snort. "You agreed?" Lin Zhao carried breakfast downstairs in a basket. Then eat quickly, be careful it's hot, I'm hungry too. The three of them ate breakfast together, separated by an iron gate. After breakfast, Lin Zhao cleaned up the dishes, and then asked Lin Xiaobao to go upstairs and bring down his children's flashcards and math cards. However, there were 3 relatively complex characters that weren't on the flashcards, so Lin Zhao cut out 3 pieces of cardboard and made 3 cards herself. Starting today, he's going to teach Changge to talk. Changge will definitely be the world's first talking zombie. Once Changge can talk, obey, and stop attacking him and Xiaobao, he can open the storage room door and let Changge out to roam the house. At that time, they live as before. Except for the difference in species, there won't be any problems. Besides, he and Changge already have Xiaobao and don't plan to have any more children. So, species isolation isn't a problem. Chapter 30. The Homebody Kindergarten and Zombie University are now open. Our school employs a large number of outstanding teachers, boasting an extremely strong faculty. Principal, Lin Zhao. Kindergarten teacher, Dad. Zombie University professor, Wife. Our school has a large number of support staff to safeguard students' learning and life. Security personnel, Xiao Zhao carrying an iron bar. Dormitory supervisor, Xiao Zhao patrolling at night in a military overcoat. Cafeteria cook/server, Xiao Zhao wearing an apron and wielding a spatula. Our school offers 3 major academic courses to ensure students' all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Literacy class, housework class, and speech class. At 8:30 in the morning reading class officially begins. Lin Zhao stands on a long bench, leaning against the small window, holding a homemade character flashcard in his hand. Full. This character is full. He reads each character, then holds up the flashcard, slowly turning it around on the bench to show the character to the 2 students. Lin Xiaobao sat on a small stool beside him, tilting his head back, mouth wide open, obediently repeating after his father. Bao Bao. Xiaobao is so clever, a reward. Thank you, Dad, teacher. Lin Xiaobao smiled sweetly at his father. Lin Zhao gave him a thumbs up. But another student wasn't so well behaved. Fu Chung sat on the floor, one leg crossed. He also looked up, but instead of at the flashcards, he was looking at Lin Zhao. His eyes were dark and fixed on Lin Zhao's face, his hand seemingly tracing something on the wall. Fu Cheng's posture was casual, but his expression was serious, his gaze forceful. Xiao really underestimated him. He's a zombie, not an idiot, much less mentally challenged. He can read, speak, understand human language, and has his own thoughts. He just, sometimes deliberately disobeys Xiao. He doesn't need to study, nor does he need a teacher. What he needs is a wife. He's not a studious student, he's the bad student sitting in the last row of the classroom. He doesn't listen in class, doesn't study after class, skips school, fights, and even tries to bully teachers. He's practically a villain. Like now, Fu Chung is staring intently at Lin Zhao. Staring at his eyes, his eyelashes, his cheeks, and his rosy lips. Lin Zhao opens his eyes wide, meets his gaze, and stares back without hesitation. What are you looking at? The teacher is teaching you to speak, and you're staring at the teacher like that? Don't look at me like that. Fu Chung stares at Lin Zhao, lost in thought, then suddenly remembers the soft, warm touch of Lin Zhao kissing his forehead that morning. It was a feeling unlike any other in the world. Fu Chung dared not think about it, yet he couldn't help but. How wonderful it would be if that feeling were on his lips. Xiao Zhao kissed him, but he didn't get to kiss her back. It was so unfair. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely pounce on her and hold her down. Like a wild beast holding its prey, he would hold Xiao Zhao in his arms and kiss her back, just as she had kissed him. No, not just once. 3 kisses at least, 5 would be fine, 8 would be best, at least 10. It would be even better if they could kiss for a lifetime. Thinking this, the fire in Fu Cheng's chest burned brighter and brighter. He didn't need a teacher, he needed a wife. Xiao Zhao shouldn't have taught him to read, she should have taught him to kiss. Just then, Lin Zhao noticed Fu Cheng's strange expression and followed his gaze. What's Changji looking at? Did he spill soup on his clothes? What's so interesting? Why is he staring? The next second, Lin Zhao suddenly realized that Fu Chung was looking at him. At him, Lin Zhao immediately straightened up, raised his right hand, and pretended to hit him. Changji, don't look at me. Look at the flashcards. Fu Chung tilted his head, still staring intently at him. Small arms and legs, no weapon in his hand, and he thinks he can hit him? If Xiao Zhao dared to come in, he dared to kiss Xiao Zhao. Lin Zhao really couldn't bring himself to hit him, and he couldn't beat him. He could only grind his back teeth, wave his raised hand in the air, and finally lower it. Okay, very good. Fu Cheng has gone astray. He couldn't bear to hit Fu Cheng, but he could leave. Lin Zhao raised her chin, looking at Fu Cheng with unwavering confidence. Fu Cheng, you're finished. Hearing the familiar voice, calling his name clearly and deliberately, Fu Cheng's heart skipped a beat. It was as if a deeper memory had been awakened. He suddenly felt incredibly nervous, deeply nervous. The next second, Lin Zhao raised her hand, waved it forcefully, then pulled the window shut, and turned to leave. Get out of class dismissed. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. No, Fu Cheng was truly panicked now. He quickly stood up and shouted twice. Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao. Don't be angry. He won't act recklessly anymore. He won't flirt with his wife anymore. Don't go. Through the door and wall, Lin Zhao packed up her teaching materials and took Lin Xiaobao's hand. Xiao Bao, let's go. Daddy, where are we going? Upstairs to sleep. Watch TV. Eat snacks. What about Big Daddy? Didn't you say you were going to teach Big Daddy to talk? He's so bad. He's a terrible and awful student. Daddy's decided to put him in solitary confinement all day. Big Daddy is so pitiful. He's not pitiful at all. He harassed teacher Xiao Zhao. His crimes are heinous, unforgivable. Let's go! Lin Zhao didn't hesitate any longer, nor did she soften her heart. She took Lin Xiaobao's hand and started to leave. Lin Xiaobao had no choice but to turn back, take one last look at the cold iron gate, and wave goodbye to Big Daddy. Goodbye, poor Big Daddy. The two, one big and one small, like two kittens, elegantly flicked their non-existent, fluffy tails and went upstairs. Only Fu Cheng was left alone in the storage room, leaning against the iron gate, his wolfhound tail drooping, filled with regret. He was wrong. He already knew he was wrong. He shouldn't have been daydreaming in class, shouldn't have been preoccupied with puppy love, and definitely shouldn't have teased Shizao. Give him another chance. He loves learning, don't ignore him. Teacher Shizao, student Xiaobao. Don't go. Lin Zhao hadn't slept much last night. He was busy watching the dashcam footage, busy recording the whole story of Fu Cheng's injury, busy going to see Fu Cheng, and busy comforting him. Now that it's all over, Fu Cheng is alright, and he's even calling his name. Lin Zhao is naturally relieved. As soon as he felt relieved, he couldn't help but feel sleepy, his whole body felt dizzy. Lin Zhao decided to go back to sleep. Before going upstairs, Lin Zhao deliberately took out a bundle of rice noodles he had stocked at home, unwrapped half of it, and soaked it in cold water. There was some leftover pork liver and lean meat soup from this morning, so he cooked rice noodles with it for lunch. Back in the bedroom, Lin Zhao changed into his pajamas, laid down on the bed, and buried his face in the pillow. Lin Xiaobao stood by the bed, hugging her chubby little arms, looking at him intently. Daddy, I knew it. You must have secretly gone to see Big Daddy. That's why you're so sleepy today. Yeah. Lin Zhao looked up. Big Daddy's a big bad guy, and you still went to see him. What does that mean? It means Daddy's not good, he doesn't sleep well. It means Daddy's a big good guy. Lin Zhao said confidently. Lin Xiaobao was a little helpless. Xiaobao, Daddy wants to sleep for a while. Do you want to play with your toys, or watch TV? How about I show you Daddy and Big Daddy's wedding video? Lin Xiaobao shook his head. No. Why? Watching TV will be noisy. Lin Xiaobao said matter-of-factly. Sleeping requires quiet. Oh, is that so? Lin Zhao cupped his face and pinched his little cheek. You're such a good little egg. No wonder you're Daddy's child. Of course. Then what do you want to do? Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment. Learn to write. Good, that's ambitious. Lin Zhao sat up, picked up Lin Xiaobao's calendar and crayons. Last time you learned the character Xiao, this time you learned Bao. Put them together, and you'll be able to write your own name. Okay. Lin Xiaobao nodded. How about learning Daddy and Big Daddy's names again? Okay. Lin Zhao turned the page and wrote her own name on it. His name was simple, just horizontal and vertical strokes. Fu Cheng's name was. Dad, why aren't you writing anymore? Lin Xiaobao asked, puzzled. Your eldest father's name is too difficult. It's not suitable for you yet. How about learning these two characters first? Lin Zhao held a crayon and wrote two characters on the paper. One was Ren, and the other was Ma. half of Fu Cheng's name. Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud as soon as he finished writing, and quickly crossed out the 2 characters. No, you should learn the strokes first. Okay. Lin Zhao covered himself with the blanket and leaned against the pillow. Lin Xiaobao kicked off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and snuggled up next to his father, listening obediently to his father's lesson. This is a dot. The right side of the character Xiao is a small dot. This is a horizontal stroke. Lin Zhao taught Lin Xiaobao to write the dot and the horizontal stroke, then gave him the calendar and let him practice for a while. Lin Zhao, pulling the corner of the blanket, slid into bed and picked up the alarm clock from the bedside table. Dad set the alarm. When the hand reaches 2 ones, Dad will wake up. Dad, 2 ones is 11, I understand. Wow, you can count to 11 already? Of course. Lin Xiaobao lowered his head and carefully drew small black dots. He drew a row of dots, then turned to look at his father. Dad lay on the bed with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Lin Xiaobao softly called out, Dad? Lin Zhao mumbled sleepily, What's wrong? Lin Xiaobao put down the calendar and leaned closer to his father. Which hand is the left hand? Lin Zhao tentatively raised his right hand, thought for a moment, then felt something was wrong and switched to his other hand. And your right hand? Lin Zhao held up his other hand. What's 5 plus 6? Lin Zhao woke up, suppressing a laugh. 11. Yay! 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 For some reason, Lin Xiaobao suddenly jumped out of bed, cheering loudly. Dad answered the difficult question correctly, passing his smart test. Dad didn't get dumber. That's great, Lin Zhao smiled, opening his eyes. Just then, Lin Xiaobao realized he was shouting too loudly and would wake his father, so he quickly covered his mouth. But it was too late. Lin Zhao reached out, grabbed him, and pulled him into the covers. Xiaobao, are you trying to test Dad? No. Lin Xiaobao looked innocent. I'm just afraid Dad will become stupid. Dad is the smartest person in the family. Come sleep with the smartest person. No. Lin Xiaobao climbed out of bed. I want to learn to write. I want to be better than Big Dad. Okay. Then Dad will sleep by himself. Lin Zhao closed his eyes. Within a short night, he experienced great joy and sorrow, his emotions fluctuating too much, and he quickly fell asleep. Lin Xiaobao hugged his calendar and wrote another page of small black dots. As he wrote, the small black dots in front of him turned into little tadpoles. He crawled to the bedside, picked up the alarm clock, and glanced at it. Dad said to wait for the hand to reach, but the hand was moving too slowly. Lin Xiaobao stared at it for a long time, but it didn't move an inch. No wonder it's short and chubby, so inactive. Lin Xiaobao put the alarm clock back, then picked up the calendar and drew a short horizontal line on half a page. As he wrote, the short horizontal lines transformed into tiny twigs. Lin Xiaobao yawned, and with his last bit of willpower, threw back the covers and snuggled into his father's arms. Studying was too easy. He rested for a bit before continuing. Lin Zhao held Lin Xiaobao. The father and son slept until the alarm clock rang. Lin Xiaobao then asked Lin Zhao some incredibly difficult questions, such as what 6 plus 5 equals, what 3 plus 8 equals, and what 4 plus 7 equals. The answer was always 11. Because Lin Xiaobao could only count to 11 by looking at his toes. Lin Zhao answered them all correctly, and only then did the two of them get up and go downstairs to make lunch. The rice noodles were almost soaked. What was originally half a bundle of noodles had filled a large basin after absorbing the water. Lin Zhao scooped the noodles out, placed them in a plastic basket to drain slowly, then turned on the induction cooker, heated the pan with cold oil, and fried 3 sunny-side-up eggs. The round, flat poached eggs, their edges golden and bubbly, were crisp and crunchy, with distinct yolks and whites, the whites tender, the yolks slightly grainy. Lin Zhao resisted the urge to take a bite, scooped the eggs out, and set them aside. Next, she started boiling water and cooking the rice noodles. Rice noodles are the easiest thing to cook. Once the water boils, just toss the rice noodles in and cook them. The only thing is that someone needs to watch the pot, stirring occasionally and turning them over from the bottom. Otherwise, if cooked for too long, the rice noodles will sink to the bottom, stick together, and burn. 5 minutes later, the rice noodles were cooked, and Lin Zhao immediately took the pot off the heat and put the pork liver and lean meat broth from the morning on it to reheat it. The water used to cook the rice noodles was discarded. It only had a little salt, which didn't taste good. They had a better broth. One stove, assembly line operation. Lunch was ready quickly. Lin Zhao used chopsticks to scoop up rice noodles, putting them into his and Xiao Bao's bowls. He then ladled a spoonful of soup and meat for each of them, before placing the bowls on the table. Lunch is served. Thank you, Daddy. Lin Xiaobao sat in his high chair, gripping a fork. He forcefully speared the rice noodles, starting to swirl and roll them. He tried to pick up the noodles with chopsticks, but they always slipped away, more slippery than pig's ears, so this method was taught to him by his great-uncle. His great-uncle explained that when he earned some money, he took Daddy to a fancy Western restaurant, and everyone there ate pasta like this. He taught Lin Xiaobao this method. It's a family secret, by the way, speaking of his great-uncle. Daddy? Lin Xiaobao looked up. Aren't we going to bring food to great-uncle? Lin Zhao slurped his rice noodles, chewed, and swallowed. The bad guy can only eat what we leave behind. Okay, poor Daddy. Lin Zhao glanced at him. So Lin Xiaobao changed his tune. Poor big bad guy. Lin Zhao laughed. The father and son finished eating before taking the lunchbox downstairs to deliver food to Fu Cheng. Lin Zhao didn't push open the door to go in. Instead, as before, he stood by the window, put the lunchbox in a basket, and lowered it down with a rope. He didn't say a word the whole time. Fu Cheng called out to him expectantly, and he turned his head. Humph. That despicable perverted zombie, he's still angry. Lin Zhao delivered the food, closed the window, and jumped off the bench. Lin Zhao hadn't slept all night. Even though he took a nap in the morning, he still felt dizzy, like he was floating on clouds. He made up his mind that he would never stay up late again. But Lin Xiaobao slept with him all morning. They definitely couldn't sleep anymore, otherwise they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. So in the afternoon, the father and son did some simple chores. They washed the dishes, swept the floor, changed the water for the lettuce, and checked the storage of other vegetables to see if they had spoiled. Lin Xiaobao, carrying his toy golden cudgel, followed behind his father, inspecting their family's supplies. He would occasionally twirl the golden cudgel, and sometimes he would make a humming sound. He was his father's little guard. He had to protect his father. Just as they were passing through the living room, suddenly, Lin Xiaobao heard a faint bark. Woof. Lin Xiaobao turned around, instinctively looking towards the source of the sound. Dad, there's a puppy. Chapter 31. A puppy? How could there still be puppies in this world? Lin Zhao's first reaction upon hearing Lin Xiaobao's words was disbelief. Even if there really were puppies, they should be zombie dogs. Or perhaps, a zombie living in the first-floor storage room, howling and wailing, which Xiaobao heard. Xiaobao. Lin Zhao turned around, just about to explain to Lin Xiaobao. But before he could speak, Lin Xiaobao turned around, waving her toy golden cudgel, and excitedly ran towards the source of the sound. Daddy, there's a puppy. Come quick, look at the puppy. Xiaobao. Seeing the situation was bad, Lin Zhao quickly chased after her. Xiaobao, don't run around. I'm not running around, I just want to see the puppy. That's still not okay. Let Daddy go check first. What if there's danger? Lin Xiaobao ran ahead, Lin Zhao chased after her. Just then, several more puppy barks came from downstairs. Woof, woof. This time, not only Lin Xiaobao, but also Lin Zhao heard it. It was very small, very light, very faint. It didn't sound like something Fu Cheng could make. Even if Fu Cheng, that tall, burly, rough-looking zombie, strained his throat until it was practically smoking, he couldn't produce such a sound. Lin Zhao was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, reaching out and grabbing Lin Xiaobao's short arm, pulling him back. Don't run around, Daddy's going to check first. Okay. Lin Zhao led Lin Xiaobao, following the sound, to the back window of the second-floor living room. It was the window directly opposite the exhaust fan in the storage room. Zombies often gathered here before, and Lin Zhao had chased them away several times with firecrackers. Lin Zhao stood behind the curtains, lowered his head, and gestured for Lin Xiaobao to be quiet. Shh. Lin Xiaobao mimicked him, covering his mouth. He obediently remained silent. Lin Zhao shielded him behind him, lifted the curtain, and glanced outside. Sure enough, a medium-sized black dog, covered in blood, was running towards them from a distance. Lin Zhao's eyes widened, and he craned his neck forward, trying to get a better look. The black dog was covered in blood, making it impossible to see any wounds. It was unclear whether it had been bitten by a zombie, its own blood, or blood from someone else. Just then, Lin Xiaobao tugged at his father's pants. He asked in a low voice, Dad, is there a puppy? Can I see it? He was too short, not even as tall as the windowsill, if his father didn't hold him, he wouldn't be able to see. No. Lin Zhao was about to shake his head in refusal. The next second, around the street corner, several zombies slowly caught up. Seeing their gruesome sight of entrails spilling out, Lin Zhao's heart tightened. He immediately covered Lin Xiaobao's eyes, his voice firm. No. Why? Lin Zhao didn't answer, his expression growing increasingly grave as he stared intently outside. The black dog, chased by zombies, was running frantically. Whether by coincidence or not, it was running headlong towards their house. In this apocalyptic world, even dogs are struggling to survive. Lin Zhao's heart softened, but he quickly regained his composure. Surrounded by so many zombies, covered in blood, the dog had likely already been bitten. No, he couldn't take the dog home. The dog was different from Cheng Gu. He didn't recognize the dog, and the dog didn't recognize him. Brother Cheng knew him and Xiao Bao, and had an extremely deep affection for them. Even after contracting the virus, he still managed to recognize them, and not attack them thanks to his strong willpower. The dog couldn't be like that. If he brought it home, and it went berserk, everything would be over. He couldn't let a moment of weakness ruin his family's safety. But, wait! Wait! The black dog was getting closer, and Lin Zhao seemed to see something again. It seemed to be carrying something in its mouth. Lin Zhao took 2 steps forward along the window. What was it? Was it a bomb? Or a detector? Were bad guys targeting their house again, so they sent the dog to scout ahead? But why could it bark even though it had something in its mouth? Where did the barking he and Xiao Bao heard come from? It was. Lin Zhao stared at the scene before him in disbelief. It was an even smaller dog. The big dog was carrying a puppy in its mouth, desperately trying to escape. The puppy was newborn, its fur hadn't even grown in yet, and from a distance, it looked like a tiny white dot. Not only was it unharmed, but it wasn't even stained with blood. No, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. It was already right in front of him. Even if he couldn't save the big dog, he had to save the puppy. As long as the puppy wasn't hurt, he would save it. Lin Zhao released Lin Xiaobao. You're not allowed to peek, and you're not allowed to open the window. Daddy will go downstairs and get the tools to rescue the puppy. Why? There's a monster chasing the puppy outside. Children can't watch, it will attract the monster, and then the puppy will be in even more danger. Lin Zhao ran downstairs as he spoke. Okay, I won't watch. Lin Xiaobao nodded. Go, Dad. Okay. Lin Zhao ran downstairs, expertly ran to the shelves, grabbed a lighter in one hand, and a handful of firecrackers in the other. He was quite skilled at chasing away zombies. Right, there's also the puppy downstairs. He definitely can't open the door and go out. He needs to think of a way to bring it inside. Lin Zhao looked around, finally running to the small window of the storage room, stepping onto a stool, untying the rope hanging on the window, and lifting up the plastic basket he brought for Fu Cheng's lunch. Fu Cheng heard the noise, immediately stood up, looked up at him, and his eyes lit up in the darkness. Xiao Zhao. You're back, Lin Zhao said, pulling on the rope. I'm sorry, Cheng Ji. I have something very important to do right now. I don't have time to chat with you. I borrow your food basket for a bit, I return it to you later. Fu Cheng let out a soft huff. What is it? Xiao Zhao, I know I was wrong, I study hard. I just heard a dog barking outside, don't go out, you might get bitten. Is someone bullying you again? Open the door, I go out and deal with it. That short huff contained several meanings. Lin Zhao just didn't understand. He took out the rope and the plastic basket, and went straight upstairs. Fu Cheng looked up at the window, stared for a while, and was about to return to the corner. Just then, firecrackers exploded in the air outside the window. Thump! Fu Cheng subconsciously turned around, took off his shoes, lifted the sheets and blankets, stepped onto the stainless steel bed, and looked out through the window of the removed exhaust fan. A badly wounded black dog, carrying a small dog in its mouth, ran down the path behind their house. Several zombies, attracted by the smell of blood, gave chase. Fu Cheng looked up and saw Xiao Zhao perched on the windowsill above, clutching a lit firecracker and throwing it forcefully. Another bang. The firecracker exploded outside the wall. Attracted by the sound, the zombies looked up, following Lin Zhao's hand, towards the outside of the wall. The black dog, exhausted, had noticeably slowed its pace. Xiao Zhao wanted to save the puppy. Almost instantly, Fu Cheng reacted. He stretched a hand out of the window and yelled at the zombies. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Go away! The sound of firecrackers could attract zombies. But if it encountered a strong smell of blood, things were different. For zombies perpetually hungry, filling their stomachs is paramount. They chase after sounds only to search for food, and now that food is right in front of them, why would they turn back? So, even with Fu Cheng present, the zombies refused to leave, hesitatingly watching the dog. Fu Cheng's face grew increasingly grim, his expression sinister, his eyes menacing, and his aura overwhelming. He stared intently into their eyes, unyielding. Roar! Like a tiger's roar or a wolf's howl, it shook the heavens and the earth. The zombies were startled and took a few steps back. Even Lin Zhao upstairs was startled. But Lin Zhao reacted faster than the zombies. Taking advantage of this opening, he stood upstairs, grabbed the rope, and lowered the plastic basket down. Lin Zhao leaned against the windowsill, beckoning to the black dog standing not far away. Oh, oh! Hurry! Come here! The black dog hesitated, unsure whether to approach. Lin Zhao glanced at the equally restless zombies, growing impatient, and continued beckoning to the black dog. Sniffle! Sniffle! Hurry up! Don't hesitate! The plastic basket was placed on the ground, and Lin Zhao deliberately tugged on one side of the rope, causing the basket to tilt slightly and fall to the ground. Little black? Lin Zhao called tentatively. 90% of domesticated black dogs have this name. Sure enough, the black dog reacted as soon as he called the name. Lin Zhao continued, Little black, quick! Put the little puppy in. He gently swung the rope, the plastic basket hitting the ground with a soft sound. Lin Zhao carefully handled the task, a mix of worry and anticipation creeping in. What if Xiao He didn't understand and climbed into the basket itself? He definitely couldn't bring it home. What if? Xiao He. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, about to speak to remind it. The next second, Xiao He walked to the plastic basket, lowered its head, and released its grip. It moved gently and carefully, placing the little dog inside. It even nudged the little dog with its nose, pushing it towards the center of the basket. This way, when Lin Zhao lifted the basket, it wouldn't lose its balance and sway precariously. Then it stood outside, showing no intention of going in. It raised its head, tears welling in its eyes, gazing resolutely at Lin Zhao with its deep brown eyes. Looking into its eyes, Lin Zhao felt it looked vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But there was too much blood on it, and Lin Zhao couldn't tell at first glance. Just then, Xiao He tentatively wagged its tail gently at him. Realizing that its tail could still wag, it wagged harder and harder, more and more vigorously. This was how a puppy begs for help, something its parents had taught it. Lin Zhao snapped out of his daze, sniffed, and quickly pulled on the rope, lifting the basket. Don't worry, I pull it up right now, our house is safe. Perhaps it understood his words, or perhaps it saw his actions. Xiao He relaxed, wagging its tail like a propeller at Lin Zhao, growling softly and constantly trying to appease him. Lin Zhao said to it as he pulled the basket. Don't worry, it's still a puppy I protected. Xiao Bao is also very small, it can be friends with Xiao Bao. We also have a big dog at home, it can play with it too, don't worry. Just then, Fu Cheng shouted again, stopping several zombies. Xiao He confirmed that Lin Zhao had lifted the basket onto the window, and glanced back. It suddenly found strength from somewhere, took off running, and continued running forward. By the time Lin Zhao looked up and noticed, it had already darted away like an arrow. Without looking back. Chapter 32. Xiao He left. He took several zombies with him. Lin Zhao didn't have time to stop him, nor did he know how. He could only watch Xiao He leave, while tightly gripping the rope, and pulling upwards with all his might. Lin Xiaobao obediently followed his father, neither speaking nor moving. Although he couldn't see the scene outside the window, he saw his father's anxious and heartbroken expression, heard his father's fierce and loud shouts, and heard the puppies purring. Like crying? He thought things must be very serious. So he couldn't cause trouble. Finally, Lin Zhao pulled the rope, lifted the plastic basket up, and placed it on the windowsill. Lin Shiba's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked in a whisper, Daddy, is that the puppy? How is it? Daddy needs to check it to know. Lin Zhao reached out, just about to touch it, when suddenly, he remembered something and quickly withdrew his hand. Xiao Bao, go downstairs and get Daddy's gloves, okay? The gloves Daddy always wears when he brings food to Big Daddy. They're on the stair railing. No problem. Lin Xiaobao replied, and quickly ran downstairs. He knew that professional doctors always wear gloves before examining patients. Dad so professional. A short while later, Lin Xiaobao returned with the gloves. One pair of woolen gloves, and one pair of rubber gloves. Lin Xiaobao put on the gloves before reaching out to the puppy again. He didn't know if the zombie virus could be transmitted through saliva, so it was best to be careful. It was clearly a puppy that was only a few days old. Skinny and tiny, smaller than an adult's palm, its eyes weren't even open yet. A little fur had grown, but it was sparse, and the puppy's skin color was clearly visible. Probably because it had been separated from the mother dog, and the plastic basket was hard, the puppy kept whimpering. Lin Zhao reached out and gently lifted the puppy's body, turning it over and checking it from head to toe. Great, the puppy wasn't injured. The mother dog had been very careful when carrying it, not hurting it at all. As long as saliva doesn't transmit viruses, the puppy will be fine. Lin Zhao picked up the plastic basket, closed the window, and drew the curtains. Lin Xiaobao stood on tiptoe, craned her neck, and strained to see. Daddy, it's so small. Yes. Lin Zhao nodded. Let's go, we take it downstairs. Lin Xiaobao asked, should Big Daddy take care of it? But Big Daddy is so big, and the puppy is so small, Big Daddy won't be able to see it. What if Big Daddy gets up in the middle of the night and steps on it? That's too dangerous. It's not about Big Daddy staying with it, we're just taking it downstairs first. Can't it sleep with us? Not yet. It's still too small. To it, everyone is too big, and they could easily step on it. Okay. Lin Zhao, carrying Lin Xiaobao and the basket, went downstairs. Fu Cheng heard the noise and immediately shouted. Xiao Zhao. Lin Zhao, holding the puppy, didn't dare shout, only letting out a soft woof. I'm okay, don't worry. The grammar is incorrect, and the meaning is unclear. Fu Cheng couldn't understand it, but just hearing Lin Zhao's voice was enough for him to judge Lin Zhao's condition. It was still afternoon, the sun was high in the sky, and sunlight streamed in through the west-facing window. Newborn puppies can't regulate their own body temperature, and usually need to curl up in their mother's arms for warmth. Now that the mother dog wasn't around, Lin had already placed the basket in the sun, letting the puppy bask in the sunlight with its back to the sun to keep it warm. Cheng-ji, you watch the puppy. Xiao Bao and I will go upstairs and get it some food. Fu Cheng stood behind the iron gate, letting out a soft puff, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the metal. Understood. He would keep a close eye on the dog until Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao returned. Xiao Bao, go to the third floor and get 2 old clothes you can't wear anymore, something thick and warm, to make a bed for the puppy. Dad, go to the kitchen and get some food for the puppy. Be careful, don't fall. Okay. So the father and son split up. Lin Xiaobao went to the third floor to get the clothes, and Lin Zhao went to the kitchen to get the food. Children grow so fast, they change every day. Clothes that fit perfectly, or even a little too big, a few months later are too small. And Lin Xiaobao always loved the clothes he bought, so even if they didn't fit, he still liked the patterns and couldn't bear to throw them away. Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng got a big box and several large bags to pack his clothes, thinking about donating them sometime. Now's the time to donate them. A puppy even smaller than him has come to their house and needs his help. Lin Xiaobao opened the bag and took out his favorite Snoopy thermal undershirt. But it seemed a little too thin. Then this one, also his favorite Paw Patrol padded jacket. Lin Zhao was in the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator, took out a small, half bowl of pork liver and lean meat soup left over from lunch, and placed it on the induction cooker. The soup had been cooked that morning, boiled at noon, and now reheated. The pork liver and lean meat, repeatedly heated, had softened slightly. Lin Zhao used an iron spoon to press and crush the pork liver and lean meat, breaking it down into small pieces. They didn't have any milk, so this was the only thing the puppy could drink. It was nutritious enough, so it should be fine. 5 minutes later, the father and son, each carrying clothes and a food bowl, met on the stairs. Dad, let's go. Okay. The two walked downstairs. The puppy couldn't move yet, but lay obediently in the basket, basking in the sun. Lin Zhao put the soup aside, put his gloves back on, and gently lifted the puppy's body. Xiao Bao, come on, put your little clothes in here. Okay. Lin Xiaobao squatted down, put on his gloves, and held up his little hands to unfold his cotton-padded jacket. He was very careful. He even knew to put the zipper side down so the puppy wouldn't be uncomfortable. Lin Xiaobao lowered his head and carefully laid out the jacket. Then, under his father's guidance, he used 2 sweaters to wrap around the basket. Yes, that's it, very well done. Lin Zhao praised him. This way, no wind will blow in and make the puppy catch a cold. Even big dogs outside build a nest like this before they give birth. Hee hee. Lin Xiaobao smiled shyly and raised his hand. Lin Zhao, seeing this, quickly stopped him. Xiaobao, don't scratch your head. Okay. Lin Xiaobao obediently put his hand down. No matter what, she couldn't let him touch the places the puppy had been lying on, or touch everything else. Lin Zhao's plan was to keep the puppy on the first floor for a few days, to observe it. If everything was fine, and it had healed, she would give it a bath. Then Xiaobao could pet it freely. Right now, that was definitely not possible. Lin Zhao carefully put the puppy back in its bed. Clothes were definitely more comfortable than a plastic basket. As soon as the puppy laid down, it immediately quieted down and stopped whimpering. Lin Zhao then picked up the pork liver and lean meat soup, and put it in its bed. Afraid it wouldn't eat, Lin Zhao had specially used a small, shallow bowl. But even so, it wouldn't eat. Lin Zhao gently pinched the scruff of its neck, lifted its little head, and tried to get it to put its mouth to the surface of the soup, but it still wouldn't drink. Lin Xiaobao was a little anxious and a little sad. Daddy, why isn't the puppy drinking? Does it not like this soup? I think it's delicious. It shouldn't be. Lin Zhao observed carefully. Daddy knows, puppies drink with their tongues, and it can't stick its tongue out yet, so it can't reach it. What should we do then? Daddy will think. Lin Zhao released the puppy, took out the bowl, and looked around. He went to the shelf, rummaged through it, and finally found a small baby bottle in the storage box. Use this. Lin Xiaobao ran over. Is it okay? It should be okay. Lin Zhao nodded. When you couldn't eat solid food, Daddy and Big Daddy used this to feed you formula. Lin Xiaobao nodded. Can it be used to feed the soup? That's fine. Anything liquid is okay. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao went to the tap and disassembled the bottle to wash it. After washing, they dried it with a paper towel and poured in some liquid. Lin Zhao held the bottle, brought the nipple to the puppy, and gently pushed its mouth open. This time, the puppy finally reacted. It remained in its bed, simply opening its mouth, taking the nipple in, and began to suckle, making gurgling sounds. The liquid level in the bottle began to slowly drop. Lin Xiaobao squatted beside it, tilting her little head, watching intently. Daddy, it drank. Yes. Lin Zhao replied with a smile. How much will it drink? About half a bottle. Will it be full? I'm not full even after drinking that much. For Lin Xiaobao, that little bit of liquid was far too little. Daddy, feel its belly in a bit. If its belly is bulging, it's full. If its belly is still flat, then feed it a little more, Lin Zhao explained. The puppy is too small. It can't eat 3 meals a day like we do. It needs to eat several meals a day, just a little bit each time. Lin Xiaobao nodded, seemingly understanding. You were like that when you were little too. Really? Yes. Lin Zhao smiled gently. When you were little, your belly was small too, and you couldn't eat too much at once. Your daddy had to wake you up every night to feed you formula. What? Wake me up? Lin Xiaobao couldn't believe it. I was asleep. Why would my daddy wake me up? At this moment, Fu Cheng stood behind the iron gate, constantly watching the movements of the father and son. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Lin Xiaobao's tone, Fu Cheng's face unconsciously darkened. Lin Zhao explained gently, because you couldn't speak back then, you wouldn't show your hunger, you just faint from hunger, so your dad had to wake you up and feed you. Fu Cheng pursed his lips and cleared his throat. That's right, she is always right. Actually, that sentence was too long, and he didn't understand its meaning at all. He just thought Xiaozao's voice was pleasant, and he knew she was definitely speaking up for him. Never mind, Xiaozao was right. I see. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment, if my dad hadn't woken me up, I would have fainted from hunger. He had misunderstood his dad. Lin Xiaobao turned his head towards his dad's direction and said, I'm sorry. Lin Zhao smiled, Daddy won't be angry. The father and son turned back to look at the puppy in its kennel. The puppy seemed starving, its mouth agape as it drank rapidly. The bottle was soon empty. Lin Zhao patted its belly, not giving it any more. There was still plenty of soup left in the half-full bowl. They could feed it another meal after it digested, when they ate dinner. Lin Zhao put down the bottle, grabbed a towel, dampened it, and gently wiped the puppy's skin. Lin Xiaobao squatted down, his eyes fixed intently on the puppy. A little baby seeing a newborn puppy for the first time always has many questions. Daddy, is it a white puppy? Its fur is all white. But it has so little fur, unlike any other puppy I ever seen. Why won't it open its eyes to look at me? Is it being rude? Lin Zhao patiently answered his questions one by one. It's not necessarily a white puppy, The white fur is just puppy fur. In a few months, it will molt and grow new fur. Then you know what color puppy it is. It's not being rude. Its eyes are just covered in eye discharge. It won't open for a few days. Lin Xiaobao tilted his head to the other side and finally asked, Then, Dad, am I older, or is it older? It should be. Lin Zhao deliberately dragged out the sound, making it mysterious. You. Lin Xiaobao was a little anxious and cried out, Oh, Dad. Of course you're older. Lin Zhao said, You're already 3 years old, and it was just born. Yay! Lin Xiaobao cheered. Great. I'm not the youngest in the family anymore. Lin Zhao asked, amused. Isn't it bad to be the youngest? Lin Xiaobao shook his head. No. Why? It's just not good. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment. My eldest uncle is the oldest in the family, and I'm the youngest. He always carries me around, and I want to try carrying people too. But I can't carry Dad and my eldest uncle, so I can only carry those smaller than me. Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh, but still reminded him, the puppy is still very small, so you can't just grab it randomly, or it might get hurt. Okay. Lin Xiaobao agreed, I carry it when it's a little bigger. The father and son busied themselves for a while longer. They cleaned the puppy, then took a clean towel, folded it, and placed it in its bed as a pee pad. After finishing these tasks, the puppy lay down in its bed to sleep. Lin Zhao, with Lin Xiaobao, took off their gloves and coats and soaked them, along with a towel used to wipe the puppy, in water with laundry detergent. They still needed to be careful. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao squatted by the tap and washed their hands with soap. Be careful, wash them thoroughly. Okay. Lin Xiaobao rubbed her little hands vigorously, creating a lot of bubbles. If you want to come down to see the puppy, you have to come with Dad. You're not allowed to sneak down by yourself, and you're definitely not allowed to touch it, understand? Okay. Lin Xiaobao wiggled his bottom. Dad, you said it so many times already. I think you should trust me. Okay, I trust you. I give you the most basic trust between father and son. I think. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment. Big Dad is more likely to sneak out and peek at the puppy. Dad should tell Big Dad too. Okay. Fu Cheng's eyes lit up in the storage room, and he looked up. What? What did Xiuzhou want to tell him? He was listening. He had been listening the whole time. This child was such a complicated name. Yes, Xiaobao, you're such a good boy. Just then, Lin Zhao turned on the tap, and the water gushed out. The father and son put their hands under the tap to rinse off the foam. Lin Zhao touched Lin Xiuzhou's little hand one last time. It's still a little slippery. Rinse it again. Okay. Lin Zhao stood up, stepped onto the bench, leaned against the window, cleared his throat, and called out, Brother Chung? Is Brother Chung home? Fu Chung stood by the door, looked up at him, and greeted him in return, Good morning. Xiaobao and I are going upstairs to make dinner. Keep an eye on the puppy, don't bully it. Purr. Oh. Understood. Got it. Is that all? The puppy is important, but isn't the big dog important too? Does Lin Zhao think he's the kind of person who bullies puppies? A zombie? Lin Zhao added, It's not a pet dog, it's a country dog. When it grows up, it can protect me and Xiaobao. Fu Chung looked up, staring intently at him, his expression knowing. So I gained another person to protect? I protect you, Xiaobao, and that puppy. As if sensing his thoughts, Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Thank you for your hard work. I make you some ginseng soup tomorrow to nourish you. The mention of soup reignited the fire in Fu Cheng's chest. Xiao Zhao is going to drug him again. Lin Zhao frowned, a little puzzled. What's with that look? Why are you always looking at me like that lately? Do you have trachoma? Fu Cheng instinctively widened his eyes. No. He didn't have trachoma. Then Xiaobao and I will go upstairs. We bring you food later. Lin Zhao jumped off the stool, turned around, and waved to Lin Xiaobao, who had washed his hands. Xiaobao, are you done washing? We're leaving. Coming. Lin Xiaobao stood up, turned off the faucet tightly with both hands, and ran to his father. I'm here. Lin Zhao held his hands, checked them, and then took out a handkerchief to dry them for him. You have to wash your hands after touching the puppy, okay? Lin Xiaobao asked, Do I have to wash them even if I touch it through gloves? Yeah, every time. Then why do we need to wear gloves? We can just touch it with our hands. Because the puppy hasn't been bathed yet, it might have some bacteria on it. And when it grows claws or teeth, it might scratch or bite us. Wearing gloves will prevent it from scratching us. If that's the case. Lin Xiaobao tilted her head, thinking seriously. Dad, then I think we shouldn't be the ones wearing gloves. Huh? Lin Zhao didn't react. Since the puppy will grow claws and scratch us, then the puppy should wear gloves. Ah. Lin Zhao paused. The more Lin Xiaobao thought about it, the more convinced she was of herself. The puppy has claws, so if the puppy wears gloves, it won't scratch us. If it bites, we can just put a mask on it. By the same logic, Changgu is infected with the zombie virus, and will scratch and bite people. Why not just put gloves and braces on Changji? His hands and teeth would be controlled. Wouldn't he be no threat? Then he could get out, right? Why does it have to be Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao, these two normal people, wearing gloves? That makes so much sense. Not only Lin Zhao was stunned, but Fu Cheng in the storage room was also stunned. He lowered his head, staring blankly at his broad palms, then opened his mouth and touched his sharp canine teeth. Lin Zhao gave Lin Xiaobao a thumbs up and couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaobao, you're a little genius." Lin Xiaobao put one hand on his hip, head held high, and waved his other hand. "SOSO, third in the family. So smart, here's a piece of meat as a reward." Lin Zhao pulled him. "Come on, let's go upstairs, Dad will get you a piece of braised pork." Okay. But they had only taken one step when Lin Xiaobao's legs went weak, and he fell to the side, collapsing right at his father's feet. "Daddy, my feet." "Feet? What happened to your feet?" Lin Zhao quickly squatted down, hugged him tightly, examined them carefully, and gently squeezed them. "Isn't your foot right here? How does it feel?" Lin Xiaobao nestled in his father's arms, looking distressed. "Daddy, don't squeeze. My feet have no signal." "Your feet aren't a TV, how could they? They just have no signal. My feet have turned black and white." "You?" Lin Zhao realized, "Are your feet numb?" "Not numb." Lin Xiaobao shook his head, "Don't want them to be spicy." Lin Zhao sighed with amusement and picked him up. "Let's go." Lin Xiaobao's eyes welled up with tears, looking pitiful. "Daddy, please, please don't make me spicy." Okay, I won't, it'd be fine in a little while." 3-year-old Xiaobao was a little genius 1 minute, and a little fool the next. After squatting next to the doghouse for so long, how could his feet not be numb? Chapter 33. It was evening. Lin Zhao carried Lin Xiaobao, who had no signal, upstairs to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Today had been another busy day, talking to Fu Cheng, teaching him to read, and even rescuing a puppy. Lin Zhao was probably a little tired. He wasn't very hungry, nor did he particularly crave anything. Luckily, he had some leftover braised pig's head and heart from a few days ago. Half an ear remained from the pig's head, and only a small piece of the pig's heart was left. Lin Zhao chopped them all up, piled them on a plate, and put them in a steamer. He also had a large pot of braising broth, which he couldn't bear to throw away. He used a fine mesh strainer to filter out the meat scraps and bits from the broth, poured the broth into a small, dry, and oil-free bowl, covered it, and put it in the refrigerator. As long as the refrigerator wasn't broken and their power didn't go out, the broth could be used again later. Lin Zhao started preparing the meat and vegetables. Lin Xiaobao, dragging his little feet, stood on a small stool and washed the lettuce leaves. He obediently washed the vegetables. If his father ate the lettuce, he wouldn't be allowed to eat him. The braised pork steamed for about 6 or 7 minutes, and Lin Xiaobao finished washing the vegetables. Lin Zhao took a shallow porcelain plate, neatly arranged the lettuce leaves on it, sprinkled a little salt, added a steamer basket, and put it in the pot to steam. He was too lazy to stir-fry, so he simply steamed it. After steaming for 5 minutes, he took it out and drizzled a little oyster sauce dissolved in boiling water. Having drunk soup in the morning and at noon, Lin Zhao didn't make soup for dinner. Firstly, making soup takes too long, and secondly, Lin Xiaobao is prone to bedwetting if he drinks soup at night. Fu Cheng can't do housework, and Lin Zhao didn't want to wash the sheets. Plus a small pot of rice. This was their dinner for the day. After setting out the bowls, chopsticks, table, and chairs, Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao began their meal. The father and son sat down, picked up their chopsticks, and simultaneously reached for the lettuce. 1 chopstick, 2 chopsticks, 3 chopsticks. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. 2 little rabbits, squeak squeak. "Xiaobao?" Lin Zhao asked, puzzled. "Don't you like pig's ears anymore? Why are you only eating vegetables and not meat?" "Dad?" Lin Xiaobao hesitated. "I remember a few days ago, you ate a whole plate of it and asked when Dad would make it again." Lin Xiaobao said softly, "I'm a little tired of it." "Okay. No matter how delicious the food is, You get tired of it after eating it for several days in a row. Actually, Lin Zhao felt the same way. Eat more vegetables, and Dad will cook something new for you tomorrow. Okay. Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously. My piece smells like braised meat now. Hey! Lin Zhao quickly stopped him. We're eating. Oh! Lin Xiaobao covered his mouth, unable to suppress a laugh, his eyes crinkling. The father and son ate only a few slices of the plate of braised meat, giving the rest to Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng wasn't picky, he ate whatever his wife gave him. He ate everything clean at every meal, even thinking it wasn't enough. He could eat a whole morning's worth. The sun went down, and the puppy couldn't get any sun, nor could it generate heat on its own. Lin Zhao found a hand warmer, tore it open, and stuck it in its bed. They never really needed one. Fu Cheng was healthy, always warm all year round. He and Xiaobao just cuddled with him for warmth in winter. The hand warmers were bought a few years ago. Fu Cheng went to the supermarket to buy them, and bought more than 100 for 9.9 yuan. He stocked them at home, and never used them. This is perfect for the puppy. Through the towel, the hand warmer steadily heated up, and the puppy, not being stupid, snuggled up to it, whimpering for warmth. It should keep him warm all night. After arranging everything at home and checking the doors and windows, Lin Zhao took Lin Xiaobao upstairs to bed. Lin Zhao lay flat on the bed, one hand raised and resting on the pillow, a very casual sleeping position. Lin Xiaobao lay on his side, tightly hugging his father's other hand, like a piece of bubblegum, clinging to him. Neither father nor son spoke. Lin Xiaobao's eyes were closing, almost asleep. Lin Zhao, however, wasn't very sleepy, his eyes open, staring at the ceiling, blinking. He was thinking again. He was thinking about Brother Cheng again. What Xiaobao said that afternoon made a lot of sense, it had enlightened him. He could put gloves, braces, and a mask on Chengge so he wouldn't hurt them, and could come out of the storage room. They had gloves at home. Chengge loved riding his motorcycle, and it was so cold in winter, so he bought him a lot of leather gloves. Now they could use them. But what about braces? A regular mask definitely wouldn't work. Chengge was so strong, he could easily tear it. They should put a muzzle on Chengge. He's seen them before. They were made of iron, covering the lower half of the face completely, preventing him from biting or even opening his mouth. And they were for aggressive dogs. Chengge was an aggressive dog too, fierce and menacing, prone to lunging when provoked. Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Laughing, he couldn't help but blush. That. I mean, Chengge would probably look quite handsome wearing it. Lin Zhao closed his eyes, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips as he drifted off into a blissful daydream. Thinking, he eventually fell asleep. The night passed uneventfully. The family of 3, along with their little dog, slept soundly until dawn. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao lay side by side in bed, opening their eyes simultaneously. Xiaobao, are you awake? Yes. Then get up. Lin Zhao suddenly exclaimed, throwing off the covers and springing out of bed, picking Lin Xiaobao up as well. This drew a chorus of complaints from Lin Xiaobao. Daddy, you're so annoying. You're a jerk. No, I'm not. The father and son changed their clothes, brushed their teeth, washed their faces, and went downstairs. They ate porridge again for breakfast, as Lin Zhao had ordered the night before. It would be delicious with pork floss, pork cracklings, or canned dried fish. At 8:30, the father and son finished breakfast and dressed neatly. Lin Zhao carried the food bucket, and Lin Xiaobao held the small bowl, striding downstairs to deliver the food. The food bucket was for Fu Cheng. He had a big appetite and always wanted plenty of everything. The small bowl was for the puppy, filled with a top layer of rice porridge. The puppy couldn't eat solid food yet, so this was just right. Fu Cheng and the puppy, who lived on the first floor, had been waiting for quite some time. In fact, the two of them, and the 2 dogs, both had woken up early. The hand warmer had stopped working, and the puppy woke up cold, whimpering in its bed. So cold, so hungry. Fu Cheng, bored, stood behind the door, pressed his forehead against it, and purred twice at the puppy. Don't be cold. Don't be hungry. Don't make a sound. Being a dog means being strong, the poor puppy whimpered, while the domineering big dog purred. The sounds rose and fell, one rising as the other fell, until Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao came downstairs. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Fu Cheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up, ready to greet his beloved. Just then, the iron gate was pushed open from the outside, hitting him squarely. Brother Cheng, Xiaobao, and I have brought you your lunch. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Zhao sensed something was wrong and peeked out from outside. Fu Cheng touched his nose, forced a smile, and leaned forward. "Good morning, Xiaozhao." The next second, Lin Zhao raised her hand and slapped his shoulder. The next second, Lin Zhao locked the door again and slammed it shut. A cold, ruthless bang. Fu Cheng stared in disbelief at the tightly shut iron gate, wondering if Xiao Zhao's appearance was just a hallucination. Why did Xiao Zhao come and go? Had he done something wrong? Fu Cheng raised his stiff hand and touched the corner of his mouth. Was his smile unattractive? He had practiced it for a long time that morning, facing the wall. He had practiced imitating Xiao Zhao's smile, the upturned corners of his mouth, the curved eyes, and the exposed teeth. It shouldn't be. Too bad, right? Just then, a terrified scream came from outside the door. "Ah! Xiao Bao, that awful daddy. He hid behind the door and scared us. Daddy almost got bitten. I was so scared." Fu Cheng's throat tightened. He forgot his grievances and just felt something was wrong. Sure enough, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Zhao climbed onto the windowsill, opened the window, and shouted, "Fu Cheng, why did you hide behind the door and scare me?" Fu Cheng took 2 steps back, looking at Lin Zhao with a pitiful expression. He was actually quite adept at making this expression. No, he hadn't intentionally scared Xiao Zhao. He did like Xiao Zhao. However, since it came to almost biting Xiao Zhao, he did feel a little regretful. Just a moment ago, he and Xiao Zhao were so close that he could almost see the downy hairs on Xiao Zhao's cheek. But he forgot to kiss him, just standing there blankly, and even got hit by Xiao Zhao. Why did he always find himself spacing out whenever he saw Xiao Zhao? He had clearly made up his mind yesterday to kiss him. Fu Cheng's eyes lowered, his gaze darkening. Lin Zhao already knew what he was thinking. Lin Zhao said again, "Your behavior is particularly bad. Extremely bad. So I decided." "Decided what?" Fu Cheng looked up at him. "Go feed the puppy first. You can eat later." Xiao Zhao's voice was firm and resolute. Xiuza's words broke his heart. Fu Cheng took 2 quick steps forward, wanting to stop her, but it was too late. Xiuza's footsteps were already gone. He took Lin Xiaobao to the doghouse. It was morning, and the sun was shining from the east. Lin Zhao tore off the now cold hand warmer and moved the doghouse to the east-facing window. A few days ago, he was drying cabbage, now he was drying the puppy. Lin Xiaobao, carrying a small bowl and a milk bottle, followed behind her father. "Daddy, wait for me." "Okay." The father and son passed by the storage room. Fu Cheng stood behind the door, his gaze seemingly piercing through the iron gate, watching them from one side to the other, and from the other back. The puppy had moved rooms, the puppy was eating, but he hadn't eaten yet. Lin Zhao poured rice porridge into a baby bottle and offered it to the puppy. Lin Xiaobao squatted beside him, watching for a while, and was also a little tempted. "Daddy, I learned how. Can I try?" Lin Zhao turned around, glanced at the iron gate, and deliberately lowered his voice. "Okay, come here." He moved aside and handed the bottle to Lin Xiaobao. "Just hold the bottle like this, and the puppy will drink by itself." "Okay." Lin Zhao squatted beside him, watching for a while. Seeing that Lin Xiaobao was doing well, he felt relieved, stood up, and tiptoed to the storage room, picking up the thermos. He stepped onto the bench, and as he had done many times before, slowly poked his head out of the window. What is Changji doing now? Is he hiding away feeling sad? Is he even crying? As soon as Lin Zhao's eyes appeared, he met Fu Cheng's gaze, who was standing under the window. Lin Zhao had made this little gesture many times, and Fu Cheng remembered it all. But this time, when Fu Cheng saw him return, instead of rushing forward, he took 2 steps back. He was afraid of frightening Xiao Zhao. He had already reflected on his actions. Lin Zhao knew he was trying to appease him, so he popped out his cheeks, suppressing a laugh. "Okay, I forgive you this time, but don't show your teeth in front of me again, it's scary." Fu Cheng nodded, tightly closing his mouth, his soft lips covering his sharp canines. Lin Zhao placed the thermos on the windowsill, preparing to bring him food. But he raised his hand and felt around inside and outside the window, but couldn't find the rope with the basket attached. Strange, where's the rope? How could he deliver food without a rope? Lin Zhao frowned. "Fu Cheng, you took the food basket?" Fu Cheng's eyes widened, staring at him in disbelief. "Me? I took it?" The next second, Lin Zhao had a sudden realization and slapped his cheek. Oh, it was me. I took it." He had taken Fu Cheng's food basket to make a doghouse for the puppy. He was too lazy to find another basket. Last night, when he delivered food to Fu Cheng, he simply opened the door and brought it in. He'd forgotten. Fu Cheng took a deep breath, staring intently at him, looking like he'd been betrayed. He'd been betrayed by Xiao Zhao. Lin Zhao looked guilty, scratching his head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lin Zhao picked up the thermos, jumped off the bench, took out his key, and pushed open the iron gate again. Brother Cheng, I'm here. Fu Cheng sat back on the bed, sitting with an air of authority, hands on his knees, ignoring Lin Zhao. Don't be angry. I brought the food to your bedside myself, okay? Although he knew Fu Cheng recognized him, Lin Zhao still didn't dare to let his guard down, wearing a helmet and gloves. He only dared to enter fully armed. After all, Fu Cheng had reminded him beforehand that no matter what, he couldn't let his guard down. Lin Zhao presented the thermos to Fu Cheng, who ignored him for 3 seconds. A full 3 seconds, Fu Cheng finally reached out and took the thermos. He skillfully unscrewed the lid, grabbed a spoon, and stirred the porridge. Fu Cheng was becoming more and more humane. Lin Zhao held out his hand to him. You eat first, let me check your wounds. Don't attack me. It was an old wound from the exhaust fan. Lin Zhao had originally planned to use the medicine sparingly, changing Fu Cheng's dressing every 2 days, since they didn't have much at home. This morning, he had specifically put the medicine and bandages in his pocket and brought them with him. But now, Lin Zhao carefully unwrapped the bandages on Fu Cheng's shoulder, rolling them up and down slowly, revealing Fu Cheng's strong, muscular upper body. The crisscrossing wounds, large and small, on Fu Cheng's shoulders and arms had actually scabbed over. A scab and a scar are not the same thing. A scab is a blood crust. If you pick at it, it will bleed, and the wound underneath is still necrotic. A scar, on the other hand. He's completely healed. It's only been a few days? Even the piercing wound in his chest has healed. Lin Zhao looked at him in disbelief, extended a finger, and gently poked Fu Cheng's chest. The moment he touched him, Fu Cheng stiffened. He put the thermos aside, stopped eating, and just stared at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao looked intently at the scars on Fu Cheng's body. His furry gloves traced a path down Fu Cheng's body, revealing a cold, hard edge. The dark brown scars didn't seem like they were from a few days ago. They looked like old wounds. The wounds were too large. The new flesh forcibly closed together, seemingly torn, so there were small cracks around them. On Fu Cheng's tanned, rugged physique, these scars didn't look out of place. Rather, they blended in quite harmoniously. Wow, so rough. Holding me while I sleep would definitely. Lin Zhao couldn't help but exclaim. But he quickly realized what he'd done. He immediately straightened up, cleared his throat, and adopted the posture of a biology expert. Based on my observations, zombies' healing ability is dozens, even hundreds of times that of ordinary humans. This might be related to the speed of cell division within a zombie, or it might be related to the zombie's inherently strong physique. I think. Lin Zhao raised his head, still pretending to think, not even noticing Fu Cheng reaching out to him. Through the gloves, Fu Cheng gently took his hand and placed it back on his chest. Xiao Zhao liked to touch him. He let Xiao Zhao touch him, only Xiao Zhao. That's not good. Lin Zhao jolted, about to pull his hand back, but suddenly changed his mind, changing direction. He grabbed Fu Cheng's wrist, pulling his hand in front of him. Or rather, Fu Cheng didn't resist at all, offering his hand to him. Lin Zhao lowered his head, carefully examining Fu Cheng's hand. Since he was going to put gloves on him, he naturally had to observe it carefully. When Fu Cheng was alive, his hands were already large, and he would often pinch Lin Zhao's waist without his permission. After becoming a zombie, his hands seemed to grow even larger and thicker, almost like palms. As a domesticated zombie, Fu Cheng naturally loved cleanliness. He would wash his hands with the water Lin Zhao brought in, and he would also file his nails against the wall. So his hands were clean, and his nails weren't like those of other zombies, which grew long and scratched themselves black. As a zombie, he was truly different. Lin Zhao was very satisfied. He just wondered if Fu Cheng's hands had grown so much that he could still wear the gloves he had bought for him before. Thinking this, Lin Zhao simply opened his hand and placed it in Fu Cheng's palm. Just a gesture and you know. Lin Zhao lowered his head, carefully using his own hand to compare with Fu Cheng's hand. Fu Cheng remained fixed on Lin Zhao, watching his earnest expression and lowered eyes. He was unconsciously drawn in, captivated, and leaned closer. He hadn't drunk any soup today, but a fire still burned fiercely in his chest. He remembered Xiao Zhao saying he shouldn't get this close. But this time, It was Xiao Zhao who had approached him first, not him. He wouldn't hurt Xiao Zhao. A kiss would be enough. Xiao Zhao had kissed him before. He was just returning the favor. The next second, Fu Cheng could no longer suppress his animalistic instincts. He lunged forward, aiming straight for Lin Zhao's lips. But just then, Lin Zhao looked up. The two collided head-on. Lin Zhao took in his approach. Fu Cheng could now kiss Lin Zhao even more effectively. The next second, Lin Zhao leaned forward, as if welcoming him. Then, with a loud bang, Fu Cheng crashed straight into the motorcycle helmet visor. Lin Zhao's eyes crinkled into a wide smile. This helmet belonged to Fu Cheng. He wore it while riding his motorcycle. Before locking himself in the storage room, he repeatedly told Lin Zhao to wear it. But he forgotten, charging towards her through the transparent visor. "Hey, you big zombie, has your eyesight deteriorated?" Lin Zhao smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Fu Cheng clutched his forehead, taking a deep breath. So embarrassing. So incredibly embarrassing. What was blocking Xiao Zhao's face? He only had eyes for Xiao Zhao, completely oblivious. Not only did he miss kissing her, but Xiao Zhao had also made fun of him. He turned his head away, his previously slow-flowing blood suddenly surging. His ears turned bright red. Lin Zhao, still smiling, reached out and grabbed Fu Cheng's ears, turning his face towards her. "Who told you to attack me like that? If I wasn't wearing a helmet, you knocked my teeth out." Snort. The zombie didn't do it on purpose. Zombies know their limits. He just wanted to kiss, not bite. Idiot. Lin Zhao softly scolded Fu Cheng, then lowered her head and, through the helmet visor, gently pecked Fu Cheng's lips. "If you want to kiss me, you have to be this gentle." Chapter 34. If you want to kiss me, you have to be this gentle. How gentle? How gentle? Fu Cheng didn't understand. He only knew that Xiao Zhao was right in front of him. Closer than when Xiao Zhao kissed his forehead last time. He also knew that Xiao Zhao's lips were pressed against his. Since yesterday, he had been plotting to kiss Xiao Zhao. His original plan was to be like a predatory beast, lying in wait in the dark. When Xiao Zhao came in to bring him food and change his medicine, he would pounce on her when she wasn't looking, pin her to the ground, hug her tightly, hold her down, lock her up, and give her 2 solid kisses. But as soon as he saw Xiao Zhao, all his plans were thrown to the back of his mind. He still couldn't bring himself to do it. He couldn't bear to scare Xiao Zhao, and he couldn't bear to push her to the ground. In a flash, Xiao Zhao was right in front of him. Although his plan was flawed, his fantasy had still come true. Xiao Zhao kissed him on the lips again. But why? This kiss felt different from the forehead kiss? He didn't feel any softness? His lips felt cold and hard, and even smelled a bit bad. This wasn't Xiao Zhao's lips, this was. Fu Cheng opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on Lin Zhao through the motorcycle helmet visor. Only then did he see that there was something between them. So what he kissed wasn't Xiao Zhao's lips, but this thing. This thing was separating him and Xiao Zhao. So he had to remove this thing. Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, looking at Lin Zhao's slightly red lips. His throat tightened, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Immediately afterward, he silently raised his hands. Xiao Zhao said to be quiet, so he did it quietly and gently. The next second, Fu Cheng's arms were wrapped around Lin Zhao's waist. Lin Zhao suddenly felt a tightening around his waist, and instinctively looked down. The next second, both of them reacted simultaneously. Lin Zhao sensed something was wrong, released his hands from Fu Cheng's head, and turned to run. Fu Cheng suddenly tightened his arms, as if pulling in a hunting net, tightly wrapping his arms around Lin Zhao's waist, and pulling him into his embrace. Brother Cheng. Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng. In an instant, Lin Zhao's feet left the ground. It was all because Fu Cheng had been too obedient, too docile, too compliant before. Lin Zhao approached little by little, from the window to the door, from bringing him food to his medicine, from patting his head to kissing him. In front of him, Fu Cheng was always that obedient and compliant demeanor, doing whatever he said. Lin Zhao's courage had been gradually emboldened by Fu Cheng, leading him to mistakenly believe he had tamed him, and he wasn't particularly wary of him. He was confident that Fu Cheng wouldn't bully him. Until this moment, Fu Cheng suddenly attacked. Lin Zhao realized with a start that Fu Cheng was infected with the zombie virus. He was a zombie. He could bite. He could grab. Fu Cheng, what are you doing? Lin Zhao panicked, kicking his legs frantically, and pounding on Fu Cheng's arms with his hands. Fu Cheng, it's me, Lin Zhao. You have to listen to me. Let go. He kissed him yesterday, and nothing happened. He brought him food yesterday, and nothing happened. Why did he go berserk today after just one kiss? He knew he was wrong. It was all his fault for having such an itchy mouth and teasing Fu Chung. Now, he would never dare to kiss Fu Chung again. Never again. Fu Chung, let go. Let go. Lin Zhao gritted her teeth, trying to pull Fu Cheng's hand away. Don't bite me. You've forgotten all the rules I told you. I told you, you can't kiss me, only I can kiss you. You're so disobedient. You're so naughty, you. Seeing her struggle and panic, and hearing her command, Fu Cheng's heart sank. He wondered if he had done something wrong, paused, and loosened his grip. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Zhao pried his hand off and ran outside. But at that moment, Lin Zhao said again, "Wha? I never kiss you again." This sentence was softer than anything before. But Fu Chung still heard it, and heard it clearly. This was terrible. Fu Chung froze for only a second before panicking, lunging forward again to hug Lin Zhao tightly. No! No! You can't! How could Xiao Zhao not kiss him? He hadn't done anything yet. Why wouldn't he kiss him? Fu Chung hugged Lin Zhao again, pressing him tightly into his arms, even more forcefully than before. Lin Zhao saw the iron gate right in front of him, yet he couldn't get out. Panicked, he stumbled and twisted, falling to the side. For Fu Chung, this should have been a golden opportunity. His plan was just one step away from completion. If he could just take the opportunity to pin Xiao Zhao to the ground, he could kiss him. But even as Lin Zhao fell, Fu Chung held him tightly. His only action was to shield Lin Zhao in his arms, shielding him from the fall, becoming a cushion for him. Even if he desperately wanted to catch Xiao Zhao's safety was the priority. Fu Chung fell to the ground, and Lin Zhao fell on top of him. The two of them landed side by side. Lin Zhao reacted, wanting to run, but worried about Fu Chung getting hurt. In that split second of hesitation, Fu Chung instantly revived, tightly hugging his waist. Lin Zhao was startled, thinking he was about to make another move, and prepared to escape at any moment. But he didn't. That fall seemed to have woken Fu Chung up. The remaining humanity in his bones finally overcame the bestiality of a zombie. Fu Chung made no other move, just held Lin Zhao, gently holding him in his arms. He lowered his head, burying his face in Lin Zhao's shoulder, and purred softly. Lin Zhao was still shaken and apprehensive, and when he spoke to him, it was to comfort him. "Why did you suddenly hug me?" Purling. He just wanted to hug him. Kissing and hugging go hand in hand. If Xiao Zhao hadn't run away when he hugged her, none of this would have happened. "You were chasing me. How could I not run?" Snoring. It wasn't intentional, he didn't mean it. He just didn't want to be a useless zombie, just sitting on the bed waiting for Xiao Zhao to kiss him. He didn't want to kiss the helmet, he wanted to kiss Xiao Zhao, wanted to take the initiative this time. He promised he would be very, very gentle, absolutely not hurting Xiao Zhao. He hadn't expected Xiao Zhao's reaction to be so strong. "No!" Lin Zhao slowly regained her composure. "We agreed before, only one kiss a day, and only I can initiate." Fu Chung turned his head away, remaining silent. Xiao Zhao herself said it, he hadn't. He wasn't very good at speaking yet. He could only utter one word at a time. As they talked, Lin Zhao gradually calmed down. He had initially thought that Brother Chung was about to unleash his ferocity and bite him. Unexpectedly, Brother Chung just wanted to kiss him. But even the kiss was terrifying. He finally realized clearly how vast the gap was between him and Fu Chung. Fu Chung was as agile as a leopard and as powerful as a tiger. When he suddenly attacked, he was like a wild beast, no one could contend with him. What was an ordinary, everyday action for him, something he felt he hadn't exerted much force, felt incredibly powerful to Lin Zhao, just like now, when he was holding Lin Zhao's waist. Lin Zhao lowered his head, and patted his strong arm hard. "Damn it, it hurts. I'm going to suffocate. I'm going to die." Fu Chung loosened his grip slightly, and Lin Zhao seized the opportunity to pry his hands off. She tilted her head down, and then tilted it back, bumping Fu Cheng's head twice with her helmet. Then she broke free and ran away. Fu Chung sat up, propped one leg up, and watched her silently, not giving chase. Fine, Xiao Zhao ran away. He angered Xiao Zhao again. Fu Chung lowered his head, opened his palm, and pressed it against his chest. He had a fire burning inside him. The moment he opened his eyes and saw Xiao Zhao, that fire ignited. He had been suppressing it, trying to control himself. But Xiao Zhao used nourishing soup, caresses, and kisses to nurture that fire, making it grow stronger. And then she ignored it. He wanted to kiss Xiao Zhao to extinguish the fire. He thought he had learned, but he still frightened Xiao Zhao. Fu Cheng clutched his chest, feeling his heart pounding wildly inside, and seemed to understand something. He liked Xiao Zhao, really liked her, but not in the way one likes food. It wasn't appetite. Appetite comes from the stomach. It was desire, a desire of the heart, coming from within. He wanted to kiss Xiao Zhao, not bite her, much less eat her. Fu Cheng only knew that zombies needed to fill their stomachs, so they needed to eat. He didn't know how to fill a heart. But he absolutely couldn't eat Xiao Zhao. She was like rice or noodles. Once eaten, she was gone. Lin Zhao fled outside, and slammed the iron gate shut. Fu Cheng looked up, watching his hurried departure, and his eyes inexplicably reddened. His heart wasn't filled, but his eyes were. Before he could shed a tear, just then, Lin Xiaobao grabbed the clothesline pole and, like a small tractor, sputtered down from upstairs. "Daddy, I'm here to save you." "Monster Daddy, don't bully Daddy." "Aya!" He lowered his head, not watching where he was going, and charged straight ahead. Then, Xiaobao! The clothesline pole jabbed into Lin Zhao's stomach. "Help!" Lin Zhao's stomach was hit again. Hearing his father's voice, Lin Xiaobao quickly looked up. "Daddy, you're out." Lin Zhao clutched his stomach, bending slightly. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiaobao stood the clothesline pole upright on the ground, his face serious, protecting Daddy. He was feeding the puppies outside, while his father was feeding Big Daddy inside. But suddenly, he heard his father cry for help. So he immediately pulled the pacifier out of the puppies' mouths, ready to rescue his father. Food could wait, but Daddy had to be saved now. This often happened before. Big Daddy would be repairing cars at the shop, still dirty, and wouldn't take a shower, but would hug and kiss Daddy and him, making them dirty too. That's how he saved his dad. So, he immediately ran upstairs, looking for a suitable weapon to begin the rescue. Lin Zhao sniffed, deeply moved. "Thank you, Xiaobao." "It's nothing, you're welcome." Lin Xiaobao waved her little hand, looking at him with concern. "Dad, are you alright?" "I'm fine, but Big Dad deliberately scared Dad again. So awful." "So awful," Lin Xiaobao repeated. Lin Zhao ground his back teeth, saying fiercely, "Punish him. No food for lunch or dinner." "Okay." Lin Xiaobao nodded, but quickly looked up, asking then, "Will Big Dad starve?" "That depends on his behavior." Lin Zhao took off his helmet, only to find that the thick visor had been cracked by Fu Cheng's impact. He looked down and found that his coat had been torn by Fu Cheng, and his wrists were bruised. Without even lifting his clothes, he knew his waist was definitely bruised too. He's an absolute bastard. Utterly an bastard. Chapter 35. Bastard! Lin Zhao sharpened his knife, ready to strike. "He's a complete bastard." Lin Zhao forcefully pulled open the freezer. "Fu Cheng is a big bastard." Lin Zhao gripped the kitchen knife with both hands, raised it high, and brought it down heavily. With a loud bang, the entire house shook. Lin Xiaobao, standing nearby, raised her hands and covered her ears. "Dad!" Fu Cheng, in the storage room downstairs, couldn't help but frown. "Xiao Zhao!" Lin Zhao, holding the kitchen knife in one hand, grabbed the white radish he had cut off with the other and threw it into the trash can. He tilted his head slightly, indignantly asking, "What's wrong?" Too loud. Lin Xiaobao rushed forward and hugged his father's leg. "You scared me. I almost fainted." Okay. Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks. "Then Daddy, be quieter." Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously. "Or, Daddy can take the radish to Daddy's room to cut it." "Who said I'm angry with Daddy?" "Dad said it himself." Lin Xiaobao stood up straight, straightened his collar, and, imitating an adult, coughed twice, then stomped his foot, beginning to mimic his father scolding Daddy. "Red egg. Big red egg. And red bean. Big red bean." Lin Zhao handed him a white radish with its head cut off, then picked up a cleaver and cutting board, and grabbed a vegetable basket. "Come on, let's go downstairs and get the radish." "Yay! We can go see the puppy again." The father and son, carrying their things, went downstairs again. Fu Cheng suddenly attacked, chasing after Lin Zhao and trying to bite her. Lin Zhao barely managed to escape, only to find her clothes torn, her wrists bruised, and her body aching all over. He locked the storage room door and went upstairs to change. While changing, he glanced at his waist and saw a bruise. It wasn't from a fall, it was all handprints from Fu Cheng pinching him. Lin Zhao was furious, so he decided to change the ginseng soup he planned to make for Fu Cheng today into radish and pork rib soup. He and Xiao Bao would eat the ribs, and Fu Cheng would eat the radish. No, Fu Chung wouldn't even get any radish. Lin Xiaobao brought over a small stool, and Lin Zhao arranged the things, sitting down in front of the storage room door to prepare the ingredients. There were still many pork bones in the freezer, which Lin Zhao took out beforehand to thaw at room temperature. The white radishes were also brought back by Fu Chung earlier, a whole sack of them, and they would go hollow if they weren't eaten soon. Lin Zhao picked out a few that looked okay, chopped off the tops, peeled them, and cut them into chunks. Clang, clang, clang. Swish, swish, swish. Fu Chung stood in the storage room, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. He'd done something wrong again. He made Xiao Zhao angry again. Xiao Zhao finished chopping the radish, and was about to chop him. Fu Chung stepped forward, lowered his head, and pressed his forehead against the door. Puff, puff. Xiao Zhao, calling Xiao Zhao. I know I was wrong. Don't be angry anymore. Lin Zhao, with her back to him, paused, then continued chopping vegetables. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I won't forgive you. I won't be deceived by your docile facade again. I won't get hurt again. Lin Zhao made up her mind to ignore him, and Fu Chung wagged his tail, purring incessantly. Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao. Go away, go away, go away. Pay attention to me, pay attention to me. Ignore me, ignore me. Daddy and Big Daddy are so childish. Lin Xiaobao squatted beside the doghouse, his little face filled with helplessness. Sigh, he never acted like this even in kindergarten. He turned back to look at the puppy. The puppy had just drunk some rice porridge, and was now asleep in the sun. It was always sleeping, never getting up to play with him. Lin Xiaobao quietly stuck out a finger, and poked the puppy's ear. Soft and warm. The puppy seemed to sense it, shook its head, and whimpered twice. Lin Xiaobao realized he had done something wrong and quickly withdrew his hand, staring at the puppy. The puppy didn't wake up, and soon fell asleep again. It was both good and bad. Lin Xiaobao pouted, stood up, and ran towards Lin Zhao with his short legs. He ran with a bouncy gait, just like a little puppy. Dad. What is it? Lin Zhao put the chopped white radish pieces into the bowl. Let's name the puppy. Okay. Lin Zhao replied gently. Have you thought about it? Not yet. Lin Xiaobao squatted down in front of her father, cupping her face in her hands, thinking seriously. I think we should give it a surname first. My surname is Lin, and Dad's surname is Lin too, so Dad takes my surname. Huh? Lin Zhao looked up in disbelief. I take your surname? Yes. Lin Xiaobao said matter-of-factly. So, it should also take its father's or mother's surname. What are its parents' surnames? Dad doesn't know. Dad only knows that its mother's name is Xiao Hei, Little Black. Then its surname is Xiao Little? Lin Zhao nodded. That makes sense. Then let's call it Xiao Bai, Little White. It's all white, it's Xiao Bai. Its fur hasn't fully grown in yet. It's just puppy fur. We have to wait a few more days to find out its exact color. Oh, I see. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment. Then let's decide on a name for it. Something color. Okay. Lin Xiaobao looked at his father for a while, then went back to look at the puppy. He was running around quite busy. A little while later, Lin Xiaobao suddenly remembered something and hurriedly ran back. Dad, I discovered a big secret. What is it? Big Dad, and we don't have the same surname. Oh! Lin Zhao teased him deliberately. That's right. Our surname is Lin, and Big Dad's surname is Fu. We're clearly a family, but Dad has my surname, so why doesn't Big Dad have mine? Right. Fu Chung also thought it made sense, and listened carefully. Why is this happening? Why does this child have Xiaozou's surname, but he doesn't? This isn't fair. Lin Xiaobao frowned and asked, Dad is my biological father, but Big Dad isn't, right? He even lowered his voice, avoiding asking Big Dad. He was very thoughtful. Huh? Lin Zhao was even more shocked, his eyes wide. Big Dad isn't your biological father, you are Big Dad's biological father. Big Dad and I dated first, then got married, and that's how you came to be. Lin Xiaobao counted on his fingers, still unable to understand. Then why is Big Dad? If we had the same surname, Big Dad and I couldn't get married. Lin Xiaobao was a little doubtful. Really? Of course it's true. It's a rule from our ancestors. Then why is Uncle's repair shop called Little Lin's Repair Shop? Lin Xiaobao was even more confused. It should be called Little Fu's Repair Shop. That's because, Lin Zhao explained, when we got married, Uncle promised me that everything in the house would be mine, and would take my surname. That pickup truck behind you, that motorcycle, they all have the surname Lin. I'm part of the family too. Lin Xiaobao stroked her chin, speculating seriously. You're not part of the family. Lin Zhao covered her mouth. Dad means. However, now that she thought about it, Fu Cheng had been quite good to her. Lin Zhao felt a little more at ease, and glanced back at the iron gate. But actually, Fu Cheng stood behind the gate, a scene vaguely appearing in his mind. He was wearing a vest, legs crossed, sitting in the sun outside his shop. Someone drove up and asked, Xiao Lin's auto repair shop, are you Xiao Lin? He stood up and told the customer, I'm not Xiao Lin, I'm Xiao Lin's husband. Xiao Lin is my wife. He subtly showed off. This is the truth. Fu Cheng's real intention in naming the auto repair shop. But Xiao Zhao probably doesn't know, and it's better that way. Lin Zhao chopped the white radish and put it in a bowl. Let's go upstairs and cook. Okay. Lin Xiaobao took a big step forward, clearing the way for her father. Dad, I protect you. The white radish was chopped, and the meat bones were almost thawed. In the current situation, making radish soup, especially with spare ribs, would be a bit too extravagant. So Lin Zhao planned to use pork bones, specifically pork marrow bones. Fu Cheng had also chopped the bones into several pieces beforehand, but with meat still attached. Lin Zhao removed the meat from the bones and set it aside. He put the bones in a pot of cold water with flattened ginger slices to blanch and remove any unpleasant odor. Once the water boiled, he skimmed off the foam and removed the bones. The marrow bones contained bone marrow, so this step required extra care. Actually, there wasn't much need to be careful. Because neither he nor Xiao Bao liked bone marrow, it was white, soft, and resembled fatty meat. Only Fu Cheng liked it, but Lin Zhao had already decided not to give it to him. Lin Zhao discarded the water used to blanch the bones, washed the pot, and refilled it with clean water. The bones were put back into the pot, the lid was placed on, and it was slowly simmered. After simmering for more than half an hour to extract the aroma from the bones, white radish was added. Otherwise, if the radish was simmered for too long, it would disintegrate and dissolve into the soup. While waiting, Lin Zhao marinated the deboned meat with salt, oyster sauce, and minced garlic. After marinating, she steamed it, making it one dish, and quickly stir-fried a vegetable dish. At the same time, Lin Zhao was upstairs preparing lunch. Fu Cheng was downstairs, standing on his stainless steel bed by the window, resting his chin on the windowsill, slightly raising his head, intently focused. Having lived in the storage room for so long, and with Xiao Zhao not visiting him, he, a zombie, was quite bored. This was his newly discovered way to pass the time, eavesdropping on what Xiao Zhao was doing. The living room and kitchen weren't far apart, and zombies have very keen hearing and smell. Fu Cheng smelled the aroma of raw, bloody meat, and heard the clatter of pots and pans. So fragrant, so pleasant. Looks like it'd be another lavish lunch today. He wondered if Xiuzhou was still angry, and if she'd bring him lunch again. If all else failed, he'd go out the window again and get some extra food. No, he couldn't eat other people's food. He was covered in other people's blood. Xiuzhou would be disgusted. Fu Cheng stood by the window, quietly listening to Lin Zhao cooking, until he heard a familiar sound. Click, the sound of the lunchbox lid being opened. Fu Cheng's eyes lit up, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Xiuzhou wasn't angry. Xiuzhou was still bringing him food. Xiuzhou still cared about him. Xiuzhou liked him. Fu Cheng smiled genuinely. He jumped out of bed, and picked up the black vest Lin Zhao had placed on the bedside table. Afraid of tearing the clothes with his fingers, he carefully clenched his fist and lifted the vest. Wearing clothes made him look more human. He remembered Xiuzhou telling him to be a respectable zombie. Fu Cheng's limbs were stiff, and he couldn't control his strength, afraid of tearing his clothes. He simply stopped moving his clothes, and started moving himself. Fu Cheng loosened his joints, pried his arms open, tucked them into his sleeves, put on his clothes, and then loosened his joints back. That did it. Just as he finished dressing, Lin Zhao came downstairs. He didn't open the door, but instead gently pushed the iron gate to make sure it was locked. Lin Zhao was still a little afraid of him. Immediately afterward, Lin Zhao climbed onto the bench and opened the window. Fu Cheng's eyes lit up, staring intently at the window. But Lin Zhao only appeared for a second. Lin Zhao had taken Fu Cheng's food basket to use as a doghouse, and hadn't gotten him a new one. Lin Zhao simply placed the lunchbox and thermos on the windowsill, not bothering to take them down, and left after closing the window. He deliberately kept a cold face, not looking at Fu Cheng, not smiling at him, and not speaking to him. Fu Cheng's smile froze in his eyes. Sure enough, Xiao Zhao was still angry with him. Fu Chung dragged his heavy steps forward, tiptoed, and casually reached down, taking the lunchbox and thermos down. He comforted himself inwardly. It's okay, he's tall enough. It's okay, he went too far, Xiao Zhao was right to punish him. At least Xiao Zhao didn't starve him. At least he still had a lovingly prepared lunch. It's okay, let him see what delicious food Xiao Zhao made. Fu Chung opened the heart-shaped lunchbox, only to find it filled with pure white. All rice. He opened the thermos, and it was also filled with pure white. All radish soup. Not even radishes, nothing at all. Fu Chung gripped the spoon and scooped some soup. No, there was still some. Fu Cheng's eyes lit up with excitement. There were 2 pieces of ginger, flattened, even flattened into heart shapes. This meant that Xiao Zhao still loved him deeply. Fu Chung carefully put the ginger in his mouth and chewed it a couple of times, savoring it. The taste was good, like Xiao Zhao's love for him, fiery, intoxicating. He sat on the floor, holding his lunchbox, eating rice and soup with the ginger. The rice was cooked so well, Xiao Zhao loved him. The soup was stewed so deliciously, Xiao Zhao loved him. Underneath the rice was. After finishing the top layer of rice, Fu Chung suddenly realized that underneath, there was meat and vegetables. Xiao Zhao loved me, without a doubt. Chapter 36. After lunch, Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao went back to their room to sleep. Fu Chung covered the empty lunchbox and thermos, and placed them back on the windowsill. He then climbed back onto his bed, stood by the window again, and looked up at the sky. The first and third floors were far apart, separated by walls and ceilings. Fu Chung held his breath, mobilizing all the zombie cells in his body, using his abilities as a zombie to search for Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao in the air. He heard soft breathing from upstairs. He smelled a faint fragrance carried on the wind. Fu Chung stood by the window for a while, gazing at the high-hanging sun, until a white light appeared before his eyes, before turning back to his room. He didn't take a nap. He walked to the wall and began to survey the small room, carrying out another routine task. Fu Chung raised his hand and placed his palm on the scattered carvings on the wall. He carved all these characters. Afraid of forgetting Xiaozhou's name, he carved one. Can't sleep at night, missing Xiaozhou, he carved another. Practicing Xiaozhou's name, he carved another. He didn't care about the location, any wall, any height, as long as there was space, he would carve. Over time, the entire room was surrounded by scattered Zhao characters. There was one thing though, the character Bao was a bit difficult to write. He still hadn't fully mastered it, often carving the wrong character, or carving only half of it. It didn't matter, he just knew it in his heart. Fu Chung remembered the exact location of every carved character. He ran his fingers over each screw, carefully touching those with shallower engravings or less distinct characters, then using his claws to fill in the gaps. The screws he found, always used for engraving, were long since worn smooth and small. So now Fu Chung used only his hands. Starting from the bed, Fu Chung walked clockwise around the wall, surveying the room. After this round, 3 more Zhao characters, 3 more Bao were added to the wall. None of them were written correctly. After finishing his daily tasks, Fu Chung returned to the corner, practicing his speech while recalling the rules Xiao Zhao had set for him. No scaring Xiao Zhao, no kissing Xiao Zhao, no pouncing on Xiao Zhao, no bullying Xiao Zhao, no disobeying Xiao Zhao. So many prohibitions, what was actually allowed, perhaps, if he were a little more human, Xiao Zhao would have already allowed them. It was a bright, glaring winter afternoon. The world was silent, and the house was quiet too. Fu Chung was secretly learning about life, while Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao were taking a nap. A happy, healthy day, just like that. Wait! How is it already 5:30? Dad! Xiaobao, wake up! You can't sleep anymore, you won't be able to sleep tonight. But Dad, I'm so sleepy. How could this happen? Lin Zhao pounded the bed, heartbroken. You finally didn't stay up late, went to bed early, woke up early, and got a full 8 hours of sleep last night, and then you slept for so long during your afternoon nap? Why? Why is this happening? Lin Xiaobao, covered by the blanket, sat on the bed, her eyes still closed, swaying unsteadily as she leaned against her father. Because Daddy is a little pig. Then you're a little pig, and Big Daddy is a big pig. In the storage room, Fu Chung seemed to sense something and looked up. No, he wasn't. He was very diligent, he studied all afternoon. Anyway, a happy but lazy day passed just like that. Eat and sleep and eat. Eat and sleep again, sleep and eat again. Eat, sleep, and eat, the little pig is ready for market. Since the zombie virus outbreak, except for the occasional emergency, this is how the family of 3 has lived. Lin Zhao felt this wouldn't do. If this continued, the 3 of them would eventually become little pigs. Xiao Bao was still growing and lacked exercise. He wouldn't grow tall. He was only in his 20s, always lazy, thinking that cooking was exercise, but as a result, he became lethargic and his reactions slowed down. Even worse, the last time Fu Cheng tackled him, he was completely powerless to fight back. Back when Fu Cheng was still human, he could at least put up a fight, kicking and struggling in his arms. Now, he couldn't even struggle. No. He absolutely wouldn't allow that to happen. Lin Zhao made up his mind. He had to change. The next day, early in the morning. Unusually, Lin Zhao didn't turn off his alarm and went back to sleep. It's worth mentioning that he set 3 alarms. So it wasn't he got up as soon as the alarm rang, but rather he didn't get up until the alarm rang 3 times. It was a cloudy day, no sun. 8 o'clock in the morning. The father and son changed into comfortable clothes, put on sneakers, and went downstairs. Fu Cheng heard unusual footsteps, looked up, and followed the sound. Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao are up so early today. And they even have new shoes? The all sound different. Lin Xiao Bao, following beside his father, yawned. Dad, what kind of exercise are we doing today? He rubbed his eyes. Are we going to use me as a barbell and lift me up? We can do this exercise in the room too. Lin Xiao Bao was referring to the preparations Lin Zhao had made recently after he felt someone was secretly spying on their house. After chasing away the robbers, Lin Zhao relaxed and hadn't exercised like this in a long time. We do a different exercise today. Lin Zhao cleared his throat and called out, Lin Xiao Bao. Lin Xiao Bao asked, puzzled, Dad, are you angry? Otherwise, why would you call him by his full name? Lin Zhao sighed, you should say to. Oh Dad, I know. Lin Xiao Bao remembered a cartoon he watched. He immediately stood up straight, his little hands pressed against his trouser seams. Head held high, chest out, bottom sticking out, eyes sparkling. Lin Xiao Bao? Here. Let's do some radio calisthenics now, to warm up first. Okay. Lin Xiao Bao had attended kindergarten, but only for half a semester in the toddler class. He could only jump around randomly to the music, and didn't know what Bobo exercises were. Lin Zhao had already found an empty space in the garage, and arranged for Lin Xiao Bao to stand opposite him. Colorful sunshine, let's begin. Preparatory movement, 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. Chest expansion exercise, 1 2 3 4. Lin Zhao counted the beats while performing the movements. Lin Xiao Bao looked at his father, and followed along attentively. Xiao Bao, when you go to school, you learn this. Study hard now, and surpass the other students. Really? But isn't Daddy a kindergarten teacher? How would Daddy know about elementary school? Of course, because Daddy went to elementary school too. I understand. Lin Xiaobao nodded. I study hard. Good girl. Lin Zhao smiled gently, feeling very gratified. Come on, let's stretch. Lin Xiaobao spread his little arms and said rhythmically, Daddy, people who go to elementary school can teach kindergarten. People who go to middle school can teach elementary school. People who go to university can teach middle school. Am I right? He looked at Lin Zhao confidently. This? Lin Zhao's smile froze on his lips. It wasn't entirely wrong, but... Lin Xiaobao continued to speculate. Those who go to second grade can teach first grade. Those who go to third grade can teach second grade. So... Lin Xiaobao looked up at Lin Zhao with teary eyes. Daddy, you only went to first grade, so you went to teach kindergarten. Dad, why didn't you continue going to school? Dad, is Big Dad even worse than you? Did he not even finish first grade? Lin Zhao met his pitying little eyes, unsure how to explain, and simply remained silent, slapping her forehead. This is maddening. Fu Cheng stood behind the door, listening to the adorable conversation between father and son, and couldn't help but smile. Just listening wasn't enough for him. So he walked to the high window, stood on tiptoe, raised his hands, and gripped the windowsill. One pull-up, Fu Cheng leaped into the air and hung on the window. Finally, he saw Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao. The two, one big and one small, were wearing new clothes today, styles he never seen before. At that moment, Lin Zhao was doing exercises with Lin Xiao Bao while trying to explain the city's teacher recruitment system to him. Dad went to university. Only those who go to university can become kindergarten teachers. Then, Lin Xiao Bao was confused again. Who can teach at university? A very high university? Or an alien? Well, Fu Chung looked at them, his gaze filled with a tenderness he himself hadn't realized. So cute, like two kittens waving their paws. As he looked, he regretted it. If he'd known this window was so easy to climb, he should have climbed up long ago. He wouldn't have had to wait for Xiao Zhao to bring him food to catch a glimpse of him. He would look like this again next time. But just then, Lin Xiaobao did some torso twists and turned his head. Ouch! Xiaobao, what's wrong? Lin Zhao rushed over to check on him. Did you twist your neck? Or your back? Lin Xiaobao raised his hand, pointing to the small window, and declared confidently, Daddy's peeping. Lin Zhao looked in the direction he was pointing and, sure enough, saw Fu Cheng's head appear at the window. Just like the small window for a video call, only a head, Lin Zhao was furious the moment he saw him, his eyes widening in anger. He settled Lin Xiaobao down, ran to the window, clenched his fist, and jumped up to hit Fu Cheng. You're pressing your face against mine again. Why are you like a demon in a horror movie, always pressing your face against people's ass to scare them? Who taught you this bad habit? I beat you to death. Fu Cheng smiled, gripping the windowsill with both hands, and slowly sank down, disappearing from the window. Lin Zhao, pouting, jumped up and down at the base of the wall, wanting to teach him another lesson. The next second, Fu Cheng did a pull-up and silently reappeared. Lin Zhao paused, scratching his head. This move seemed familiar. Well? Lin Zhao came to his senses, and suddenly felt embarrassed. He had done this before, standing on a chair to peek at Fu Cheng, so Fu Cheng must have learned it from him. Misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. Lin Zhao forced a smile, his voice lowering. Stop looking, get down now. Fu Cheng pretended not to understand, still hanging on the windowsill, quietly watching him. Lin Zhao couldn't rush in and pull him down, so he could only let him be. Alright, if you have the strength, just hang there. It'd be good exercise. Lin Zhao said, trying to reach out and grab the window without using the stool. But he wasn't tall enough, and even with the stool, he couldn't hold on. The windowsill was covered in whitewash, making it slippery and offering no foothold. Unable to climb up, Lin Zhao could only watch helplessly as Fu Cheng hung steadily there. How did he do that? The physical abilities of humans and zombies are definitely different. He should probably do some exercises that humans can do. Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks and returned to Lin Xiaobao. Xiaobao, don't worry about Daddy, let's continue. Okay. They said that, but the father and son still turned to look at Fu Cheng every now and then. Fu Cheng was also watching them intently. The family of three split into groups and exercised separately. Xiaobao, it'd be over soon. We jogged 2 more laps later. Okay. Cool up, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just then, the sound of a car driving by came from outside. Lin Zhao was startled and quickly stopped chanting, making a gesture to Lin Xiaobao. Why is another car passing by? And is the sound coming from the back door? Lin Zhao climbed onto the shelf, reached the window, and glanced outside. He saw a familiar white van drive past on the back door path. Lin Zhao frowned, thought for a moment, and quickly remembered. It's those 3 colorful-haired guys coming back. Chapter 37. The 3 colorful-haired men went out the night before last. It's been 2 days now, all told. Lin Zhao stood on the shelf, watching the familiar van drive past. He couldn't see the people inside, only the van itself. The originally white van was stained with blood and dust. There was also a small dent above the left taillight. Apart from that, there was no other damage. It seemed the 3 colorful-haired men hadn't encountered any danger this time. Lin Zhao breathed a slight sigh of relief. The van drove along the path by the wall, finally stopping outside the back door of Building 5. Immediately afterward, the green-haired and yellow-haired men stuck their heads out of the left and right windows respectively. After observing their surroundings and confirming there was no danger, they jumped out of the van. The 2 stood back to back, forming a line. The green-haired man opened the door, while the yellow-haired man held a long-handled wrench in both hands, constantly watching their surroundings. Shortly after, the door opened. Green hair and yellow hair retreated to the doorway, letting red hair drive the van inside. Once the van was inside, the back door closed. The whole process was quiet and quick, taking less than a minute. They seemed to have a lot of tacit understanding. It was probably a safe formation they had developed during their recent exploration. Even though Lin Zhao was hiding behind the shelves peeking, they didn't notice. Lin Zhao thought so too. He wasn't a zombie, nor a bad guy, and he wasn't aggressive, so it was normal that they didn't notice him. Seeing that the 3 colorful-haired guys were unharmed, Lin Zhao felt relieved and jumped down from the shelves. Lin Xiaobao stood beside him, covering his mouth tightly with both hands, looking up at his father intently. Because his father had shushed him. A single shush. 2 sh sounds mean quiet, 3 sh sounds mean peeing, and 3 sh sounds mean whistling. He understands. Lin Zhao smiled, raised 2 index fingers, twirled them twice in the air, and finally gently tapped the back of his little hand. Bye. Silence lifted. Xiaobao can talk now. Lin Xiaobao lowered his hand, and before he could catch his breath, he immediately said, Daddy, who came? Is it a bad person or a good person? Is it someone we know, or someone we don't know? Lin Xiaobao's words came out like coconut jelly non-stop. If it's a bad person, then I don't want to hide in the closet. I want to be with Daddy, Big Daddy. I don't want to be alone, It was rare for 3-year-old Xiaobao to say so much at once. The more he spoke, the more worried and sad he became. By the end, his eyes were red, and his tongue was tied in knots. Anyway, Daddy and Big Daddy will stay with me. I protect you. Don't worry. Lin Zhao quickly squatted down, hugged him tightly, and gently comforted him. It wasn't bad guys. It was 3 traffic lights. 1 traffic light. It was red, yellow, and green, the 3 older brothers. Do you remember? They went out exploring, and they're back now. Really? Lin Xiaobao looked up at him, his eyes filled with tears. Of course it's true. Daddy just saw it with his own eyes. It was the 3 of them. Lin Zhao patted his back and held his little hand. Even if they really were bad guys, Daddy won't leave you home alone again. But, Lin Xiaobao asked pitifully, won't I be a burden to Daddy if I go with him? Of course not. Lin Zhao said matter-of-factly, because Daddy won't go out to fight bad guys anymore. Daddy will let Big Daddy out so he can deal with the bad guys, okay? Fu Cheng, who was in the storage room, heard this and snorted. Good, very good, that's how it should be done. Lin Xiaobao hesitated a little. Won't that be a bit bad? What if Big Daddy gets hurt? No, Lin Zhao comforted him. Big Daddy is incredibly strong. He can punch someone into the sky, so he won't get hurt. Fu Cheng was injured last time, because he was locked up by Lin Zhao. He completely dominates when fighting normal humans. Lin Xiaobao tilted his head, thinking seriously. Lin Zhao pinched his little cheek. Okay, stop wrinkling your face, or you look like a little old man. A little old man? Lin Xiaobao suddenly remembered Grandpa Zhang next door, all wrinkled, like a preserved plum. His. Lin Xiaobao quickly covered his cheek. Grandpa, it tastes sour. Lin Zhao was shocked. Xiaobao, how do you know what Grandpa tastes like? Were you a little tiger in your past life? Yes. Lin Xiaobao raised his little hand and waved it in front of his father. I'm a little tiger. I'm going to eat Daddy and Big Daddy up. But his father grabbed his tiger paw in an instant. Come on, little tiger, let's go upstairs for breakfast. Okay. The father and son held hands, preparing to go upstairs. Before leaving, they waved towards the storage room. Big Daddy, bye-bye. Brother Cheng, we bring you food after we finish eating. Fu Cheng also raised his voice and growled a few times. Roar! He's a big tiger. He wants to eat Xiaobao. Lin Zhao really didn't understand. He led Lin Xiaobao to the kitchen on the 2nd floor and served them 2 bowls of porridge. Lin Xiaobao sat in his high chair. Daddy, I don't want to eat porridge anymore. Lin Zhao replied, just hang in there a little longer, we have rice for lunch. Lin Zhao was clearly using a veiled argument, but Lin Xiaobao didn't know how to respond. Daddy understands. We cook noodles for breakfast tomorrow. Okay. Here. Lin Zhao placed the porridge in front of him, then scooped a spoonful of pork floss into his bowl. Eat. Lin Xiaobao held the spoon, scooped up half a spoonful of pork floss and half a spoonful of porridge, and blew on it. Huff, huff. Lin Zhao ate like this, asking between bites, Xiaobao, don't you think we've forgotten something? Lin Xiaobao looked innocent. No. Dad always feels like he's forgotten something. What is it? I've forgotten everything. How can I tell you? Lin Zhao scooped up a spoonful of porridge and put it in his mouth. 20 minutes later, Lin Zhao slowly finished a bowl of porridge, picked up the bowl, stood up, and prepared to get another half bowl. Only then did he suddenly realize. We forgot to run. We forgot to run. They were supposed to jog 2 laps after the exercises, but they hadn't even run and came straight up to eat. How could this happen? Maybe he's really not suited for exercise. The 3 colorful-haired girls came back early in the morning. Back home, they locked the door, and there was no further sound. They were probably busy organizing supplies and resting. Although they had borrowed things from Lin Zhao wasn't the type to be a debt collector or a peeping Tom. As long as they weren't injured and returned safely, it didn't matter when they returned the things. In the afternoon, the sun finally came out for a bit. The family of 3 were all on the first floor. Lin Xiaobao was holding his lettuce growth diary, but squatting next to the doghouse. He had already changed the water for the lettuce with his father today, and now he could observe the puppy to his heart's content and draw its appearance. His father said that perhaps because the weather hadn't been hot enough recently, the lettuce roots they were keeping in water hadn't changed much. Lin Xiaobao was getting a little impatient, so he asked his father to add 3 words to the cover of the diary, and the puppy. Lettuce and puppy growth diary. That way they could record it together. He was such a clever little guy. Lin Xiaobao was drawing. Lin Zhao was already sitting on a bench outside the storage room, holding the military overcoat in his hands, locating the tier Fu Cheng had made, and placing it on his lap. He turned and picked up a Danish royal cookie tin box from the floor. Opening the box, instead of cookies, he found needles and thread. Heh, everyone does it like this. This overcoat is still so new, just 2 tiers from Fu Cheng's tearing. A little mending, and it'd still be wearable. It can be worn by Fu Cheng. The overcoat was green, but the needles and thread at home weren't that fine. They only had black and white stitching. Lin Zhao picked up 2 loops of thread and tested them on the overcoat. The white is too obvious, the black is okay, not so noticeable. After selecting the coat, Lin Zhao put on his glasses and began sewing. The tear was quite long, and the cotton inside was showing. Fortunately, the coat wasn't a single piece, it was divided into sections with sewing thread. Only the cotton from 2 sections of the 2 tiers was visible. Lin Zhao stuffed the cotton back in, pressed it down, and then, holding the needle and thread, sewed the tier closed. Lin Zhao concentrated intently on his sewing. Fu Cheng, maintaining a pull-up position, leaned over the small window above his head, watching quietly. Little Zhao can even mend clothes. Little Zhao is so good, little Zhao is so amazing. He decided to carve 10 Zhao characters on the wall to express his affection for little Zhao. Lin Zhao finished sewing the coat, folded it neatly, and set it aside. Then he took out a pair of leather gloves. The black leather gloves were large and sturdy. Lin Zhao opened his palm, placed them on the gloves, and gestured. Now Fu Cheng was a little anxious, staring at Lin Zhao's hand, his eyes wide. Whose sinister hand is this? How can it hold Shizuo's hand? No. Absolutely not. He won't allow it. No, not allowed. Fu Cheng's eyes flashed red, like an alarm going off. Lin Zhao was completely unaware. He simply gestured and turned the glove inside out. He carefully cut a small piece of fabric with scissors and stuck it to the fingertips. This glove was meant for Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng was strong, but being hugged or pinched by him wouldn't infect him with the zombie virus. The virus should be on his fingers, so Lin Zhao thought he reinforced the fingertips of the glove. As long as Brother Cheng's fingers didn't come out, there would be no problem. Thinking this, Lin Zhao patted the fabric with cotton and sewed it on. After sewing it up, he first stuck his fingers in and poked them hard. It's alright, quite sturdy. He let Cheng try it on. As long as there are no problems, it's fine. 10 minutes later, Lin Zhao finished sewing a glove. Cheng Ji. He held the glove up, looking up, and his eyes met Fu Cheng's on the windowsill. Fu Cheng's ears turned red, and he unconsciously hid a little further inside. So Xiao Zhao knew he was peeking. Lin Zhao stood up, stepped onto a stool, and reached out to him through the window. Can you hang on the window with just one hand? Of course. Fu Cheng smiled confidently, released one hand, and still hung steadily on it. The next second, Lin Zhao opened the window and grabbed his wrist. Come here. He held the glove, about to put it on Fu Cheng's hand, when he suddenly realized something was wrong. No, not this hand, switch to the other. Fu Cheng understood him now, and obediently switched hands. It turned out the black hand was his. Xiao Zhao had just been holding his hand. The black leather motorcycle glove fit Fu Cheng's large, well-defined hand perfectly. He didn't look like a zombie, he looked more like a motorcyclist or an assassin. Lin Zhao squeezed his fingers, finding them quite nice. Fu Cheng also felt good. As long as Xiao Zhao was happy, he was happy. Lin Zhao stood on the windowsill, like playing the piano, and played each of his 5 fingers in turn. Brother Cheng, can you do it? Fu Cheng imitated him, placing his hand on the windowsill, and then his 5 fingers moved haphazardly, each jumping around as if in a disco. Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother Cheng, You're a clumsy, stupid zombie. Fu Chung knew he was being mocked, tilting his head slightly, snoring. Then give me an easy one. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then held up 2 fingers, mimicking walking. Can you do this? Fu Chung looked at him, tried, but still couldn't. The zombie's joints were still too stiff. Then like this. Fu Chung turned his head away, staring blankly at the windowsill. He wasn't going to learn anymore. Xiao Zhao always laughed at him. Boring. The next second, Lin Zhao made a heart shape with 2 fingers and held it out to him. Brother Chung, what about this? Interesting. Fu Cheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned his head back. So interesting. He wanted to learn this. Fu Chung cleared his throat and held out his gloved hand to Lin Zhao. Xiao Zhao, teach me, please. I knew it. You always have this deadpan look. Like a dead ghost. Lin Zhao sighed, taking his hand and fiddling with his index finger and thumb. That's it. It's very simple. Fu Chung, having learned to make a heart shape with his hands, immediately presented it to Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao felt both annoyed and amused, crossing his arms and deliberately teasing him. Making a heart shape with me while wearing black gloves, I knew you were a black-hearted person. Humph! Fu Chung lowered his eyes, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Injustice. Lord Xiao Zhao, these gloves were personally chosen for him by Lord Xiao Zhao. He did want to wear red gloves, but Lord Xiao Zhao wouldn't give them to him. Lin Zhao smiled, secretly glancing at him. Are the gloves comfortable enough? I make another pair, so you can wear both hands, then you won't scratch me. Fu Chung nodded repeatedly. He knew he wouldn't scratch Xiao Zhao anyway. But if these black gloves would reassure Xiao Zhao, he would wear them. Lin Zhao smiled, not intending to close the window, and prepared to come down. But just then, 2 light taps came from outside the window. Lin Zhao jumped, turning her head quickly. Then, Grandpa Zhang's voice rang out. Little Lin? Little Lin? Yes, I'm here, coming right away. Lin Zhao responded softly, then unceremoniously reached out and patted Fu Cheng's shoulder. Get down, don't make a sound. Fu Cheng clung to the windowsill, slowly disappearing beyond it. He's gone. Lin Zhao made sure he was inside before closing the window, jumping off the bench, and running towards the window. Coming! Lin Xiaobao, hearing it was Grandpa Zhang, put down her calendar and ran after her father. Grandpa Zhang, I'm here too. Lifting the cardboard cover, they saw Grandpa Zhang standing in the next house. 3 boys, red, yellow, and green, stood behind Grandpa Zhang, carrying a 10-pound bag of flour, smiling brightly at them. Brother Lin. Brother Bao. Chapter 38. Hey, you're back? Lin Zhao smiled warmly through the window, waving to the 3 colorful-haired boys. Although he seen them return home early that morning, Lin Zhao still made a point of asking. This way, it wouldn't seem so deliberate, and the 3 boys wouldn't think Lin Zhao was watching them, waiting for them to return their things. Lin Xiaobao moved a small stool, stood on it, and leaned against the window, obediently calling out, Grandpa Zhang, red hair brother, yellow hair brother. Lin Zhao patted his head, and opened the window a little. Grandpa Zhang across the way also pushed his window open a bit. Lin Zhao smiled and asked, Grandpa Zhang, how have you been lately? The 3 of you went out for a while, did you get hurt? This question was also deliberate. He only asked if they were alright, not what they brought back from outside. If he asked, they wouldn't know how to answer. To tell the truth would be to flaunt wealth and appear foolish. To lie, if caught, would damage relationships. Therefore, Lin Zhao was frank and open, stating his position directly. He didn't care, nor did he dwell on it, they could rest assured. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the 3 men visibly relaxed. Brother Lin, we're all fine, no injuries. That's good. Actually, we got back this morning. We were out running around for 2 days, not eating or sleeping well, exhausted. We just quickly tidied up, and went straight to bed. That's why we only came to let you know we're safe now. It's nothing. Lin Zhao waved his hand. I was wondering why I thought I heard a car this morning. It was you 3. Speaking of the car, the 3 rascals had driven it into their house that morning. Now that they probably finished unloading, they drove it back to Grandpa Zhang's house, and parked it in the same spot. After all, the car was now considered collective property of Happiness Street. The 3 rascals carried a 10-pound bag of flour, and placed it on the windowsill. Brother Lin, we agreed before that if you lent us weapons, we return 5 pounds of flour. Here's 10 pounds. The wrench and steering wheel lock are quite useful. We like to borrow them again. Is that all right? The three rascals were still a little apprehensive, looking at him expectantly. Of course. Lin Zhao smiled and agreed. Take it. Okay, we take good care of it. Lin Zhao patted Lin Shiba's shoulder. Xiaobao, go upstairs and get the imperial edict Dad asked you to keep. It was the IOU. Now that the three rascals had repaid the debt, the IOU had to be torn up. But Lin Xiaobao looked up at her father, her face blank. Holy paper? Dad, what's holy paper? Did you give it to me? Huh? Lin Zhao couldn't believe it. You forgot? The imperial edict, it's right here by the window, the piece of paper Dad kept for you. You took it so carefully, saying you take good care of it. Did I? Lin Xiaobao stroked her chubby chin, continuing to think. Lin Zhao sighed. Xiaobao, you're a little goldfish. Your memory only lasts 7 seconds. Lin Xiaobao puffed out her cheeks, pretending to blow bubbles in the water. Glug glug. Little brat. Lin Zhao felt both annoyed and amused. Little fish, swim up and get your little bag with your treasures. Yes. Lin Xiaobao turned and went upstairs to carry out his mission. Lin Zhao turned back and smiled at the three men. Sorry, the IOU will be down soon. It's alright, we're all neighbors, and Grandpa Jean can testify. Ours was already eaten by zombies. The three men waved their hands repeatedly and exchanged glances. Then, the red-haired man spoke up. Brother Lin, this time we went to the car factory. Lin Zhao asked, Really? What's the situation like at the factory? It was actually quite predictable. After all, they were employees of the car factory, most familiar with the terrain and equipment. It was understandable that they went directly to the factory on their first trip. Things are alright. It happened during the Lunar New Year, so there weren't many people left in the factory. When we got there, the gate was open. I guess the security guards opened it on New Year's Eve, letting employees come and go as they pleased. Lin Zhao nodded. I also saw zombies wearing your factory uniforms. Others probably went in before. The equipment in the workshop, and some semi-finished cars waiting to be inspected, were all taken and driven away. But the car factory is big, and the others weren't familiar with it. There were still many places we hadn't searched, so we just picked up the scraps for 2 days. Really? A small flame immediately flickered in Lin Zhao's eyes. Since the three colorful-haired guys had proactively told him about their scraping, they must mean they wanted to share. Yes. Red Hair nodded. Green Hair chimed in, lowering his voice. Our factory has a canteen, right? Behind the canteen, there's a row of bungalows. Some of them are the cook's dormitories, and a few are used to store food. Really? Lin Zhao lowered her voice as well. Didn't anyone notice? No. When we went there, the big black dog that guards the gate was tied up next to the warehouse. A big black dog? Lin Zhao frowned, as if she had thought of something. How big is it? About this tall. Green Hair gestured. The cook keeps it as a guard dog. This dog usually roams freely, but it just so happened that the cook went home for the new year, so he chained it up. The cook did leave it a big bowl of food, but after so much time, it must have eaten it all long ago. Little Black was starving. When we went there, it had eaten all the grass on the ground. It's clean now. Lin Zhao's heart sank, and he quickly asked, and then? We didn't want to deal with it at first, afraid it would go crazy and bite people, but it recognized us and kept wagging its tail at us, so we fed it some food, and then found a hydraulic cutter to cut its chain. That dog was probably a little crazy. It ran away as soon as the chain came off, and we couldn't do anything about it. Later we saw that it had given birth to several puppies while it was chained up, but they all starved to death. Lin Zhao pursed his lips. I think it wasn't crazy. He turned around, went back into the house, picked up the puppy's kennel, and showed it to them through the window. Hey! The three colorful-haired dogs' eyes widened in shock. Brother Lin, where did you get this puppy? That big black dog carried the puppy around, running everywhere, until it reached this area. Now, this puppy is being well cared for by their family. So that's how it was. The three colorful-haired dogs set off at night and entered the car factory. At noon, they searched the canteen and cut the chain binding Little Black. Little Black grabbed the only surviving puppy and fled in a panic. Finally, Lin Zhao found it and rescued the puppy. That's how the story came together. Before, Lin Zhao and Fu Chung went to the car factory to buy parts. He had not only seen Little Black, but also played with it, petted its head, and fed it. No wonder Little Black recognized him. No wonder Little Black looked familiar. All things have a spirit. Fate is truly wondrous. For a moment, everyone was silent. Just then, Lin Xiaobao came down with her small bag. Dad, I remember now. Is it this piece of paper? Yes. Lin Zhao put down the doghouse, took the IOU, and tore it to pieces. All right. The three blonde-haired men calmed themselves down and continued. There's still a lot of stuff in the factory, not just food, but also all sorts of things. We spent the whole day moving things, and the van was completely full, so we rushed back. We were planning to drop off our stuff, rest a bit, and then go back tonight to avoid anyone stealing our things. Brother Lin, do you and Brother Fu want to come with us tonight? Even without them asking, Lin Zhao was genuinely interested. Their family wasn't short of food, but of course, the more supplies the better. Since there was a canteen, they definitely wouldn't use an induction cooker for cooking. Gas cylinders and liquefied gas cylinders would be essential. Since it was car manufacturing, various tools and metal products would be indispensable. Fu Chung had gloves, but he still needed a muzzle. Lin Zhao thought seriously. But he definitely couldn't take Fu Chung and the three colorful-haired dogs with him. Fu Chung even attacked him. What if he bit them? The three colorful-haired dogs were kind enough to think of him when something good happened. He couldn't repay kindness with enmity. And what about Xiao Bao? He and Brother Chung were both going out. What about Xiao Bao? Leaving Xiao Bao alone at home, with no guarantee of when he'd be back, was too unsafe. What to do? What to do? We drive the van. Your family has a pickup truck, which can carry more stuff. We go help carry it. As if sensing Lin Zhao's dilemma, Grandpa Zhang, who had been standing silently to the side, suddenly spoke up and called out to him. Xiao Lin. Hey! Xiao Fu was injured the other day, wasn't he? Is he feeling better? Much better. Lin Zhao's words trailed off, as he suddenly remembered something and changed his tune. He's still a little unwell. He had to answer according to the human body's condition. An ordinary person wouldn't recover so quickly from such a serious injury. In that case, he definitely can't do this kind of heavy work. Lin Zhao nodded hesitantly. In my opinion, you shouldn't go out together. It's best to leave separately. Why? The three men with colorful hair didn't understand. Wouldn't that be even more unsafe? Two cars going together will attract too much attention. And with no one watching the house, it's too easy for robbers to come. That made sense. The three of them, plus Lin Zhao and Fu Chung, a total of 5 able-bodied young men, leaving Happiness Street together would leave no one to guard the house. If the robbers came again, the remaining elderly, weak, and disabled would be completely defenseless. By then, they wouldn't even have homes, let alone supplies. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, and finally made up his mind. Grandpa Zhang is right. How about this, we stagger our actions. Our family doesn't lack food for now, so we won't share with you. To be honest, what I want are all kinds of machines from your factory. These things can't be dismantled in a short time. One night definitely won't be enough. If you go tonight, Changge and I won't go. We stay home and guard the whole street. When you come back, we go out, okay? The three men with colorful hair exchanged glances and nodded. Okay. Lin Zhao looked at Grandpa Zhang gratefully. If Grandpa Zhang hadn't said that, he really wouldn't know what to do. Grandpa Zhang met his gaze, stroked his uneven goatee, smiled knowingly and mysteriously. The matter was settled. The three men with colorful hair went back to rest, and planned to go to the car factory again that night to bring back everything they wanted. Lin Zhao decided to wait until tomorrow or the night after, when they returned, before taking Fu Chung over. After all, they were the ones who discovered the place first, and sharing it with Lin Zhao was already a great honor. Lin Zhao didn't see anything wrong with following them around and picking up scraps. As for Xiao Bao, Lin Zhao was considering leaving him with Grandpa Zhang, asking him to look after him for the night. But Grandpa Zhang was so old, he wasn't entirely comfortable with that. If all else failed, he could simply take Xiao Bao with him, dress him warmly, and lock him in the car. But even without danger, he was worried that Fu Chung might be the biggest threat. What if Fu Chung bit Xiao Bao in the car? It was a real dilemma. Lin Zhao looked at Lin Xiao Bao, his expression serious and his gaze stern. Lin Xiao Bao suddenly felt a chill and shrank back. Daddy, what's wrong? I remembered what the holy paper is. I already given it to you. Chapter 39. After saying goodbye, the three little guys went back to rest. Lin Zhao also quickly got ready. If they were going out, clothes, shoes, weapons, and rations all needed to be prepared. Lin Zhao opened the back door and dragged in the 10 pounds of flour the three little guys had left outside. Lin Xiaobao stood on a small stool beside the door, his hands gripping the doorknob tightly. As soon as his father came in, he quickly lunged forward and slammed the door shut. Protecting Daddy was Bao Bao's responsibility. Xiao Bao is so clever. Lin Zhao patted his little head and turned the knob under the doorknob. But remember to turn the button to lock the door, otherwise people outside will come in. Daddy, I know. Lin Xiaobao's hands gripped the doorknob, but his feet left the small stool. He hung on the door, struggling to kick his legs. Like a goldfish out of water, he frantically flapped his tail. I can't get down. Daddy, help me. Okay, I help you. Lin Zhao realized what was happening, suppressed a laugh, and lifted him down. Lin Xiaobao turned around. Daddy, you're still laughing? I was in danger because of you. No. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, trying hard to suppress his laughter. Daddy wasn't laughing. You were? Lin Xiaobao stomped his foot. I'm sorry, don't be angry, come help Daddy with the flour. Lin Zhao squatted down, just about to pick up the flour, when he suddenly remembered something and put it down again. Wait here for a moment, Daddy will go find Big Daddy. Lin Zhao ran to the door of the storage room, stepped onto the bench, climbed to the window, and knocked on the glass. Brother Chung, are you there? The words had barely left his lips when a hand clad in a pure black leather glove, and a large, well-defined palm, placed on either side of the windowsill. With a pull-up, Fu Chung silently appeared. Lin Zhao smiled, beckoning him closer. Come on, I got something good to show you. Fu Chung leaned in, his face almost pressed against the windowpane. Here I am, Xiao Zhao, I'm here. Lin Zhao pushed open the window with one hand and reached into her pocket with the other. The instant the window opened, a blue mask was thrown at him. Slap. It was placed over Fu Cheng's face. Fu Cheng's gaze darkened, and he looked down. What's wrong? What is it? He hadn't done anything good today, so why was Xiao Zhao rewarding him? His instincts reacted faster than his brain. Before he could figure out what it was, Fu Cheng tilted his head, pressed his cheek against Lin Zhao's hand, and gently rubbed it. Never mind, let's enjoy this first. Lin Zhao gently patted Fu Cheng's face, straightening his head, then unfolded the mask, hanging the thin strings over his ears, covering the lower half of his face. Lin Zhao looked serious, pointing to Fu Cheng's face, then to her own mouth. You wear this, don't take it off. I check tonight. If you complete the task, I reward you with a kiss. Understand? Since she was going to take Fu Cheng out, it was best to test him beforehand. If Fu Cheng really couldn't control himself, then Lin Zhao would have to reconsider. Fu Cheng stared at Lin Zhao's mouth, nodding his head up and down. Understood. Then I go upstairs first. You control yourself. Lin Zhao closed the window, jumped off the bench, and picked up the flour. Xiao Bao, we're leaving. Coming. Lin Xiaobao ran forward, holding up her little hand to help her father carry the flour. What was Daddy teaching Big Daddy? I want to learn too. Teaching Big Daddy not to bite. You don't need to learn, you already know. Then I'm smarter than Big Daddy. Yes, you're a little smarty. The voices of the father and son gradually faded away. Fu Cheng also let go and returned to the ground. He lowered his head, opened his palm, and stared at the leather gloves on his hands for a while. He then raised his other, bare hand and tried to touch his face. This attire wasn't very comfortable for him. The gloves restricted his ability to sharpen his claws on the ground, let alone carve words on the wall. The mask made it difficult for him to even breathe, let alone shout wildly. The zombies outside never wore these things. Fu Cheng raised his hand, instinctively wanting to tear off these things that bound him. But the next second, he stopped. No, that won't do. He's different from the zombies outside. He's a pet, raised by Xiao Yao. The zombies outside have no food, they have to hunt for themselves. He has food 3 meals a day, each different. When the zombies outside are injured, no one helps bandage them, they have to tough it out. He has Xiao Zhao to apply medicine, bandage him, and help him recover. The zombies outside don't have wives. He has a wife. He's a zombie with a wife. Every time Xiao Zhao comes to see him, she wears gloves, a mask, and a helmet. The pink, fluffy gloves feel soft and ticklish when she touches his chest. The black, sturdy helmet slammed into him headfirst, making his head buzz. This was their matching outfit. Don't pull it. Fu Cheng slammed down his restless hand. He crossed his arms, his gaze resolute, and sat back on the bed. Like a stone statue, unwavering. No pulling, no tugging, no damaging. He could endure it for Xiao Zhao. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao carried flour upstairs. Including the loot they stolen from the robbers last time, They now had 2 bags of flour. That's about 20 pounds. Lin Zhao glanced at the expiration date. Seeing there was still plenty of time, he didn't rush to open it, put it in the cupboard, and stored it away. He wasn't very good at making noodles. It would be too chaotic, so he decided not to make them yet. Lin Zhao took out the rice cooker, scooped out 3 cups of rice from the rice container, rinsed it briefly, and put it in to cook. Although they were probably going out at night, no one could predict what might happen on the road. They might go that night and return early the next morning, or they might get delayed. So he wanted to prepare more food to take with them. Even if they got stuck in traffic, they could hold out for a while. While the rice was steaming, Lin Zhao took Lin Xiaobao upstairs to pick out clothes for him to wear. Lin Zhao brought out all of Lin Xiaobao's old clothes that he couldn't fit into anymore, picking them out one by one. Lin Xiaobao reminded him, "Daddy, I can't wear any of these clothes anymore." "It's okay. Daddy will alter them to be bigger for you. You can still wear them." Lin Xiaobao lowered his head, tugging at the hem of his clothes with his little hands. Lin Zhao noticed something was wrong, turned around, and asked gently, "What's wrong? Dad, have we become poor?" "Huh?" Lin Xiaobao looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. "Dad hasn't gone to work in so long, and Uncle hasn't opened his shop in so long either. I haven't gone to kindergarten in so long either. Grandpa Jean brings us food, and the 3 little brothers with colorful hair bring us food too. We're begging for food, and we have to wear old clothes. Are we broke?" "No. Of course not," Lin Zhao quickly denied. "Grandpa Jean and the 3 little brothers gave us flour because we helped them. This is their thank you gift. Dad and Uncle don't go to work or open their shop because we already earned so much money and plan to rest at home for a while. Dad took out his old clothes because we're going out in a few days. Dad thought that if we wear old clothes and they get dirty, we don't have to wash them when we get back. We can just throw them away." Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up. "Really? We're going out?" "Yes." Lin Zhao sighed. "Didn't Dad just agree with your 3 older brothers that each family would take turns going out? Didn't you hear me?" "No." Lin Xiaobao smiled shyly. "I didn't understand what you were saying, so I was just playing with the puppy." "Silly boy, don't worry." Lin Zhao pinched his cheek. "Our family is the richest on Happiness Street. We won't be short of money. Come over and pick out some clothes. Which one do you like the most, the least? Okay." Lin Xiaobao hadn't been out for a long time, and the whole kid got excited at the thought of going out. He enthusiastically picked out clothes. "This color isn't nice, I don't like it. This pattern is too childish, I don't like it either. And this one." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang in Lin Xiaobao's ears. "Dad, Big Dad, please, I just want to buy this shirt." Lin Xiaobao turned around abruptly, and saw his father sitting beside him, arms crossed, a smug smile on his face. Lin Xiaobao continued to imitate him. "It has my favorite spotted puppy pattern on it, I promise, I wear this shirt forever." "Dad," Big Dad agreed, "please buy it for me, I want to wear it to bed tonight." "But now?" Lin Xiaobao lowered his head, looking at the clothes in his hands. Not only had he completely forgotten about it, but just now, he had even chosen the thermal undershirt with the puppy pattern as one of his least favorite items. "Dad!" Lin Xiaobao called out, trying to stop him. Lin Zhao clenched his right hand, pretending to hold a microphone, closed his eyes, and sang with deep emotion. "I too once loved deeply, but it didn't work out. I too once." "Dad!" Lin Xiaobao interrupted him loudly, throwing his clothes aside and rushing into his arms. "Stop singing! Stop singing!" He could tell his father was laughing at him again. Ugh! They needed to go out now. It didn't matter if their clothes were pretty or not. It didn't matter if they were clean or not. The most important thing was to wear plenty of layers, thick layers, and secure layers. Fu Chung had suffered the consequences of wearing too little last time he went out. Although he was wearing a coat, the sleeves were torn by the zombies. But if he had worn an extra sweater, he might not have been caught. Lin Xiaobao was only 3 years old, he definitely couldn't outrun a zombie, let alone fight one. Therefore, Lin had already planned to dress him in extra layers, so he could sleep in the car. He and Fu Chung went inside to find something, wanting to finish quickly. So Lin had specially chosen a set of thick, fleece-lined thermal underwear, a sweater, a vest, and a thick cotton-padded coat for him. Also, a hat, earmuffs, a scarf, and gloves. Similar to what they wore the first time they delivered food to Fu Chung. Lin himself planned to dress like that, just without a sweater for easier movement. With the clothes ready, the rice was also cooked. 3 cups of rice made a large pot of rice. Lin scooped out the amount they would eat that night, planning to make the rest into rice cakes as dry rations. He had taught the 3 little ones how to make rice cakes before. However, the 3 little ones didn't know how to cook, and at that time, they had no other ingredients besides rice, so he taught them a simplified method. Now that they were making it at home, it would definitely be more complicated and elaborate. Lin Zhao held the rice scoop, stirred the remaining rice in the pot, and set it aside to let it cool. While doing this, he started chopping and preparing the vegetables. He cracked 3 eggs into a bowl and handed them to Lin Xiaobao to stir. He grabbed a handful of green peas and put them in a basket, handing them to Lin Xiaobao to shell. He broke the husk off an ear of corn and handed it to Lin Xiaobao as well. Dad slowed down. I only have 2 hands, I can't manage. Lin Xiaobao, the family's little helper, sat on a small stool wearing a little apron, her tiny hands twirling rapidly. Daddy will put the corn over there, you can peel it later. Okay. Lin Zhao turned around and started chopping carrots. For a moment, the only sounds in the kitchen were the swishing of knives and Lin Xiaobao gritted her teeth and worked hard, the he-ho sounds echoing through the kitchen. Soon, all the side dishes were ready, and the rice had cooled. Lin Zhao started boiling water in a pot. Once boiling, she put all the side dishes except the eggs in to blanch them briefly. When the side dishes were half cooked, she took them out, drained them, and poured them into the pot with the egg mixture, stirring well. Lin Xiaobao, holding the pot in one hand and a rice scoop in the other, diligently stirred the rice. My hands are sore from all this work. Lin Zhao leaned closer, sniffed it. Your little paws are sour and spicy, let's make hot and sour noodles. Dad. Lin Xiaobao stomped his foot in dissatisfaction. I reward you with your first rice cake later, okay? Okay. Lin Zhao took out a small bowl, added some salt, MSG, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and aged vinegar, and stirred it well to make a sauce. He then switched to a flat-bottomed frying pan, added a little oil, and heated it. Finally, he put on clean plastic gloves, took a ball of rice, rolled it into a ball, flattened it, and pressed it into a small round cake shape, sticking it to the bottom of the pan. He slowly fried the cake over low heat, not moving it too much at first. Once the rice was almost set, he used a brush to apply a little sauce. The sauce seeped through the gaps in the rice. The aroma of rice, vegetables, and sauce blend together. A few minutes later, Lin Zhao finished frying the first thin rice cake, picked it up with chopsticks, and placed it in front of Lin Xiaobao. Please let the hardest working little Bao Bao eat first. Thank you, Daddy. Daddy worked hard too. It's a little hot. Blow on it before eating. Okay. Lin Xiaobao stood on tiptoe, raised his head, pouted, and blew on the rice cake. When he felt it was ready, he opened his mouth and took a small bite. His little baby teeth crunched on the dry, crisp rice cake, and crunchy bits fell off. After just one bite, Lin Xiaobao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Daddy, delicious. Especially delicious. Better than Grandpa Zhang's, even better than Meow Meow rice cakes. Lin Zhao confidently replied, of course. This is the Supreme Deluxe version, with super extra ingredients. The rice cake cooled down, and Lin Xiaobao ate it with his hands. Lin Zhao continued making the rice cakes. This is dry rations, meant to be taken out, so there's no need to be so fussy. He grabbed a large clump of rice, threw it into the pot, flattened it with a spatula, brushed on some sauce, and made a pancake bigger than his face. After making one, Lin Zhao reached out, broke off a piece, and popped it into his mouth, chewing it. Lin Xiaobao stood beside his father, watching him eat, and also stood on tiptoe, stretching out his little paws. The father and son stood by the stove, making and eating pancakes together. Big cat paws and little cat paws kept reaching out. Crunch, crunch, purr, purr. It tasted so good that Lin Zhao even broke off 2 lettuce leaves, washed them with boiled and cooled water, and ate them with the rice pancakes. The crisp lettuce, paired with the crispy exterior and soft, chewy interior of the rice pancake, was incredibly fragrant with every bite. After what seemed like an eternity, Lin Zhao looked down and saw the half-empty bowl, realizing what had happened. All right, no more eating. There won't be any left. Lin Zhao quickly picked up the rice cakes. Xiaobao, this is our food for when we go out. We can't finish it all at once. Eating too much will make you feel hot. Then, Daddy, make some more tomorrow, I make some with you. Lin Xiaobao shyly put her hands behind her back, patted her little hands to brush off the crumbs stuck to them. Hee hee. Go drink some water. But I'm already full, I can't drink any more water. Lin Xiaobao rubbed her round little belly, laughing even more shyly. Burp. Chapter 40. Hiccup. After eating too many rice cakes, Lin Xiaobao couldn't help but let out a loud, fragrant burp. Feeling uneasy, he quickly raised his little hand to cover his mouth, blinked, and looked at his father nonchalantly. "Daddy, what's wrong?" "What's that sound? It sounds like someone's burping in our house." But the next second. Hiccup. Lin Xiaobao pinched his mouth shut and looked around. He had already closed his mouth, so why was there still a sound? And it kept going. Hiccup, hiccup. Lin Zhao took a deep breath and tried to hold it in. But it was too late. Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward, hugging his father's leg. "Gotcha. Daddy, it's you. You're full too." "Daddy, hiccup, no." Lin Zhao pounded his chest, but it was no use. "Dad, I go get some water, burp." "Okay, burp." For a moment, the only sound in the world was the hiccups of the father and son. Fu Cheng sat in the storage room, arms crossed, as if in a meditative state. Hearing the sound coming from upstairs, he couldn't help but open his eyes and look up. What were Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao doing? Had they turned into fish? Were they blowing bubbles? After the father and son had eaten their fill of rice cakes, Lin Zhao didn't plan to cook another dinner. Preparing vegetables, changing pans, and cooking was a bit of a hassle. He simply poured the leftover rice back into the pot, added more side dishes, stirred it well, and continued making rice cakes. A large pot of rice yielded 2 large bowls of rice cakes. Enough for the 3 of them to eat for the whole day. Lin Zhao took out 3 rice cakes, and put them in the lunchbox, then cooked an extra half bowl of seaweed and dried shrimp soup. He and Xiao Bao each drank a bowl, and the rest were taken downstairs for Fu Qing's dinner. As for the puppy, it didn't even have teeth yet, so it definitely couldn't eat the rice cakes. Lin Zhao ladled out a bowl of unsalted soup, added some rice, and cooked it until it was very soft. Lin Zhao carried the lunchbox in one hand, and the thermos in the other, while Lin Xiaobao carried the baby bottle. The father and son went downstairs. They split up. Lin Xiaobao went to feed the puppy, and Lin Zhao went to find Fu Cheng. Lin Zhao put the lunchbox and thermos aside, climbed onto a bench, and reached the window. "Brother Cheng? I'm here again." It was getting dark, and the lights in the storage room weren't on, so Lin Zhao couldn't see very well. But it didn't matter. As soon as he heard his footsteps, Fu Cheng immediately came to the window, clinging to the windowsill, and appeared in front of him. That way, he could see clearly. The mask and gloves were neatly worn on Fu Cheng's face and hands. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up with delight. Great! Cheng Ji had been wearing them the whole time. They weren't damaged or pulled off. This meant he could confidently take Cheng Ji out. Lin Zhao reached out, used her fluffy gloves to press Fu Cheng's head down, leaned forward, and gave him a firm kiss on the forehead. "Mwah. This is what we agreed on, a kiss as a reward." Fu Cheng held his breath, afraid to move, only the corners of his mouth under the mask turned up slightly. He stared at Lin Zhao's lips, and as the forehead kiss ended and Lin Zhao was about to leave, he leaned forward. "Just one more kiss. Xiao Zhao, one more kiss, okay? A kiss through the mask, okay? The mask is so thin and soft, much better than a helmet. Kissing Xiao Zhao through the mask would definitely be more comfortable." But Lin Zhao covered his mouth and pulled him back. "No!" Fu Cheng snorted, looking at him pleadingly. His eyes, already dark red, now looked somewhat pitiful. Lin Zhao was resolute, refusing to budge. One is one, no more. He turned around, picked up the lunchbox beside him, placed it in front of Fu Cheng, and reached out to help him remove the mask. "Eat first, then I put the mask back on for you. If you can keep it on all night, I call you my husband and give you another kiss." Lin Zhao reached out and poked his cheek. "A kiss on your face. How about it? Is that okay?" Fu Cheng turned his head and rubbed his chin against Lin Zhao's fingertips. "Yes, Sir Xiao Zhao." Lin Zhao was quite satisfied. He beckoned with his finger and scratched Fu Cheng's chin. Fu Cheng narrowed his eyes, slightly raising his head, ready to enjoy it. The next second, Fu Cheng seemed to suddenly remember something, abruptly opening his eyes, his expression turning cold. "Wait! He's not a dog, he's a zombie, a rational, intelligent domesticated zombie. How could he make such a gesture?" Lin Zhao saw through his thoughts, and quickly withdrew his hand. But before withdrawing his hand, he deliberately scratched it a couple more times. "Little Cheng, little Cheng, little Cheng, good boy, smart and cute." Roar! Lin Zhao sang a dog song, teasing Fu Cheng, then turned and ran, leaving Fu Cheng, a zombie, fuming in the storage room. Fu Cheng clung to the windowsill, trying to climb out, but afraid of knocking over the food Lin Zhao had brought him, he jumped down first, put the food away, and then climbed onto the windowsill. Lin Zhao turned around and saw a tall, large zombie leaning out of the window. He tried to get out, but his shoulder got stuck. So Fu Cheng turned back, trying to break his shoulder. Like a vengeful ghost crawling out of a hole in a horror movie. Seeing the danger, Lin Zhao quickly ran back. This time, Lin Zhao wasn't afraid anymore. He grabbed Fu Cheng's head and slapped his shoulder hard, trying to push him back. Fu Cheng, go back. Don't come out. You're disobedient again. These words were harsh. So Fu Cheng leaned forward again, blocking Lin Zhao's hand. Lin Zhao quickly said, Brother Cheng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sung the dog song to you. Don't be angry, go back. That was more like it. Fu Cheng chuckled, gave Lin Zhao's hand a final rub, and returned to the storage room. Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks, raised his fist, and pretended to hit him. He really was like a wild dog. He couldn't be kept at home and always wanted to escape. The next second, Fu Cheng poked his head out of the window again, his sharp gaze landing on him. Xiao Zhao, what are you doing? Lin Zhao quickly withdrew his hand, put it behind his back, hummed a puppy song, and looked up at the floor. Nothing. As soon as Fu Cheng went inside, Lin Zhao immediately pounced on him, closing and locking the window. He couldn't forget again. Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng cuddled together for a while. On the other side, Lin Xiaobao had finished feeding the puppy. Daddy, the puppy ate all the rice cereal. Well done, Xiaobao is really amazing. By this time, it was getting dark. The familiar sound of a car starting came from outside. The three colorful dogs must be ready to leave. This time, they didn't wait until the dead of night. They left as soon as it got dark. They probably didn't want anything to happen if they waited too long, and thought it would be safer to get the supplies home quickly. Lin Zhao didn't disturb them, but stood by the window with Lin Xiaobao, silently watching them go. That was their farewell. After seeing them off, Lin Zhao returned to the storage room and took away Fu Cheng's empty lunchbox. That rascal Fu Cheng eats so fast, he doesn't even chew, he just slurps it all down. I heard that puppies use slow-feeding bowls. I get Fu Cheng one when we go out in a few days. In the following days, Lin Zhao prepared for the trip. Choosing clothes, making rations, selecting weapons. Training Fu Cheng, training Xiaobao, and getting some training himself. Most importantly, get plenty of rest. Eat well, sleep well, and be fully refreshed to step into the outside world in top condition. The next day, very early in the morning, the three guys returned. With a clear goal in mind, they headed straight for the car factory as soon as they left Happiness Street. Upon arriving, they immediately began unloading, working back and forth all night without stopping. At daybreak, they had just filled the car and hurried back. This time, when they passed Lin Zhao's back door, they deliberately stopped, knocked, and greeted Lin Zhao. Brother Lin, we're back. You and Brother Cheng can go out anytime. Okay, let's get ready a bit more, we go tonight too. During the handover, fearing Lin Zhao wouldn't know the way around the car factory, the two families even drew a simple map for him and gave it to him. My handwriting is terrible, but as long as you can understand it, it's fine. Don't mind it. Of course not, thank you. You're welcome, see you later. The three blonde-haired men sat in the car, waved to Lin Zhao one last time, and drove home. Lin Zhao looked down at the map drawn on the tissue paper in his hand, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Zhao put the map away, turned around, and immediately threw himself back into his preparations. He steamed another pot of rice, added various side dishes, wrapped it in plastic wrap, and made rice balls. Rice balls don't have a long shelf life like rice cakes. But they're convenient, and they're not as hard to eat, so they won't scratch your palate. Eat the rice balls first, then the rice cakes. This arrangement is quite reasonable. Having prepared his provisions, Lin Zhao found 2 large thermos flasks, washed them clean, and filled them with boiling water. Water was also crucial. He needed to bring plenty. Thinking this, Lin Zhao took out 2 more thermos containers and filled them with water as well. He even added some sugar to one of the thermos flasks to make sugar water, which would quickly replenish his energy. And finally, Lin Zhao ran upstairs, opened the wardrobe, opened the bottom, most hidden drawer, and took something out. Lin Xiaobao peeked out from behind the wardrobe door, asking curiously, "Daddy, what's this?" "This is..." Lin Zhao was startled, and quickly hid the item behind his back. With his movements, the item made a clinking, metallic sound. Lin Zhao looked up and shouted, "Didn't I tell you not to peek?" But I couldn't resist. Lin Xiaobao smiled sheepishly. Daddy, what's this? This is... Lin Zhao thought for a moment. Something used to catch bad guys. The police officers on TV use it. Are we going out to catch bad guys? Yes, we're going to use this to catch Big Daddy. What? Lin Xiaobao was shocked. We're going to catch Big Daddy? No! We can't do that. Lin Zhao paused, then explained, didn't Big Daddy turn into a monster? Daddy's afraid he'd bite us in the car, so I'm temporarily handcuffing him with this. When we get to our destination and get off the car, I untie him. But Lin Xiaobao still couldn't accept it. It's okay, Daddy knows what he's doing. Have you changed into your pajamas? Go to bed. Okay. They were going out that night, and they'd definitely be staying up late. So Lin Zhao planned to take Xiaobao to sleep from noon onwards, sleeping all afternoon, so she wouldn't be sleepy by evening. Lin Xiaobao walked to the bedside, climbed onto it, laid down obediently, and covered himself with the blanket. Lin Zhao tucked the thing under their clothes, got into bed, and hugged Lin Xiaobao, lying down beside him. Sleep. Lin Zhao gently patted his little chest. Do you remember the rules Daddy taught you? Let's review them again. What are you supposed to do when we go out this time? Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment and whispered, I have to stay in the car the whole time and not run around. And what else? I have to be a good boy and listen to Daddy, and I can't open the car door. Okay. If I'm good, I get 100 points. All correct. Lin Zhao reached out and gave Lin Xiaobao a high five. Okay, go to sleep now. Lin Xiaobao twisted his body, snuggled into his father's arms, closed his eyes, and began to drift off to sleep. Lin Zhao lowered his head, patted him for a while, and eventually fell asleep too. The father and son, as planned, slept until dark. This was no problem for them at all. After all, they often did this. But sleeping well was not so easy. Lin Zhao was probably too nervous and scared. He was in a daze all afternoon. It wasn't exactly a nightmare. There were no specific details. He was just in a hazy state, sometimes flying in the air, sometimes floating in the water. Until the alarm clock rang, he woke up with a start, found himself covered in sweat, and saw that it was already dark outside the window. He quickly patted Lin Xiaobao. Xiaobao, hurry, we need to get up. Lin Zhao helped him up, got out of bed, and grabbed a clean towel from the bathroom to wipe the sweat off both of them. He had been holding Lin Xiaobao while he slept. He was so hot, Lin Xiaobao must have been sweating too. If they didn't wipe him off and let his body dry, he'd definitely catch a cold. Lin Xiaobao sat on the bed, his sleep a mess, his hair sticking up. He took a small towel and wiped his face listlessly. Lin Zhao didn't rush him, and put on his gear first. Sweater, hoodie. Never mind, it's too hot, and it'd be inconvenient to move around, so he skipped the hoodie. Besides his base layer, Lin Zhao wore a sweater and a coat. Then came socks, shoes, a hat, a helmet, and glasses. Lin Zhao tidied himself up, and Lin Xiaobao, who was almost awake, reached out his hands to him. Lin Zhao pulled him out of bed and dressed him. The process was exactly the same. Seeing how hot he was, he didn't even bother with the vest he'd been given. 20 minutes later, the father and son, fully dressed, locked their bedroom door and the third-floor security door, preparing to go downstairs. Lin Zhao went to the kitchen and retrieved 3 large rice balls and a cabbage and lean pork soup that he prepared beforehand. Lin Xiaobao locked the second-floor security door as well, and the two continued downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Lin Zhao handed the rice balls and soup to Fu Cheng through the window. Brother Cheng, eat quickly, we leave after you eat. Lin Zhao had told him yesterday that they were going out that night. Fu Cheng seemed to understand. His expression was serious, his gaze resolute as he took the rice balls from him. Fu Cheng ate the rice balls in the storage room. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao ate on a stool outside the storage room. The two adults finished dinner in 10 minutes. Lin Xiaobao has a small mouth and eats slowly. Lin Zhao simply opened the car door, picked him up, and put him in his car seat. Xiaobao, eat slowly in the car, don't rush, Daddy will be back soon. Okay. Lin Xiaobao's child car seat was installed behind the driver's seat. Lin Zhao bent down, fastened his seatbelt, and then took out a large, thick cardboard sheet, placing it next to him to separate his seat from the front passenger seat. This was an extra layer of protection. Even if Fu Cheng pounced on him and bit him while sitting in the front passenger seat, he would be stopped. After settling Lin Xiaobao in, Lin Zhao closed the car door, looked around, and checked one last time. Various dry rations and drinking water were already in the car, placed on the seat next to Lin Xiaobao. The puppy, along with the cooked rice porridge, had been given to Grandpa Zhang that morning for his care. Iron bars, long wrenches, a steering wheel lock, and various weapons were also in the car, with weapons on the center console, easily accessible even while driving. With everything ready, Lin Zhao took out his keys and walked to the storage room door. The key clicked twice as he inserted it into the lock. The lock opened, and Lin Zhao pushed the iron door open from the outside. Fu Cheng stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, having waited for some time. It was time to bring out their pet zombie. Lin Zhao stood outside the door and extended his hand to Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng stood up and strode towards him. A small hand wearing pink fur gloves and a large hand wearing black leather gloves finally clasped together. The next second, Lin Zhao took a black handcuff from his pocket. The handcuffs were on Lin Zhao's right wrist. Then, they were on Fu Cheng's left wrist. This was the secret weapon he pulled from the closet, a pair of handcuffs. They could cuff them together. If Fu Cheng tried to bite Xiaobao, Lin Zhao could simply pull his hand back. Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, a smile playing on his lips, and raised his hand, pulling Lin Zhao's hand up with him. The metal handcuffs swayed between their hands. How did they end up with something like this? What had he and Xiao Zhao done before? Why was his mind filled with nothing but Xiao Zhao's image? Lin Zhao met his smiling eyes, and knew immediately what he was thinking. Lin Zhao straightened her face, grabbed a short metal chain with her other hand, and pulled Fu Cheng closer to her. Meanwhile, with her other hand, she pulled two masks from her pocket. One disposable, one cotton. Fu Cheng stumbled forward, stopping in front of Lin Zhao, obediently lowering his head as Lin Zhao put two masks on him. Even though it made it difficult for him to breathe. If this was the price he had to pay for a family outing with Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao, then he was willing. Completely willing.